Yo, since you guys counted down, I might as well start talking now. I'm already here. What's up, guys? Good morning. Happy Tuesday. We are gonna be covering the election today at some point. Closer to East Coast evening time. Around, I guess, 6 o'clock Eastern is when it kind of picks up, so we'll be focused in on that then. Right now we're just gonna play some Dark Souls and talk politics, I guess. We'll talk whatever. We can hang out. Let's see. One thing of note, my girlfriend woke up and just said, I'm like nervous about the election, which is just like shitty. You know, it shouldn't fucking matter. But it is what it is. Alright, let's finish. We're gonna finish out one run here. The one that I got hit on yesterday, because I want to practice the end, and then we'll just do the whole thing. You feel that? Where is it? Yeah, it's no good, Freakles, right? No good. Yippee! Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
From the Ozempic Studios, broadcasting from the top of the Bass Pro Shops pyramid. Your home for Leonard Farthammer in the morning. Chudley Barfbag with the workday.
Yo, sorry, I was fixing the chat. I was fixing cheat. Stream transition gone away. What? Am I here? Hello? Diving into some new code. So you can get pissed at something new? Nice. Alright, I was watching Habarino. Yippee! Last minute polls rarely take into account people under 40. Trump is up 4 points. Where? Overall? Because last night, Kamala was up 3 points. Overall. $230 to $226. We'll see. We will see. I can actually see how this time is being like a site. sociopath, but like a killer. I can see him being like Hitman. You know that movie Hitman? Where he's like autistic? Good luck on your whole country. Yo, thank you. Honest Thomas, good to see you, man. Hopefully, we're just gonna be playing Dark Souls here, and then I'm happy to talk about the election. Lindsay was telling me that like some new stuff about Trump and Epstein came out, where Epstein was like in jail for sex with a minor or something. It was just like one. It wasn't like the big time. It was just like one of the times, and Trump was just like elected president. And he was like, yeah, Trump was like my best friend for 10 years, and he has like no moral compass. Like, if Epstein has to say that fucking Trump has no moral compass, like, goddamn, how bad do you have to be? You know what I mean? It came out over the weekend, but Trump supporters don't care. Exactly, yeah. That's exactly right. Tragically accurate. I don't get it, man. I really don't understand how there's like such a lack of caring, I guess, or whatever. Just like, that's our guy, but dude, he like admits he got like convicted of like molesting children.
They can't get
only in civil court,
and we're gonna help them.
But you know, these are the same people who are like, you know, OJ got convicted in civil court.
He got to a word, and it was like,
you know, it's the same people. And by the way, OJ did it, absolutely.
Johnny, it sounds like, and I said, it sounds like Johnny can't read. She said, Shannon Sharp, get out of class and don't come back until you learn how to.
The burden of proof is less in civil court. I'm Trezilio, and I approve this message. Exactly. I'm Papa Nug, and I say, hi, challenge phase. Hello, challenge phase. Challenge phase, that meme you posted in the Discord about duck pussy? Both had Faye and I shook it. Faye and I were like, little old challenge phase? Little old challenge phase. Talk about that sweet, sweet duck pussy. What happened to our boy? This guy can like chase me, so I gotta like go here or something. I'm Papa Nug, and I approve this gooning. He's been corrupted. Just like the Republican Party. Faye, the political commentary today, on point. Made a contract to become a magical girl. Faye, that is such a... We got needs too, we're ducks. I got your exit poll right here, grabs penis. Oh, that was scary. It's terrifying. I can't see him. Okay. Let's maybe like that. You're almost done with work for the day? Dude, you've been up all day? Yo, what's up, Princess Trunks? Good to see you. You've been working all night? I'm good. I'm full of trepidation today as the elections in the United States are happening, and you know, not that it'll be the end of the world or anything like that, but it's a party out there that, in my opinion, is very, like, anti-groups of people. And I don't like that. I don't like how it puts people down and blames people. I think it's mean to people. It could be the end of my rights, yeah. Women, people of color, immigrants, gay, lesbian, trans. It just puts down everybody. What happened? People say that he got, like, bought out or whatever. If for some reason Trump wins, I can't express enough to anyone that's not a white man. Go buy a gat dang pistol for protection. A gat dang pistol. Firelink. You got a Spotify contract for 125 million? I don't know. I don't know much about Joe Rogan. And like, to be honest, I don't fucking care. The dude has no qualifications for me to listen to him at all. You know what I mean? The dude's a fucking failed comedian, failed MMA fighter, failed everything. Like, the dude there's no... Why listen to the guy? What is he an expert on? He's an expert at being a fucking idiot. I have no idea why people fucking listen to him. Or ever cared about him. Never understood that. I think people are just fucking stupid. Oops. Okay. Do I want to be in RTSR? I would do more damage. I'm not gonna fall. But I guess not. I think we're gonna be fine. Already doing a lot of damage. You never liked him, never will. He sucks. Yeah, I agree. He does suck. Fuck that guy. Like, the way he pedals. Like, the fuck? Cool. Alright. Where the hell are you going? Whoa, I stood too far away. Bloop. Two hits because I'm lazy. How can I hit you? Apparently, like, never. What is this? Ghosts, obviously, we need a little bit of work on. Look at this. What's going on? Oh, is my transient thing up? Oh my, no it's not. It just was terrible hitboxes. Oh my god, okay, good to know. Dude, you ready? You feel the energy. I don't know. Just googled what happened to Joe Rogan to make him Republican. I love rats, and I love rats. Really, dude? Oh, 2 extra hits there? Did I go too early? You finally beat Bale and the Lamenters? Yo, GG! They're, Bale's tough. And Lamenters can be tough. Boop. Go! Get off the floor! Intellectual moron. I think, Duke, I think the thing that speaks loudest to Joe Rogan is money. I think there's some sort of, like, back end cash flow where it's like, hey, Joe, guess what? If you, like, talk about these talking points on your show, we'll pay you. I think that's what happened. I don't have any evidence of that, though. But again, fuck that guy. Who the fuck cares? The guy's an idiot. Shit, okay. Shit, this is the move you don't want. We're just gonna heal through it. No. Oops. Oh, no. Erection day. Buki, get ready. We're putting it in deep and long. We're gonna feel that fucking cervix.
Hello, children.
I think he's just impressionable.
I bring you love.
You know, like, maybe that might be like I don't think he's smart. I think that is true. I think dumb people are usually impressionable. Meaning that if they meet somebody who's like, what's his name? Who's that quick talker who's Jewish, who's terrible? Not because he's not terrible because he's Jewish, but he is Jewish. Ben Shapiro. Like, Ben Shapiro isn't smart. Doesn't have any, like, good actual arguments. But dumb people think he's smart because he talks fast. It's like the new snake oilsman sort of deal where it's like, oh man, he brings up a good point. What is a woman? You know what I mean? So, and I think he might, so I think Joe Rogan might be as impressionable as someone like that. But I think like you can see the difference in how he interacts with left-leaning, like anyone on his channel versus right-leaning. Like, he's much more critical of left-leaning, like any sort of ideology at all. Whereas like Aaron Rodgers will go on and be like, you know, the vaccine is killing people, and Joe Rogan will sit there and be like, interesting. You know what I mean? As opposed to being like, where's your evidence? Like, any sort of critical thinking at all. So I don't think it's purely just like, oh, I'm so impressionable, because he would be as impressionable towards like other like stances, but because he's so like unable to like even question any of his own beliefs, I think it's more like believing he's the smartest man in the room, and then also like the idea that, or the like, I'm sure that there's some sort of like financial benefit to him not being as critical towards like any right-leaning beliefs. Yeah, oh, Ben Shapiro's a fucking idiot, dog. And like, not saying I could out-debate the guy, because his like debate tactic is interrupt, talk faster, talk quicker. That's it. So you're like trying to argue a point and he's like 2 or 3 points ahead of you. That's like his whole like debate tactic, which like works in like a debate setting if you're going against somebody who probably doesn't know how to debate. But he doesn't, like, what he says is idiotic. What he says doesn't actually make any sense. Oh, hold on, I need this. All right, hold on, we'll check this out. Bloop, bloop.
So let's say, for the sake of argument, that all of the water levels around the world rise by let's say 5 feet over the next 100 years, say 10 feet by the next 100 years, and it puts all the low-lying areas on the coast underwater, right? Which, let's say all of that happens. You think that people aren't going to just sell their homes and move?
What? Hey, who's gonna buy him, you fucking idiot? What a fucking idiot. Who is he selling him to? Aquaman? Yeah. Fucking Jesus Christ. Keep going. Oh, I already closed it out. I'm sorry. I thought the point was good enough. You stopped before the best part. Hold on, this is actually kind of a scary fight. You see him? Don't do it. Don't do it, you son of a bitch. Why didn't you roll? No way! That was stupid. I swear I hit that button, man. I fucking,
Man, game over,
fucking
man.
swear I hit that button, dude.
What the fuck are we gonna do now?
This is good practice, good practice. Obviously, I mean, we just took 6 hits and ghosted. There's a guy who throws axes through a wall and says, "Who sells them to who, Ben? Fucking Aquaman?" It's funny. Yeah, I mean... Duh, yeah, if the water levels are rising, people are just gonna sell their homes and then, like, everything will be okay. Like, how can you, like, honestly have that sort of argument? I don't know. People are stupid. That's what I'm learning, man. I've always known that people are stupid. And to be fair, let me be very honest here. I've always hated when people like say like, man, people are stupid. Because like it almost makes the argument that you're not one of them. You know what I mean? It's like, man, everyone else is so dumb and like, why can't they just like think like I do? But so let me be very clear. When I say people are stupid, I am lumping myself into that category. I am not smart. I'm not somebody who has all the answers or the plan for the future or anything. At all. But people, man, if they don't listen, they don't think. I'm smart. Viblade. Here on a Tuesday? What? I don't think you've been here on a weekday, well, other than Fridays, which I don't even know if they count as a weekday. Here's what happened to Rogan interviews a Democrat. Is it the same? Is it kind of like the same idea? Clicking out is actually kind of a lot of bullshit to do in this game. So especially when I'm killing myself with HP, I can't do it right now. I'm here for every garbage day. Garbage day is Wednesdays. Human resources. Human beings are not rational. But I didn't want to go the opposite day. Oh, nice. Are you ready for Thanksgiving in 3 weeks? It's that soon? Hold on, Steven. We got so many other... Steven, we got the election today. We have Armistice Day on Monday. We have... And then we have Thanksgiving, all right? Let's not jump the gun here, all right? They all run with what Joe Rogan says. Well, I'm sure if anyone who's, like, going on Joe Rogan's show is, like... partial, like, gonna be, like, amenable towards him. Is that a word? Amenable? Like, agreeable, you know what I mean? Like, they're not gonna push too hard on him because they want the money. You know what I mean? They would... Oh, I must have put my ring. Veterans Day is Monday. That's Armistice Day. I call it Armistice Day. I don't believe in Veterans Day. Armistice Day was the original name for it. World War I ended. No! God, I'm bad. This is why we're practicing. Because I'm terrible. Go hitless through Sif and then fucking just take like a whole bunch of hits. I get free food at Hooters. Wow. Thank you for your service. Just practice. Oh, we're gonna be great though, Yuki. Yuki, when we get this down, we're gonna be fucking fantastic. So, we just need to fucking not be stupid. Just take our time. I don't know why I'm rushing. We just gotta take our time. We'll be fine, guys. We'll be good. Then we'll go, after this, we'll learn Dark Souls 2. And then we'll do Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls 3 is like the one I'm looking forward to the least. Like Twin Princes does not seem fun to learn for hitless. Same with the final fight too. Look, it's a pretty shield, yo. You know, it was passed down from generation to generation. Perico. Finally set up my home NAS. What's a NAS? What's up, Perico? Mr. Jones, Mr. Jones. Yes, quite, Mr. Jones. If I fucking shake my butt at you. Faye's home, guys. She's alive. She survived. She told me the reality. She said, this is the truth. She said that she actually didn't go to New York. She flew, first stopped in Indiana to say hi to Tyrone Bigsby and give him a blowjob. And then she flew from Indiana directly to Manchester area to see Super Hentai and to have a threesome with him and his wife. And then she flew back. I knew you were gonna say that. As long as you guys are okay with it, it's good for you. I didn't sign off on that. Blue Pill, just so you know, I wasn't given the clearance on that. External hard drive with all your music files so you can view the browser while at home. Oh, that's cool. Manchester United? Yeah. It was not sanctioned. So what's the next trip and where can I apply? Balls are itchy. Do you have an accent? Or a huge penis? Easier to ask for forgiveness than for permission? That's true. That's a bummer. Ah, it's fine. We'll get through it. What doesn't kill us makes us stronger. Yippee! Why'd you do that? Fuck. I missed one hit. It's fine though. I didn't turn on the eye tracker. We'll turn it on after this. Don't do it. You son of a bitch! Let's go! There it is. Ah! Jesus. Alright, we're gonna die a lot here, I think. White smoke. Dodge the undodgeable attack. It's not undodgeable, but it's super tough to dodge. But yeah, we did. We did it. Okay, so now we're gonna use the Hornet Ring.
You sorry fool. You could not be the chosen.
Real Faye Valentine. I'm thinking about playing Skyrim or Mass Effect next. Dude. I never really liked Skyrim, but I will 100% say play Mass Effect. I will 100%. Mass Effect 1 and 2. I will 100% say that. Absolutely. My phone autopilot, all in that order. What? My phone autopilot. Autofills. Oh, for Faye? For the Faye thing? It's funny. Skyrim's great, dude. I don't know, man. I liked Oblivion better. Skyrim holds up way more than Fallout 3. Dude, I started playing Fallout 3 kind of off on my own, and like, I got out of the vault, and I was just kind of like, I guess I'm done. I just like did the tutorial and was like, Your phone is smart. Fallout 4 is great. That was my first Fallout. I know it's like not as good as New Vegas. I understand that. I've never played New Vegas, but I understand it's not as good as New Vegas. It's still such a good game. I'm not saying it's bad. I just liked Oblivion better. I like the it felt more like I was in the world. You guys still have to finish Fallout 3? You don't have to, man. You don't have to. Okay. If things get hairy, we'll dark sign out. I love how Fallout 4 splits people. Splits them? I hardly know. Fallout 3 had the worst ending. Ah! Shit, I lost him. There he is. Too close for comfort, isn't he? Yippee! Junkie. Okay. We're probably going to die fighting Gwyn. But we have to parry him. Then when he gets up, we go around him to like 5 o'clock and do 3 rolls back, take 2 steps back, and then run forward, parry him again, and then one charged R2. That is the goal. Is that a bird parrying? Like I said, we'll probably die here, but it's okay. It's a mountain. Okay, here we go. That was it! Damn, dude, that was it. We baited out the jump, and I was just early on the parry. There's a complete story there. Gotta make me care to complete the missions, but I will care about the gameplay more. Should have dodged when you should have dodged. No, no, no. It's gotta parry, dude. Gotta parry. Everything was right. I just missed the parry. So Gwyn has like, I don't know, 5 or 6 attacks he can do if you're near him. He can like do a quick swipe. He can do a really slow swipe. He can do a kick. He can do a grab. And he can do like a, I don't know, like a lunge or something. But if you're far away from him, from like a certain distance, he'll do like that jump attack. So the whole thing that we're trying to do here is like bait out those jump attacks, because those are well, they're all parryable, but the timing's consistent and we know like what he's going to do. So that's the whole download Fallout London. Do you even play Dark Souls, Honest Thomas? You have a parry emote, and I don't think I've ever seen you play a single Souls game. That's like his thing. I've only seen him struggle in Akugari. That's all I've ever seen him do, is die like 5,000 times in Akugari. Platinum trophies, that don't mean shit. You get back to me when you've done them deathless, dog. All right, yeah, I wasn't any shade, man. Just I've only seen you ever struggle at Akugari. That's all I've ever seen you do. Trophies don't mean shit. Trophies absolutely don't mean shit. That's why I don't like them. People use them as like a pissing contest. Like, I got 100% trophies. And it's like, dude, that just means you put a bunch of time into the game. Doesn't mean you're good at it. I farmed 30 drops from this thing. It's alright though. Yeah, I had no idea. I did that. I know you did. All right. God damn it! Trophy comments to say that you play Souls. No worries. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. Half your emotes are Souls related. Hey, I mean, dude, it would be unfair of me to assume. Be unfair of me to be like, oh man, you have a doctor emote. Do you like doctor video games? Do you play doctors games? You know what I mean? I was just asking. I just because I've never seen it doesn't mean you don't do it. I was just asking. I highly recommend people platinum Elden Ring. I don't. I don't at all. I don't agree with like any like trophy or achievement system. The joke you had when you originally would be his stream or in here is that he would rag on him for being shitty at Dark Souls. I don't remember that at all. Forces you to do storylines? But like, I don't know. I don't really care about the storylines. That's not why I play Souls games. I haven't done all the fucking, you know, quests in like any Dark Souls. Because I don't care about it. You know? Just getting the main endings and the legendary items. That just sounds like a chore. It just sounds like you're doing chores at that point. It's an absolute chore. Like that doesn't sound like. Let me clarify that. That doesn't sound fun. Doing chores is not fun. For me, like some people enjoy doing that shit. It's like cathartic or like whatever. I don't enjoy the trophy system or the achievement system. Because I think it makes you play the game. And like as like maybe the developer intended or whatever. Like that's fine, I guess, but I feel like it's too rigid. What? I don't like it. I don't like that it's like you have to like, hey, like to get this achievement you have to do this thing. Like, why not just play the game how you want to play it? You know what I mean? I like that. I think that's much more interesting than like do this quest. You are so bad. It's not focused. You're a completionist? Yeah, I'm definitely not a completionist. You love Dark Souls lore? Dude, I don't. I think it's lazy storytelling. And it's intentional. You don't like virtual chores? I agree. Go pick up 30 coconuts and then pick up 30 bananas and bring them back here. Achievement unlocked. Grocery store picker-upper.
Keep firing, assholes!
Yo, White Smoke, thank you for the gift sub to Jojo. I just want to offer you laundry folding simulator. You mean Elden Ring Platinum? When it's a core of the game, like 99 movements, sure, but Korok doo-doo, nah. See, yeah, I definitely like 100% disagree with that. Like, maybe it's just like from a contextual point of view, but like video games is art, right? Video game is art. And if the artist is telling you how to ingest the art or like interact with the art, I don't like that. I don't think that's okay. No, like some people need that, like they need that direction because they can't ingest on their own. They need to be told how to like interact with things. And like, that's fine. Like I said, if you like it, that's fine. I don't like it. I don't want to be told how to like interact in the video game. I want to explore it and like figure out what I enjoy. Because like literally achievements is just a fucking grocery list. It's a grocery list. It's a checklist. It's like, did I do this? Check. Did I do this? Check. Did I do this? Check. And like some people like seeing lists get checked up. Like I get that. It's like, I don't know. Again, cathartic or whatever. I think it's stupid. I honestly think it's stupid. And what I mean by when I say stupid, I mean not enjoyable is what I mean. It's not enjoyable for me. I'll be less critical with my words. I think it's not enjoyable. And the reason why is I'm literally just doing a grocery list. Let's see if we can fucking do this. For Jamal! Shit. We're fucked. Yeah. I should have just dark signed out. I've only platinumed 2 games ever, and that's Elden Ring and Baldur's Gate 3 because both sucked you in and held your attention. Dude, okay, but like, now I haven't beaten Baldur's Gate 3, but isn't Baldur's Gate 3 like so open and like cool that like you can literally do anything? You can literally do anything. Being like railroaded to like certain quest lines and stuff for like an achievement checklist. Like I get like filling out the list or whatever, but I feel like the whole point of Baldur's Gate 3 is like you can literally do anything. So like why like railroad yourself into it? But like, you know, I'm not saying it's bad that you fill out that you did all the achievements. I'm just like isn't the point of the game to be like explore and stuff? Not just like follow a guide? It makes you think you can do anything, but it's on rails. Oh, okay. Like I said, I didn't put a lot of time in, not hundreds of hours into Baldur's Gate 3. I wish I had. I want to go back to it. Because the game was really fun.
Having an artist help you understand art can be beneficial. but being told how to enjoy it is a deal breaker for me. If I load up my femboy roommate on Steam, I want to enjoy the game how I want to enjoy it. I don't need to be pandered to explain how to lotion up a butthole. Let me decide what stroke pattern I want to use. The last thing we need is another father figure when we're keyed jelly deep into a game. We'll be right back with your dad who was seen at a men's bathhouse.
So I kind of agree with that, right? Like, not even I do agree with that. I agree that, like, if I'm gonna, like, interact with art, like, video game, if, like, we can all agree that video games are, like, interactive art. The achievement system just seems to be like, hey, like, do this stuff and, like, you can, like, interact in the way that we wanted you to as the dev, which is cool. Like, don't get me wrong. It's not bad. But it would be nice if that wasn't there. We're talking about other shit? Most of here are level-headed. We talk about everything. What are we talking about? I thought we were talking about video game as art. What are we talking about? Hey, you should try listening to the album backwards. Yeah, no, I get that. I guess, like, it feels more instructive than that. It feels less, like, ambiguous. Oops, I did not need to do that, and that's because I didn't have my shield out. Oh shit, we might get hit here. Hold on, hold on. Hold on, guys. Yes! Yippee! Alright. We're gonna save that file so I can practice Squin.
Fucking timeout Pimlico. He's been trying to help me all
save that
fucking
file.
day.
Which file
the
is that called?
motherfucker is worthless. Pimlico, if I ever see you
Hitless.
fucking try to help me one more
save that one.
goddamn
I'm gonna
time,
delete everything
I
else.
swear to God. I swear to God. 28 seconds. I'm watching the timer. At 28 seconds.
What?
It's gonna
Who?
you
Yo,
are the
Jamal,
most
we haven't
fucking
seen you in a while. Hope you're
bullshit
doing well, man.
of any fucking backseater I've ever
Yo, did I
seen
come
on
to the
Twitch.
best song?
You are the
Dad
most
Beating Gwen,
fucking
that's right.
lying motherfucker I've ever goddamn seen. I don't want to see one more
RB,
fucking
come in my
peep of
pants. What's up? All right, what was Suscod was Suscod inciting a riot? No one is mad. Well, let me go back and actually moderate my channel here. I was talking about how this chat is rare because most of Twitch chat's going to be insufferable today. We're a rare chat, aren't we? Most chats are going to be insufferable today. I don't understand it. RB. Man, the ghost section I did really terrible in. How can I do that better? There was like, I was waiting for ghosts to like pop up. And I think I can either attack them earlier. Yeah, or just like, I need to play. You've been good? Well, I'm glad you've been good, man. Yeah, but I can't afford to just like be guessing, you know? Hit list 2. We had red hair for Freakles last time. We're gonna have long, dark hair for Faye. In a ponytail. We'll be a girl too. We'll be a little chubby cheek girl. Faye, it's you! We will remain responsible till noon. I am not gonna shy away from politics today, guys. If anything, we're gonna lean into it. We are Wait, shouldn't she have a ponytail? Apple tits, good in. Believe if you guys, like I'm gonna let you know right now, I lean a little bit left. I don't like, I don't enjoy the Republican Party. I don't enjoy the conservative movement. I don't enjoy, people getting put down, right? So there's in my mind, there's an entire party that puts people down. You know, gay people, trans people, women. There's an entire party that just puts people down, which is just like baffling to me that people would still like support that party. Illegal immigrants. When does the coverage start? Around 6 o'clock Eastern. So we're gonna be following it. I'm not gonna shy away from it. I welcome people of different viewpoints. I would honestly love to have a conversation, like get them on an actual Discord call and have a conversation around like, hey, why do you support Trump? Like how can you justify that? Is he really gonna lower your taxes? Is he really gonna like whatever you think he's going to do? Why do you support Kamala? Like Kamala? I'm happy to have that conversation too. Trump has said he wants to import legal immigrants as well. You're just taking that out of context. What he really meant, the other countries will pay tariffs. So like, again, I don't think anyone is necessarily bad for voting a certain way. Particularly if the way it doesn't agree with my political views. I am curious how you can like justify or like look the other way on like some of these social issues. Like, hey, we want to like, we hate gay people. Like, how do you like vote for that party and be like, well, I don't hate gay people, but it's okay if my party does. You know what I mean? I'm curious how like people can like rationalize that. Because fetuses. Maybe. I don't know. I think what, like, and again, I don't think these people are bad, but what I think it comes down to is, well, I'm not gay, so if gay people lose their rights, who cares? Well, I'm not a woman, so if a woman needs to, like, have an abortion, fuck her. You know what I mean? I think that's, if I had to suspect, I think that's what's happening, right? It's like, well, I'm not these things. But I don't honestly know. But like, there seems to be a sizable amount of people in the United States who are like, blaming people, like groups of people, for the issues that are going on in the United States. And these people are like all minority groups, right? Gay people. Women, people of color, and it's like not the people in power. You know what I mean? Like, it's so weird to me that like they'll point the finger at like all these smaller groups of people, but not like the billionaires who have been like lobbying, and like not the corporations, right? It's like, oh man, these corporations have been lobbying for control over our legislation for fucking decades and have like controlled public policy for fucking decades. Couldn't be them. It's that trans kid at fucking college who wants to like swim. You know what I mean? Like, it's their fault. Everything's so bad. It just like makes no fucking sense. People care too much about what other people do in their private lives that don't hurt anybody. I agree. I 100% agree. I think the whole like abortion argument is like, it does hurt people. It's killing the babies. Like, that's like the fake argument that the people who are pro-abortion, anti-abortion? Pro-anti-abortion. If that makes any sense. I think that's the argument they use, right? It's like, well, it is hurting other people. It's hurting the babies. No, he's not illegal. he admitted to like potentially being illegal at one time. Between the years of like 98 and 2002 or something. He got a education visa, but then didn't sign up for school and then like worked. And then transferred his visa into a work visa. I think now he's like totally legit, but at the time like it was like potential, and he like admitted in like the mid 2000s, he's like, yeah, I signed up for an education visa, I didn't fucking use it, I was here illegally. Oops, I forgot. Gotta grab this. It's bullshit cherry picking. I'm trying to figure out what the cherry picking is for like because I'm sure conservatives say the same thing about like Democrats, right? It's like, they're only cherry picking. Did you see Biden sniff that girl's hair? I don't know like what the cherry picking like. They're only cherry picking Trump. Trump also said like this is what I saw on Reddit. Some guy was like, I voted for Trump in 2016, and I'm voting for Kamala Harris this year. I always sort by, I always sort by, what's it called? Controversial when I see these. And it was like, the top, like, controversial comment was, oh, right when you said, like, oh, because the guy, like, kind of laid out, like, why he changed his views, and one of his opinions was, like, you know, Trump, at one point during that, I think it was in Carolina or Virginia or somewhere, there was that rally, and there was, like, the both sides comment by Trump, where he was like, there was good people on both sides, and, like, one of those sides was, like, with white supremacists. And the guy, this commenter was like, I know you're fucking bullshit right when I read that. Because Trump clearly said he condemned the white supremacists. And he's like, did you even read or listen to the comment? Because Trump clearly says, he condemns the white supremacists. And he does. To give this person credit, he does say in his like comment, like, yo, white supremacists, Nazis, those are bad people. But there are good people on that side. And I think the point that's being lost by the people who make this argument, or like intentionally or unintentionally, is when your side has white supremacists and Nazis in it, that's not a good side. That's the whole fucking point, dog. When people that you're shoulder to shoulder with are fucking Nazis, and you're like, well, I don't fucking like Nazis, but, you know, they support my guy. Maybe you should, like, look back on your side and be like, why is my side getting supported by Nazis? Like, I don't know, dog. Maybe that's just me. But if there were Nazis who were like, yo, I support Kamala Harris, I'd be like, hold on here, Chief. The left is pretty outlandishly stupid, too. So, absolutely, I think this is what they call false equivalency, Cage. I'm not saying it's not. What we're focused on right now is how Nazis support Donald Trump. And if your best argument is, well, there's stupid people on the other side too, that's not a good argument. You know what I mean? Just because I can't pronounce it doesn't mean it's not a bad.
You know what'll fuck with your head later on?
I'm
the
ready.
Testosterone treatments and hair regrowth medication is a form of gender-affirming care.
Oh, I have
Musk
heard
is
people say
lobbying
this
against
online.
The same treatment that took him from 1998. Elon Musk, Google it, to the moron he's turned into today.
I've heard of that.
At the end of the day, we got
I heard
to
he has a
ask
crooked
ourselves,
penis.
Are we Americans or are we rollover, do-nothing bitches?
The history
As our
of Nug
country
not
is
being able to say
stolen
stuff
by
checks out.
corporations and bigots stay armed. America, pick up a nice 9mm click-clack. Stay safe.
There's extremes on both sides. Okay. So what's the... okay, so what's the... what's the okay, so let's go down this road. Can you name an extremist group of left-leaning people, anarchists, or whatever you're gonna call them? That's the same equivalent to like Nazis or West supremacists or like white supremacists or like the Proud Boys. Like, are we really gonna go down this road?
And his cousin?
He's an asshole too, sir.
There's bad people on both sides. One side is literal Nazis. The other side is, hey, maybe we should tax fucking. Maybe we should tax fucking.
I'm surrounded by assholes.
What's it called?
Keep firing, assholes.
Billionaires. You know what I mean? Like. Fuck Antifa. I don't know what Antifa is. I'm pretty sure it's not even like an actual group. I think it's like a right-wing boogeyman, isn't it? Why are we entertaining this pointless discourse? Because that's a good point, actually. I don't know why. It's like the Republicans get called out, or right-leaning people get called out, like, hey, you have Nazis on your side. People who say they are Nazis and like Hitler are on your side. Isn't that bad? And their response to that is, well, there's bad people on your side too. Who are these bad people? The Antifa and the anarchists. Like, are there bad Democrats? Absolutely. Absolutely. Are there bad left-leaning people? Absolutely. Are there, like, left-leaning terrorists? Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah, show me the but I would say the amount of, like, organized and, like, fucking... This guy sounds like Antifa to me, yo, Contra. 39 months.
This guy sounds like Antifa to me.
I missed you, man. Hope you're doing well. Like, I'm not trying to say that there's no bad people who support left-leaning views. Not trying to say that. I'm trying to say that there is a louder majority, or minority, I guess, of right-winged people who actively call themselves Nazis. The worst thing you could be is anti-fascist. I know, exactly. Oh god, this is not good. Fucking hey, dog. Woo! I'm not a Democrat or Republican. Do you have to register in your state to vote? I'm just trying to be a centralist right now and not let name calling happen. This is because this conversation always has this way. So, I apologize if I name called. I don't think I did. All I did, I might get a little bit heated or like, what's the word? Like, you know. I apologize if I'm like a little bit aggressive. I don't try to be. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. Calm it down. I appreciate that. So, as a centralist, White Smoke, my question, what do you vote on? What are the issues that you vote, like, left-leaning? I'm curious. And then what are the issues that you vote right-leaning? And if you don't want to say, like, voting is your right, so, like, you don't have to say this publicly. I'm just curious. Just curious. Like, you don't need to, like, if you're like, hey, that's my personal shit, I don't want to share it, that's totally fine. But and I'm not saying you do this, but what I've seen online is there's a lot of people are like, I'm undecided, or I'm left-leaning, or not left-leaning, like, I'm undecided, or I'm a centralist, and then it's like I saw this on CNN. It was like one of those, like, focus groups. I was watching this on, and they were, like, interviewing the focus groups, and this guy's like, I'm undecided. And they're like, so what are you undecided? Like, why are you undecided? And he's like, I don't like abortion, and I will never like abortion. And Hassan, like, paused the video and was like, Dude, you're not undecided. If you're anti-abortion, if you are not for abortions, you're going to vote Trump. You know what I mean? You're absolute, like, why are you calling yourself undecided or centralist when you're absolutely voting right wing because of one issue? He was calling the guy a plant. You're let people live their own lives. So I guess my question is, what's a and this could be anyone, but I'm asking White Smoke. Anyone can answer this. What is a policy that Kamala Harris? Kamala? I'm so sorry that I can't say her name. It's not out of disrespect at all. What is a policy that she has that doesn't let people live their own lives? Not a damn bit of that affects you. I would say the gun thing kind of affects society, but I would absolutely say that, like, weapons do affect other people. What, like, the ability to get them, how they get them, how they're regulated. Like, I think that absolutely does. So White Smoke. Okay, let's talk about two theoretical societies. Okay, theoretical, totally theoretical. One society has no guns at all, purely theoretical. The other society, everyone has guns. You are a police officer. Which society would be safer for you interacting as a police officer? Which society would be safer for you? The society with no guns or the society with everyone with guns? I'm just curious, like, right? Like, I feel like most people are gonna say this, the one with no guns, right? Now, we'll never get there, but if we make it as hard as possible for anyone, including illegal people, to get guns, doesn't that make it safer? You know what I mean? Like, doesn't that mean only responsible people are gonna get them? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But again, I asked this question. I'll say it again. I'm gonna restate it. What is a policy that Kamala Harris has that affects social liberties in a negative way? It's a bazooka between your legs. Because I can't think of one. You know what I mean? I stopped so many people with guns. I'm thankful for caring and letting me know they had a weapon. White Smoke, I'm not saying that there weren't safe people with guns or anything like that. I was just asking the hypothetical question, you know, which society would be safer? One with absolutely no guns at all, or one with, and where everyone had a gun? You know what I mean? That's all I was asking. This is just hypothetical, dog. I'm not asking for the real, like, for the possibility of it to happen. I think, like, so here's the idea. Here's the idea, White Smoke. Here's the train of thought that I'm trying to get you to lead towards with your brain, but you don't have to agree with it. The idea is, if we all strove for a society where it was really difficult for people, not difficult, but like, if it was harder for anyone to get a gun, it means that, first off, only people who really want guns would get guns, right? And then, not only that, it would make, like, hopefully, like, schools safer and stuff like that. Like, the whole argument that, like, bad people are still gonna have guns, like, yes, probably, absolutely. But, like, how many, like, vigilante gun shootings do you see that, like, actually, like, solve things? Like, very rarely, right? Like, it's a very small case of people who, like, carry a gun and, like, happen to be there and shoot the bad guy when, like, something's happening. Not saying it doesn't happen, it's just, like, such a small fraction of, like, versus, like, how many people just die from, like, isn't it, like, in Florida, there's, like, a not a small amount of people who die every year during New Year's because people shoot their guns up in the air? You know what I mean? So only bad guys have guns at that point. No. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. I just said that, like, what's safer for people? When it's harder for people to get guns or easier for people to get guns? That's all. And, like, to me, that just makes sense that, like, hey, if it's... Nope! Whoa! Yippee! That's all. Like, again, like, the gun thing, like, are you trying, like, so, I guess walking this back to, like, the election, and, like, your stance as a centralist, White Smoke, are the Democrats pushing legislation to hide your guns? Didn't Kamala Harris, didn't she say, like, hey, both Tim Waltz and I, we're fucking gun owners, and we're not gonna do fucking shit about gun laws? Didn't they both say that? So, it seems like, to me, you're right, like, it feels like the Republican Party is more intrusive on social liberties than not. Right? Trump did the bump stock ban. I don't know what that means. A centralist liberal at most. Dude, I don't, so I'm a reformist. Like, I would rather have somebody who doesn't fucking bend to the status quo and, like, do the fucking stupid shit that the Democratic Party does. And, like, I'm not, like, a Democrat. I'm a registered Democrat here because you have to register to vote. And I've voted Democrat my entire life. But, like, I'm not, I mean, I was a Bernie bro, you know what I mean? In 2016, like, I went to his prime, I was one of his delegates. Like, I would much rather have somebody who's here for, like, actual systemic change and not just, like, the bullshit that the Democratic Party does. So I'm not trying to sit here and say that, like, Harris is, like, the best president ever or anything. But when I look at Harris's policies, who have, like, actual tangible policy, and then I see Trump, who just, like, name calls people and finger points at minorities and says they're the reason why everything's wrong. You know what I mean? Like, I say people have to take a firearms class, but the problem is that not the availability of guns, it's the mental health of the shooters. All right, so White Smoke, we're going on to something that's not important because it's an election day. So let's walk back to, because that's a whole different can of worms about, like, blaming the shooter versus, like, the accessibility of the weapon versus, like, the weapon's purpose itself. And, like, we can have a whole separate conversation about that. And, like, because I don't honestly agree necessarily. Like, I'm not saying that there are people who have mental health issues, whatever, like, absolutely they do. And their access to guns is definitely an issue. The whole mental health argument doesn't really hold water in that, like, someone's mental health can change literally minute to minute. Literally minute to minute. So Jojo, absolutely. But let's look at the amount of death. You know what I mean? So Jojo, it's about mitigating the amount of death. There will always be weapons. People will always find a way to hurt people. Absolutely. It's about controlling that. It's about trying to, like, have you ever had anyone close to you die, guys? It fucking sucks. Don't you want to, like, prevent that a little bit? But anyway, we're going down the wrong path here. All right, so let's walk this back, guys. Let's walk this back. Because this isn't about gun issues, all right? Because there's literally no policy about guns this year. So I don't know. White Smoke's centralist argument was that, hey, I'm all about just letting people do whatever they want. I'm not attached to any party. People should be able to do whatever they want to do as long as it doesn't affect other people. So my question is, to anyone who says that and believes that, all you libertarians out there, can you name any policy that Harris has that restricts your liberties? Social liberties. Whereas can you name any Trump policy or stances or things that he said, because he doesn't really have policy, that has restricted social liberties, such as anti-abortion? I think is a huge social liberty issue. Like, that's like, I would say the #1 social liberty issue, right? And so if you truly are a centralist, you would not vote for Trump, right? Trump's policies seem regressive. Well, that's the Republican way, dog. That's what conservatism is all about. It's not make America be better in the future. It's make America great again. Oh! Oh my God. I'm getting out of my element. Whew, we're good. Considering the restrictions on self, gender, sex, access to education, education curriculum, reproductive rights. Unrelated to the current conversation, but you randomly crying out when you fell is my favorite sound effect. Oh! Guys, today is election day, and I've said for months I wanted to stream coverage of the election, which means we're going to be discussing politics today. Now, if you guys don't want to hear that, if you guys don't want to participate in that, if you guys... I'm trying to not be aggressive. I really am not, and please call me out if I am. White Smoke already did once, and he was totally right to do so, because I do get heated, and I do get pretty opinionated. Doesn't mean I'm right. But I do want to discuss it today. And if you guys don't want to hear that, totally fine. But please don't bitch about it in here, because I have talked about it for months, guys. That's what I want to talk about today. I want to do an election stream. So if you guys don't like that, totally fine. But please don't come in here and be like, I don't want to talk about the election, because I've literally talked about it for months. All right. I think the problem is more a two-party system. Okay. White Smoke, absolutely. But we can't change that this election, right? So when you're looking at policy as a centralist, whose policy, from your perspective, it might not align with my perspective, but whose policy is more restrictive on social liberties? From my perspective, it's the Republican Party. They want to ban, what's it called? Abortions. You go like they already have banned abortions federally. They want to, make gender-affirming care harder to get and or like banned completely.
Hello, boys.
Like just by like those two things alone.
It's day 2020 for boys. The biggest erection in decades. What's on the ballot, you say? Well, women's rights to their own bodies, as always. Dictatorship or oligarchy, viewer's choice. Except not really.
Like, absolutely, our whole political structure is flawed. Absolutely. I voted for the oligarchy. So did I. And you know what? Like, that's our choices. It's, South Park had it right 20 years ago. It was a turd sandwich and a fucking giant douche. Absolutely. But sometimes, guys, you have to make that choice. You know what I mean? Like, we could talk about theoreticals all day long. But unfortunately, we're just kind of like in the position we're in. So, again, if you say you're a libertarian or a centralist or you value the government staying out of your business, right? Or like the business of not just you, but all American citizens. My question for you is, which policy of each party does that? And you, like, socially, you have to say, I would love to hear the mental gymnastics around saying Republican Party socially grants more freedom and liberty to its citizens, because it doesn't. Ah! Whoa! Why did I do that? I need to stop being so aggressive. I'm being reckless. Reckless is Antifa. Chill, Daddy. Daddy, chill. Get over here, you dumb bitch. Yippee! Guys, we're doing it. I feel like I'd rather argue about whether dress is blue or gold all day. That's the most long-term ramifications is the Supreme Court. Absolutely. Absolutely.
The sky is blue and all the leaves are green. My heart's as full as a baked potato. I think I know precisely what I mean when I say it's a spadoinkle day. When I say it's a happy go moinkoli lucky spadoinkoli day.
Kind of hard to say. As a responsible gun owner, that affects me personally far more than abortion, which, as I remember, isn't illegal. Nor did Trump say he would make it illegal. The Supreme Court returned a decision to the state government. So on paper, Kamala is going to affect me more than Trump. I'm not voting for either because Missouri is going red anyways. I'm voting for a third party because I have beliefs and policies that more align to my views. What third party? If you mind me asking. And also because you're saying that we aren't going to beat a two-party system is defeatist, is shit. That's, no. I'm just saying, like, literally right now, dude. Right now, like, the day of election, it is, like, it's not, it's saying, like, hey, we need a reform. Absolutely. Absolutely. But what reform are we gonna do right now on the day of election? That's all I'm saying. Like, I wasn't trying to say that, like, we shouldn't do it, like, I voted for a state, what's it called, proposition to remove party affiliation from the ballot so that anyone could, like, if they got, like, the required signatures or whatever, be on the ballot and create ranked choice system. So, like, I voted for that in my own state. So I'm not saying that, like, that is not... What I was saying was, it was like a, like, when I'm like, hey, whose party right now, if you, like, of the two parties, like, you know, because we are a two-party system, of the two parties, which one has more social liberties for its people? And you came back and saying, like, well, we need to get rid of this two-party system so that, like, it's more fair. Absolutely. Absolutely. But also, that's not going to happen today. You know what I mean? Like, it feels like it's not, like, a good, appropriate time to talk about that stuff because it's not going to change today. You know what I mean? I'm not saying that we shouldn't have a conversation about it at some point. Absolutely, we should have ranked choice. Absolutely, we should remove a two-party system because it's more representative of the people. Like, that absolutely should happen. But also, it's not really like, when I'm asking you to answer, or, you know, when I'm asking you a question and you come back with something that's, like, not a non-answer and, like, and critical of the system we're in currently, it feels like you're evading as opposed to, like, answer. Like, I'm not trying to get any gotchas here. This isn't like a, whoop, I gotcha. I'm honestly trying to understand. So, it sounds like you put your personal freedoms over the personal freedoms of other Americans. And, like, I guess that's where we differ. Because I am not personally affected by abortions at all. None whatsoever. But I think women should have the right to fucking have them. You know what I mean? And again, you brought up, like, gun laws or something. I don't know any, like, this doesn't mean it's not happening, but I don't know any policy from either politician who's, like, limiting gun laws. The conversation, what conversation? The conversation of a third party has to come with a candidate that actually embodies those values. So what third party does that, Thrizilio? What candidate from what third party does that? I'm sorry, maybe I missed something. This does seem to be one of those clearances where people should live their own lives, is missing the very important, I get what I want first, potentially at your expense, and then you can have your freedoms. I said that I believe all people should be able to get abortion if they want to. But you also said that, I'm just trying to understand here. You did say that, absolutely. You also said that, what did you say, so I don't misquote you? You also said that gun laws affect you more than abortion. And so... And then you said that Trump never said he was going to make abortions illegal. You know what I mean? Like, it's like almost anyone should move out of laws that pass shitty laws. So, Hitbots, that's like a really, interesting perspective, because you, like, that assumes that people have the money, the time, and the resources to move. Right? Like, how? I don't know, man. It's like, just do it, idiot. You're saying during one of the largest economic depressions of our lifetime, during 2020, people could find work for crazy. During COVID lockdown, you're saying that people could have moved anywhere and got crazy amount of pay? I don't know the stats on that. That doesn't sound right to me, because I lived through that. I was unemployed then. I was literally laid off from my job during that time. For all of 2020. Pretty much. From like June until February. June of 2020 until February 2021. When the vaccine came out.
Well, hello again. You need...
So I got a job then. I did get a job in 2021. Yippee! Oops. Yo, what's up, Catalina? I didn't update your thing yet, but I will, I promise. So hold on. I don't think that the appropriate response to, hey, if you don't like the law that people voted on, you should just move, is accurate. I don't think that's like a good, I don't think that's like an actual feasible solution. Because there's a lot of people who like live in poverty, dog.
Don't get yourself...
Isn't that how democracy works? No, democracy works by voting. It doesn't work by, hey, if you don't like something, get out. Maybe I'm wrong. My understanding of democracy is if you don't like something, vote to change it. It wasn't if you don't like something, just leave, idiot. I think I'm gonna quit the new cooking job that you got. You just got it! Oh, but they make you feel uncomfortable. That's fair. On the topic of politics, this car in front of me is driving with the middle finger out the driver window at the car next to him with a Trump bumper sticker. I get what you're saying. I just don't think think words from both of their mouth supporters supports that statement at all. Who? You don't care until it affects you is the thing. That law affects the majority of voters. Are we talking about abortion? Because it definitely affects the majority of women. Because it's a women issue. If we're talking about abortion, it affects 100% of women. And like that, since it's only a woman issue, like, I feel like it's not like, does it affect everyone? It's a, you know, who's it affecting here? Oh, it affects 100% of the people it affects. Laws in general. Men are affected by abortion. That's not what we're talking about. It's the abortion issue is the ability to have abortion. And like the consequences of that, absolutely men are affected of. Honest Thomas. Like the repercussions, right? Like is there a child that's birthed? Do they have to pay child support? All that stuff. Do they have to like care for the child? Everyone's affected by that. Absolutely. But that is a output. Right? That is a repercussion of the actual law, which would be giving women a constitutional right to have an abortion. which is purely their decision. Purely their decision, right? That would be like saying, hey, women are affected if you get a vasectomy, Honest Thomas. Nobody is sitting here and saying like, you can't have a vasectomy. That's not even a discussion, right? Like, because it's fucking insane. No one's sitting here going, well, you know, women are affected too when you decide to fucking get your nuts chopped. They don't ban Viagra either. I'll just cut my dick off. We don't have the tracking on pregnant women. Yeah, I mean, like, it's just like religious control and fucking women are second-class citizens. It's dude, you have to remember, people maybe who don't understand history, that it was just over like 110 years ago, maybe a little bit less than that. It was, I think, 1919, was it? Women got the right to vote, right? In the United States. It hasn't been equal for them pretty much ever. It was like 50 years ago, they got the right to fucking have a checkbook. So they could, like, rent their own house. You know what I mean? Women have historically been fucking subjugated as second-class citizens. It's not insane to be against abortions. I don't agree with the argument against abortions, but it's easy one to understand. That fetuses are babies or something? Like, what is the argument? Because I've heard multiple things. I've heard that, like, you want to kill babies. They just want to kill all the babies. And then the other one is like, well, God said no abortions. So, like, what is the... That's the argument, that you're killing babies. Okay, so... I don't see that as like a thing. August 18th, 1920. So literally 104 years ago. I don't know, man. Like, is a fetus a baby? I don't fucking think so. Absolutely not. And like, here's the thing though, Ulta Sam. If these people, the people who are anti-abortion, actually cared about these babies, they would also push some sort of like social programs to help these women who are having all these babies, right? And they're like in poverty and they can't feed their babies and like I can't afford to feed my baby. They would be like, wow, we need to take care of these babies after they're born. But I think George Carlin said it fucking best, right? It was like, hey, we're all for the fetus, but once you get fucking born, tough shit. You know what I mean? Like, they don't actually care about these babies because they don't fucking do anything after they're born. If they did care, if they were like, man, we really care about these babies. God, these babies are getting born and they're getting killed in abortions and we care about these babies. They would care about them after the fact. But they don't. They never do. They cancel school lunches that are paid for these kids. They don't fucking give two shits about them. So I don't buy this whole like, oh, we care about the babies and we want to make sure that the liberals aren't killing the babies. Cuz everything they've done is like shown that they really don't fucking care. So many of these issues are education related. Drastically underfunded public education system leads to gross scientific illiteracy, which results in abortions equal murdering babies. Yeah, exactly. My brother was a perfect example. I didn't vote for Trump. I voted for babies. Also, as soon as that infant can talk back, I hate them and they're useless. What are you doing? Shit. That baby's lazy. That's a lazy ass baby. It wants free lunch at elementary school. It's a lazy ass baby. So, can somebody help, I don't know if White Smoke's still here, but he mentioned something about, like, how gun laws are his, like, big #1, like, voting issue. And I don't know a single... No. I apologize if that's the impression you got. I apologize. I'm not trying to have you say, like, you need to vote Republican, you need to vote Democrat. I'm sure you probably already voted. If you haven't and you're gonna vote today, I'm so sorry, because you're probably gonna have to wait in like a shit long line. But I'm sure you've already voted, right? Like, I'm not trying to change your mind or be like, man, you should vote this way. Absolutely not. What I'm trying to understand is how someone who says they're a moderate or a centralist can say, I'm for social liberties for all Americans, but then also say, well, you know, abortions don't really affect me and gun laws do, so I'm gonna vote for that. You know what I mean? I'm just trying to figure that, like, figure out how, and like, again, from my understanding, from my perspective, the most amount of, like, social liberties, I didn't say I was voting for either. Well, oh, sorry, okay. Sorry to put words in your mouth. You said that gun laws, which again, I don't know of any policy that is affecting gun laws. I'm sure there is out there. I'd like to hear it. Some, like, national legislation on
That's
guns
tomorrow,
or something.
and
like,
that is it for us today, and we will leave you with a...
In terms of, like, Kamala Harris is like,
I can't
I'm gonna
do it.
ban every gun. And
We'll do
then,
it
like,
live.
Trump is like, I'm letting all the guns go.
We'll do it
You know what I
live.
mean?
Fuck it. Do it live. I'll write it and we'll do it live.
I haven't heard of either party doing anything like
Fucking
that.
thing sucks.
In 5, 4.
So I don't know. It sounds almost like
that's
that's
tomorrow,
not really
and that
an
is
issue
it for us today.
election.
I'm Bill O'Reilly. Thanks again
from my perspective. I might be wrong, but you did say that, like, hey, like, women, they need abortions, but like I believe that women should get abortions, but that's also an issue that doesn't affect me. So you said that an issue that affects you more is gun laws. Unless I misunderstood what you said, that's how I took it, right? Yippee! So I'm just trying to understand. Oh god. Woo! Just trying to understand is all. Not trying to shoehorn you, not trying to say you should vote Democrat. Again, I think you probably already voted. So this is not like a... I'm just trying to understand, like, the when I look at, like, what each party represents. I said that red flag laws also help. I said that people need more training. But I don't agree that anyone supports banning a specific weapon type. Okay, cool. I'm sorry. Is that actually, like, is that on the ticket this year? Like, did Tim Walz or Kamala Harris or Trump address any of that? Like, cause I have, like, if anything, I heard both Tim Walz and Kamala Harris say, we're not touching guns. We're not doing anything with them. Like, they're not even gonna add regulation. They're just gonna let them sit there and be... Okay, but, like, I from what I heard them physically say out of their mouths was, we're not doing anything with guns. Is that just like, are you just I'm not trying to put words in your mouth, but Kamala Harris. Kamala. Sorry, it's not out of disrespect. I swear to God. She wants to reenact the assault rifle ban. It'll never pass either way. The Dems have to run the House and the Senate. Okay, so she has said that. Okay. I have not heard any of that. So because you shoot guns and because you can't have an abortion, if voting on particular issues... Well, you said you voted for a third party. What third party did you vote for? I'm always curious. Because I don't know very many... When I see the third parties on the list, it's like America's Communist Party and the America's Party for America's Party. You know, like, so what third party do you guys vote for? I'm curious. I always write in Kodos. There you go. Versus the already 58 in your country this year alone. Look at the historical and political policies and realize that 19 school shootings since 1884 versus the already 58 in your country this year alone. That specific weapon is targeted because it is used quite often in mass shootings and causes a higher death toll. Gun violence is an issue. Accessibility is 100% the issue. They track school shootings since 1884. You would argue that semi-automatic pistols have a higher concealability and equal damage dealt. They also the media falsely reports AR being the weapon a lot of the time. So, I think he's referencing, DeviantNerd's referencing the school shooting. I forgot, it begins with an A, where the kids were being killed like in the school and the police just stood out there and did nothing. Yeah, oh, it begins with a U, excuse me, Ulevade or whatever, yeah. So White Smoke, I'm not a guns expert. I can't, like, argue details with you about that. I find it strange that, like, that's your big issue is guns. I do find that strange. Like, so, I would love to discuss this. And, like, if you could get in a call so that, like, we could have, so it doesn't feel like I'm attacking you. Because I don't want it to feel like that at all. Because I'm honestly... As somebody who doesn't like guns, has never understood guns. I've shot guns. No, I don't own a gun. I've shot guns. I've gone hunting. I've gone to a shooting range. Guns are not for me. And the reason why guns are not for me, Zajojo, is because I stood there with a gun in my hand. And I said, this thing can kill people. How would I defend myself? I have a baseball bat and a golf club. Dude, like... I don't live in fear, Zajojo. I don't live in fear. Like, I know some people don't have that luxury. But, like, I don't live in fear that, like, someone's gonna break into my house and kill me. You know what I mean? And, like, here's the thing. We talked about this before. A gun doesn't kill people on its own. Okay, well, hold on. We've talked about this before on my channel. I don't want to kill people. I don't want to hurt people. You know what I mean? Like, if someone broke in my house and was, like, stealing things, I'd let them just steal the things. You know what I mean? Like, it's just things. No, but a lot of the times, Jojo, when we have this conversation about, like, how would you protect yourself? What if someone broke into your house? You just shoot them? Like, there's, like, this inclination that, like, if you own a gun, you're fucking ready to if somebody breaks into your house, you're ready to fucking shoot them. Like, I will fucking shoot you. I, like, potentially kill you because you came into my house. And, like, dude, I am not there. Like, I don't know what it takes to get there. I'm not there. There's a gap. I don't want to do that. I don't want to hurt other people. I don't want, if somebody breaks in my house, I'm gonna like lock up and or run or like just try to get away. I don't want anything to do with that. You know what I mean? I don't want to sit there and take a gun and like potentially kill someone or have myself end up getting killed because I'm trying to protect my PlayStation. But every time we have this discussion about guns, people, all the gun people are like, how are you going to protect yourself? What's going to happen? You're not going to shoot somebody if they break into your house? What are you going to do? It's like, dude, I don't want to do that. I don't ever want to do that. You're gonna battle, you're gonna fight. Like, I don't want to kill people. I don't want to hurt people. Ever. Regardless if they break into my house or not. And like, that's just like a foreign concept for some people. They don't have, like, I'm not saying that like Zajojo wants to like dreams about killing people, but I think Zajojo would honestly kill someone or at least shoot them if they broke into his house. And he's not alone. He's not the only person who would do that. And, like, I would not do that. I don't want to do that. I don't want to hurt people. Judge, I'm not trying to be mean to you or like point you out. If a robber has you at gunpoint already to kill you and your loved ones, you're not going to defend them? So a robber has you at gunpoint and you just somehow are going to like quick draw him and shoot him? Like, I'm just trying to play this scenario out in my head. Because like, this is what I think would happen to Jojo, right? You hear someone breaking into your house, you grab your gun, you open your door, you see someone and you shoot them. Like, I think like that is probably the most likely scenario. Not they get you and it's like a quick draw standoff and you got your hand right here and you're like, what are you gonna do, tough guy? And you act like Clint Eastwood. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like a realistic scenario is like what happened. Now this guy ended up being a murderer, but what happened with that, the 2 prosthetic guy, right? He woke up, he said he heard somebody breaking into his house, he grabbed his gun and then shot his girlfriend. Now, he murdered her in cold blood, and that was like totally different. But like that scenario, what he explained, although it was not true, is probably the most likely thing that's going to happen, right? It's like you wake up to a noise, you hear something, you grab your gun, you go out there, and you probably shoot them before you know what's going on. Now, you might like be like, freeze, or like, what are you doing in my house, motherfucker? And then like, there might be some sort of verbal something, like who knows? But like, if you think that someone's in your house and there to threaten you, you're probably just going to shoot them, right? Now, my experience with this, or not experience, but like, is just like, get away. Like, I'm just going to run away, you know what I mean? I'm not gonna poke around and try to be a hero. I'm leaving. I'm taking my girlfriend and we're getting out of the house. And I'm calling the cops. That's it. Making a whole bunch of noise as I run down the street so that like people can hear me. That's it. Where I live, you have to prove your life was in imminent danger. Not where I live. Seattle was like that. It was a, I forgot what it was called. But you have to like retreat, even in your own house. You have to retreat before you can to show that like you tried to get away from the situation. And they pursued you and then you shot them. You have to like prove that. In Arizona, it's literally, if you're on my property and you aren't invited, I can kill you. So, but again, Zajojo, like, this is the argument that all the, like, the gun people have, which is, how are you going to protect yourself? And again, I, first off, don't feel like that level of protection is needed. And then, second of all, like, I would try to remove myself from the situation, not like dive into it with a gun. Scroll up. Sorry for the repeat. What's up, Simply Awful? Yes, training is absolute must. Already answered. I'm a gun guy and I don't have the mentality. This is why I have a steady diet of broccoli and beans. I can fart my way on almost anything. Hell yeah. See? That's the deal. So a cop shows up to take away a squirrel, which can be a pet. Cop gets bit by the squirrel and needs to kill the squirrel. So, White Smoke, I didn't say that, and I wasn't saying that. But what I was saying was, if someone, let's say, White Smoke, somebody broke into your house, what is your reaction as a gun owner? You grab your gun and you go investigate. I'm not saying you fantasize or jerk off to fucking killing people who break into your house, but I think there is a, like, I don't think that my explanation, or my, like, what I think you would do in that scenario is that you would go investigate with your gun. Whereas me, gun or not, I'm out of there. You know what I mean? No, but see, I never said that, dude. You're just... I said multiple times, I'm not saying that. But then you're still acting like I said it. Oh! I have cleared my house several times. What is that? I don't know. Is that like some like police code? Clear? Does that mean like you've gone around with a gun in your house, like looking in each room, thinking somebody broke in or something? He scanned the house, ocular pat down with his guns. I would not do that. And like that's the difference, because when you do that, you have to be ready to pull the trigger. You know what I mean? Like, isn't that like 101 gun safety? Which is, if you point the gun or have your gun out, you have to be ready to kill whatever the fuck is down its fucking scope. You know what I mean? Like, isn't that like literally gun 101? So I feel like it's not really far-fetched to say, if you're doing that, you're ready to kill people. What's up, Milo? So, like, I'm just trying to just point out the difference between maybe your mindset and mine. Like, my mindset is like, I don't even want to be a part of that. White Smoke's coming from a place who's a cop versus someone who isn't. But, like, okay, but can we, like, absolutely, like, everyone's personal stories, like, affect things and blah, blah, blah. But, like, Jojo's not a cop, and I think he would act the same way. Like, he can comment on that. I can ask him, hey, Jojo, would you, if somebody broke into your house, would you go investigate with one of your guns? Let me pose a situation. Someone breaks in, they have a knife, and they're on top of someone in the next room. What do you do? I think number one, you call the cops, and then number two, you grab a baseball bat. You know what I mean? Like, but like, isn't it like the responsibility of the police to like at least inform the police if you think your like life is threatened? How would we have any information if you're in the other room? Oh, that's a good point, I guess. So, like, all we hear is someone screaming in the other room, but we have no idea what's going on. That would be a more likely scenario, right? He's got a knife. That's what they say. So, but GS Ryan, like, there's so, like, okay. Hold on. Let's just. What is, guys, I don't have a percentage on this, but what, the majority of the time that somebody breaks into your home, what are they doing? What are they doing? They're robbing you. They're not there, GS Ryan, to rape your wife. They're not there to kill you. They're there to rob you, right? They're there to just steal things, right? Your neighbor's robbed and shot. Probably because he got... like, again, absolutely. If you get in a robber's way, they're probably going to hurt you. Absolutely. Like, this is my whole point. If you leave, they'll just take your shit. You know what I mean? You guys are willing to hurt and or kill other people and or yourself for your stuff. Not always. Soda, what do you mean by that? So someone breaks into my house. I'm like, oh shit, they're here to steal my stuff. I leave, I call the cops. I'm like, hey, someone broke into my house. They're stealing stuff in my house. The cops come, and the guy decided to stay there? Like, what is this? What are you saying? Like, what is, I don't understand it. They don't just always take and leave. I absolutely sure you are 100% right. That there has been cases where people stay. I'm not, but you're not what? Rob, kill, and squat. Yeah. Like, again, if I hear a noise, it's like a window getting broken. My number one concern is, again, the safety of me and my girlfriend. And what is the safest thing her and I can do? It's remove ourselves from the situation. That is the safest thing I can do. Not approach robbers or whoever's breaking into my house with a gun. Like, all these possessions can be replaced. Right? This is the thing I don't understand. It's like you're willing to put yourself in a position of harm for things. I just don't understand it. And like, maybe like I don't have kids, so like maybe that's part of it too. Like, I don't have kids in the other room. Maybe that would like change how I like interact. I don't have an upstairs. Yeah, it's like we're just like a, you know. 2 people died. But so I guess like maybe I'm not being articulate, and I apologize for that. My argument is more people, like homeowners, non-threatening people, are harmed by interacting in robberies, such as like trying to intervene to stop it, right? Whether it would be with a weapon or not, than if they were to remove themselves and wait for the police. That is my argument. So when you guys say that like people died in a robbery, I'm sure it happened. Did they try to confront the robbers? Like, that's what I want to know. Because if they did and they got hurt, I would make the argument that it's probably safer to just remove. They were in a bedroom. Okay. Like, again, I don't know, like, that sounds like they just, like, hunkered down in their bedroom and the robbers came in and tried to, like, take their shit. Like, that's what it sounds like. And, like, That's bad. That's absolutely bad. That's not good that robbers are doing that. No, I'm not trying to say that it is. What I'm trying to say is, like, if someone was if I heard a window break in my house, the first thing I do is climb out the window in our bedroom. You know what I mean? Like that, boom. And we're out of here. Okay, we're hopping the wall and we're banging on the neighbor's windows. You know what I mean? Like, and calling the cops. Like, that's the plan. Well, hold up. Are you saying that people wouldn't have died if they had a gun? Me? No, I didn't say anything about a gun. I said, like, regardless of if you have a weapon or not, I think the best thing anyone can do is remove themselves. Oh, he's talking to White Smoke. And again, if you see someone robbing your house and you point a gun at them, you have to be ready to kill them. And like, my whole argument is like, I couldn't do that. For like, somehow, if you guys see someone robbing your house or something, you think that like you have the right to kill them. And like, a lot of people do. I'm not saying that like, I understand I'm the weird one, but I couldn't do that. I couldn't sit there and honestly say like, yeah, I could kill someone. So I don't know, man. Like, I think that's just like a difference in mentality. I couldn't do that. I couldn't sit there and be like, you scum, you're taking my TV! Bam! You know what I mean? I'm saying that the woman was lying in bed and still got shot. At least she may have had a fighting chance if she did. If she had a gun? Oh shit, both of them. According to the confession, she was screaming. That's terrifying. And awful. Yipping! Gun or a katana? Cops have shot into the room and killed innocent, rushing in and claimed their life was in danger. Milo, absolutely. I'm pretty, big on police reforms and stuff. If you're new to the channel, I lean left. I don't believe in gun. I don't like guns at all. I don't like guns at all. I don't like weapons at all. But I particularly don't like guns. And I know there's a lot of people, especially in America, who fucking love their guns, and it makes no sense to me. It makes, honestly, no sense to me. Like, and I guess it's like it's the difference between being like a car person or not. Like, to me, a car just goes from point A to point B. And when I see a gun, all I see is something that has the power to kill things. It has that is its true purpose, is to kill people or to kill things. And that is terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. Yeah, I don't like weapons, 3 Cats. Like, I don't like weapons. I don't like the idea that you can kill people. Like, people can kill people. I don't like that. It's a core belief of mine that nobody has the right to kill another human being. Fists. If you're using them to kill people, yeah, fuck your fists. I'll chop them off, Hypots. Absolutely. I don't understand why this is such like a weird issue for you guys. If you are killing people or hurting people, I don't care what you're using, That's fucking bad. But when the stats say that fucking guns just kill people time and time again, and we're okay with it, and like kids are dying and shit, in school shootings, I don't know, man. I don't understand the purpose. I don't understand why we need it. There are more laws to become a hairdresser than to own a gun where I live. And I don't get that. I feel like people are making a bunch of assumptions about you and your arguments. Dude, again, I don't want this to be a bullying thing. I think people are just passionate. I don't think anyone's trying to be mean. If they are, we'll shut them down. No one can be mean to somebody because of their opinions are different. But you do have the right to question it and be like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know what I mean? Like, there's a difference with that. But if anyone's being mean, that's not okay. And that goes with your beliefs too. If you're like, fuck trans people, I don't believe trans people are real, or like whatever those people say, like, fuck you, get the fuck out of here. You know what I mean? Like, that's not an opinion that's like worth having. Whether it be like trans or gay or like whatever. You know what I mean? So it's not like all opinions are okay to have. Because some are like just dehumanizing people. But if you're like, I like guns, that's not a reason to like be mean to people. You know what I mean? So, and I'm happy to get anybody in a voice call.
Screw this piece of crap platform and its stupid chat. Please check your Discord, sir.
Yo! Oh, hold on 1 second, please. Check my Discord. Are you banned? Twitch chat's fucking dead, but you're getting it here instead. Oak84 just subbed for 53 months. Thank you, Oak. Try not to think of it as Trump being president. Instead, think of it as how RFK Jr. to be in charge of all things healthcare. That's terrifying. Oh, and the person you're most likely to shoot when calling through your window in the middle of the night is your kid who forgot their keys. Dude, I was that kid sneaking through windows. Absolutely. Thank you, Oak, for the, Twitch chat self-destructed? Are you okay? What happened? Dude, I would have got shot. I was sneaking out every night to go fuck my girlfriend in high school. Absolutely. RFK in charge? That's terrifying. 53 months in advance. One down, you idiot. How many of you guys own a gun, in actuality? Fuck! God, I'm stupid. Start over. That was so stupid. All my ancestors did as well. So let's not judge it. That doesn't fucking matter. I don't care if you're fucking. I don't care if you fucking work. Your whole family worked for Halliburton your entire life. That doesn't mean shit. All right. That's like saying, well, my ancestors had slaves. Like, who the fuck cares? But you do. Your family owns enough guns for you. Oh shit, I made a mistake. I forgot to start with the key. The master key. I don't. Your cousin has plenty for us both. You have 5, 2 pistols, and 3 long guns. So, of the people who own guns, White Smoke said, how many of you own multiple guns? You have 2? One vote only has 1. White Smoke has multiple. What is a half of a gun? I think it's just a statistics thing. Long guns are a bolt-action hunting rifle, a shotgun, and a little target shooter, 22. 3 out of 8. You have 1 I bought and 1 that was given to you when you ran out of the when you got out of the army. So, for the people who have multiple guns, why do you have multiple guns? You stone 2. I lost 1 on the day of the move. You ever shot a real gun when you were in the army? I was close. 30-06. Ot meaning 0. Shotguns for bird hunting, rifle for deer, 22 for fun, cheap target practice. 2 hands for 2 guns. So when... Let's be honest, what's your friends group's most disturbing hear me out in the FromSoft series? I don't, what do you mean? Like you would fuck something in this? No, you never airsoft or paintball? No, I absolutely did. I've also shot real guns before. I've hunted and I've also gone to a shooting range. The difference between when I held an airsoft gun and when I held a paintball gun and when I held a real gun is I understood the power that was in my hand. Oh, dude, Gwendolyn all day, right? Or Guinevere, what's her name? The one with the huge titties in this. I own 1 gun's in my fucking pants, yo, Deathwave, hell yeah. You know what I mean? Like, that's the difference to JoJo. It's not about, like, shoot target or, like, hit target. It's, this thing very clearly could kill people. And, like, I understood that. Dude, was that you, Contra, who was playing this? And you, was it you? And you got to, you got to, Priscilla, and there was a message under her, and it just said feet. Chest ahead. So, we've gone way down the rabbit hole of guns, but I feel like the gun thing is not an argument right now. Like, if your reason for voting for Trump, or I guess like voting for third party, is for gun rights in America, I feel like that's like a non-issue this election. Like, I think somebody said that Kamala said that they would reenact an AR ban or something, but that feasibly that wouldn't happen because you can't, like, you need like the control of the Senate and the House, and like that just wouldn't happen. It's just like Trump banning video games. So like we kind of went down this rabbit hole of guns and like would you protect your how do you protect your home if you don't own a gun and stuff like that. And like I feel like that's all smoke and mirrors almost, or like not really like again like you guys are never gonna convince me that guns are okay. You're just never gonna do when it's a weapon. You're not gonna convince me that any weapon's okay. I don't care if it's a fucking sword, your fucking bare hands, whatever. A weapon's a weapon. You know what I mean? You guys are never gonna convince me otherwise. There's safer ways to defend your home, more legitimate ways to defend your home, especially, you know, like you're not allowed to booby trap your home, and there's a fucking reason for it, you know? I pray I never need to have a gun. I probably will never. That almost sounds like a threat, Soda. Almost literally sounds like you're threatening me. I personally want a replica of an Ace of Spades from Destiny 2. What is? I never played Destiny 2. Shut the fuck up. Fuck you. You think this is a threat? Rein it in. That sounded even more like a threat. All I'm saying is if somebody it just says like, hey, you better watch out. I don't know. It just maybe it's a bad joke. But yeah, I don't think that was like a maybe an appropriate response, man. What's up, Scarboss? Good to see you, man. Politics today, dog. What's happening, Pollock? No, it's the election today. He says he hopes you never have. Absolutely, and I'm sure that's what he meant it. All I was saying was, I said it sounded like a threat. It sounds like one of those mafia things. Like, man, it'd be a shame if he was to fucking just end up missing. Hey, it'd be a shame. Like, hopefully you never need to use a gun. You know what I mean? Like, it was a joke. But also, like, I don't really fucking know you guys. I honestly don't, right? And like, if a lot of you guys know where I live. A lot of people have fucking said they're gonna come to my house and blow my head off with a gun. So, you know, I don't know. I don't know who these people are. And if I say one bad thing and you think you can fucking do that. Did you see the Democrats' Hall? No, it's a joke. What does it matter, my fucking heritage? Oh, I got bonked. I feel like you're gonna get threats like that for owning a gun. Wouldn't be a bad idea. Bloop. We're still talking guns? No, I think we're like, there's no point. Like, it's not even an issue this year. But it's like it's a made up issue that people are using to like not vote Democratic. That's literally how I see it. It's like, but my guns! Did anyone say they would take your guns away? No, but they could. They're going to. It's a conspiracy. Like, that's all it is. You know what I mean? And I might be somebody who doesn't like guns, but it's not an issue, right? Like, White Smoke literally said that gun laws were more important to him than abortion because it affects him directly. But there's no gun laws on the fucking ballot. There's no... I'm so like unfocused right now. America's a silly place. You just put an offer in your house this morning. What's your interest rate, Soda? If you don't mind me asking. And how much did you put down? Did you put down 20%? He doesn't have to put down anything. No interest for 2 years. But what is your interest rates? I gotta go. I haven't done... Wait, but I don't think that anyone's belief is more important than my own. I think that's where we'll never disagree, man. Yeah, at least people are voting. Absolutely. But, like... Like, that sort of mentality, like, slavery would never gotten, like... Well, I guess it never really did get, like, voted approved. But you know what I mean? Like, People are like, well, I'm not a slave, so it doesn't really matter to me. But, like, I just don't have that mentality. If I see somebody who's doing worse, like, I want to help them. And I'm not saying that you guys don't want to, but it sounds like you're just willing to not help them if it means that you'll get helped. And, like, I just don't have that in me. Yippee! Polls close at 7. Is it better for all or none to have guns? We already went over that. Guns aren't an issue right now. I appreciate the question. Guns. We just went down a gun rabbit hole for like an hour and a half that actually has nothing to do with this year's election. It honestly doesn't. Yeah. We'll be up late looking at the election, and I really appreciate the people who don't think like me. I honestly do, because you do challenge me to think and view things in a different way, or at least just try to like understand where you guys are coming from. Because I don't think that people who don't agree with me are bad people. I don't. But I do. I just like don't. And I think White Smoke said it best. Like, he values his opinion, or like what benefits him over anything else. And like, I don't think like that. As I've talked about before on stream, I'm 100% a utilitarian. Like, whatever is best for the most amount of people is best for everyone. You know what I mean? Like, and that's not always true. It's not always true. But for the most part, with large policy, large nationwide policy, it is true. So, and when I see policy that's just like only benefiting small amounts of people and like hurting other people and calling other groups of people the problem, it just doesn't make sense to me. It just doesn't make sense. Yeah, so it sounds like Pennsylvania will probably be recounted. It sounds like Georgia will know tonight. Arizona will most likely be recounted. We educate your little brain every day. I don't, like, here's the difference between what I see. I see one side that says these groups of people are bad. The trans people are like wanting to like win medals in sports, and like that's bad. Or the they're killing fetuses, and that's bad. Or they're taxing us, and that's bad. You know, like they're increasing taxes, and that's bad. And like, or the illegal immigrants are like eating the dogs, and like that's bad. You know what I mean? Like, that's what I hear from one side. And then from the other side, I hear that greed is bad, and that the absurd accumulation of wealth is bad, and people too poor to afford food and housing and you know, like basic necessities to live, that's bad. People should have those things. And to me, those are two wildly different things, right? Like one is like, these groups of people are bad, and the other one is these systemic and institutionalized practices are hurting millions of people, and that's bad. I fucking knew I did a bad job there. God. So, like, I just don't understand how, you know. We talked about abortion before guns. We did talk about abortion before guns. We should talk fucking economic policy. Absolutely. can't tell if you're joking or not.
In the
Scar, I think you're relatively new to the channel. So, I'm just gonna say, let you know right now, I lean pretty heavily left. I'm not like a Democrat in that like I respect the Democratic Party at all. I believe in like systemic reform and change within the American political process, as well as the like economic workings of our country, both internally and externally. I believe in like a livable wage for all people who work in the United States. I believe that they should have free health care. I believe that women have the right to choose what they can do with their own body. I feel that like just like men can with like vasectomies and shit, I feel like women can with abortions. To me, it's like a 1-to-1. You know what I mean? I think we should have support networks for people when they're down on their luck or disabled or poor or like whatever. And if like that means that a small percentage of people abuse welfare or whatever sort of social networks we have so that everyone else can fucking not die in the streets, I think that's an acceptable cost of living. You know what I mean? I think taxes should be higher for the absurdly rich. I think that there should be protections, or at least like severe incentives to disincentivize the super rich from accumulating so much wealth, meaning like higher taxes, way higher, like going back to like 1950s, 1960s, tax brackets for the like ultra rich, to disincentivize like the amount of like wealth accumulation that's happened. You know what I mean? And like it doesn't benefit everyone when only a few people or whatever. Vasectomy isn't the same as abortion. So it's not, but it is in that it's the individual's decision. You know what I mean, Scar? I'm not saying that they're the same process or whatever, but what I'm saying is that it is that individual's decision with their family, and that's it. No one else has a fucking say in it. And it's mind-boggling to me that people think they have a say in it. Absolutely mind-boggling. It's from the same party who talks about less government. Yippee! No one needs to be a billionaire. All politics have downsides, but we have seen what this has done to us. What has done to us? Oh, the two-party system. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Remove, like, a ranked choice and two-party system is definitely... A ranked choice and a multi-party system is definitely important. Prove it as a soul. Hold on. We're going on the round. It does not count as one until it is born. It's not, unfortunately, or fortunately, however you want to look at it. A baby is not a baby until it's born. And that's just how it is. And Scar, if you truly believe that these are babies that are getting murdered for abortion, okay, then are you okay with increasing or at least like shifting the tax dynamics around so that social programs are better for babies? Because right now there's a party that says they're baby killing. This is awful. But once they're born, Go fuck yourself. We want to get rid of all of any sort of social safety nets these babies will need, or these families will need with these babies. So we just want to penalize you for having babies. That's all they want. Thoughts on miscarriage and the mother dying because the state won't do anything about it. If this party was truly worried, and these people were truly worried about these babies, they would care for them after they were born. But they don't. You're not allowed something to be born, therefore you're killing it. No, I'm curious. I'm just curious, man. Like, 3 people have already died in Texas as a result of anti-abortion law. How is it not the same thing? I don't know what IVF is. Yo, Scar, I don't know what IVF is either. In vitro something fertilization? I have no idea. I honestly have no idea. Honest Thomas, thank you for the gift sent to Scar Boss. Just because you have a different opinion, man, you're not a bad person. You're not a bad person. I have to be very clear about that. But I'm assuming you're a man. I'm assuming you don't have a womb. I'm assuming you don't have ovaries. I'm assuming you can't give birth. You might identify as a woman, but it sounds like I'm assuming you can't give birth. It seems really weird to have like skin in the game. You know what I mean? Like, I don't fucking care. You know what I mean? If it's punishable by law to kill a bald eagle in an egg, why is the same logic not applied? Please read. Hold on. In vitro fertilization is a procedure that helps people or couples conceive by fertilizing eggs and sperm outside of the body. It's the type of assisted reproductive technology that is often used for fertility treatments aren't successful. Okay. So, Nefarious, to answer your question, I think it's a little unfair to compare conservation bird law, because eagles are endangered, or at least they were, to human reproductive rights. I think that's an unfair argument. You're like, well, the bald eagles get protection in the eggs, so why not the humans? Like, to me, that's not a fair argument. Now, I will say this. Abortion rights are, to me, the bald eagles. To me, abortion rights is a woman's health issue. It is not baby's health issue. It is not husband's health issue. It is not population control. It is not you made the decision to have sex, you have to live with it issue. It is purely a woman's health issue. Period. Done. Full stop. So if a woman decides that it is healthier for her and her family to have an abortion, she should be able to have that choice. It's just a choice. It's not forcing abortions. It's not using abortions as contraceptive. It's nothing like that. It is purely a medical procedure to help women. That's it. Full stop. It's very simple to me. This isn't conservation of eagles. It's nothing. It's purely, does a woman and her doctor think it's safer for her to have an abortion? If yes, boom, let's have the abortion. Like, that's it. Scarboss, humans are emotional. This isn't some sort of like second class society. Like, women are not some sort of second-class being who are too hysterical. This isn't 1820, dog. This isn't like, oh man, the woman's hysterical. Let me speak to the man because she can't obviously process it. What the f? He's from Saudi Arabia. The science proven women to be more emotional. Scarboss, you just got a sub here. You're new to the channel.
You go like this?
I don't even know what to
Is this
say.
you do? Is that what you
like,
do?
yeah, he's from a different
So
culture.
often
I know,
IVF,
that's why I'm trying to be tolerant.
Multiple eggs are successfully fertilized, but the couple will only choose one. The remaining ones are discarded at paper nug. Trump recently stated he wants IVF to be free and publicly funded. This is the cherry picking I was referring to earlier.
He'll stop. Honest stop. He didn't need to time him out. He said he'll stop. Yeah, actually, yeah, most mods are okay, chill with this. Let me just restate it to the mods. Well, no, it's fine, I guess. In situations of medical emergency, i.e. spontaneous miscarriage, deformity, fatal health issue for the mother, yes, an abortion, it will be morally justified. I just don't agree with abortions that are done purely out of convenience. So, Nefarious, is that a major... like, see, this is the thing. It all comes back to social accountability or like puritanic views on sex. It always comes back on this. This is the thing. It's like they're just having abortions as contraceptive. They just want to go around and have sex, and then if they then they can just have an abortion. Like that's not happening. And if it is, it's like the welfare thing. It's such a small percentage. It's such a tiny percentage of what's actually happening in the world that, like, even if it is, the fact that 99% or 90% or 85 or 75 or 2%, the fact that some other woman gets the care that she needs out of it. Yeah, no worries. Scarbus, I talked to the mod about it. Don't worry. You shouldn't have been timed out. I apologize for that. The fact that just someone else gets the care that they need, that makes it worth it to me. And there's this idea that, like, these people out there in the United States who don't deserve medical care, who don't deserve things because of their choices. Like, oh, well, you chose to have sex, now you have to have the baby. Meh. Or, well, you chose to get your degree in managerial arts of the janitor, and so now you have to be poor the rest of your life, and that's because of your choices. And like that there's this just like idea that there's a group of people out there, or groups of people, that deserve to be like removed from society or whatever, get lesser care, whatever it is, because of just who they are or whatever, is not okay with me. It's not okay with me. I don't like that. An abortion after X months to be illegal. Here's the thing. And again, I don't know how much clearer I can say it from my perspective. It's a woman's issue. It's a woman's health issue. It's like, hey, man, you have prostate cancer. Should we remove your prostate? Well, again, these aren't like one for one, because like a growing fetus is, yes, technically different than like a diseased prostate. So maybe I shouldn't be making this argument. But what I'm trying to say is, like, let's say there was an equivalent male health issue. I don't know what it is. I went with prostate, but it could be anything. If women were like, no, you deserve to have a bad prostate, you'd be like, excuse me? Why don't we have the politics tag? I mean, I can set the category. Politics. Oh, I need to get rid of something. Free the nipple. Goes away. First visit he won the Middle East was to do business. Let's get political. I will riot if we can't get Turkish hair plugs. What? Fuck your prostate. At least somebody's saying it. No, so it just like, to me, it's just a woman's health issue, and that's all it is, full stop. I don't know how many women are out there getting like, again, percentage-wise, how many women are out there getting serial abortions as a form of contraceptive. I'm sure there's at least one. I'm also sure, without any data, but I would be shocked if this is not the case, that it's such a small percentage of women who are using abortion as a contraceptive that it's like, it's a moot point. It's like not even, there's not even a reason to discuss it. You know what I mean? I would urge you to do a bit more research. I'm just throwing info since Nug is saying he didn't have a number. Where do you get those blankets you put your women in? My wife is getting real something. Women here are more liberal than the United States. If you've ever met a woman before who's had an abortion, it's not exactly I have system. Well, I need to be the center of attention. Move! Roughly half of abortions are performed as contraceptive. I didn't mean to lie. So I don't know what gutmatcher.org is. I've never heard of it. I'm not saying it's not a legitimate website or not. But I did also say, as long as one other woman actually gets the care that she needs, I don't fucking care if they're using it as contraceptive. You know what I mean? Like, who the fuck why do you care so much? If some woman on the streets gets an abortion because she doesn't want to have the baby now. Why does that matter to you? I'm just blown away. Because you're probably a Republican, I would guess, who is like, the government can't tell me what to do, but you can tell fucking Sally on the corner that she can't get an abortion? I just don't get it. There are fathers like myself who had children taken away through an abortion. But dude, it's her baby. You're saying that you, as a father, should be able to force a woman to have a baby because you want the baby? Is that what you're saying? Like you, in your ideal world, you would have forced a woman to have the child. Well, she's got to birth it, dog. You just get to pump your fucking seed into her. Dude, it's not an equal say there. You're telling me that you, in like your perfect world, you could have forced that woman to have a baby? Like, that's not okay. I don't know, man. That doesn't sound okay to me. It's not as easy as that. I've never been in this situation. So I'm not like I'm not trying to say that like what happened to Nefarious. I'm not trying to say what happened to you is bad. It is bad. Like that sucks. Like if you wanted a kid and the woman that you had a baby with or was going to have a baby with decided to have an abortion, that totally sucks. Like absolutely. But you, as a man, shouldn't be able to force a woman to have a baby with you. You know what I mean? Like, if she decides that she doesn't want to have a baby with you, that's her decision, right? Like, you can't force her to do it. Abortion is not a contraceptive, period, by literal definitions. So he's making, I don't know about his like data hound system, but he's saying that half of all abortions are from contraceptives. Yeah, okay. I'm glad you're not taking offense because I'm not trying to say that. But like the process of birth, like while it's like a lot safer today, is still like a pretty fucking unsafe thing. You know what I mean? Like women used to die all the time from childbirth. You know what I mean? So like this idea that like, oh, I'm the man and I wanted to have the baby, she didn't, therefore now she has to have the baby, is a little too not fair. You know what I mean? And again, like I haven't seen your data, I haven't looked at it. I do find it hard to believe that 50% of all abortions are contraceptive only. I don't even know how you like look at that data or like collect it, I would say, because like especially in something so like sensitive, people lie. I used to work in data collection, qualitative and quantitative data collection, and like we had to like go through like you know, like processes to eliminate lying, especially when it came to like menstruation and stuff like that. And like, so I can only imagine like actual, because they're counting Plan B, which is the morning after pill. Oh. Plan B is abortion? See, no, I don't know if that's true or not. I'm not a doctor, but like, you have no idea if that woman's going to get pregnant or not. You know what I mean? Just because you nutted in her. I find it hard to believe you can call that. I guess my situation's unique in that we both decided to have the child together, and then she went to have an abortion without my knowledge.
He tried to make friends, but they call him Ching Chong. He eat the wonton, but
Schrodinger's abortion. Yeah, it's like, that's not real. Like, no, first, I get what you're saying, and it totally sucks. But here's the thing. Like, let me see if I can look at this. You go to a baker and you ask them to bake a cake for you. And you pay them the money for them to bake you a cake. And then you leave. And then you come back and say, hey, how's my cake doing? And they say, oh yeah, on second of thought, I decided I'm not baking the cake. Totally understand that you are like, man, I kind of asked you to bake a cake, and now, like, we're not baking, now I'm not getting this cake? I thought we were gonna have a cake. At the same time, it's the baker's choice to, like, not bake the cake. You know what I mean? Maybe it's just me, but it's ultimately the baker's decision whether or not to bake a cake.
Well, I'm Andre, if you require smithing.
Unaliving a cake. Did you or did you not, Scarboss, say you were going to behave yourself? Scarboss, did you or did you not say you were going to behave yourself? All right, let's get a 10-minute timeout on Scarboss. Thank you. So, I'm not trying to say that my analogy was the most accurate. I was just trying to put it in, like, simple terms. But, and again, I'll just say it more clearly. If a woman wants to have an abortion, it's a woman's health issue, Nefarious. It's not, even if you put your semen into her, even if you fucking jizzed into her all night long. If she wants to have an abortion, at the end of the day, it's up to her. And like, because it's her body and her health. Like, that's it. Full stop. It's like pretty simple. It'll be back to gooning tomorrow. Yeah, we'll be gooning tomorrow. Don't worry. I am pro-cum. We are all pro-cum here. Sci-fi talk. What if I jizzed in an artificial womb? Test tube baby. Do I own the baby or the lab? The lab. You just provided, like, an ingredient. Non-stop nutting, that's right. Yippee! Nut butter. Great axe. Just because you loan your neighbor butter doesn't mean you get the cake. I agree. Is that a better analogy?
Pro-Com until 2023. We're pro-cream pie now.
Hot neighbor, always trying for that cake. If I give you the baker my frosting, you bet your ass his cake is mine. Cake being ass. I don't understand people who want to have a kid with a person who clearly doesn't want one with you. The heart wants what the heart wants, but yeah, I too do not understand the the idea. Have you seen how bad we are at video games? Talking politics just makes me realize many people have poor life decision skills. Oh no, I don't understand those people either. Having a kid is a huge decision. Both parties need to be on the same page. Now, what's your viewpoint on someone if they want to go all Genghis Khan and have like 6 wives and make like 40 kids? Is that ethical? Is it ethical? I think if everyone's in agreement, yes, but I don't think it's like beneficial for the children and stuff like. So no, like, it's not good. It's not good. Also, those people seem to be really creepy. You know what I mean? Like, the people who have multiple wives and stuff, they always seem to marry like teenagers, and they always seem to be super Christian or like Mormon or something. And they all seem to be like really weird. So I'm gonna say just no based on that principle alone. Just based on the fact that they're fucking weirdos. So, yeah, I'm gonna say no to that. Like, it's really tough for me to justify something like that. That's sort of like social freedom without other people getting hurt. So, Jojo, if you want like a roadmap or like a guide to like, what does Nug view something as? Like, if you want like a little cheat sheet, does this hurt anyone? Right? Like, are people getting harmed? Right? And does this help anyone? Are people getting helped? There's your cheat sheet. If both those things are happening, I am for it. If it's not harming people and it's helping people, I'm fucking for it. 1000%. Even if that means if I'm taxed more, right? If people who need it are getting helped, tax me more. I think there's other people that should be taxed before me. No more tipping. Pay your servers. I went to high school with one of the baby mamas. Tipping culture's out of hand. You guys should study the history of tipping. It goes back to Jim Crow laws and like basically paying slave wages to African Americans in the South. I went to high school with some girl whose parents married her off at 15 to some 50-year-old creep. That's fucking crazy. Shift our tax dollars away from defense? Absolutely. You know what it costs to get everyone a college education in America? Approximately. You know what that is? Thrazilla already said it. It's $75 billion, or 5% of our defense budget. It's $75 billion, which is appropriately 5% of our defense budget. If that was just shifted to like a free college education for everyone, we would already no one would get a single cent increase in their fucking taxes. Not a single fucking penny. It's just reallocated. Yeah, they always do. Because it makes money. Oops. Oh! My God. That was so bad. Politics almost killed Nug again. I will gladly die. Oh shit. See, these things can hit me. This is scary. There, we're good. Same thing we said about a lot of government spending. Our government has run like a bunch of children in a candy store. So, dude, so Nefarious, before we continue this conversation, I've studied at a college level, now a basic college level, both micro and macroeconomics. Do you have any education for both either macro or microeconomics? And if so, what do you know? Because I hear this a lot from people who don't understand micro or macroeconomics. They're like, why don't we just run the government like a business? It's like a big Republican talking point. So I'm just curious, before we continue, because I don't want to have like an articulate micro or macroeconomic discussion when we might not be there. You know what I mean? They pay above retail because they have friends at places. Not saying I know anything about micro and macroeconomics, but I have studied it. Absolutely, Florida, but when someone just says like, oh, we should run the country like a business with no sort of like foundation or understanding what that means, I didn't heal again. Oh my God. I'm not paying attention. I should be able to be uneducated and have an opinion, and that should be valid. That's what Florida just said. Seems a bit irresponsible. So, I'm not here to justify. It seems to be like the goalposts are shifting. So, do you want to have a discussion on foreign policy and economics related to that? Or do you want to have a discussion on government spending? Because while those are related, those are two different topics. We can have these topics of discussion, but initially you were concerned around government spending, and we can have a discussion around that, and how that relates to foreign policy. Insofar as it's not just like money, first off, right? It is economic goods or military goods. A lot of the time it's military goods, right? Okay, perfect. So if we are just generally, the government should not be ran like a business in that it provides services for its citizens that is going to cost more. It's going to cost more to run these services than it is making any sort of money off them. And I think the only exception is the post office. And the reason why these services are important is that it gives economic mobility and comfortability to its citizens, right? So if it costs a shit ton of money to ride the bus, public transportation, no one could ride the bus, and except for the rich people, and that would be bad because then the poor people are just fucking poor and they can't do anything. They can't go get a job. They can't pay for transportation, right? Same with social services like welfare or like any healthcare or any sort of social service that the government provides. It's going to lose money, right? Because it's providing a service to people who can't afford on their own. So it's going to lose money. And that's okay. It's not a bad thing if it loses money. Because it's providing those services to people. If it was a business, if the government was ran like a business, it would be like, how do we maximize profit off these poor people? You know what I mean? It would hurt a lot of Americans. Because they can't, you have to remember that, a lot of Americans, the majority of Americans, are not rich. They live paycheck to paycheck. And need these social services provided by the government. Now, should I think that the way, are there not inefficiencies? Absolutely. And those should be fixed. But the idea that the government is needs to be smaller or reined in, reined in I guess is okay. But the idea that the government needs to be reduced in order for people to be better historically has not proven to be accurate, right? Look at the Hoovervilles in the the mid 1920s and early 1930s, and look at look at how America was before Theodore Roosevelt with the antitrust laws and stuff like that. So yes, absolutely. Any sort of government spending inefficiencies need to be addressed. Absolutely. But when people start saying that the government needs to be ran for a profit or as a business, that would directly hurt people. And if I don't think it's a stretch to say even kill people, right? Look at the privatization of water by Nestle. Look at that, and look at the government restricted access to water like a private business. You know how fucking fucked up that would be and how many people would die? It costs now $35 to get a gallon of water. It's oh, sorry, you can't afford water. There's important my controller disconnected. Ah! Anyway, so absolutely, let me be super clear here that there's inefficiencies. My controller disconnected again. There's inefficiencies within the government. There are There's corruption within the United States government. Absolutely. In terms of like spending and lobbying and stuff like that. Absolutely. And that's like, regardless of party. This isn't like a Democrat versus Republican thing. This is just politics. Humans being humans. And, those should be addressed. Absolutely. But part of that inefficiencies that I see is the percentage of my tax dollar that goes to defense over like education or fucking healthcare or like things that actually benefit people. You know what I mean? It goes to fucking a Asian. What? Are we yelling out our favorite porn categories? Wings. Mexican. Why would I ask for election day food? Oh, wings for sure. Yippee! So, sorry if I missed any of Nefarious' responses. Like, maybe we're saying the same thing, but differently. Like, you are blaming, like, tying this into foreign spending, particularly, like, Ukraine, or, like, anything. America has had foreign policy for a long time, since World War II, right? Because prior to World War II, after World War I, and even during World War I, I guess, like, if you study historically, like, Manifest Destiny was, like, a huge lever for American foreign policy for a long time, right? Like, our sphere of influence. And our sphere of influence was basically the Northwestern Hemisphere. That was us. And even the Southern Hemisphere a little bit. After World War II, and the prevalence of the Cold War, and this might be like you guys might already know this, so it's not a big deal, but we decided to have a more active foreign policy, which has been bad. Yeah, Scar, no worries, just tone it down, dude. Tone it down, and you'll be fine. You're allowed to have your opinions. It's fine, just tone it down. Yo, may shock you, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good, good stream, man. So we had a more active foreign policy where we would use the excuse of, like, protecting our foreign assets or interests outside of the United States as an excuse to set up, like, puppet governments and, like, things of that nature. That is something that's currently happening in Ukraine as well. Not, like, puppet government or anything, but it is for, like, for United States stability, it is deemed appropriate and necessary for the United States to support Ukraine in the war of Ukraine. And the reason why is if Russia was to take Ukraine and own Ukraine, it would be worse for America. That is the entire reason we are there. It is not humanitarian. It is there is no other reason that we are in Ukraine other than it would be best, according to these war politicians, like the war council and politicians, it is better for the government and the United States as a nation to have Ukraine win. That is it. So if you are anti like Ukraine spending, you are saying that you, like, are okay with Russia winning in Ukraine. And you might not see how that, like, indirectly or directly affects America. But it does in a globalized world that we live in. It absolutely does. I would be like abortion or Dark Souls. So I'll say this again, 3 Cats. I've been pretty vocal that I wanted to do a politics stream today on the day of the election and election coverage. If you don't like that, Florida, or Three Cats, if you think that's stupid or boring or whatever, you don't have to be here. But I do want to discuss that. If you're just here to like shit on me or whatever, you can fucking leave. Here's the door. But yeah, kick rocks, I guess. Nothing occurs in a vacuum. Absolutely. You don't need to time him out, Honest Thomas. Honest Thomas, I maybe we'll just have to remove your mod sword. I talked to him. You didn't need to put him in timeout. If they continued, I don't. We didn't need to do that. I don't like. Yeah, if they've, you know, if they're like fuck you, okay, yeah, time them out. But if they're like, yeah, I get it, or like, hey, sorry, I didn't mean to do that, or whatever, like, I don't need you guys just modding on your own. Zeus's Discharge is truly a foul name, yeah. Brutal death metal. So anyway, yippee. Like so I guess what I'm trying to say is like, I don't know about the nature of the spending. I know that most of the spending that's happening in Ukraine is, it's not like money. It's not like, here's $30 trillion or whatever. It's like, here's $30 trillion worth of weapons. You know what I mean? Like it's pretty much all weapons. And like, again, people who are in the military, not me, not you, not just Joe Schmo, who knows nothing about global foreign policy, or me, who knows nothing about global foreign policy. Like, these people have deemed it necessary to United States national security to defend Ukraine. And, like, if that's, like, a big issue for you, I feel like there's so much more important issues. I do feel like there's much more important issues out there. Zeus's Discharge. Yippee! What's the biggest issue? Nothing that no one's something that no one's addressing, which is like economic and political reformation. So like removal of the two-party system, healthcare for like actual meaningful healthcare for everyone, that's like paid for with taxes. Distribution of wealth. Everything else is bullshit. Holy fucking fat tits. Yeah, doctor. You know what's up. I know someone that is very concerned about environmental politics. Yeah, I see. I feel like that is a secondary lever Like, the environment is totally important, right? Like, without the environment, we can't have a fucking world, right? But I feel like the number one thing... Here's the thing. This is what always... Like, I don't know if this is true or not, but it feels true to me, Jojo. If everybody was happy, healthy, and, like, had enough money, right? And, like, I guess that ties into happiness, but, like, didn't worry paycheck to paycheck. We all could, like, get the care we need, whether it be health or otherwise. And we're able to pursue what we wanted to pursue because we all like different things. I feel like there'd be a lot less problems. And I feel like Martin Luther King kind of fucking had a good idea there. He ended up getting killed for literally his, like, economic reform policy. But, like, that's pretty much it. If you're happy, you got enough money in the bank, if you're healthy, and you can pursue what you want to pursue, that's all we need. Universal basic income. But there's a group of people out there who want people to be poor. There's two groups of people who want people to be poor. There's the rich people and the poor people. So the rich people want the poor people so that they can do their jobs for them, right? Who's gonna dig the ditches? Ditch diggers need, you know, the world needs ditch diggers too, right? Then there's the poor people who are like, I'm not like those other poor people. I'm gonna be rich one day. I'm gonna be rich. So when I'm rich, I don't want somebody, oh god. I don't want somebody making equal my pay. I've always found this idea of, like, if we raised wages, like, what's the example? Like, man, if a janitor's making $20 an hour or $40 an hour or whatever the fuck it is, like, why would I be a doctor? I could just be a janitor. My argument against that is there's fucking teachers right now. Like, people do what they do in life, particularly for their, like, vocation, because most of the time they enjoy it. There's a percentage out there of people who just do whatever is, like, the highest paying thing, and they'll always do that. Like, that'll just be that person. But there's a large chunk of people out there who do things in life because they like to do that thing, even if it doesn't make a lot of money. They like to be teachers. They like to be artists. They like to be, like, whatever the vocation that speaks to them. You know what I mean? They like that. They enjoy that. And, like, to me, that tells me that even if, like, a doctor was making the same as a teacher, people would still be doctors. People would still be teachers. Like, it doesn't really fucking matter. If you're pursuing an occupation purely because it's, like, making the most, that's fine. But you're not everybody. Yippee! I'm sure I could learn to code and make more money than I do, but I generally like what I do. Don't do that, it sucks. Twitch streaming is very lucrative. Not for me. For, like, the top 100 people it is. I was on that list of top, like, 1,000. I make dick. The real money's in just chatting modding. Dude. See, we'll get there. Barb also works more than full-time hours. That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. He'd make the same. Maybe a little less, but not noticeable. If he worked 25 hours a week, and if he worked 60 hours a week, I bet you the pay difference is not much. It's not like he's making minimum wage hourly. No, he's making way more. What's your argument? Oh wait, you're two different people. Sorry, you guys are your name colors are so close. They both begin with B's. I'm saying he works for it. I'm telling you right now. Your name colors are close and you both begin with a B. Yeah, they do. I'm telling you, dog. If Barb worked 20 hours a week, he would still make approximately the same amount of money that he does now.
Well.
Close, but no. Blue Pillow and Broken Snail. Hey, those are the two people with same colors. What are you talking about? Faye, please come in here right now. Please come in here, please. Because I don't like being called a liar or a stupid head.
You said their name color
Is similar, and they both have B's.
There wasn't an N. You said their name color is a B. That's what you said. That's what I was making fun of.
Got it. Got it. I didn't know I misplaced a word.
Understood.
I didn't. You didn't say and. I apologize. That's where the confusion lay. Because I thought I did. Super cute mistake, and I love you for it. Simply kisses on the forehead. Yeah, I don't remember what we were discussing. I guess Blue Pillow was trying to make the argument that Barb works harder than other people, therefore he deserves more money or something. No, at the end of the day, it's just pretty much luck. In, like, popularity contest. That's all Twitch is. It's a popularity contest and luck. That's it. It's not working harder. It's not... This is the one job where I could work 90 hours a week. I could work 20 hours a week, and I will literally make the same amount of money. So, the idea that, like, Twitch, being a streamer is just, like, working hard, and that's how you make money is ridiculous to me. You can dig it. Not hard to figure out.
And here.
Oh, you're giving Barb props? Oh, shit. Yeah, maybe I misunderstood then. It sounded like again, I just read really quickly, guys, and so if I misunderstand something, not intentional. Not intentional. Was just trying to it just sounded like the argument was like, oh well, he works hard, so he like deserves all the money. And I'm not saying he doesn't. I'm just saying that like the amount of hours you stream in a week does not have any bearing on how much money you make. Twice his sub count, only streaming like 15 hours a week. But like, wait, why is that bad? My controller disconnected. Why is that happening? What's up, Kombucha? It's good. We're having a politics day. Getting better at that. We're getting better. Not bad at all. Okay, got you. Just grinds more than others in his sub count. Okay, that's fair. Like, I guess, wasn't the claim he just found an audience and got lucky? Well, no, luck is a huge portion of being successful on Twitch. And, like, I think Barb would be the first one to tell you that. Florida. I don't think that, that doesn't mean he doesn't make a good product, or, like, people don't enjoy it, or, like, he's only successful because he was lucky. But I think it's, he's only as successful because he was lucky. Absolutely. And I think he'll be the first one to tell you that. But he's not even like the most successful streamer. Like, you guys are defaulting to Barb because you guys kind of live in the Mario world. But like, guys, look at Moon, right? Moon's been successful for a fucking long time on Twitch. And the dude literally, supposedly, cheats on his wife, gets caught, and doesn't have a fucking blip in his viewer count. That is success, all right? That's fucking success. Doesn't even have a blip. Kai Cent, well, wasn't he successful somewhere else? Wasn't he on YouTube or something? I don't really know who he is. He's like a comedian. People still watch Dr. Disrespect. Yeah, but he's definitely nowhere near the same. I'm Broken Snow. I'm saying that there wasn't even a fluctuation. He's an RP streamer mostly, Faye. 170,000 subs. It's a lot. But isn't he doing a charity event right now? Is he at the highest peaks? What's up, Next Level? Good to see you. No way. I didn't trigger? Do we heal and just jump again? I think we do. I guess most people don't really care about a character flaw. Well, I think soliciting sex from minors is not a character flaw. I think cheating on your wife is not the same. Yeah, no, Faye and I were literally talking about that. Like, if people aren't gonna fucking reprimand Dave Grohl, can you turn back VODs? I can. What's up? I mentioned that to Lindsay this morning. I think we were talking about movement. You watch VODs? Next Level is asking where they were. Oh, sorry, yeah. They get turned off when I do stupid stuff on stream. They get turned off automatically. So, is that that's the girl from that's the girl from what's it called? I was a big fan of his adultery, but I'm just learning about his music and I can't tolerate it. You know what I'm gonna say? It's I don't remember her name. What was her name? Yeah, from Game of Thrones. Did you guys hear there's a Game of Thrones movie happening too? Before we get too off topic. People's personal lives and the mistake they make don't concern me. I don't want to know every little gossipy detail. So is soliciting sex from a minor in that, Thriz? Is that like in your... Let's say like... 3 Cats solicited sex from a minor. Not that he didn't, but I'm just saying he did. Would you be like, oh, well, like, I don't want to hear that. I feel like sex from a minor is like totally different. That's deplorable. Okay. So where's the line then? Her name's Gilly. I kind of agree. Hypnotically? Oh shit, I didn't touch it. You know it when the line shows? Got you, okay. So like cheating on your wife, it's like, well, hey, whatever, we all make mistakes. But when you're like, hey, 15-year-old, let's fuck. You're like, that's fucked up. As long as we're being political, did you see who died today? No, who died? The guy who founded Home Depot. Wait, how's that political? Oh, he donated a shit ton of money to Trump. Oh, shit, I did not know that. Did he die by suicide by getting thrown out a window? One of them lived in your brother's neighborhood? Can they throw me $100? Yeah, right? Yippee! 30 minutes ago he died? Crazy. Crazy, dog. RB. One PP. I don't know how to spell yippee. I spelled it like 3 different ways, so don't worry. Yippee! Don't please me, young man. Oh, I'll please you on my knees. Ew. Chili beans. Yuppie! I grew up with yuppies. What's a yuppie? Is that like a rich person? Idiot rich person? Do we talk about mass deportation? No, but we can. I'd love to. Viblade, why do you want to mass deport all the illegals? And why is Puerto Rico a floating island of garbage? Yippee! They have the comic books I want. Oh my god, they do? They're the ones who've been buying up Spider-Man? Illegal immigrants are being talked about being deported. Why am I not rolling correctly? Did I not put the wood ring on? I got the ring and I never put it on. Still up. Yippee! That was scary. But we did it. Hitbots, we did it. Did we deport them to Puerto Rico? Puerto Rico's got great food. I don't eat the cow, but that sounds amazing. Hire a roast comic for 11 a.m. slot following the national anthem and then blaming the Dems. Next time you're making chili. They don't understand the sheer economic downturn of mass deportation. Yeah, no, absolutely. They just don't like brown people, dog. Why can nobody eat beef? What do you mean? I eat beef all the time. Someone was allergic to beef. Your body hates you. Oh yeah, it was Blue Pillow. Path to citizenship? Absolutely. Republicans don't want that though because they'll vote Democratically. Really, beef? Choose not to eat cow or pigs years ago. Health reasons. Nice. You eat less beef now because it's expensive? Yeah. You had tofu the first time was okay? Tofu's great. I usually eat it in like miso soup. How does he do that? You're poor, qualified for food stamps? Government pays for your meat? Hell yeah. You're fucking poor, who cares? It sucks. Let's get you unpoor. Oh, how do you do that? Yeah. We had tofu bomb me. Where's he going? Gotta make do, exactly. All in on chili? Two habanero and a whole, wait, two jalapeno and a whole habanero in there? Damn. Sounds good. I haven't had chili in a while. They wanted soup today. Chicken and wild rice. Oh god. Spicy turkey chili. Sounds delicious. Beep boop beep. Poblano, habanero, or serrano. No problem. Jalapeno seeds, though, they just fuck you up. Really? My mom will just eat a whole fucking jalapeno. She'll just fucking eat them. Cool. This, pickled jalapenos, but you pay for it. Okay, it's just dying now. Carolina Reaper's too much. Habanero's the perfect pepper. I like habanero. Well, I don't really know about like the pepper itself, but like as like a sauce, like a, or like an accoutrement. It's pretty good. I don't think I've ever just had like a habanero pepper. Ah, it burns. Spicy poops. Secret aardvark hot sauce and didn't see it, but it had a ghost pepper one. Burnt the shit out of my mouth and then in my butthole. It sounds like hot sauce stuff. Spice is in the mind. Be one with the heat. Any pics of that butthole? Fully ripened jalapeno. And they turn red. Oh, interesting. I don't think I've ever seen that. Oh, they're not fully ripe? Oh, interesting. Oops. Where am I? Is that the way? Fresno chilies. So I call my dick. Does anyone else do a little wiggle dance when you're eating a little snacky snack in the kitchen counter? I'm open to doing one. I would dance like a little monkey. Did you get ice cream? I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Faye doesn't dance, but it is literally the happiest I ever see her is when I bring food for her. She's talkative. She's, hey, let me get that for you. Let me help you with that. Are you okay? What's going on? So she's a person? Only when I bring her food. Guys, I'm gonna ban the fucking words love language if you say it one more time. Ban it. Viblade, ban it. The phrase. Fuck language. You're never happier as a kid when your mom told you she was bringing home Burger King? Nothing wrong with that. Doug, wanna come save me from getting fired at work? I wanna punch somebody in the face. Take it out on me, Kombucha. What's up? You take out your frustrations of your coworkers or whoever with me so that you don't punch them. That's what I can do for you. I work with people I know voted for Trump. Hey man, there's people in here who voted for Trump. Not me. And they don't deserve to be punched. They don't. And maybe this is just me. I'm sure it is. But like, I really choose to believe that people aren't that mean to other people. Not like the punching thing, but like, because like when you vote for Trump, you're saying that like, hey man, I don't think that women should have like abortion rights constitutionally. I don't think that like trans people are good. I don't think that gay people are good. Like there's so many like things that are attached to voting for Trump, right? And I 1000% choose to believe that these people are not bad. Like they just don't understand what they're voting. Like, she's kind of racist. Okay, well, racism, yeah. It's not good. Like, if you're a racist, you deserve to get fucking punched. But if you just, like, voted for Trump and, like, can't see past your nose and you're like, I'll get more tax breaks or, like, whatever it is. Like, you're just, like, maybe a little bit selfish and, like, misinformed and, like, not necessarily, like, a terrible person or, like, a racist or a homophobe or a anti-trans person or transphobe, or you're just like an idiot maybe, or like, I don't know, like a softer way to put that, like just misinformed about what you're voting for. I just choose to believe that, man, because there can't be this many people who hate this many, you know what I mean? There can't be this many people out there who hate people purely just because they're different. There can't be that. I choose not to believe that. I know, and like there's culpability around that, kombucha for sure, but like my compassion for people and like belief in the good of the humanity and people just I can't believe it. I'm sure it's the truth. I'm sure like most of the people fucking hate gay people or like hate trans people or like hate women or like whatever, one or all the above, or like check the box or like whatever it is. But like I just don't want to believe that. I can't believe that. There's too many people who just hate people. So I can't. Hillary Clinton was spot on. Trump has 3 types of supporters. People who don't know better, people who know better but hold their nose, and then the basket of deplorables. Hating women but wanting to fuck them has got some crazy headspace. Dude. Insert any boomer. Boomer joke. I hate my wife. The thing, yo, what's up, JD? The thing I don't understand is how they can literally say things like about Puerto Ricans and Latinos, yet there are Puerto Ricans and Latinos still voting for him. It's the religious stuff, dude. I would suspect. When Trump won the first time, I forgot who, like some researchers went to like the South in particular and interviewed people and were like, hey, why did you vote for Trump? Or like, who did you vote for? And like, if they voted for Trump, they were like, why would you vote for somebody like that? Who's like specifically like against their, like voting against their interests. You know what I mean? Like they would get more benefits being like, these were like super poor people, right? And it was like, you would get more benefits from a Democrat in office as opposed to Republican. So like, why would you vote against that? And there were 2 major levers. Guns and religion. That's it. Guns and religion. People will vote against their own self-interest because of those 2 major levers. The meme machine was wild. I know, it was crazy. Yeah, I mean, I'm not religious at all, JD. But I would assume that, like, a lot of the Hispanic vote for Republicanism is tied directly to Christianity. I would suspect that. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's... I would suspect as such. Okay. Purchase 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. A lever, that's right. Lever or lever? I don't know. It's 6 in one, half a dozen of the other. It's fair to say. Who is this? What was that? What was that? Like, who is the mysterious hacker 4chan? When it comes to, I think, like, moderate republicanism, I think White Smoke said it best earlier today. It all comes down to self-interest. At the end of the day, what's the most beneficial for me and for my family? Or just me, and not even my family. I think, like, that is Midwest. Wow, why didn't you roll? I think that's Midwestern red. What's most beneficial for me? And that's not like every Democrat is like selfless, right? Or anything like that. But I think there's a huge, like, there's like, part of my voting is not just like what's good for me, it's like what's good for everybody. You know what I mean? Like what's gonna help someone who lives a completely different life than me, who needs help, right? Like not what's gonna help fucking rich moneybags Monopoly man make more money. He's already got enough money. Who's gonna help the kid who fucking grows up on Skid Row? You know what I mean? And it's like, they don't fucking care about that. It's their fault. They're lazy. They're poor. They're whatever. And it's just, there's so much... like, when your party is based around hating other people, it's really hard for me to, like, understand it. And I just don't get it. And you call it accountability. You call it accountability, but it's really just hating other people. And saying, I got mine, or I'll get mine, and you won't get yours. And this is why you don't deserve it. Equity versus equality. Is that like the example where like there's a short person and a tall person and they're looking over a fence, and like equality would be like the books or whatever they're standing on is like equal in size, but equity would mean that like the shorter person gets more books so that they can be taller and actually see over the fence. Is that the idea? That's the go-to example. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. The lie that a lot of, I think, Republicans tell themselves is like, well, slavery was like 150 years ago, and like, it hasn't been around, and civil rights happened like 80 years ago, so like, who cares? Everyone's equal now. Oops. Yippee! Empathetic engineer? Which one removes the fence? Oh, that's deep. And people really think they are the ones who are going to reap the benefits of tax cuts. Saw multiple studies that show only people who would get more than a few $100s are making over 6 figures. Yeah, yeah. I think it's like, what is it? 250K plus, right? Which is like 19% of the population, or like less than that. In my America, everyone gets a hammer. We're tearing this shit down. Hell yeah. All people choose to hear is tax cuts. There should be, you know what I think, like the number one, well, maybe not number one, but there needs to, I think there needs to be a reformation in how information is provided. Like, well, maybe not reformation, but like, who was it? It was, Ronald Reagan removed the, what was it? The Fairness of Something Act in like 1984. That like basically made it a requirement, like a legal requirement to tell the truth when reporting. Fairness and News Act or something like that. It would just be nice if there was accountability when somebody like openly lied. There was like actual accountability. Like Alex Jones saying that like there's like Sandy Hook was a lie. And, like, yeah, he got like finally he got like legally reprimanded or whatever. Financially, I guess, but he's been like holding out paying or whatever. It's just like so shitty that these people can just like peddle this crap, hurt people, and then like nothing happens. Fucking sucks. Not before all the damage he did was done? Yeah, exactly. Forgot the comedian, but they said senators and governors should wear logos of their biggest donators on their suits, as well as the lobbyists. See, that's like NASCAR. That would, I mean, that would be awesome. Like, just like some level of transparency. election denial shit, and it's been at least 50% chance of being elected president. I mean, looking like 50 years from now, 25 years from now, whatever it is, when people like historically look back on this age of American politics, like, I don't even know how you can describe it. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, such like a wild time. This guy Zoots. Big Zooters. Alright. We're gonna keep that one. We're gonna delete everything else. Big anxiety med day, more like it. Dude, my girlfriend woke up, the first thing she said was like, I'm really nervous about the election. Because she's a woman and a person of color. You're nervous about being in the country. You just wish to pop a few edibles and chill. We're gonna be watching it here live, dog. I think election coverage starts in like 2.5 hours on the East Coast. So we'll pump it up. We'll do a bingo, I think, guys. If you want to do like an election day bingo. I don't know what you guys start thinking about, like what you'd want to see on bingo, like. Somebody calls Trump a fascist. Someone calls Kamala Harris a communist. Like, those two we'll put on there. What else do we need? Like, do we put, like, Kamala wins Wisconsin and Trump wins Wisconsin? You know what I mean? Someone refers to eating dogs and the cats. First polls close at 7 p.m. Eastern. Yeah, coverage seems to start around 3 o'clock my time. Oh, actually it'd be 4 o'clock my time, wouldn't it? Fuck, I forgot. But, I voted, even though it doesn't really matter in your state. I just wanted Trump to lose by as many votes as possible. Hell yeah, Spec. Not only that, like, voting for, like, the, like, local propositions and stuff and local governments is still important. Like, if not even more important, right? All votes matter. Yeah, I think that's cool. Like, I voted democratically in 2000, you know, well, every election. But in Washington State in 2008, 2012, 2016, and 2020. And every time I can say that I voted on the right side of history. Regardless of my candidate won or not. I think looking back, in history, voting for the first African-American president twice, ever is like that's pretty historic, and I'd say like pretty kind of on the right side of it. And then like voting for the first woman, even though she wasn't elected at the time, also pretty historic. And even if, you know, even if Washington State was gonna go blue either way, with or without my vote, I still did it. I still can look back on my voting record and say, I did it. I was there. Where were you? I was there. Where were you in 2018? I was there, learning the art of the double shell jump. Where were you? I was voting for Kamala Harris. Oops. The misogyny is crazy. Dude, I mean, we literally had someone in here today who was like, women are more emotional than men, and therefore shouldn't be able to have abortions. So, it is, it is crazy, man. Fucking crazy. It's just... People are wild, man. Absolutely wild. No, he didn't get banned. He got timed out for 10 minutes, and he was like, I'm sorry if I hurt anyone's feelings. I'm like, it's cool, man. Just keep it chill. And he hasn't talked since, so. I don't know. Never mind the fact that the world is the way it is mostly because of men. Manosphere is scary. Yeah, so supposedly this beer is from Saudi Arabia, which is why we're being like maybe a little bit more tolerant, but you know, you never actually know. You missed a lot? Yeah, you did miss a lot. It got a little heated at times. Keep Kamala, carry Onala. Carry Onala, keep Kamala. Carry Amala. Oh, man. Dude, America is so fucking stupid, dog. Like, if your biggest reason for not voting for someone is because they're a woman, it's like, you're an idiot. Oh, God. First SNL you watched in years. We are the laughing stock of the world, dude. At least of like the civilized world, yeah. Or civilized might be like the wrong word. We are dumb. I heard Pete Davidson's back on SNL. Wasn't he, is he the one who's like the drug addict or whatever? Yeah, but I'm not voting for Kamala because she's a woman. I think that's the difference. I think there's a lot of people out there, Florida, who are like, I'm not voting for her because she's a woman. But I haven't heard... Yeah, I haven't heard many people. I'm sure there are. I think that's like a point. But I think like if your biggest point is like, nah, because she's a woman. She's emotional. She might have her period. It's just like we can disagree on like policy or like fucking whatever. But if your biggest blocker to her being a president is she's got fucking labia, I love the labia. I'm a fan of the labia. And if you're gonna sit there and say you're not a fan of the labia, you don't think a labia could run the country, you might have to look at your fucking self. You might have to go look at yourself. Alright? Fan of, you know, Soda, you've been here for 3 years, you know this. Huge fan of the labia. No doubt, she's gone through menopause. When does that happen? I know there's like early onset and stuff, but like, is it like 45 to 60 or like, how long does it take too? '40s? I know nothing about menopause. I don't even really understand it. It's like you ran out of eggs or something. Lil Paco, what's up? You know how many 25 to 45 women I work with are talking about not voting? Dude. That sort of like voter apathy, I don't understand where it comes from with Kamala Harris. I don't. Kamala Harris. I don't understand it. Like if it was, when it was Hillary Clinton, I was like, okay, I kind of get it. Hillary's a bitch, like I get it. But what the fuck is Kamala done? And also, I feel it's kind of racist that we refer to Kamala Harris as Kamala, but then no one calls like Donald Trump Donald. You know what I mean? I feel like it's kind of like a right-wing like thing that people are like Kamala, because it's not like a normal sounding name, so they like try to like use it more like kind of like Barack Hussein Obama. It kind of feels like the same vein as that. Menopause occurs when women who have not had a period for 12 consecutive months, and it's not due to any other medical things. 52, but it can happen between the ages of 45 and 58. Gotcha. No, you're blowing my mind. It's a dog whistle. The dog whistle has many sounds. It does feel like that to me. Kamala's the devil. Oh, I got stuck. She used it herself? Yeah. I don't think there's anything racist or misogynistic about it. That's, you know what, that's good. I accused a longtime viewer here today of threatening me, or potentially threatening me when they've never done that, so, or shown any interest in doing that, so I can also be wrong about this. It was me, it was you. I'm trying to make light of it now, if you don't know. And it was just joking, and also I was just joking, but it somehow became like a real thing, so. Doesn't Trump fit a lot of the actual warning signs of the Antichrist? As someone who knows nothing about religion, I don't really know that. I also don't really care. He's an American hero and a shit poster. I've heard people say that he's relatable to Hitler. I don't want to touch that. I don't want to touch that. We're not touching it. We're not touching the Hitler thing, okay? Because, well, there's like a lot of like interesting parallels you could connect to and stuff. I think people hear Hitler and then they just immediately are like, oh, when did Trump ever say he wanted to kill all the Jews? Or like whatever, you know what I mean? Like, I don't think it's productive. I don't think it's helpful. I know people have said that. I know people have also said like the January 6th like insurrection thing, like, not that that's blown out of proportion at all or anything, but like, I don't think there's any real like useful discussion that can come out of it. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's fucking insane that people came to the Capitol with guns and like zip ties and like everything else, and that like Trump like was cool with it or whatever. But like, I don't think there's any like any useful discussion we can have around like any of that. His tactics to getting elected are the same or similar? Dude, yeah, I mean like, well, Hitler wasn't elected. So that's kind of like a different thing too, but yeah, I think like let's look at Trump as Trump. I think he's dangerous to democracy. Absolutely. I think his most dangerous aspects to democracy is his willingness to put himself above the country and or constitution to financially gain from being in office, and have his family and like close cohorts financially gain from being in office. I think like his unwillingness to respect the processes of the United States in terms of like election counts and like contesting elections and stuff like that is dangerous to democracy. Absolutely. Now, does that mean like I 100% believe in like a fair election? Absolutely. And like if there was any sort of like election tampering or anything, it should absolutely be investigated. But like using like our legal process and checks and balances against like fraudulent election to undermine like the actual democratic process is 100% not a good thing. Not a good thing at all. And I don't like the precedent that's started. You know what I mean? I don't like that. Oops. Outright promising his political rivals retribution with full political power of office. You know, like dictators? Yeah. Blame the other for country's problems, immigrants, Freemasons, stuff like that. Yeah, you are right about that. For sure, simply awful. That's just like a right-wing tactic. I wish they would send out a PowerPoint that you could click through that goes through opposing views of each party and have it just tell you like you're 5 years old. So the thing about that is that it's gonna be really tough to find an unbiased. Like if you got that, let's say it was sponsored by the Republican Party, it would be like the Democrats want you to pay for illegal immigrants. And you're going to be spending $9,000 a year extra on illegals who want sex changes, and they want to turn your kids gay, and they want like, and then the liberals will say, well, if you vote for Republicans, you're voting for gays to be round up into internment camps and murdered, and families separated in cages at the border, and other bad thing. You know what I mean? Like it's so out of control now that like you can't get like an unbiased opinion of what's going on. Now those things are happening. Well, the cages thing is true, but the Republicans will tell you, well, guess who built those cages? Obama! Dun dun dun! So, it's just like a never-ending finger pointing that will never end. There will be no resolve to it. So, like, I don't know. At the end of the day, Catalina, there is a party that specifically goes out of its way to support poor people. Right? Through social programs and like other things. Now, I think the Republican like brainwashing, or like, you know, like, maybe not brainwashing, but the Republican message around that is like, well, it's not poor white people. But you know, like the diversity, equity, and inclusion is anti-white, and that should be illegal. Like that's kind of like where this message gets lost, I think, on the poor people who vote Republican, because they think that they're like a disenfranchised group and are getting unfairly treated because they see people of color getting, I don't know, support when they feel they shouldn't, or like, well, they're not slaves now. Why does it matter? Stuff like that. So, to me, it's like super simple. Like, if you're not a fucking billionaire, there is no reason to support the Republican Party. It's literally that simple. Anyone who's not like a fucking millionaire and above who supports the Republican Party is getting, what's it called, swindled, or like lied to, or, you know, whatever it is. It's, for me, it's that simple. That might not be the truth, but that's my truth. Bamboozled. Yeah. Bamboozled. That's a good word. You're probably right, because lots of other people in his circle have gone down. Strong military, strong dollar. As long as something's dying. It's all about money, dog. It's all about money. And, like, don't get me wrong, like, there are just as many, well, maybe not just as many, but there are, like, sleazebags in the Democratic Party and, like, blah, blah, blah. Like, absolutely. I'm not trying to say there's not. What I'm trying to say is, like, the output of the Democratic Party benefits more people than the output of the Republican Party. That's it. Full stop. Wars are really good for the economy at the right time. Wasn't that the whole manifesto of the fascist, like, economic movement? The whole... Isn't that literally, like, the industrial war complex? Wasn't that the main mechanism of, like, economic fascism? It's like, you have to constantly be in war. Wartime is good, because the state will provide, or, like, create jobs and, like, you know, both, like, in the army itself and, like, the war itself, but also, like, the manufacturing. I'm pretty sure that's, like, the whole economic foundation of fascism. It's the military-industrial complex. The only real different thing between them and us is that they said it out loud. Yeah. People also unified during wartime. Yeah, let's go back to Vietnam and see how unifying that was. Justifiable war, which is, in my mind, never justified, but, you know, like Pearl Harbor, absolutely. People are like, wow, we got attacked. That's not good. Same with the Maine. They're making a killing right now. War merchants, arm merchants, Halliburton and fucking whoever. Absolutely. But I think from like a national security perspective, Zujojo, Ukraine being its own sovereign nation versus being annexed into Russia for no legitimate purpose. Like, I think Putin mentioned something like 4,000 years ago Ukraine was under the Russian flag. They're like, I think for like national security, it's better if Russia does not have Ukraine as like its territory. Pearl Harbor could have been prevented. Dude, it's the same with like the Maine. Remember the Maine? It was for the I think the Spanish-American War, right? 1890s. They blew it up themselves. The United States Army literally, just like in the Gulf of Tonkin in Vietnam, literally blew it up themselves. And then started a whole war because of it. The false flag deal. We're going back to Vietnam. We should try a pho. Dude, I'm gonna try fucking banh mi, dog. Come down here! You don't like pad thai? Pad thai is best thai, but tummy full. Yippee! Bommy sounds so good. What's up, Lil Paco? Good to see you. I like where the fuck are the tits on the spider. Spider milk. I think the thing that like appeals about right-wing politics is the idea that other people are worse than you. I think like psychologically, if you're gonna be like, why are people attracted to right-wing politics? It's gotta be like, well, these people are bad. They're having abortions to get out of having children. They're abusing welfare, not working, and I'm working hard. I'm better than them. And they're worse than me. You know what I mean? I think that's where it comes from. I like when Doug says hi to me twice like he didn't know I was here. And like, the worst like liberals, like within like, you know, like the normal scope, right? The worst liberal thing you hear is like, man, I wish rich people fucking paid their share. Man, I wish like everyone could have healthcare so I didn't die or like go into debt if I fucking break my leg. God, it'd be great if we all could get an education so we could get like good jobs. And you're just like, man, one's way more unifying than the other. One of these concepts is like way more like, wow, I wish people got helped. The other one's like, man, these people are bad. You see how bad these people are? Just don't break your leg, idiot. There's a lot of shitty, smug liberals. Am I one of them? Just like the people are like, lol, that's what you get for living in Texas and voting for the Republicans. Oh, is that the shitty, the smug liberals? Yeah, that's not good. I didn't know people talk like that. That's not good. Absolutely not good. I don't think that justifies like an entire party though, who's built around hating people. You know what I mean? Like, that's like an individual who like lives in Texas or like a red wing state or a red state who's like, man, it really sucks we have these red politicians who are like killing people, and like, if you keep voting for them, that's what's gonna happen. Versus like an actual party ideology around like, these groups of people are bad. Yeah, both aren't good, but I don't think they're like equal. Like, don't, like, yeah. There's no room for nuance. It's either you're all red or all blue. An example is being pro-gun but pro-choice. It's so complex that this is a black and white mentality is outdated. So, like, but dude, like, here's the thing, Zajojo. I'm a liberal, and I don't like guns. I don't want guns at all. I want guns gone. That will never happen. That will never happen, at least in my lifetime. So, like, your idea of, like, oh, man, I'm either pro-gun or, like, they're gonna take my guns away. Like, that's not happening. You know what I mean? It's, like, literally... No, they'll never say never, dog. People said slavery would never leave. But, like, here's the thing. Like, you're, like, it's a false equivalency. Because one's, like, a literal right for a woman, for her health, and the other one is, like, a constitutional right that won't be changed in our lifetime. So, like, really, if you vote Republican, nothing will change. And if you vote Democrat, women will get abortions and you'll still get your guns. You know what I mean? That's what I, like, absolutely, there should be more nuance. 100% agree. Absolutely. We should vote on issue and not party. Absolutely. But when it's like, one, well, you get to keep your guns and women gets abortions, or the other one is you get to keep your guns and women don't get abortions, why would you ever pick that one? Moobot timed out. Whoa, what happened? For 10 minutes? What did he do? I'm a liberal. I'm a very social or central liberal, but you're still liberal. Is JD okay? JD, what did you say? The Moobot hating you. I know. You can see right there. Moobot timed JD hole out. Moobot went rogue. So, like, I feel like the idea, like, because let's be clear on, like, actual policy, right? This is JoJo. I personally don't want any guns, but the Democratic Party's policy on guns is, hey, we'd like, you have to get a license when you drive a gun. All we want is, like, a little bit more regulation around guns. That's literally it. And you're saying that's too much. To, like, also give women the right to have an abortion. That's what you just said, unless I misunderstood. The future! We're going into the future, boys. Moobot taking away my free speech. It didn't like the terms I used for pew-pews. Oh, interesting. You gonna stream through the election? Yeah, I'm gonna stream the election. Absolutely. It's all about nuance. But that's not how things are in reality. All about the nuance is what is needed. But that's not how things are in reality. Well, because we live in a society. Because we live in a society that's winner take all, right? Like a political climate that's winner take all. You're absolutely right. But like, let's describe the winner take all. Like, let me know if you agree with this, because this is my perspective, right? And maybe I'm off base here. But my perspective of the current climate, a political climate between just these two things, all right? Abortions and guns, all right? Let's make this like an actual thing here. Hold on. Oh, why won't that work? I got you right here though. Bloop. Check this out, okay? So we got two boxes here, okay? They're supposed to be the same size. Okay? And we got guns. And we got abortion. Okay? Oh wait, hold on. That's not what I meant. We have the left and we have the right. Okay? So, regarding guns for the left, they want more regulation. Right? And they also say abortion is a right. Right? Hold on. I'm gonna make this a little bit smaller. So they want more reg. Right? Not to get rid of them completely. That's a me thing. They just want more regulation, and they want abortions to be like a constitutional right. Okay? These guys want no change to guns, or even less reg, and they want no abortion at all. Right? They want little to no, they want no change, right? They just want things to stay the same, and they want no abortion, right? Does that accurately surmise, in your opinion, political left-leaning ideologies on guns and abortions and political right-leaning opinions on guns and abortions? Does that make sense? Does everyone agree with this? We say more regulation. It would be like a license. Testing. both like mental health and otherwise. It would be like a background check. And these are all at the federal level. These are all at the federal level. So like, hey, you want a gun? You need to get, like you need a license for that gun to show that you know how to operate it, you know how to use it, you're not crazy, you don't have the potential of going crazy, things like that, right? Because if it is mental health, we should have more testing, right? So I'm for background checks and for license. Okay, cool. So then why is this confusing to you? Because you were saying like, man, I wish there was more nuance in how we could vote. But you want more, you just said you want more regulation, and you said you approve of abortions being a right. So I guess my question is, why is there any confusion? Oh, there's not. Oh, okay. I thought there was. I'm so sorry. I thought you were like, man, I don't know who to vote for. Like, it's really tough for me to vote because there's no nuance. I want to vote left-leaning abortion rights, but I want to vote right-leaning gun rights. That's what it sounded like. But it sounds like you want left-leaning gun rights and left-leaning abortion rights. That's what it sounds like. And then they talk about criminals coming across the border, and if you look at the stats, more non-citizen criminals were released between 2017 and 2020 than 2021. Current and more people were arrested at the border between 2021 and then now. 2021 to now versus 2017 to 2020. Can I get registered today and vote today? Depends on your state. I know that like some like let you register like literally there at the table. Some states let you do that. Other states do not. That people in general are unable to represent a nuanced position. Oh, this is JoJo. I believe is trying to illustrate that the issue is at large American voting. I absolutely agree with that. I 100% agree that instead of I vote for this person, this is what I think, guys. Can I tell you guys what I think? Am I allowed to tell you guys what I think? Not that it's right, but this is what Papa Nug believes. Okay. When voting, it's blind. Meaning no names. And instead of you vote for Kamala Harris, Democrat, with Tim Walz, or Donald Trump, Republican, with J.D. Vance. Instead of that, it's, hey, what do you... There's like 12 or 15 statements or whatever, and it's like, I believe that abortion is a right, yes or no. I believe that guns should have more regulations, such as these regulations, yes or no. I believe that, and it's just like each policy, like each mainstream policy. And then, when after that's all you do, you just put it away, you just, you know, what's it called, like submit it or whatever. And then the computer like checks off and it's like, okay, you voted 12 times for Kamala Harris based on policy and 6 times for Trump based on policy. Therefore, your vote counts for Kamala. Or like, of the, like 60% of your votes go to Kamala and then 40% of your votes go to Trump. You know what I mean? It should be like that. That's something I've always believed in. Where there's no names, there's no political affiliation, and it's just like, these are the things I believe in. And then it's like out of 18, and like the number, the proportion, percentage of the total number of questions that you voted one way goes to that candidate or that party or like whatever, and then the other way, the other thing. Or if there's like 8 parties, then it gets divided 8 ways. Like whatever it is, you know what I mean? That's what for the allowance of nuance, because I think there's a lot of people who vote a certain way, but if you were to ask them like, hey, would you want like tax cuts for the rich only? They'd be like, no. You know what I mean? I feel like but you would just vote on this policy. So if they did, so this is what the voting, this is what voting's all about, man. If you vote for a politician and they don't follow through with their, what's it called? Like what they promised to you, you vote them out. That's the whole premise of democracy, right? That's the check and balance is, hey, Kamala, you said you were going to regulate guns and you didn't do that. I'm going to find a politician who does. You know what I mean? Like, this is just one part, but I've always thought that like voting should be done more like this. Because I think there are people who sit there and be like, I'm a Republican. And then if you actually ask them about policy, they're like, they're actually a Democrat. But they vote Republican. 2024, baby. Yo, hell yeah, dude. Get out there, man. Yeah, there might be a long line. Go out there and vote, dude. I don't care if you vote for Trump, third party, whatever. Just go out there and vote. Voting is super important. It actually is really important. Even if it like your candidate doesn't win or like anything like that, it's really important to just participate in the institution of democracy. Because in my mind, then you're allowed to be angry. You're 100% allowed to be angry. Then you're like, man, I did my part. I voted at least. You can't bitch if you fucking didn't do your fucking part. More parties, yeah, absolutely. Like I'm also in agreement of, like I'm not trying to say that like only blinding and making like policy votes count is like the only way to do it, because I think like you're absolutely right that like more party, the less one party controls something, the better. Absolutely. Local candidates and stuff too. Absolutely. I voted every single one of our I'm in Arizona, and there was a lot of stuff on the ballot for judges, and I voted for every single judge to be removed. There was also a thing on the ballot that would allow judges in the state of Arizona to become like lifetime sentences or whatever, like the Supreme Court. Like once they're a judge, they're always a judge for like their life, unless they get convicted of a crime or they like stop. They're just like, I'm done, I retire. And I said, fuck that. You couldn't believe that? Yeah, I got rid of that. I didn't vote for that one. I did vote for I was for the proposition that what's it called? Removed political affiliation for being on the ballot, as well as added like ranked choice and stuff like that. I did vote for that proposition. There's one more I voted for. Oh, I voted for the removal of government, or sorry, not the government, but the governor's emergency powers during an emergency. So it like restricts that. So like what I voted for essentially would like make the governor, if there was an emergency, like a disaster or something, the governor after 30 days would have to like go back in front of Congress, like you know, the state Congress, and say like, hey, like here's why I still need like these emergency powers. And he can't use the same, he can't use, or she can't use the same reasoning. It can't be like, well, we're, you know, there was some sort of like check to that. And I did vote for that. Missouri's not the same day registration. Oh, that sucks. You voted every judge out? Most were appointed by DeSantis? Yeah, fuck that guy. That guy's a fucking scumbag. Dude, it's so fucking crazy to me that there's so many scumbags. Which political party would let you stick an AI or Al Pastor up your butt? I don't know what that is. But absolutely the liberals. It's a steak. Oh, absolutely the liberals. That's what you had for lunch? Hell yeah. It's better in the mouth. The Republicans, I think, are like closeted gay, but they definitely aren't like pro-gay people at all. They'll mandate it every day. Hassan just said if Kamala wins Texas or Florida, he'll do a tasteful nudes photo shoot. She absolutely won't. Yo, balls are itchy. Let's dance, boys. I'll shut up for a bit.
I love hearing you talk about politics, but I think we need a dance break.
I'm an electro-techno love dispenser. Came from a Chinese tech inventor. My heart got crushed by the pain of love, so now I replace that with a smoke detector. Make love for the lonely love.
Yippee!
Mechanical mind. I got a whole lot of love to love, but it's locked inside like a jar of jam.
What's your username? I'll save it in my database. Come and kick it with the robot gang. I wish I had a dick like a laser beam. I fire at your motherboard, 4 terabytes of RAM. Goddamn, mechanical man, can you scan me nads until the printer jams? Image of me stacking is free to use if you just subscribe to me monthly plan.
It's been a very long time since past connected. My robot BOGO sticks neglected. I make one move, then I get rejected. So now I gotta try through a different perspective. Robo, cyborg, super sex, artificially intelligent computer tech. Fuck my brain with your GPS, bitch. I wanna get lost in your super web.
Beam me up, Mr. Elon Musk. Adopt me as one of your robot sons. I promise that to try my best. You can feed me scraps and you can wipe me bum. Bluetooth button on me noggin when I wanna connect. Put both arms in a USB. See, it's a little tricky when I'm off me head to operate things that I've never seen.
You don't love me as the man I am, but would you love me as a robot man? You could never love me for me. I had to let you go and then it set me free. You don't love me as the man I am, but would you love me as a robot man? You can never love me for me. I had to let you go and then it set me free. Now I'm free. I be boop, if I swear please. You need permission if you wanna touch me. Look, baby, I'm the flavor of the month. Your loving is a cliff, I don't wanna take a jump. I'm on my own like a coat in a cloakroom. Boulder up the door, baby, leave me to my own doom. Let me shrivel on my own like a dry prune. Sweeping up the dust of your loving like an old broom.
Still liver, bit rate dither. Message to me ex, but it won't deliver. Fuck that bitch, kids, tell your mother. The chicken going drown in a Wayfire river. MP3 some with another digital lover. Embedded in the digital covers. Let's get loose, I'm a widened your bandwidth. Can you handle this? All my digital brothers.
Baby, plug your naked body in my mainframe. Cyborg sex, you can call me my domain name. Penis or vagina, all the balls is all the same thing. Look me like a petal or just fly me like a freight train. You can do me like a brother in a porno. Throw me up the walls, baby, fill me with your hormones. Turn the whole bedroom to a war zone. Shoot me with your low, get it right up in my borehole.
Shut me tiny guts up in a laptop case. Stick a telephone extender to the side of my face. You know they're calling me the digi-widget lunatic. So here's a message, Mr. Gates, I'ma take your place. Micro rock made by Microsoft. I might microwave my tiny micro cock. I want a thrill, but it's gotta be cyber. Never had much luck with a human vagina.
You don't love me as the man I am, but would you love me as a robot man? You could never love me for me. I had to let you go and then it set me free. You don't love me as the man I am, but would you love me as a robot man? You could never love me for me. I had to let you go and then it set me free.
Now I'm free. Dance for me, Robot Kevin, I'm free. Dance for me, Robot Kevin, I'm free. Dance for me, Robot Kevin, I'm free. And just dance for me, Robot Kevin, cause I'm free.
Balls are itchy. Thank you for the 1,111 bits, sir. Thank you so much. Did I wear the robot suit for Faye? It's gonna be my surprise tonight. Soda. Soda was personal. But yes. Cut a hole in the box. Put your dick in a box. 3. Have her open the box. It's my dick in a box. Is it weird that the gargoyles don't give you a soul? Put your junk in that box. She's said that so many times. Why are your balls purple? She also said that so many times. I was like, they're not. No gargoyle lore? Just fancy water spouts. Juan Pequeño. Now they do any of the demons. Oh, the asylum demons and stuff don't give you? Oh, shit. You're right. What's up, Juan? They're mauve. Dude, yesterday before, I don't know if you guys were here. Yesterday before I went and picked up Faye, we were playing Dark Souls Hitless. I got hit on the way to Bed of Chaos. No, wait, no I didn't. I got hit in the archives. That was my first hit, wasn't it? Somewhere. Sif? Bed of Chaos? Some point I got hit. It was really deep. And I was like, wow, we could actually maybe do this. Should be close. What is he doing this? Get away from me! Is my dick in a box? Guys, what crazy... Wait, I need your guys' help. What's going on our election coverage bingo? I need ideas. Stat. I need you guys, we're gonna have to make a bingo board here in like a couple hours. We need an election day bingo. I missed him. Ah! God. Blank blowjob. I don't think that's gonna help. Maricopa County holds up the whole thing. Yo, I live in Maricopa County. Motherfucker. My vote's already counted. You'll think of some bingo spots? Okay, good. Steve Kornacki. Who is that? I don't know who that is. Pennsylvania margin of victory under 10,000 votes. Okay, that's a good one. That's an absolute good one. Faye, write that down. He does the data analyzing for the elections on CNN or something. Oh, okay. We doing a election red zone? We will. Yes. We're gonna do we're doing an election day stream. We're gonna watch the elections. We're gonna watch as the states turn colors. Faye's writing it down? Good. Faye, did you write it down? Whose coverage? We'll switch around. We'll get some Fox News. We'll get some CNN. We'll get some MSNBC. We'll get some BBC. We'll get some, I don't know. Iowa goes blue. Iowa goes red. I was thinking like shit like that too. The terms blue wall and red wave. Okay, I like that. It's my dick in a box. Voting machine problems in Georgia? What about Florida? Dude, what if, like, the fucking Puerto Ricans who live in Florida just, like, come all out and are like, the blue wave. And they're like, man, you call us garbage? Fuck you guys. Didn't that already happen in Pennsylvania? If Florida went blue, that'd be insane. It would be. I feel like insulting Puerto Rico is not a good, not a good start for them. I voted blue in Florida. Look at you, Lo Paco. And she had fucking chips to gain with the whole no tax on tips. And she still voted blue. Hell yeah. Texas blue as well? Dude. How crazy. Texas will go blue before Florida. I can see that. And I don't think it's going this year, unfortunately. Don't claim don't claim cash tips, no tax. Ewoks, dude, that's the deal. They're already doing that. Someone slips them a $100 bill as a tip. No way that's getting reported. How many people have moved to Texas following tech? It's getting closer every year. You think exotic dancers are claiming tech? Yeah, exactly. Faderade is playing Fall Guys. Uh-oh, he's getting his W's for the day. Here's the thing. If you're like that small and you're not paying taxes on your fucking tips or whatever because you need to survive, more power to you. We need the people who, the fucking billionaires and millionaires and 100 millionaires and all those motherfuckers to pay their fair share of taxes. You take them the most amount of wealth, you gotta pay the most in taxes. That's like just, what's it called? Decency. Common decency. I do bookkeeping on the side. Your strippers claim everything. Oh, and companies too, absolutely. Now the companies thing, so, is difficult. And the reason why, JD, is a lot of like the tax quote unquote loopholes that they use right now to pay zero taxes. Like you hear like Apple paid 0 taxes or like whatever. A lot, like I haven't looked at their books, so I don't fucking know. But from my study, my minimal study of macroeconomics, there's a lot of intentional tax deductions that companies can use in the United States to keep their companies here. And like that is intentional. It's intentional design. It's like, hey, Apple, you know, if you want to like keep your like headquarters here in the United States, guess what? We'll give you a tax deduction so you don't have to pay like many taxes here. And like that's because we want you to stay here and we want you to keep your jobs here. We want you to grow here. So the whole like company pays fair taxes thing is like, I absolutely agree that things need to change. I think it's a lot more complicated than just be like, pay taxes, because they'll leave. They will absolutely leave. You know what I mean? And like that would not be good for America or for like jobs in America. So I don't have the answers to that one in particular. But I think there does need to be some sort of reformation. Proportional representation. That's the pushback to office working. Cities are going to cut those breaks as their employees aren't at work spending money locally. Oh, so you're saying they're gonna leave anyway because of remote working? They're like, well, why should I stay in New York City if no one even fucking works in New York City anymore? Is that kind of the idea? Like, why should I have an office in fucking Seattle if all my workers are telecommute? And like, why even be in the United States? I'll just like have an office in China. But all my workers will work remotely around the world. This is, okay, is this controversial? I am not an economist, nor am I a politician. Does this sound like it would make sense? United States has a bare minimum. Hold on, we'll whip out paint again, so you guys can follow along visually. Okay. There's like a spectrum here, right? And this is like best. Workers. Right. And this is like no rights at all. I'm spelled right. Okay. Do you guys see this? And let's say America is like, I don't know, fucking here. Let's say America's like here, right? And we outsource a lot of our work, a lot of the manufacturing to like countries who have like, are down here, right? It's like, I don't know. I don't know what country this would be, but insert country with other country. Right? And the whole idea is if you're a US corporation, you can pay somebody pennies on the dollar, right? Like 60 cents an hour or something. To make something that you can sell for $30 in the United States, right? And even after transportation, customs, tariffs, all that, you're still making like a huge profit, right? Like, is that kind of the idea? Again, I'm not smart, but that's how I've always understood this stuff. So my quick thought here that it probably won't work is, what if you taxed the difference? So like if it's $7 an hour and it's estimated it takes 3 hours to make your product, you have to like tack on an additional $21 or whatever to the you have to pay that to the government. Does that make sense? Does anyone follow me? I follow you. But does that make sense? Like, what would that do? It would disincentivize using other countries as, like, slave labor. What this basically is asking for, like, because we can't, like, create... What would be awesome if we had, like, a world, like, labor law? Where, like, everyone had to be, like, paid equitably or whatever, right? Right? So, like, you knew that people in fucking China or, like, wherever, this country, weren't getting paid literal slave wages. Right? So the idea is, oh, if you use this country for slave wages, guess what? You're taxed the difference. It's how film industry actually works here. Your province subsidizes film studios' taxes so they bring work here. Like Hollywood studios, right? But since you can't control that, right? Like, I can't go to British Columbia as an like American politician and say, British Columbia, stop subsidizing film studios' taxes. Like, I can't do that. But what I can do is tell the studios, hey, if you do that, you have to pay the difference. Right? No, I don't think people in British Columbia are getting paid slave wages, so this might not be like an equitable example, but that's like an idea. I don't know. I just threw it out there. You guys play with it. You guys let me know if it sounds cool. Hello? What are you doing? No, I know, but what are you doing? Okay. Why are you being so secret?
One is a belt and one is a thing to hold my hair back when I wash my face.
That's cool. I just want to be interested in what you're doing.
Okay.
Why are you being so weird about it?
I'm not.
She was. They raised the price to cover that, but would they? Could they? Theoretically. I guess is my question. Can and will. So then, okay, let me propose another law. If I was elected, an elected official. The Consumer Protections Act, which I think is already a thing. But here's what it is. Here's what it is, Hound System. No item or service can have a larger than 200% profit margin at any time. I think 200% is very generous. I just made that number up, so we can actually have like an interesting like math discussion on what that number should be. But there should be a maximum amount of profit that a good or service, in terms of markup, can have. You know what I mean? Like, there's no reason why something should have a 1,500% profit margin. You know what I mean? There's like no reason for that to happen. You look cute. Come in here. Look at her. She's a Hello Kitty girl. You have to tell them what this is for.
It's to hold my hair back when I wash my face. Hi, Arby. I gotta go to my appointment soon.
Oh, your dentist appointment?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be here.
I need you to do rice, though.
What time do you need me to do rice?
If you could do it at like 4. I assume you're taking a break in between?
No. I was just gonna stream the election.
You're just gonna eat at your stream?
Well, I could eat with you if you want.
Well, I just need you to do rice.
I can cook the rice.
Get your teeth cleaned, yeah.
You got teeth.
Hi, Ham System.
You just have to let me know when you want to eat, and I'll work an hour and 10 minutes back from that.
Just do the rice at 4, please.
Okay. In 3, 2 hours and a half hours.
2 hours and a half hours.
Stop. Eat with Faye, you jerk. I got her Wendy's yesterday. She can eat with me. Why do I have to eat with her? Whoa. Thank you guys for complimenting my girlfriend. I don't ask for much in this stream. I honestly don't. I don't ask for much. And if you can sit there and tell my girlfriend she looks pretty, it makes her day. I tell her that all the time, but she thinks I'm lying to her. So you guys have to tell her. Because she doesn't believe me. I'm like, Faye, wow, you look so skinny. You look so cute. She's like, I'm fat and gross and stupid. Or I'll be like, hey, Faye, what are you doing today? And she's like, I'm just being fat. So, like, I can't compliment her anymore without her not... She doesn't believe me. So I need you guys to fill in the void, all right? You feel that? If Stu's like, wow, you look so good, Lopaka, you're like, you're lying! You're stupid! You're just lying to me! When he compliments you, you think he's being an asshole? There's no winning for us. So Trump already increased tariffs on those imported goods in 2018, and then Biden kept those in place and increased it more. And like Hound said, it all incentivizes the companies to do is raise prices to fuck the consumer. Well, but okay, but Juan, did you hear me after when I was like, what if we had another law that said that you couldn't legally charge more than 200% more than... I took a hit. Juan, did you hear me? Because I think that might be like the protector, right? It's like, hey, let's stop incentivizing companies from going to like other third world countries and paying pennies on the dollar for wages and like everything else. And then also, let's protect consumers at home by saying you can't, like, let's say it costs $3 to make, you can't charge more than $6 for the product. No, more than that. $9 or whatever it is. Whatever 200% is. They'd find a way to fudge the books. Absolutely. I'm sure they would. But at least then we could, like charge them for doing something illegal. Like, just, like, you know what I mean? Like, the fact that, like, there could be protections that happen, but, like, some people might lie, like, shouldn't stop us from trying it, right? That shouldn't stop us. Like, oh, well, they're just gonna do it anyway, so why would we even bother? They would evade a measure. It's not a good critique of the measure. It's an indication of the required additional control. Yeah, and again, I'm just some fucking video gamer on Twitch who's like, hey, wouldn't it be nice if there was a law that kind of like stopped companies from like price gouging humans? It would also like kind of stop legally. It would stop fucking, what are they called? What are they called? The people who like buy up electronics and then sell them for a marked up price. What is that called? Scalpers. It would stop them too, right? Potentially. Anyone else want to hit the fucking virtual joint? Let's do it, freakles. I don't get high, but I'll live vicariously through you. He drives like a grandpa. I could see Stu. Stu's an engineer, right? I could totally see. I could totally see that. You getting violently baked? Do you like Oasis just did with their tickets? What did they do? I don't like Oasis. Someday you're gonna be the day that they're gonna throw it back to you. By now, should have somehow realized what you gotta do. I believe it, but if you will, I'll do about you now. He's a very follow the rules kind of guy. That's fair. They canceled over 50,000 tickets because of scalping. Wow, crazy. Good for them. I don't like Oasis, particularly the drummer. I think it was kind of like the biggest douche. Recreational legalized marijuana was on the ballot today. Yo, that would be awesome for you guys. Hell yeah. That should just be like a federal thing. It's just crazy. Wow. Man, I suck. Hot mess. No more fees for getting your medical card every year? Hell yeah. DeSantis needs lifts in his shoes. Reminds me of Steve Carell from The Office, but like evil. Pay for every social program under the sun. But see, that's what they don't want that, Thriz. Here's republicanism, in my mind, wrapped up in a nice little bow. Government bad. Government inefficient. Gets elected to change government, reduce government. Makes government more inefficient. Complains that government is inefficient. Gets reelected. I'm talking about real change. Yeah, that's fair. It's like the perfect fucking con. It's like, hey, you know this thing I'm a part of? It's super inefficient and terrible, isn't it? Hire me, and I'll fix it. And then all you have to do is nothing, and you proved your point. Oh, you literally get elected, and all you have to do is obstruct everything? It's like, man, government doesn't do anything. It's the biggest fucking con. Clothing textiles are mainly manly. The ones that are able to get so much of the margin. Things like vehicles have a lot more components. And complete vehicles imported only see like a 10% margin on the average electronics. Something like 25 to 50. Yeah, so, yeah, I said 200 or whatever. And I also mentioned a couple of times that like I'm not an economist or a politician, and like we can have an actual mathematical discussion on the number itself in terms of like maximum profit margin. But even more so, like, dude, I think the one thing you're not looking at is like healthcare. Like, wasn't there a fucking drug? Wasn't there a drug that cost like $13 to make and they were selling it for $1,300? Or like $1,600? Wasn't there literally a drug like that? Like, you could talk about how like, yeah, insulin. You can talk that like there aren't like many examples or whatever of like price gouging. I think that's like not really true, to be honest. I think there's significant price gouging, as like what you literally were just saying, which was maybe like the number's wrong, but like the idea of price gouging is like absolutely happening currently. Pharmacy needs to get gutted. Yeah, so like, I don't know. I think it's just like, we can look at like certain industries and be like, this one only has a 3% markup, and like, and like, sure, that's fair. But I think like the overall sentiment in the United States is large corporations, and particularly those that own them and run them, the C-level people of large corporations, are doing everything in their power to make money and make as much money as possible, and are fucking over the people, the consumers, and the workers, who are all the same people, regardless of what that looks like per industry. And there needs to be, to me, there just needs to be something that is in place to stop that from happening, or at least disincentivize it at the minimum. And saying that, like, well, they'll just get around it is not a good enough answer to not do anything for me. You know what I mean? Like, what was the whole deal with, like, mobsters in the 20s? They couldn't get them on anything, so they got them for tax evasion. They added those questions to the federal tax one. You know those questions? People look at them today and they're like, this is stupid. But it's like, did you make any money illegally? And you have to, like, claim illegal money. And if, you know, that's how they literally got all those fucking mobsters in the 20s and 30s and shit. Was, like, through literal, like, that. You know what I mean? Like, they couldn't get them on anything else. So, like, why can't we do something similar with corporations or, like, you know, high-level business people who aren't fucking paying their fair share? But I don't know. I'm also an idiot. I 100% agree. The actual answer is that much of the time they are paying their fair share. See, like, to me, if you own 90% of the wealth in the country, if you're in that tax bracket, you are responsible for 90% of the social programs. You know what I mean? And I don't think that's happening right now. I don't think they are paying their fair share. I did a bit of study on tax law, and the US system is comically letter of the law, which is much of the rest of the world, spirit of the law. And because of that, we can fantastically ridiculous things to avoid tax at the corporate level. But that's intentional, right? Like, from what I learned about corporate tax codes, was that a lot of the quote-unquote loopholes that corporations use is intentionally baked in to, like, incentivize companies to work in the United States and, like, have business in the United States. Which is why you'll see Apple, like, spend $0 on taxes and shit. Okay. Bye. Wait, how long are you taking? Okay. Sorry. I think we start at the top, and you freeze congressional income. They should be able to make their salary, and that's it. There should be no multimillionaires in Congress. So there's, isn't there, like, a disadvantages to having poor people in, like what was the argument? If you, like, let's say Congress, like, you got paid $1 a year or some shit. You know what I mean? Like, so you got paid minimum wage to be a congressperson. It would, like, disincentivize people to run for Congress or something. I've heard an argument against that, and I don't remember what it is. The last sentence was a mess because I started and stopped what I was saying twice, but you get it. It's 100% intentional, but it creates a system where you can argue that they're still paying their fair share. No. They're paying their legal requirement, but that's not fair share, RB. I think the legal requirement to pay is not... I think fair, at least to me, implies like moral and ethical responsibility to the country and the people in it. I don't think that's covered legally. I think they're paying their legal required amount of money, sure, but I wouldn't call that fair. The question is how to check corruption. Yo, what's up, Plain True? Are you talking about government corruption? Corruption, like, because I feel like you need different systems for different agencies. Like, an NGO probably needs a different check and balance than the government itself, right? In terms of corruption. But I don't know. I'm not really... Woo! Whee! Let's say make them poor. Just make a comfortable salary and make it so that they can't make any money any other way. I agree with that 1000%. I don't see the issue. Here's the thing. I don't see the issue, or let me rephrase this because I think I'm saying it wrong. I don't think it's that big of an issue that Congress people are insider trading. That might be a controversial statement. They're already rich, is the thing. You know what I mean? They are already wealthy. They are already in the elite. If you're in Congress, you're already a part of that group that we will never be a part of. Right? The issue isn't they're making more money. The issue to me is that there's even that group to begin with. So, to me, the idea of like, oh, politicians shouldn't like insider trade or whatever. I do agree with that, but it feels like a band-aid. It feels like we're not actually addressing the issue, which is how do they get this position and power in the first place? As an elite echelon of society. That's the issue to me. That's not just a band-aid? So you're telling me that like a Kennedy, insider trading, they're already wealthy. They're a Kennedy. They already have more money than we will ever see in our entire lives. And they're making more of it. And yes, it's an issue. But like, should we not address the fact that this one family has a shit ton of money over any other family? Or a Walton, or like whoever. A Cheney, a fucking Clinton, a Bush. Like, shouldn't we address that? So, again, Blue Pill, not saying that's not a bad thing. I'm saying it's not addressing the actual problem. That's in my mind, it's a output of the actual problem. Just because you have money doesn't mean you're electable. Look at Bloomberg. Yeah, but everyone who is elected has money. But like, what are you saying? That there's poor people in Congress right now? They're all fucking rich. But they were all rich before they got to Congress. They might be richer now, and absolutely they shouldn't be like insider trading. But I feel like my bigger issue is the fact that they're all just from this upper echelon of fucking society. John Fetterman. AOC. AOC was broke before. Who's that? Lauren Boebert was broke when she went in. You're telling me they didn't have their family didn't come from a family with money? That's what you guys are telling me? I mean, I don't know these people. And like, I'm sure you can find 4. You know what I mean? That were like considered like poor or whatever. She was an Applebee's waitress. Did their family have money? I worked in a call center. I came from money with my family. It's like, it's a different version of being poor, Juan. When I have no money, you know what I mean? It's not like someone who's actually poor. You know what I mean? Because I have my family as a safety net. That's the difference. I'm making a generalization. I would say that the majority of people who are in Congress come from money. Absolutely. I don't think that's a wildly crazy generalization to make. We can look at the statistics of that. I'm surprised you guys are willing to argue this, that like, oh my god, the elite run the country. Like, I'm surprised that you guys like are even arguing against this. Like, again, I never said that insider trading was okay or should be allowed. I said that it's not, it's a output of like the actual systemic issue. And you guys are like, oh, they're all poor and they're making money and it's bad. I'm shocked. Hello? Oh. Let's just say you're not going to take out a second mortgage on your home to run a congressional campaign. Thank you, Neptunion. Those two things are different. The elite do run the country. That's not at all what I'm saying. I'm sorry, I must be misunderstanding. So let me be very clear here. Blue Pillow and Juan Pequeño, who seem to be like the most vocal. I am arguing that people who run for office, political office, nationally, absolutely should be held accountable and not allowed to insider trade. I'm also saying that there's a bigger, larger systemic issue that favors people in power, putting people in power who come from money. And I say that the latter is more important to address than the former. That if we had representation within Congress from the non-elite members of society, I think we would have a better representation of the people. People like JD Vance will get financial backers. So again, I think that's still a systemic issue. You know what I mean? I still find that to be a systemic issue, which is, in my opinion, more important to address than insider trading. I don't understand what's so like controversial about what I'm saying, Blue Pillow, because I'm like, yes, insider trading, bad, absolutely shouldn't happen. All I'm saying is that there's something worse, and like the insider trading is systemically caused by this elite class of human running our country. I wasn't talking about insider trading. Well, either way, lobbying, whatever it is. Like have you noticed, have you ever looked at like what have you guys ever seen like what they lobby for, like how much money they get paid? It's like $10,000. It's not like millions of dollars. If you guys are thinking that they make a bunch, like hundreds of millions of dollars a year from lobbyists, that's wrong. Because it's not. It's shockingly low to sell their soul for the American public. It's shockingly low. I don't know how much they get paid for super PACs. Her income. What does that mean, dude? What are we arguing here? I'm so lost. I'm saying that... I'm so lost. What are you guys arguing against? That... I'm saying that, like, man, it really sucks that these rich people who come from money and, like, control... Like, all they do is accumulate more wealth and put, like, more normal Americans fucking into the shithole. That fucking sucks. And, man, we should stop that. And you guys are saying, like... What exactly against that? I don't understand what you guys are arguing for. That, like, the way they get their money's bad or something? Like, I'm not arguing that. Thanks in advance, maybe. If New Hampshire goes Democrat by 1 vote, you can thank me. Hell yeah. Sorry, I think there's like a miscommunication or something, because all I was trying to point out was like the wealth generated by Congress people, absolutely, like by using their position, whether it be through lobbying or insider trading or whatever, is bad, absolutely. I don't fucking care the specifics. All I'm trying to say is that I think there's a larger systemic issue in that most people can't afford to run to be a congressman. Most people can't afford the time to be like a part of political change and discourse. And like that's 100% systemic. And like a way larger issue to me than these rich families already like just getting richer. I'm arguing that the people in Congress don't have my interests in mind. They serve the interests of corporations and PACs by removing the ability for them to financially gain that might actually incentivize them to do their job. I think we're saying the same thing. But when you're there, you can make laws that will benefit your financial gain. Well, I mean, like, why is that okay? Can we just say, like, no, that's not okay? You know what I mean? Can I ask what laws, Blue Pill, did they enact? Like, I'm not saying you're wrong. I just, like, the only law I can think of is the campaign finance law that Bernie Sanders was all about removing. What was it called? That's the only one I can think of. And the way you mitigate only the super wealthy, Citizens United, thank you. Mitigate the super wealthy running is by limiting the campaign spending and further regulation. Yeah, I agree. What's up, Pedros? It should still just be 30 days. I don't understand why it's 4 years of campaigning. It should be just 30 days. Absolutely. 30 days.
The important thing to remember is, we are Nuktarians. At the end of the day, glory to the Emperor. Nug.
That's right, Kenilworth. Glory to the Emperor. I've been playing a lot of Space Marines, too. It's good to see you, dude. You're right. You're 100% right. At the end of the day, we're all Americans. And we need to come together. Come in our pants together. I'm talking about any law. If they decide everyone needs windshields, they will know ahead of time and they can buy. So that's the insider trading I was talking about, Blue Pill. So if that's not the definition of insider trading, I don't know what is. I'm misinformed. That to me is insider trading. It's extremely damaging. Yes, and so I agree. Like maybe there was a miscommunication. I agree, 100%. You're about to go to work? Pop in. Yo, what's up, dude? Oh, yeah. Always good to see Kenilworth. Always good to see my buddy Kenilworth. We've decided to play so many games together and then we've never actually done it. Maybe one day we'll do it. I've played Total War Spec and Spam. It's been fun. Total War Warhammer 3 has been a blast. We haven't really been good. We've struggled a lot, but it's been fun. Yippee! Mudang is no more. All hail baby haggis. Mudang is perfectly fine and healthy, but another one was born in the UK. Oh, okay. Scary. I was gonna have to like report that to Faye. So I was confused why you didn't see as important as rich people running for office. Because like my idea is like they're already rich, so them like generating more wealth or like, you know, making financial decisions off like laws that are coming into like the issue is like they're already that wealthy. Like not that wealthy. You know, like they're already in an echelon we will never comprehend. They're already there. And like that to me, limitations on that need to be addressed before like, or like that's like I would rather have that than like, oh man, these people are insider trading. But they're already fucking super wealthy. That was my argument. But they take their wealth so much higher in Congress. Like, so when you go from the 1% to the 0.05% or like the 0.5%, to me that doesn't matter. Like, you're already the issue at the 1%. You know what I mean? Impacts regular Joe so much more. I disagree. I think that the systemic conservation of wealth has directly and negatively impacted most like, you know, like middle America, or like not like the middle of America, but like middle class America the most over like decades. Elon has a lot more power than your average millionaire. But I'm not talking about an average millionaire. I'm talking about families with power and prestige from generations and generations of politics. Like the Bush family isn't worth billions of dollars, but the amount of political sway that the Bush family has is insane. Same with the Clintons. Same with like whatever, like that sort of political hierarchy or like lineage. Average billionaire is such an absurd thing to say. He said millionaire, but you're right. And we're arguing two sides of the same coin. We both agree that like there's an issue with like rich families in America and like wealth distribution and like all that stuff, and like there should be reformation within that. His argument is like strangely fixated, to me at least, strangely fixated on Congress and like the people using insider trading within Congress or lobbying within Congress to like benefit themselves, which is, again, admitted by me, totally an issue. Absolutely an issue. I find that there's like a greater systemic issue with just like money and wealth conservation in general in the United States, even outside of Congress. And that like most people in Congress come from money. They come from these like pedigree families that have just born into it. You'll never truly know what it's like to be poor or anything like that. There's not a single Bush in office. So, okay, absolute, like, you guys might be getting, like, fixated on, like, particular names that I said, because those are the only names I really know. I'm not here, I'm not super, I don't know everyone who's in Congress. But I would argue that a lot of them probably went to, like, you know, probably just did, like, the white upper class fucking dance. You know what I mean? Most of their families, whether they be as famous as the Bushes and the Clintons or not. You know what I mean? So I think, like, you guys can focus on, but there's no more Bushes and the Clintons have lost so much power. I think, like, regardless of, like, the popularity or, like, name, I would be, I think I would be, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, I don't think it's accurate to say that there's not a systemic issue within the United States of both political power and actual wealth accumulation amongst, like, I wouldn't say particular families, but more so like an echelon or like a level of society. Oops. They have foundations that lobbyists working for their interests. They've already got what they need politically. There are more and more grassroots candidates taking seats every congressional cycle. We were just illustrating that those dynamics are dying out. So, okay. So I guess to your point, are these grassroots candidates like making a shit ton of money? Like, I don't really know who you're referencing, but are they like abusing the system as well? Yeah, like I think you're like, I don't know. Maybe I just did like a terrible job of explaining it, but like I never said that like lowering or like removing the ability for Congress people to make money via lobbying. Like lobbying, I don't really know for sure on. Like I think there's like, I think there is like an important part of lobbying, right? I don't know what it is, but like some sort of like regulation if lobbying is important to like the political structure of the United States, which I think it is. There was like a reason why it was implemented. It wasn't just like purely corruption. There was like a political motive behind it. But like if there's like, you can only lobby like $10 or whatever, you know what I mean? Like whatever it is, if lobbying is important. Again, I don't know. I don't claim to know. But like insider trading and stuff absolutely should not be allowed for sure. Like 100%. Like I feel like I've said that a couple of times now, but I feel like as this conversation continues, it feels like the people keep kind of like bringing up like, they shouldn't be insider trading. And I'm like, yeah, I've said that like numerous times. I've like agreed with that. But I find it hard. I find it that you guys aren't really agreeing that there's like a group of Americans out there that, you know, that like Congress in general, people in Congress like come from money and are like, regardless of if they can make money in Congress or not, do not have America's best interests at heart. No, not the Illuminati. Like literally just like so out of touch with like the average American that like they just cannot help America because they just are so disconnected from America. You simply don't win if you're not financially flush. Dude, I agree. I 100% agree, man. I'm MD Battlefrog. If you're new to this or whatever, we're gonna be streaming the election here in a couple hours. I lean super left, just probably like most people on Twitch, and like I don't I like just preface. Just know that it's okay if you have a different opinion than me, absolutely. But just kind of know that's how I'm gonna lean on most issues, pretty much all issues. I want to say that lobbying was more important back when we didn't have instant access through things like the internet to give people out of the middle of nowhere more of a voice. People in power do everything they can to remain in power and have means to do it. Term limits would go a long way. So I think that also there's like, again, I'm not advocating for or against it. I remember hearing when people would argue against term limits for senators and for congresspeople. Oh, did you guys know? How many of you know this? What was the first year the American population could vote for a senator? Does anyone know? Supersede ideology. Yeah, I'm not a Democrat. I don't know this. I believe it was 1928. The first year you could vote for a senator was in 1928. I'm pretty sure it was somewhere in the early 1900s. I just learned this. So like this idea of like representation within the Senate or like Congress in general is like very new within American political structure. 1914, thank you. Boop. Oh shit. What's he doing? Oh my god. Sweet. Yeah, so anyone who's like, you know, like advocating for like representation within Congress or whatever, like it's relatively new. Like America for the longest time did not have the form of representation we do now, even. Which doesn't mean that it's like good, like or anything. It's just like our concept of like what it means to like have a voice in America is very different than 100 years ago. You know what I mean? Or I guess 150 years ago. Have we talked about DC and Puerto Rico being a state yet? No, we haven't. We could talk about that. They should absolutely be states. I'm actually for more states. This idea that like we should only have 50 states or something is weird to me. I don't know. Because my dad was literally born when there was 48 states. Oh god. Oh! I'm getting really lucky that we're not getting hit there. Puerto Rico, I don't know about now, but they did vote that they wanted it. California should be 2 or 3, same with Texas. I don't know how you determine state lines. Like, I don't understand. Like, is it about representation fully? Like, or like, I don't really know what it is. I don't know how people like decide like this is how like where the state should be. It feels odd that Puerto Rico doesn't want representation when they pay taxes. No, they do. They 100% do. I think House was just making the joke that like the guy who's called Puerto Rico garbage. But this is also something I heard like a year or two ago. I was streaming and I mentioned that Puerto Rico wanted to be a state and people were like, "No, they don't." But like the people voted that they do. Like every time they vote, they're like, "Yeah, we want to be a state." Like I don't know if it's like unanimously, but it's fairly high in terms of percentage. Like over 52%, which I guess is like fairly high. But they absolutely want to be a state. Puerto Rico doesn't want it. DC will never get it. Oh, yeah. Why are you saying that? Hold on. I'm checking right now. So Puerto Rico voted in 2020 to become a state. There were 52.52% voted yes. 47.48 voted no. Yeah, I see that too, Hound System. So, yeah, I don't know, Thriz, where you're saying that they don't want to be a state. Oops. It passed in 2020. Historically, though, it's been a sticky issue. Places like Puerto Rico and Guam should be given the option, but DC should be made a state regardless of vote. It's part of the contiguous... I'm not smart, but I'm assuming that it just means like the continental United States. Is crazy. Yeah, I think it's just to avoid power dynamic shifts, right? Like within the Senate and to a lesser degree in the House of Representatives. But you're absolutely right. I think it's more like politics preventing DC. I 100% agree, though. Oh, we should also expand... While we're here, while we're talking about this stuff, we should expand the House of Representatives to be equitable power to the Senate. So the Senate has always had, like, 2 representatives per state, right? And, like, that's just what you get, regardless of your population. And then the House of Representatives has always been like, hey... based on the number of people who live in your state, you get X amount of representatives. And that, for a time, was equitable, right? Like, it was the same, it was in power balance with the Senate. But they, like, stopped increasing the amount of people that would, like, give representation to the House, like, an extra representative, I should say, to the House, to, like, a state. So that, like, large states, like, I guess, Texas and California are, like, underrepresented. But that wouldn't be fair to Wyoming. They have the Senate for that. It's the whole point. It's the whole power balance. Wyoming gets the Senate, the power in the Senate, and then fucking California gets the power in the fucking... It's the whole point. They deserve representation. Dude, absolutely. And that's, like, the whole foundation of the United States. Part of it, anyway, was, like, no taxation without representation. And, like, you know. But where does the Spacing Guild? Oh, my God. The Spacing Guild? That's like the... That's above Congress. Congress reports to the Spacing Guild. So... what's really frustrating is that we can all, like, point to these things and be like, man, Congress is really fucked up. Man, this is really fucked up. And then nothing changes. I think that's the most frustrating thing about everything. It's like we can all sit there and go like, man, the way that this is structured systemically is really screwed up. Can we fix it? Nah. You can play the Spacing Guild game? Wait, hold on. There's a Spacing Guild game? I'll play it. It's Cock Pro. What's up, Petey? Politics Day. Election coverage coming up in about an hour and a half. Because people with power to change the system are the ones that benefit. But, like, so what does that mean when, like, we had, like, an actual progressive and Reformation party at the turn of the 19th century, 20th century? Right? Yep. Holy fucking shit, how did that not hit me? Like, shit actually got done then, right? Like, not everything, and there's like a lot of controversial stuff too, but like antitrust laws against like monopolies, like everything that all the problems we see today in our society were kind of handled 100 years ago, if you look at it, historically. You're voting Whig? But somehow we're like right back in the same spot. We need to enforce the antitrust laws? That's true. Last big political reformation was civil rights. Yeah, I mean, I guess you could make the argument that like the removal of like things from like particularly the Reagan administration.
And the water should
there was also like the EPA from
I know what to do.
Nixon.
No, it's your fault.
Might be, you could say, maybe like a big political reform. Isn't all about wars? The Electoral College was overwhelmingly overturned in the House back in the 60s, but a handful of small red state senators and pro-segregation senators decided the vote, completely ignoring the greater will of the people. Dude. We've had a debate in here recently about the Electoral College, and like I'm not for it. The whole premise of the Electoral College is if Americans vote the wrong person in, we can change it. We can pick the right person. Like that's like one of the premises, other than like giving power to like rural people. But yeah, that was like actually something I learned about my chat. Someone was like, they were like really like, there's this whole battle between, it was really interesting because I never like understood this perspective or even like knew it was a thing. But there was this whole thing, he was like, yeah, urban people are trying to tell rural people how to live and like what to do and like they need to fuck off. And I was like, dude, I've lived like, you know, near a city in the suburbs or like in a city my entire life, and I never knew there was this like urban versus rural struggle. Never knew it. Never knew that there was this whole like battle going on in the middle of the United States where if you are rural, then like you know, you're against the people who live in the cities and vice versa. I didn't know it. I didn't know. As somebody who lived in the cities and stuff, I don't think we ever thought about that. Ranked choice voting. So it was interesting to learn that. Don't punch him, what are you doing? Honestly, I like how Nebraska and Maine do it. A certain number of votes go to the popular vote, and then each district majority gets a vote. That is cool. That is actually a cool thing. Absolutely. I just hope that I get the correct birthday present from America this year. I probably won't know until after my birthday. I just hope I get the correct birthday present. What does that mean? Oh, tying what I just said about like rural versus urban to the Electoral College, they were making the argument that the Electoral College was needed because it gives representation to farmers, and that like without it, farmers, like urban people would be telling farmers like what to do and stuff. That was their argument. It was something I just had never heard of. Oh god. There's a guy on the stairs. Please! What was that? Where did he come from? Dude, we've been so good on the flippering today. I don't know where he came from. I don't know where the fuck that guy came from. Your birthday's tomorrow. Election day is today. The Gank Squad, I know. I mean, I had a good today. I usually hate getting that ring, but Hotless. Today it's been actually really, it had been very, till that point. We were 2 for 2 or 3 for 3. Owing a human being feels wrong. Owning. Why? Yes. I agree. If you own someone, that's bad. Oh, you're saying if Trump gets elected, it's like you got your birthday present, PD? I think you're a Republican, or at least you vote Republican. If I remember correctly. I might be misremembering, though. Well, I think you said you're a libertarian, but you, like, vote Republican. I think is what you said. You don't think that's what he said at all? What did he say again? I just hope that I get the correct birthday present for America this year. Well, that sounds like... And then he equated it to... the election. And he's mentioned before that he votes Republican, or at least Libertarian. So did I... I'm not correct. Well, you can, instead of me putting words in your mouth, like, I'm sorry for doing that. You can be clearer. I apologize. That's what I thought you were saying, based on my memory. My memory's always wrong, so it wasn't like a dig at you or anything. It was just, I was trying to understand what you were saying. But you said it like in a, I would classify that as kind of like a convoluted or like intentionally ambiguous way. So I don't know what you were saying. I was trying to make meaning of it, I guess. Well, like, let's say I know that you vote Republican, and you're like, man, I really hope America makes the right choice tonight. I don't think it's like that big of a leap to be like, man, you're kind of hoping that Trump gets elected. Got you. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, your vote is your vote. You don't have to share it. That's totally fine. You were intentionally ambiguous. That's fair. You're allowed to be. Old Petey. Jill Stein, my favorite Russian sympathizer. I wrote in Mudang. That's the way to do it. Proper representation. We know that's not gonna happen. Yeah, we had I'd love to have the discussion again, PD. But yeah, we had a whole discussion around that. Like, absolutely, I agree. I actually voted for a proposition in my state that removes the requirement that you have to be party affiliated and also adds ranked choice voting to the ballot here in Arizona. I voted for that because I think it's important to have, it probably won't pass, but I think it's important that like you said, that like ranked choice gives the ability to have like a more nuanced stance. I also, I walked through it earlier, but I think that like voting in, for like, just like anything, I guess, should be done blind, meaning there's no name, there's no party affiliation attached, and it's purely just policy. It's like, true or false, I believe abortion is a constitutional right. And if you say true or false to that, you move on to the next one. There's like 20 questions, and then the computer at the end, after you turn it in or whatever, counts it up and is like, you voted 42% Republican and 58% Democrat. And like that proportional that proportion of like your vote gets divvied out that way. You know what I mean? And that's just like in a 2-party system, but like if there were multiple parties, like 5 parties, then like it gets divvied out in 5 ways or whatever. You know what I mean? Like that's how I think voting should be. It should be based on issue, and there should be no just like winner take all. There should be no like, oh man, because we were talking earlier about how someone was lamenting that they're pro like guns is what they said. They ended up pretty much saying that they were for like regulations and like leftist or at least democratic regulation regarding guns. But they originally said they were like, man, I like guns, I want to vote for guns, but I also want to vote for abortions, and I can't do that right now. And they're like, man, that really, like, I would like to support both, but I can only pick one. And since I'm a dude, well, somebody else said, I'm a man, and because abortions don't affect me as much as gun regulations do, I am more concerned over gun regulation than I am abortion. So, like, removing parties from ballot and only names would be interesting. Yeah, removing all that. No names, no party, no nothing. Because here's the thing, Hound System. I am 99% convinced that if you went to somebody who lived in the fucking sticks and they were like, hey man, wouldn't it be cool if like you got some money because you're poor? Wouldn't that be awesome? Like, hey, here's just some money because you're poor, and you know what, if you end up not being poor one day, you don't get that money anymore. But like, to help you get on your feet, to help you pay for your food and for like rent and stuff, wouldn't it be nice if like we paid for your health care and like gave you some money for food and stuff? Wouldn't that be nice? They'd be like, yeah, that sounds fucking great, sign me up. And then you tell them it's a democratic policy, and they're like, well, fuck that. Goddamn liberals ruining this country. So I feel like if you removed the branding and just said like, hey man, wouldn't it be cool if people who are poor didn't have to fucking live on the street? Wouldn't that be great? People would be like, yeah, we should help these people. That's where I go. That's where I go. Most leftists don't want to take away guns. They just want better laws. I will admit, I don't like guns at all. I don't think there should be any guns. Now, I understand that's extreme, and I understand that will probably never happen in my lifetime in the United States. I fully admit that I am somebody who says, I think we'd be better off with no guns at all. Absolutely. Even if only the bad guys got them then. I 100% believe that we would still have less innocent people die if we had no guns. But I do understand that that is not what most... I'm dead. Oh! Yep. I did a bad job. I understand that's not what most people think. Or want. And, like, there's liberal gun owners out there and stuff. Like, I totally understand. That's not me. I'm not that guy. I don't like guns. I've shot guns. I've hunted. I've gone to shooting ranges. Multiple times. Every time I hold a gun, I understand how much power that thing has, that weapon has in my hand, and how it could just kill someone. And, like, that terrifies me. Not that I'll do it, but that there's something so small and so easy to get and so fucking just thoughtless that it could literally just kill people. That's insane to me that it's just like there. Like, oh, here. Hit me. But I do understand how that is not like normal. So I'm not trying to say like that should happen. I understand that's radical. I understand it's totally radical. But the law needs to represent the population as much as possible. So but what happens with like protection of the population against itself? You know what I mean? Like, for example, I don't even know. I can't even name examples because if I do, it's not gonna help. I don't hunt and I don't want to kill people. I'd be all for guns being taken away. A lot of people are far too ready to use them for violence. We had a whole conversation about this earlier, so, and I don't want to dive into it too much, but we did have a discussion around that, MD Battlefrog, and I do agree with you, particularly around how most people who own guns, they bring up the idea of like, it's for self-protection, right? Like, I'm protecting my home, right? What if somebody broke into my home? And the argument, like, the thing that's like just different about me is the person who like has a weapon or like wants to defend their home with a weapon or whatever, like, to me, they are like, yeah, I mean, if someone's in my home, I'll shoot them. And me, I'm like, dude, I don't think I could do that. And it's not like, ooh, I'm too scared. It's like, I don't want to hurt other people. Even if they're just stealing my shit. It's just stealing stuff. I can, you know. Fuck the rest of the workday I'm hanging out here? Hell yeah, dude. Welcome back, my bud. Did you vote for Wolverine? He better. I voted for Brown Wolverine. Steal my TV. The guilt of me killing is not worth it. Like, dude, I can't. Like, I just couldn't do it. I could not sit there and, like, pull the trigger on somebody and kill them. I couldn't do it. Even if I was terrified. Like, for my life or, like, whatever. Like, I don't have kids, so I feel like that might be a little different if you're like, hey, I saw my kid getting attacked by some dude. Like, okay, like, I'm sure there's, like, times when your animalistic brain, like, goes off and you, like, can't think and you're down to kill people. I'm sure that, like, does happen to people. But it seems like the people who have weapons in their household and they're ready, like, their argument's like, I need this to defend myself. I need this in case somebody comes in here. Like, the next logical in my brain, extrapolation, which I think Blue Pillow says I do, is you're ready to hurt someone. You are okay with hurting someone if they, like, come into your house or, like, do something that you don't like. And, like, I don't think I could do that. And I think that's just the difference between me and, I'd say, most people. Because it seems like most people are okay with, like, yeah, they were in my house. Of course I could kill them. Target shooting. That's also something I'll never understand. But, like, you know, to each their own. I like to speedrun video games. You might sit there and be like, who the fuck would ever want to speedrun? It's kind of the same thing. Like, I don't understand the target shooting stuff. But, you know, more power to you. That's what you do it. Like, go ahead. JD, what are you doing to Moobot? JD!
Only.
I mean, this is where I'm less liberal. Because you have pew-pews. You could say guns in your house. Because you want to protect your kid. See, that's, like, I get it. Like, that's not me. And, like, again, I think, like, when you look at statistics and stuff, like, I think most shootings happen on accident, right? And I think most shootings happen, you know, the kids break into a lockbox or like it's not properly locked or like whatever and like accidentally shoot their friend. Like it happens, right? Like, and it's a terrible. Was the word liberal? No, it shouldn't be liberal. You can't say refund. But it doesn't, it just blocks you from saying it. It shouldn't time you out. But you can't say refund, and you can't say, like, a couple other words. I don't remember. They're all just funny, stupid words. I personally don't understand living in a constant state of, I might be broken into, so I'm ready for some combat. So, MD Battlefrog, I, too, do not understand that. However, let me say, it is liberal? Why can't you say liberal? PD just said liberal. What the fuck? Who added that? We're going to Moobot. We're going to Moobot. Whoever added that is getting removed as a moderator. Get ready. I'm going to find out who you were. And you're done. Liberal. It might be because you're a VIP. I hope it was Faye. I don't care who it was. You're going done. All right, so where do I look here? Blacklist phrases. Liberal. It's literally the only one. How do I see who did that? How do I see who did this? All right, I'm gonna remove it. And I'm gonna search for it. Removed blacklist phrase. Okay, here we go. Freeze scroll. Hold on. Okay, I can find it. If I do liberal. You guys are all saying it in the chat. Stop! I'm going back. I'm going back into the time. 2 months ago. This is as far back as I can go. That's as far back as I can go? 2 months? What is going on? How do I don't know. I don't know how to do this. Changes. Here we go. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Oh, here we go. Hold on. Blacklisted phrase. Okay, is what we need to find.
Brakes don't. No, I'm saying no. The brakes. Guys, why are the brakes working?
We'll never know.
Cut the brakes.
It's a witch hunt. I don't know who banned the word liberal. I can't find it. Can I export? I will find you though. I will find Moobot editors. Who are my Moobot? It's only Faye. Is there like moderators or something? I feel like someone famed Faye. Somebody famed Faye. Somebody framed Faye. Somebody did it. I don't know who. She's a witch. Kangaroo court. It was one of you. I'm gonna figure out who it is. Faye's actually mega. Oh my god. A person of color female being mega. That's like a leprechaun. Let's get the trials started. I'll just remove all, like, wait, I need a, oh, hold on. Where's Viblade? Viblade, can you step forward, please? Make that ass great again. My ass is great. What? Can you try blacklisting a phrase for me? Can you? I don't know how to do it. You've done it before, right? In Moobot. Yeah, haven't you done that? Haven't you been like, ban phrase? Doug's flat ass isn't on trial here. I feel like it could be any of my moderators. I did that all on Twitch. Oh yeah, it was on Twitch, you're right. It wasn't on Moobot. Ooh, okay. Yeah, you're right, Juan. You're 100% right. The great abortion argument of 2024 out of spite. You can't say the word liberal. Why? Who would do that? Who would do such a thing? Why was it banned? All the best viewers were through Twitch. Like all the misspellings. Yes, yes, yes. Angry Puchita. Yeah, maybe she was just mad one day. Now, can we talk about how semi-liberal I am? You can, JD Hole. I don't know why. I'm so sorry. As someone who defines himself as liberal, socially liberal, and fiscally liberal, and like a socialist, or at least semi-socialist, you can absolutely describe yourself as liberal. Did I vote today? I voted on October 19th. And it was counted like 5 days later. I tracked it on my phone. Faye is guilty in the court of your opinion. We'll have to talk to her. She's getting her teeth cleaned right now. She's like an animal. She gets her hooves cleaned once a month. She gets her teeth cleaned every 6 months. Can I just say that I almost 100% guarantee that your I voted early sticker isn't as cool? Dude, it is, you're right, because I didn't even get I didn't even get a fucking sticker. I got nothing. I got a rock. That's what I got. But yeah, I voted on the 19th. Faye voted a couple days after me. You had super cool stickers this year? Michigan had the coolest stickers. You live in North Carolina? Yo, nice, dude. That's a swing state, isn't it, this year? We had a werewolf. Ow. Guys, in about 10 minutes or so, maybe we'll start the election coverage. I'll probably get hit soon. After this run, I'll say. We'll start the election coverage. We'll whip out the pololotics map. They went blue in 2020. We'll get some coverage up. Polls are closing in like, I don't know, 4 hours or something. It's a weird state because not only is it a swing state, but all of the Helena damage, Helena is uncertain how it will affect the voting in the western part of the state. Is that the more rural? Is that the more rural part of the state? Because weren't there like a whole bunch of lies from the Republican Party that like FEMA was like stealing money and stuff and like blah 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 to like make it look like the government was bad? In 10 minutes, you're gonna put a picture. Yeah, hell yeah, do that. Sorry, it's just a protection thing, but yeah, we'd love to see it. A werewolf or whatever. Arroo. Dude, holy shit. Spec and Spam, as tradition, I misread what you said, and I read pot sticker, and that sounds delicious. I'm gonna text my girlfriend and say, can we get pot stickers? Hi. Can we get not poo, pot stickers for this week, please? I love you. She said, LOL! Okay. I'm gonna say Ewoks. Ewoks! Perfect. Impending misfortune. Thank you for the gift sub to JD Hole, dude. JD's been good, man, today. Thank you. That's good aim, good target. Thank you so much. Erp is from the other side of the pond, as they say. Erp is from the other side of the pond, but he knows a good viewer when he sees him. I'm thinking about ordering something from Grubhub, but I probably should just go to the store. Spec and Spam, I support you going to the store. I went to Wendy's yesterday. I drove to Wendy's. I drove through Wendy's. I had never seen so much acne on one face when I drove through Wendy's yesterday. But I went to Wendy's, and guess what? I had hot fries. I don't think I've had a hot French fry in 17 years. In 2 years. All the DoorDash, all the fucking Ubers, your fries get cold. I don't think I've had a hot fry in like 2 years. I had hot fries yesterday. You know what also I had? I guess that was it. It was $15 though, instead of $40. No, I didn't get the Krabby Patty meal. I should have though. My dentist says my gums are bleeding a lot because of stress. And I need to stop clenching my teeth. Okay. I'll help. You know what's a great way to warm up your fries? If you say air, I'm gonna ban the phrase air fryer. No, stop. We're not. That okay? That might be the one legitimate use of the air fryer, but I'm not gonna sit here and believe it. No, stop. I'll do it. I'll do it, Petey. Oh my god. I don't believe in the air fryer. I don't. JD, I don't believe in it. I'm not bringing. We're gonna have arguments about politicians, okay? We're not, and politics. We're not gonna sit here and argue about air fryers. This is what they want. This is what the politicians want. They want us to argue about air fryers so they can distract us from the issues that matter, okay? Who caught a week-long ban last time? Yeah, everyone needs. We just need to. What's the word? I strongly believe things. I'm very passionate about what I believe in. And I'm stubborn, so you're not going to change my opinion. Everyone needs to clam down. We're clamming. I'm clammed up. Oops.
Don't get yourself.
Well, my work here is done. Back to the office. Viblade. You need to... Wait, was it Viblade who started the... I thought it was Juan Pequeño. Was it Viblade? Who said it? You guys... The color of your names are so similar. I'm a riot! No rioting. We're not allowed to riot. Yippee! Well, I really tried to start it, but you missed it. So then it got rebounded to you. Got it. They all, like, it's just like the NFL, man. It's not the instigator, it's the second guy. It's the guy who fights back. It's just like that. You're gonna have to get a riot emote. We should have a Peepo mob. Is that, do we have that? It's like the little guy with the torch. Something like that. We don't sell alcohol here on election day. Is that where anywhere else? What? Wait, what's such a weird law? The whole like weird puritanic view of like alcohol. We're a dry county and stuff. Like, it's so weird to me. You're just like, what's it called? Reducing the rights of citizens. Seems like the best day to sell alcohol, right? Where I live, I couldn't buy alcohol on Sundays until after this year. Dude, so growing up in Washington State, we had, you could only buy alcohol that wasn't like beer, like hard alcohol, and wine. I think you could buy some wine. But anyway, you couldn't buy hard alcohol from anything but a liquor store, state-run liquor store, and they were closed on Sundays, I think. If I remember correctly. I was a kid, so I wasn't like going in there. But then like when I got sober in 2012, and when I got sober, it was like that year they passed a referendum to legalize weed and to sell hard alcohol in like grocery stores. So it was like literally the day I got fucking sober. It was like, oh, here we go. We'll make it like way easier for everyone to get it now. I was also called a menace to society, so while I don't think necessarily alcohol laws were put in place because of me or my sobriety. We just got legalized here. You're a big fan. Nice. That's Michigan. You're her. Ohio. I knew that. You're going to Michigan in a few weeks. Is that for business or for pleasure? I've never been to Michigan. If you go to Cherokee, you can gamble and get high. Hell yeah. Thanksgiving. Oh, got you. We're going to my folks' house. We did it in 2008. The weed stuff. Yeah, I remember that. I remember that. I think Kamala Harris said she would legalize marijuana at a federal level. You're gonna go into Canada with a new fancy passport ID. Yo! I have one of those. Where's my wallet? Oh, I don't have my wallet. Only 40 something percent of the United States doesn't have or has a passport. Let me see. I need to like hide everything. Well, this is my passport card. Do you see it? Passport card. Do you see it? This is just like, I have like an actual passport, and then I have like a little card. I'm assuming this is what you have? You can go to Mexico. I can. And technically Canada, except I'm banned from Canada. It's only good until 2028. And yeah, you weren't allowed to smile. Like, you can't smile. You lost your passport card? Only border states have those kind of IDs? No. We had a different, no, Petey. We had, that's a passport. This is as good as a passport, I think. And then I had, my driver's license was an enhanced driver's license where I could go into Canada. Which was different. I could use just my, I didn't even need a passport to go into Canada. It's not? So that's just for border states? But I know that I had an advanced driver's license in Seattle. Which I guess I don't know what the difference is then. Maybe I shouldn't have had it. Maybe I shouldn't have had an advanced driver's license. I think they're expired now. Oh, you can't even have those anymore? Oh my god. What's up, Gopher Tony? Yippee! All states have moved towards enhanced real ID. No, my passport that I lost is expired. Oh, got you. Real ID is different. It qualifies your driver's license to count as a federal documentation. Oh, so like if you get a job and they're like, you need 2 pieces of ID or of IDB or 1 piece of IDA. You're gonna throw coins at Canadian strippers. Do they like use a funnel? You got a new rangefinder? Yo, nice, dude. Can't use the slope during the tournaments, but hell yeah, dude, that's cool. They do have a funnel. That's fucking crazy. If you tip it enough, they use a funnel. That's fucking funny. I've never been to a strip club. Do you think I could stream going to a strip club? Like if we had a sub goal. No? Why not? Because boobs? In Florida you could? What does that mean? Maybe if the GoPro was only pointing at my face. I'm just like smiling, looking at tits. Pasties on all Florida strip clubs. That's like a rule? What a lame rule. How do you guys know so much about strip club law? All right, hey, honest question. 1-1 in the chat if you fucked a prostitute. 2-2 if you haven't. 1-1 in the chat. 2-2 for me. I've never even titillated. In Tampa, you can. Which one was no? 2-2. A rub and Tizug. Met a few, not paying for it. Dating a sex worker is different than paying for one. Does an over the jeans hand job not count? It would not count, no. What if she gave you the money back because you were so good? What are you, that guy from Game of Thrones? Podrick or whatever? No, that still counts. You have a friend who loves the massage parlor. I've never understood that. Was it out of pity? Damn. Like we go to a specific golf tournament specifically because of the rub and tug. God damn. I take it, I still got my money. He calls them saggies. 5 stars on Yelp? What a review. Oops. I understand the massage parlor far more than the strip club. Dude, I don't. I'm sorry, the strip club makes way more sense in my brain. Your wife would be pissed. Aren't most massage parlors girls trafficked? I would assume so, yes. I don't have a statistic on that. But I would assume that most women... Just like the chatterbait girls who are like from Eastern Europe or like... Patagonia or whatever. No, not Patagonia. Where is it? Like South America. And all I can think is like, do these girls even want to be here? Faye's like, look at them, they're funny. And I'm like, I don't know if this is funny to laugh at. I feel like they're like getting sex trafficked and you're just laughing at them. You went and voted. Yo, GG! You want to rent a room of your house to a chatterbait girl? Viblade, why do you want to do that? Wouldn't it just smell? Income. Airbnb is dead. But wait. Oh, so you're like, there's no more... Got you. Chatterbait is the new short-term rental. Are you serious? Crazy. No, but you want to start it. You're asking me for investing? I don't have any money. I was out here on stream for 7 hours. I think I made $12. I don't have any money. Maybe I should show more hole. Dude, if I thought my hole would get money going, I would be showing it all day long. My triangle pouch of hair. It's not triangle. It's just like, just imagine chest hair only in the sternum of your chest. That is my chest hair. You signed up for jury duty. Hell yeah. Buy pics of a size 13. I have a size 12. I will step on things for a size 12 with size 12 feet. I have that. He's talking about years. Oh, got you. I'm not sure. I'm not even sure how that hit. We'll have to process that hit later. All right, let's get on to the pololotics. We'll do more hit list stuff tomorrow, guys. More hit lists tomorrow. We're not stopping until we do it. Let's get the pololotics rolling. Politics. Get in there. Erection coverage, boys. First and foremost, I need everyone's involvement, okay? Hold on. I need everyone's involvement, Super Hentai. You ready? Bingo. What is our election bingo? We're gonna have Iowa blue, Iowa red. We're gonna have Penn less than 10K votes apart. Michigan blue red. Trump victory claimed before all vote. I think he's already claimed it. Trump says election's rigged. We'll say rigged. Trump claims rigged. Okay? That's the free space? Should it be? Trump says fight. Russian or China interference. How do I mark that? I'm happy to put that on, but like, what would that look like? Might as well spell that free space. JD Vance has smoky eyeliner. Absolutely. That's going in the middle. That's absolutely going in the middle. Calling in bomb threats. They've already interfered. Foreign interference. Yeah, I already heard he sued somebody, yeah. Texas blue, dude, that's some copium right there, right? Who's AOC? Pops the titty. Ann Coulter? Who is AOC? Eating the dogs and eating the cats. I don't know who that is. Do you guys just jerk off to politicians? Please Google her right now. Hold on. I'm on it. I'm on it. What? This? That's... Look at those teeth. She can fucking, like, bite into a brick. She got some teeth. Dude. What? This is the girl, this is the one you're fawning over? She got some big teeth. Those are bad pictures. Hold on, alright, I'm looking. You said swimsuit? I feel like now I'm just looking. When you're digging this deep. These all look fake. She just looks like a normal woman. It's more than just looks, it's brains. I mean, she looks like... You know what she is? She's office hot. She's exotic. Guys, she's office hot. This woman right here, like, she's pretty, she's fine. But she's not, like, sexy or attractive or, like overly attractive or anything. She's just, like, middle of the road. But when you put her next to Bernie Sanders, you're like, yeah, I'd fuck that. When you put her next to Bernie, you're like, absolutely, I'd fucking tear that shit up. No, I would, absolutely. But I don't think there's anything to write home about. Yeah, that's it, Petey, exactly right. She's office hot. That's it. I'd fuck Bernie. No, I would. Absolutely. I mean, come on. I'm not bad here. Bernie can watch. All right. Should we put some copium? Let's do Texas blue, and we'll do California red. Okay? We'll put some copium on there. We'll do Texas blue. We'll do California red. I feel like that balances it out. Oh! Ooh, that's a good one. What was his name? Yeah. Texas votes out Cruz. Yes, that's a good one. Don't put Texas blue in the diagonal. Why not? Colin Allred, yeah. The Zodiac Killer's no more. Hopefully, that would be cool. I would be down with that. Even if Texas doesn't go blue, if they get him out of fucking the Senate, that'd be great. I feel conflicted about having fun with something that's potentially awful. Hey, man, there's really Nikki, absolutely agree. There's really nothing we can do about it, though, right? Like, I can't change if Texas is gonna be, or California is gonna be a red state, or Texas, or, Ted Cruz gets reelected. I can't choose, like, I can't affect that. I can't do anything about that. It sucks. We can talk about it, but we can also have some fun with it, too. The only thing to do is vote. Exactly, that's it. Trump is 1,000,000 years old. Trump looks like he's melting. Trump is an orange Dorita. All right, guys, come on. We have some spaces here. What else could we put? I don't know. Well, we have rigged, so that's kind of like denies the election. What's something, we got to keep it kind of like somewhat balanced, I would say. So what's something that Kamala Harris's group, or Kamala Harris could say or do? Something like, calls them weird. Kamala says weird. Something like that, right? Smelody, what's up, dude? I'm a mountain. Tim Walls pops a titty. You need to calm down. Do not come. Do not. I have a do not come emote. Trump says something potentially racist. I don't. While that may happen, I don't want to put that on my board. Trump concedes LaMallo. Oh, let's say winner plus 300 electoral votes. How about that? So like it's like a sweep. It's not like nail biter. It's not like, oh man, it's 279. We could also put a tie in here too, because that's like theoretically possible. But the winner gets, it's just like, whoa, the winner won Michigan, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, and Michigan. Like, whoa, crazy, like, that's insane. Pennsylvania. Kamala cries on victory. Dude, that seems potentially sexist. 300 is a stretch.
Have you checked your
Election over 411, or is that not possible? I don't think that's gonna be possible. Doug comes out as Republican. Who's Doug?
But a funny thing to say to someone who lost their shit and is stressed out visibly. When I say the best man, start to
we did it, honey.
I don't say it yet.
Do we get a channel point prediction? Oh, we should absolutely have a prediction.
Getting yelled at.
Prediction. Does that work? Oh my god. That work? I don't know how to do it. Someone says too close to call. How long are we playing at this? I'm gonna be up all night. I don't know if I'll stay up till like... I don't think we'll stay up till like 4 in the morning, but you know.
We don't get into gross shit.
We're gonna watch it.
We don't. There's nothing sexual.
Too close to call might be the free space. No. JD Vance with the smoky eyeliner is absolutely in the free space.
Start kissing each other, and
Three Cats admits to voting for Trump. I don't think he needs to admit. I think we all know.
Back until the skin rips. Isn't that tummy sticks? I just
Jake Trapper says partisan more than
of a black man's penis
for more than 5
touching
minutes.
the ground, and he was standing up. Who wants to admit to it?
I mean, okay, I think we just do that. I think we do like Trump wins, and we say Kamala wins. Or Harris, I guess, in this one. I think we have to put those on there. Election interference. We'll throw that on there. I like that. Interference. Not the actual act of it, but someone just saying it. Ivanka announces plan to run. Oh my god. Nuggets hit list. No, not today. We were close though. We were close. Third party candidate gets X votes. Like third party in general? Third party gets 10% of all votes. So not electoral votes, but of just like the popular vote. We upper left hand corner, Wombo. Already got you covered there with the rigged. Something hentai. Guys, could we get a I can't do it myself because I'm streaming on YouTube and Twitch. I guess I could somehow, but if a moderator could start a prediction and set it to the longest as possible, a couple hours or whatever's longest as possible, and just say who wins the presidential election? Is it Donald Trump? Is it Kamala Harris? Other? And we'll pay that bet out whenever it's been finalized. Whenever somebody's like, yep, you know, it's over. I would appreciate that. Steve Kornacki, you're the second person to bring this guy up. Shows us next to nothing for like 8 hours. 30 minutes is the longest. Okay, you guys got 30 minutes to bet then. Get your bets in. Who wins the election? We're gonna be bouncing around. We'll watch CNN. We'll watch Fox. We'll watch everybody in between. We'll just try to get like a good. Like I'm not here to just like paint one side. You know what I mean? I spelled weird wrong. All right, we got like six spots here. Do you want it now or when the polls close? Right now is fine. I'd rather just have people here now and bet on it. You go like this? Is this what you do? Is that what you do?
All systems were hacked and switches all votes to Ross Perot.
He pardons Trump and just fucks off? I know. You're muted, Tubby. Am I still? Let's see. Is there anything? We got like 6 spots left, guys. Backwards jerk. Original post. I don't know what that means. Gamba is up. Viblade is indicating there is a Gamba right now. I don't have my Gamba is live text, do I? Oh. That was not the right Gamba. Sorry, never mind. Oh, we should have a Gamba on the bingo, shouldn't we? You got 100,000 attendees on this? Epstein tapes brought up. Epstein mentioned. Hey, spelling Epstein. Oh, the Senate and the House. That's a good one too. Dems control Senate, House, and then we'll do the same with Republicans. Repubs control Senate, House. Diddy, Roe v. Wade. Throw that there. Harvey Epstein. What a terrible name. If you click the channel point reward, Tubby, the channel point thing at the bottom, it should bring up the betting again. Or I think you could refresh the page. Does anyone honestly think they are going to announce the winner tonight? No, I think, well, theoretically, yes, they could, Pussy Pounder, based on, like, what happens. So, like, if it comes down to Pennsylvania and Michigan, no, probably not. But if they don't, like, let's say for somehow Trump just gets, like, Arizona, Georgia, Wisconsin, like, we wouldn't need to wait then. You know what I mean? So, like, kind of depends on how it shakes out. Who the hell is Roe? Oh, you're right. Sorry. I know. Sorry. Let's see what else. Let's change the row so we don't look dumb. Shut up! Four more. Trump fellatiates a microphone. Pennsylvania's the big one. Fred Spida, what's up, dude? I'm all in! This will be up all week. I can't believe that people are anti-abortion. Who looks at the planet thinks we need more people, dude? I'm fucking right there with you. All in on Harris. Yo, what's up, Red Spida? Good to see you, man. Good to see Dr. Cox, too. Good to see you guys. Pussy Pounder. Joe Biden declares victory. Let's see. Joe Biden. Let's go, Sleepy Joe. 69 nuggies on Harris. USA is below replacement rate. Do your part. No, we should be below. Sleepy Joe for the top rope. Joe goes to bed early. Joe's already in bed, guys. It's like 6:30. I go to bed at 8. You guys make fun of fucking Sleepy Joe. I have that kind of wrapped up in both here. Red Spider. This will be like this is like an and or. You know what I mean? So we'll mark, like, let's say Republicans win House and Dems win Senate. They'll both get marked off. Joe wanders on stage. Elon Musk. Oh, yeah. Elon Musk tries to be relevant. We'll do that. We'll put Elon, you know, he's like, I'm Elon Musk. Don't forget about me. Yeah, no worries. We got 3 more. 3 more spots here, guys. If we get a bingo, we'll do a duck race for a free sub or something to any channel of your choice. Lester Holt farts live on air. Who are these people? How do you know these people? Change that, Cali Red. It's never gonna happen. Same with Texas Blue, dog. They're supposed to balance each other out. I'm trying to be balanced. I'm trying to be fair and balanced, all right? If we say Texas Blue, we gotta put Cali Red or like Oregon Red or something. You know what I mean? Kamala adopts a cat. Oh, should we do like Taylor Swift? Is that like the opposite of Elon Musk? Like Taylor Swift holds cat or something. Does that make sense to anybody? Does anybody see that happening? Taylor Swift is like, I'm a single cat girl. There's no opposite of Elon. That's fair, I guess. Delete that. All right. What do you... Help me! Don't just sit here and say you're stupid, Papa Nug. Contribute. What do I got 3 spots. What do we do? They're eating the dogs. They're eating the dogs. Trump declares win early. Former president shown voting. Okay, that's a good one. Because that will happen. Ben Shapiro and Charlie Kirk make out. I don't know but challenge. Who are these people? How are you streaming this? Well, I was just gonna throw up like online coverage of like whatever. Bill Clinton hits on Ivanka. Again? Trump also hit on Ivanka. Legacy politician loses the real. So we have Ted Cruz losing. That'd be like Mitch McConnell or somebody. Mitch McConnell dies. Oh man, that might be. I don't like anyone dying, but that's as close as you get to a celebration. Anyone else just straight white knuckling? Dude, my girlfriend woke up, the first thing she said, MD Battlefrog, was, I'm really worried about the election. She's a woman who is a person of color. Mitch vote is for another year. Melania Trump never says a single word. That should be the free space. Over 300 points for the winner. Put him on his back, walk away. Actual tie. That's what we're doing. Electoral college tie, which could mathematically happen. That's what we're doing. That's our final spot. There is 100%, there's not 100% chance, but there's a non-zero chance, Habbo, hello, that a tie could happen. Habbo, how are you doing? It's good to see you. It's good to see everybody. Hold on, I'm bringing up the bingo right here, guys. All right, guys, let's do it. Let's look at the election. I don't know what that looks like. Where do I go? CNN election coverage. We'll start there. Live election viewage. Give me some videos here. What do we got? In case anyone's wondering, it's a dead heat right now. A dead heat. It's absolute dead heat right now, guys. It's anyone's race. Could go any which way. Jill Stein, Chase Oliver. Who's this Chase Oliver? I haven't heard of him. DM you the NBC coverage. Thank you.
Are awful interesting to watch, aren't they?
Christine Romans, we thank you for that. Hallie, I'm going to send it over to you.
Thanks, Tom, because we've got Peter Alexander and Garrett Haake as our campaign correspondents covering both Team Harris and Team Trump out in the field as we're just getting that exit poll data showing the favorability for each candidate. And I want to start with Vice President Harris. 48% see her favorably, 50% unfavorable. Peter, let me ask you, what's the sense you're getting from the campaign as they've been watching not just the exits come in, but also some of that data from precincts, folks reporting, et cetera?
Yeah, well, for certainly the favorable numbers.
We're going
feel good
to
about
the
that
middle of the
perform
night.
Better than former President Trump and Joe Biden right now. Obviously, there was some concern that Joe Biden could be sort of a weight, an albatross around the neck of Vice President Harris, but she's outperforming him by 7 points in terms of favorability right now. That's something that the folks in Wilmington or the folks who will be here at Howard University tonight alongside the Vice President feel good about. I'll tell you what else we're hearing from a senior campaign official within the course of the last several minutes. They're saying one thing they view as encouraging right now is extremely high turnout among college voters. Particularly, they give us the example of what they're seeing in the state of Pennsylvania, pointing to the campuses of Lehigh and Lafayette. They say at least at one of those campuses, there are lines that extend for up to 7 hours.
Unfavorable.
Right now.
What has she done?
Is sending support and surrogates to keep students in line.
That's the point. She hasn't done anything. She's a vice president.
That
what the
support
fuck?
Comes in the
What did
form
Al
of the
Gore
stars
do?
Of the films from the Avengers
She laughs
series.
weird.
Paul Rudd, Mark Ruffalo, and Don Cheadle, among others, will be heading to campus to try to energize those students, to keep them in line and to make sure they stick around, to make sure those votes are cast over the course of the day. A separate number we're seeing about another state that's going to be one to watch today is North Carolina. North Carolina is interesting because
North Carolina,
that obviously Donald Trump has been putting a lot of energy into, a state that he claims publicly that he is going to win right now, but he has been there many times, many more than Kamala Harris, which may be an indication that they're not quite as confident by their internal data as they are projecting publicly. The campaign, the Harris campaign, telling us that according to their numbers, the numbers they're seeing right now, rural Republican turnout is, as they say, lower. It's based on a small sample, they say, of rural voters at this time, but they say they're seeing a much larger turnout than they may have expected in cities like Durham, a big, dense, bluer part of that state that could be a
lot of
positive
energy.
sign
Dude
early
has
on, for the Harris folks. Hallie.
North Carolina is an interesting one, Peter.
Hear me out,
especially with
Doug.
Team Trump dumping a lot
Collab
of
stream
money
with
into
you
that
and
state
pop in the
late
corner.
the
I'm
game. Peter
shirtless.
Alexander, thank
Calm
you very
down.
much. Tom?
All right, Hallie, thank you. Let's take a look at the favorability for former President Trump. So here's what we have from our exit polls right here.
This is NBC's coverage, by the way, guys.
This is the opinion of the former president. Favorable 44%.
In the politics, yeah,
He's unfavorable,
unfortunately.
slightly higher than Vice President Harris. I want to go over
I'm
to
not
Garrett Haake
smart or
at Trump
educated.
headquarters in Palm. Okay, we had Garrett Haake. It's his live broadcast. Some things happen fast. Sometimes we have people, sometimes we don't. Things are changing on election night. But I will say goodbye to Garrett Haake and I'll say hello to Hallie Jackson.
Hey, friend.
Hi, Hallie.
Hello. So it's hard to kind of parse those numbers. Yeah.
Can we parse it, guys? Give me some parse.
50 for Kamala Harris for the vice president. Still early in the night, but a little bit better for Democrats in that poll.
Keeping in mind that both of these candidates are trying to say that they would be the better one for the country over the course of the next 4 years, can I ask you, Tom, since we're here at the big board, which is going to be your dancing partner throughout the night, to pull up the road to 270, because remember, that's what this is all about. The Electoral College, first one to 270, has it in the bag.
I hate how dumb
the dynamics here.
Yeah, so we're going to start election night where
the
we left
news
off in
treats
2020,
you.
right? This is the way the map ended up. The 7 battleground states aren't penciled in. A reminder, President Biden, he won 6 of those 7 battleground states. The only one he didn't win was North Carolina. So let's talk about Kamala Harris's path tonight. Her easiest
Where's
path
like
to
parts and
270,
orthogonal?
She wins Pennsylvania.
Should have been on the board.
Wisconsin.
Where were you
She
5
holds that
minutes
blue
ago,
wall.
dog?
You see the number right there. She gets to 270. But if she were to have a terrible night and she were to lose the blue wall, say it were to collapse and Trump were to win all
the
those
blue
states,
wall.
she
We
has
shot
one more
where
path.
somebody
This is gonna
said
give
blue
Democrats
wall
attacks.
and
Nevada,
red wave.
Arizona
Fuck.
holds Georgia and flips North Carolina.
Somebody said
She gets
blue
there
wall
275.
and red
What about
wave.
former President Trump's
And we didn't
cleanest
do
and
that.
clearest path, Tom?
You know, for former President Trump, just think about this when you're watching tonight. Remember the East Side.
I
Right?
know you
From
said
New
it.
York
I
to down to
know.
Florida. If he flips Pennsylvania, holds North Carolina, and flips Georgia, he gets to 270 right there. But if something were to happen and he were to lose Pennsylvania, he has to win somewhere else in the blue wall. He doesn't have a Sun Belt strategy. He has to either win Michigan or Wisconsin if he's holding those 2 southern states. If he wins Michigan, either Nevada or Arizona do it for him. Nevada, even with just 6, gives it to him. But if he can't win Michigan, if it's only Wisconsin, he has to win in Arizona. This is where the GOP really has to fight hard to get those votes. 272.
I voted blue in Arizona, by the way.
In other words, depending on how close
I wish I got
or not
paid
this
to
race is,
repeatedly
if we're
ramble.
waiting
Dude,
for
I
Arizona
know.
and Nevada, everybody wants to know when might we know the results.
Right.
That could be the scenario in which you and I are sitting for the next 4 days.
Well, 4 days, maybe even the weekend. You'll remember 2020, we were waiting a long time for certain states.
canceled your mom's
Arizona,
vote.
Look, everyone
Hell
was telling
yeah.
us this time around. And again, take this with a grain of salt.
I don't think my parents
that
even
the states
voted.
have improved, that the reporting has improved. We
I
should
think
get
they
things
like
sooner.
totally
We're
forgot the
hearing about
vote.
states that
I'll
took
have to
a
ask
long
them
time in
because we
2020.
were playing
We may
golf.
get them early tonight, which is going to make for
You know, a
very
week or so ago,
exciting
right?
election night. It might make for an
2 weeks
early
ago.
election night,
And they were like,
but
"Have you
never know what
voted
can
yet?"
happen.
And I was like, "Yeah, I voted. You know, whatever, blah blah blah." And like, here's how I voted, and blah blah. And they were like, "Yeah, I didn't know how to vote." And I was like, I don't know.
So here's how it happens.
They're getting old, man.
She wins the blue wall. Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. You'll say, Tom, 270. She goes to the White House. And I say, hold on, Hallie Jackson. Hold on. And I give Trump the Sun Belt. Nevada, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina. He's at 268. And you're like, Tom, did you go to school?
Still not there, dude.
Yeah, did you get that? No. Okay, so Nebraska. It's got that Where's Waldo status. And the reason why it has that Where's Waldo status is because it gives away electoral votes through popular vote. The whole state, if you win it, you get 2.
What state am I in? I'm in Arizona. We moved to Arizona 2 years ago.
If Trump were to win that, like we
I'm
said,
from
if he
Washington
wins
State originally.
It goes 269, 269. He won
like
it in
Seattle.
2016, that congressional district. It could happen. It'd be very hard. But if this happened, the new Congress, the House would pick the president, the Senate would pick the vice president.
If you're
It's
90,
kind of a
you've had your
complicated
time.
process.
I kind of agree with
To
that.
say the least,
Talking
kind
for
of
like 50
complicated.
hours.
You have a ton of friends in
Exactly.
Prescott?
One of the things we were
Yeah,
talking
Prescott's
about,
nice.
too,
It's
the
up north.
unfavorability for both
It's
Vice
cooler
President
up there.
Harris and for former
We
President
moved
Trump.
down here because my
We now
folks
see
live
those
down here.
big
My
unfaves
grandfather
for the
lives
former
down here,
president.
and then
again, underwater, 54%
it was just cheaper
44%
to live, you know.
And we were talking
But
about
you know,
him
like
all night.
ideology-wise, we don't really fit in here.
So look, the unfavorable favorables are in. Donald Trump slightly ahead when it comes to unfavorable, so you wouldn't be ahead. I guess you'd be under. But I do want to ask you something. People were watching former President
Lived
Trump
there a
today when
while.
he was voting in
There's
West Palm
shit to
Beach
do,
with his
but it's
wife,
pretty.
Melania.
Yeah.
He sounded a little
golf's
tired.
nice.
He sounded a little hoarse. He had been talking nonstop
Oh, Prescott,
for the
you mean?
last 4 or 5 days
Yeah,
on the
and
campaign
it's kinda out in the
trail.
middle of nowhere.
Should people misinterpret that? Because I know there was some
Cut
sort
to
of Monday
correspondent
morning
Catalina for a
quarterback and saying,
Zoomer
he's
take.
tired, he doesn't look positive. Maybe it's the body
Oh, we
language.
could
What
cut
do
to
you hear from the
we could
Trump
cut to
camp?
like Europeans too.
Look, Tom, former President Trump's almost 40 years older than me.
Canadians.
I was on that same overnight flight with him last night from Michigan back to Palm Beach, landed about 6 o'clock in the morning, and I was tired too at that voting place. So I don't know that I would read too much into that as any particular signal. There was a brutal schedule here the last 24 hours of this campaign with Donald Trump trying to do something not about those unfavorability numbers, which the Trump campaign has long understood are kind of
Bullshit.
baked in.
Trump
There's
can
not a
vote.
person in this country who doesn't have sort of an already pretty well established
Riz,
opinion
Skibbity,
of
back
Donald
to you,
Trump.
Nug.
They were trying to attack Kamala
This
Harris
election
on the issues
seeming
that
a bit
trying to make her
Ohio
more popular.
right now.
Except I would say on the edges with some of these podcast interviews that they were trying to do, where they thought they might be able to introduce him to young men in particular who didn't already have fully formed opinions of Donald Trump, convince them that maybe he was a more normal
Riz,
guy,
Skibbity,
sort of a more
indeed,
laid-back
and Snizzle.
guy than the public perception would be. They wanted to win on
God
some specific
damn it.
issues, including immigration, which, as I dig through this poll data, I'm
I
not
did
convinced
not.
that they've
You
done
gotta.
in the
I didn't
early
know we were
exits
getting
that we have
memes back
seen
from
on the
20
question about
okay,
what should
hey,
happen with
hey,
undocumented
and
immigrants in
Snizzle.
this country.
2008
A majority,
wants
a
his memes
significant
back.
majority of
2008.
Americans saying they think they should be offered a
2008.
pathway to
2008.
citizenship.
Hell
Hey,
yeah.
can we get our memes deported back to the countries that they came from.
Hell
Tom,
yeah.
this is a
Now,
staple
how
of
biased
every
is this
single
poll?
Donald
I don't
Trump
really know,
rally,
but
interview,
that's
press conference,
encouraging.
appearance
I
for the last
appreciate
2
that.
years, his idea of the world's largest mass deportation program. The voters are telling us in those exit polls they don't agree.
Garrett, just before you go, give me one data point you're
Yeah,
hearing
MD
from
Battle
the Trump
Frog.
campaign that gives them
Absolutely.
hope tonight.
I agree.
It's rural voters, Tom. They think there's a landslide out there, and rural voters coming out from. If that's true, we'll see it one.
Who wants a
tiny county at
78-year-old to
time
be
across the
president?
country tonight.
The people who use him as a puppet.
Tonight, all those battleground states, pretty much. Garrett, hey, great reporting as always. Great work on the campaign trail. All right, Hallie, I'm gonna send it over to you.
Tom, thanks, because we are just over an hour away now from the thing that everybody has been waiting for.
Oh,
Actual
shit.
vote counts in the battleground states. 7 o'clock. Watch.
Oh,
for Georgia.
shit.
That's when
Georgia
polls close
coming
there.
up in an hour and
7:30, it's gonna
11
be
minutes?
North Carolina. It's going to be Ohio. And then 8 o'clock Eastern. This is the big one because that is when polls close
Pennsylvania.
in battleground Pennsylvania. You see
Yup.
it there. As Tom has laid out, that could
Guys, we're gonna be
potentially
here
be
for
ball
it.
game
We're
for
gonna
these
be here for
candidates.
all
We know
this.
that
2
is
hours.
So critical here, Tom.
Yeah, coming up right here on NBC. The night is just getting started. New data out on these.
I have to
exit
start
polls
cooking rice.
on
I'll be
how
right
the
back. You guys
American
sit here and
public
watch
feel
this.
about
I have to
issues
go
like
cook
abortion
rice.
and the border.
Stay right here with our special coverage of Election Day 2024 continuing on NBC News.
Nobody respects me at work.
With hope and optimism. A chance to start fresh.
I told you don't draw
to share a moment that brightens your day. Because every day.
What did you say? I want to see.
He's fucking nice out, so I thought I'd show some titties. Hell yeah, brother.
And welcome back. We are back now with our election coverage. The country in a lot of places still voting, but we have some breaking news, which is our first exit polls that have just come out.
That's right. Remember, the first sense that we're getting, early sense of what the top issues are for voters. And you can see the pie chart here, right? 35% say the most important issue to them is the state of democracy, followed by the economy at 31%, then abortion, 14%, immigration, and foreign policy following. Interesting here because, remember, for months, that public polling had suggested that, in fact, the economy was the biggest and most important issue to voters, especially with those inflation numbers, Tom.
Yeah, and also, you know, we have to tell our viewers, state of democracy can break both ways.
That's
It
right.
depends if you're Republican or you're Democrat and how you look at that issue. The president closed with the economy and immigration, and that was the second issue, the economy, but not as high as maybe Republicans wanted.
That's exactly right. Of course, Vice President Harris, Tom, closing on abortion.
Okay, yeah, and let's talk about abortion, right? And this is which comes closest to your position. Abortion should be illegal, 30%, legal, 66%. That's a huge number for Democrats.
The vice president had made this a key part of her
How we
platform,
doing, boys?
especially in those last couple of months here,
Did we get
traveling
any
to
bingo
states like
yet?
Texas, Georgia, Florida, where access to abortion is front and center.
Overall,
After
record-breaking
restrictive
turnout for
laws or the
women
proposal.
would
And
be
it was
like a
somewhat gamble, right? Because abortion
word,
wasn't
with like a
necessarily
word
in
with
the
that
news at the
14%.
time because it was
Playing
way
dono
past Roe v.
clip.
Wade, but it was something
What's
Democrats
up,
knew
everybody?
before.
Everyone wants to know the Gen Z perspective, and honestly,
Of course, that decision that overturned Roe
yeah.
versus Wade. And we have been talking all night about these key battlegrounds. You are going to be talking about those key battlegrounds. One of them, of course, North Carolina. This is a state still reeling.
Thank
from
you,
Hurricane
Catalina
Helene,
Weinmixer,
which
for
has been
the
center
Gen
of a
Z
major
perspective.
misinformation
We'll come back to
campaign,
you
in part
in just in a
amplified
little
by
bit
former
here to
President
see
Trump. Our
if
exit
your
poll
perspective has
asked,
changed
is
at
federal
all.
hurricane
Right now, we're
aid
going to be
going
looking
to
at
people who
the
need
federal
it? And you
hurricane
can see the
aid
numbers
going
here.
to people who need
49%
it.
said
We have
yes,
49% of people in North
46%
Carolina
said no.
who are
I
saying,
wanna get to
yes,
Sam
it
Brock,
did.
who's in North Carolina, and a
46%
question
said,
since that
no, it
hurricane
didn't.
had
And
hit,
3% of
Sam,
people
was
who
gonna
literally
be,
stuck their
will
fingers
this
up their
affect
asshole to
people
smell it.
making it to the polls,
Michael,
getting their
what do you have
ballots,
to say
and what
about
do you
this
see
in
and what are you
Colorado?
hearing?
Sure, let me start with part A, Hallie and Tom. Good to be with you. I'm in this tiny precinct
Sam,
right
I mean,
now,
not
about
Michael.
15 or 20 minutes outside of Ashland.
You like his
Buncombe
blazer?
County.
That
What's
blazer's probably
amazing, they just
$500.
celebrated 1,000 people.
Who are
voting
you
in this tiny
guys?
precinct.
You're
The
voting.
reason that it's relevant as we see the last voters here that are lining up, we have about an hour and a half left,
Who are
is the
these
fact
people?
that you had
Was that
another location
Catalina?
where this was supposed
Catalina.
to be, that's still having helicopter supplies dropped in for victims of Hurricane Helene, as officials here are trying to coordinate and figure out where people will go to vote. And yet, despite all of that,
I'm
we only had
working.
about a quarter of all the election sites in this entire county that were impacted in some way, whether it's combining with an existing polling site or having to move it all together. But folks seem to be
There's some
finding
people here
the
from
right
North
thing to
Carolina.
go.
I'm curious
The
to see what
early
you
voting
guys
numbers
think
in
about
Buncombe
this.
We're at about 58%, which is outpacing the rest of the state. So we are, in fact, Hallie, to your question, seeing people come out and actually exercise their civic duty and be able to vote. As far as the misinformation component of this is concerned, though, I did have a conversation recently with a young couple
pack
who just
for
voted the first time.
$11.99.
They are, in many ways, emblematic of how a lot
Mean
of folks
mugging
feel.
the
It's not
camera.
necessarily that they think that FEMA was only giving out $750, as was that first lie, frankly, that was out there for a couple of weeks.
You would've been
where the
fucked.
FEMA was redirecting funding from,
Dude,
disaster
did anyone else have
relief
to?
the
I
border, or
feel
any
like
of the
I
other
had to
things
at
that were
one
out there.
point
They
like
said that they
build
didn't
a
think that the
wall.
community was doing a good job of
In middle
disseminating
school or
water
maybe
and
high
food
school,
supplies
you
to
had
the
like
people that
you had
need
like
it. And that was a real tangible
cardboard
impact
and you had
that
to like
affected their
put it up.
votes.
Does anyone
And hearing
remember
not
that?
just from that
Was
young
that just
couple,
me?
the people who
Maybe
are
they thought I
voting
was
across the
cheating.
county
I don't know.
across.
The state where you are, Sam, there's also another race that a lot of people in North Carolina and well beyond are watching, and that is NC1, the state's first congressional district.
It can be a bit of a mess.
Be a factor for the balance of power.
Sure, whoever wins better, make sure it's huge and great for America. And remember, a lot of people are saying some really smart people too.
They put their binders up. Habo, that's what it was. Yes.
Just keep an eye on it, folks.
But there
Thank
was a
you,
mid-cycle
Viblade.
redistricting,
That's
Hallie,
what it
and
was.
the reality is that there were fewer black voters.
I could
in this
barely
district
hear that,
now.
by the way.
More
I don't know if it's just
right-leaning
Trump
parts of,
being
say, the
quiet
Outer
or what.
Banks area of North Carolina were added, and suddenly he's in a dogfight with Lori Buckout, who's a businesswoman. And the question
believe so
becomes,
many
how does this
lies.
speak reflectively to
They
what's
made
going
us
on
do the
across
binder
country?
thing.
Well, certainly in
Yeah.
terms
What's
of
up,
the
Mind
voters
James?
turning out, that's part of it. But also,
That was a pretty
North Carolina is a
unconvincing
state where
Trump
there are more
voice.
registered Democrats by about 100,000 than Republicans, and yet redistricting, especially when you're talking about the House, matters a whole lot because there is a supermajority of Republicans in the state legislature. This, in some respects, is a reflection of that.
Sam Brock live.
Unlimited rice pudding. Thank you for the tier 3 gift sub to 3 cats, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you,
And the
Unlimited Rice
first
Pudding.
polls in battleground Georgia are set to close soon.
Stay with us for our NBC News special.
An hour,
coverage of
boys. We got
Election
1
Night
hour.
2024 tonight,
Should we check
even
out? Does
into
anyone have
tomorrow morning.
Fox News?
Savannah and Lester are
I
gonna
want to
take
see
you
what
all the way
Fox
through
News
right
is
here
saying.
on NBC
Here's
News.
CNBC.
Stay with us.
We've seen that process have real hiccups. We've seen data from Gallup that suggests that voters at least tell pollsters they're hearing a lot more from the Harris campaign. You know, Democrat-leaning voters were much more likely to be contacted by the Harris campaign than Republicans were by the Trump campaign. You know, this can matter in a very close race like this, and it's a very difficult thing to poll. You don't know who's actually going to turn out, and that's where that ground game can really come up big for a candidate.
So just on this outsourcing of the GOTV, the Get Out the Vote effort, to sort of the, like Charlie Kirk and Turning Point USA is part of that, Aaron. And
that dude's head is so
today,
smooth. Does this guy look like Rudy? Is it just me?
Himself saying, we're not seeing the
but like bald?
Now, is that just motivation propaganda? Or
I'm really bad with faces.
I mean,
I'm really bad with faces, so I might be wrong there. It's a bald Rudy? Okay, it's not just me.
Warning people hours before the polls close, and
why is it that every time I get into huge traffic issues
how much
emerge?
is that actually going to get you?
I should have got a plane.
Could do that too, and instead
what's going on? I started the rice.
Right now, for whatever that's worth.
So on that point, because
coconut oil.
I can't remember the gentleman's name, but it's a former congressman.
This is Rudy's day job
in Philadelphia for the Democrats, and he basically said, "I've never seen anything like this. I've been running elections here for 40, 50 years, and this
MS
is
Paint. Let's go. Wait, you want me to draw Rudy? I don't think I can do that. Put a beanie on him.
She wins the state, probably, right? So you talked about this optimism from the Democrats after the scars of 2016, where they were overconfident. It's like they're afraid to be confident. How do we translate that, you think?
That they see something along the, you know, in the future that is going to benefit them. Yeah, in particular in Philadelphia, there was a big influx of Latino voters. This is something, and I know we all talk about what happened at Madison Square Garden with
like a red beanie,
Hinchcliffe, but Democrats have been targeted in this area. I had word a month ago that New York Puerto Ricans
like a red
from
beanie.
New York were
what color beanie?
Door knocking in Philadelphia and parts of Allentown. So this is something. There's a reason why Kamala Harris was in Pennsylvania, specifically at a Puerto Rican restaurant.
Plain donut
all
clip.
Of this blew up, right?
It's getting pretty lit up here in the poll booth, so I'm gonna give the people what they came here to see.
Catalina, put on a fucking shirt or something. What are you doing?
How do you view that? Because Trump has done well with Latino voters in the past. A lot of that is Cuban and in Florida, and because of the tough stance against the communist regime in Cuba.
Plain donut clip.
Just which candidate is pro-gun?
What's your sense? I mean,
you know what? I don't think we've heard.
Good or bad?
We haven't heard yet, and I don't know if we'll ever know. There it is, by the way.
The question is it not going to be as good as it would have been before? It has been evident from this polling that we've seen that Trump
a blue beanie. I can change it.
Not just with Hispanic voters, but with Black voters. He chips away at those large margins.
Where's the fill? Isn't there like a fill
with those groups? And so Democrats aren't gleaning as large a margin from those necessarily. But the higher the turnout among those groups, there is no question that is a good thing for Kamala Harris. And then she'll want to rack up those big margins. You know, people look at cities like Philadelphia, and you assume, well, it's an overwhelmingly Democratic area. It is.
There we go, boys.
There matters greatly. How Black voters,
which one's the real Rudy? I can't even tell.
How low-income white voters vote. You know, those have been the voters that Trump has been making headway with too, including in urban areas. And so that's a big factor here too.
Yeah, in making up round numbers, you
change
can win
category.
Philly with
Does it not say
vote,
politics?
But it's 80 that you needed to have the margin you need to carry the state. So just a final question. The gender gap has been a big conversation in this. I mean, Kadia, is this an election where women voters really determine who gets the White House?
Okay, I just mashed the button a couple times, so.
By the end of the counting?
I think so. I think we saw, how the campaigns, how the Harris-Walz campaigned or targeted women voters, talking about abortion or talking about
still said Dark Souls. Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, definitely.
My James, can I do that?
Women vote a little higher than men, so yeah, I think so. And then on the contrast, Trump was very targeted. He targeted men. Whether or not
you voted today, yo, GG, Torrigan. Hell yeah,
you think
man.
Women are going heavy for the Democrats, as Jen O'Malley Dillon and
that's
and
awesome.
David Plouffe and people like that are telling.
I mean, that was the counterpoint in the early vote data, which Republicans were generally felt good about. That it was, you know, better for them, but we also saw a much higher turnout among women. I think it was about 55% women voting early. If
Thank
we
you,
see
balls
a number
are
close to
itchy.
that on election day, that would be a very good sign for Kamala Harris. I don't know if that's what we're going to see.
Yeah, nobody knows what we're going to see. We're just going to have to let this election play out and get the actual numbers and stop just making predictions from prognostication. It's been great to talk to you both throughout the
Look, can we update my intro? We could. I will. I promise you I'll do it. I promise you. 90% if you're state registered to vote. That's crazy. That is awesome, right? For year after year, you always hear about like voter apathy and like poor turnout rates in the United States. I think the scary thing is that there's so many people voting and it's still this close. You'd think that like if you got that sort of turnout rate, it wouldn't even be close, right? It'd be like, oh man, this guy's a fucking whack job. Yeah. Oh, did she say anything?
We will fight, 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 and win, win, win.
Somebody said put fight.
And we will make America great again.
Is it just over?
Their next president. Just moments ago, the first polls closed in
You voted in every election since 1922.
Republican-leaning states, and we'll be watching for results.
You never voted until 2016. First election I could vote in, I voted in. It was 2008.
And bring you the latest as that happens. But now I'm joined by two former U.S. ambassadors to Canada, Gordon Giffen and David Wilkins.
10 years, the 10 years.
Thank you for being here.
It pretty much does that, though. If you look historically, Three Cats, it does do that.
Mr. Ambassador Giffen, I wonder if I can start with you. What do you make?
But it's not mandated. You're just saying you're talking about like a mandate.
In the United States.
But historically, the flip flop usually happens after like 2 terms. It's like 2 terms, blop, 2 terms, blop, 2 terms.
Politics in our respective states
changes hands
for I hate to think how many decades. And my guess is he hasn't seen.
Who the fuck is this
like
guy?
Either with an incumbent president who was running. Backing
Who are these two? Look at this guy. You can't even see him. Look how old that guy is.
Starting from ground zero.
Look how fucking old this guy is. Why are these people
and the ebb and flow of this
dictating the election? You're gonna
dramatic,
die in this election.
I'm
maybe.
personally glad it's about to end. I'm worn out.
Let the young people fucking have a
I think
say.
there's a lot of people who share that sentiment, Gordon Giffen. David Wilkins, what do you make of this? I mean, you had the candidate switch on the Democratic side, the convictions on the Republican side. I mean, Donald Trump is campaigning.
It's uncanny.
He's got a sentencing hearing in New York in a couple of weeks, and he could be the president-elect
Jesus.
when that happens.
Literally hard to threat. I know, dude. Like,
where this race is, sir.
why the fuck do they care?
Yes,
They're gonna be gone in 10 years.
In the United States, and it's going to be probably a long night. You know, it's like Gordon said, it's the closest race, certainly going into the election day that we've ever seen. I mean, it was a 49-49 tie with the popular vote. A poll announced yesterday, and the last
The
two
fuck?
elections.
You tell me that 100 people voted and it was just Where's the extra 2? Why are you voting? Why are you polling 98 people?
Point is that,
Yo, Kirby, what's up,
there's only
dude?
been one
Followage,
other
I got
sitting
you.
vice president in the
Kirby,
last 188 years.
You have been following the channel.
And that was George
since
H.W. Bush when Reagan had about a 70% approval rating. We'll see
I
if
honestly
Harris
don't
can
know.
be the
Your
second.
account was created in
It's gonna
2020.
be a
You were
variation,
last
as we
active
know,
in
it
here
boils down to
today.
about 7 states.
That's the information I have.
Probably 50,000 votes spread around
This is
2
the
or 3
information I have.
states.
I have your
And we'll
user
see.
ID.
Gordon's home state of Georgia is
I
going
got
to be
all the
critical.
information on you.
Pennsylvania, obviously.
Formerly
is
known.
a
I have your
one
formal
candidate with
name.
both game
Whoa, how do I have that?
Well,
Look
we
at
got
this.
finished in a couple hours
I know what you used to be called. I have so much power of you guys. Look at this.
Oh, go ahead,
I didn't even know I had
Well, I
that.
was just going to say to his point about Georgia, I think Georgia will be important. We'll know
Georgia's yeah, of course it's important.
Sense of how Georgia's going early enough in the evening.
Do you see my old name? Let's find out.
Give us a sense of direction. David won't be surprised that my instinct is that Georgia's going for Harris. And I think as the rest of the rest of the country plays out, it will be very hard for the former.
You were playing Dead by Daylight on mobile or something.
Without the state of Georgia.
That's what I have.
I also think another.
I don't understand what that means.
David's may very well go for Harris.
Do I have an old name?
I think that is North Carolina.
This is your stream information. So I don't know. I don't know how that other viewer had like their old name, but this one is like stream information.
South Carolina. What are your thoughts?
Well, I love, I'm right
Blue Pill, how we doing?
Two,
this should say City Lights.
Two of the,
so it doesn't.
States.
So I don't know.
And, you know,
unless I go to viewer card. Oh, jeez. I don't know what that means.
I'm Mr. Bucket. Mr. Bucket, put your balls in my mouth.
I moved the chat. I didn't realize I moved the chat.
I'm spit them all out, Mr. Bucket.
North Carolina
Tons
as
of
well.
fun, Mr. Bucket.
Every race
put your balls in my mouth, Mr. Bucket. Let me suck on them balls, Mr. Bucket. Put your balls in my head, Mr. Bucket.
With these 7 states that we're talking
Those mod comments? I honestly don't know. I'm using like a new chat thing, and it's kind of like hard to.
You served under the Bush-Cheney government, and this is because of the unprecedented election. I mean, Dick
Bush-Cheney,
and Barack
that
Obama
guy,
are on
I'm
the
not
same side of
surprised.
This one somehow. I mean, what do you make of the political
I
dynamic
wonder
here
if you
and what's
only
happening
have
with
that
sort of
information if they
this
change their name while
reorientation
following you.
inside the Republican
No, because Blue Pill was City
I'm
Lights in
Gordon.
here.
I've never
Unless he
seen anything
unfollowed
like
me,
it.
which I don't think he
You
did.
also got a former Democrat candidate for president who's been out campaigning for Trump. So
DJ Z Point, happy 1 year anniversary. Happy 1 year anniversary to you too,
just
Kirby.
a different scenario, and
Clown pussy. Clown pussy.
Bucket face. Dunkit.
Tough campaign and ups and downs for both sides, and I'm with Gordon. I'm sort of glad it's coming to an end.
Well, David, if you're referring to Tulsi Gabbard, I'm not sure that she qualifies as a.
What are these two old guys yelling about? I don't really understand.
Nobody even noticed that she ran that.
You're just waiting for the heart attack? I don't really get what they're yelling about.
She is campaigning without a doubt for Donald Trump. There are a number of people who are out there trying to get a job.
They need to get some clown pussy. I changed my Twitch name so long ago. I followed Nug for a while without telling him that it was me. You did.
David and I
felt like a creepy little pervert. Yeah, man.
David and I will have to have.
I forgot about that.
Drink together after this, and we'll not after this call, but after this election, and we'll talk through what
JD. Can we up their volume?
What's going on?
So I can't be at this, but I can be at this.
I just
how's
feel
that? Is that better?
That the momentum is in the Harris direction. I do think, David, that it's going to be a.
I think my girlfriend's here. I can help her with the groceries. You guys make sure.
Time, obviously.
If we hit any
President
bingos, you let me know.
Roughly 12,000 votes. We elected 2 Democrats to the United States Senate in 2020, largely because people were rejecting President Trump at the time. And I think fundamentally, like many experts have been saying on TV, and I'm seeing this in the North Atlanta suburbs as we speak, I think women are going to reject Donald Trump for a lot of reasons. For a lot of reasons. People talk about abortion all the time, but I think there are a lot of reasons that he has repelled a sufficient number of women who might lean to voting for a Republican. They'd vote for David Wilkins, but they're not going to vote for Donald Trump.
Well, there's certainly
that's an interesting point you make.
You know what the latest poll I saw.
How much of a challenge is that for the Republicans? How much of a challenge is that for the Republicans at this stage?
It is a challenge. At the same time, it's a gender gap. More men are voting for Trump. More women are likely to vote for Harris. I think the last time I saw a difference was 18% men favored Trump, 16% women favored Harris. So big gender gap right there. No question about it. That's one thing to look for. So how many? We've got, 80 something, 78,000 votes. Million votes already cast before today started. So you look at the early vote, how many women are voting, how many men are voting. Those are things to be looking at in the next couple hours to see what kind of turnout we got on both sides.
We have very early numbers, just to let you know, from Indiana and Kentucky. Sorry, gentlemen. We have very early numbers from Indiana and Kentucky. No surprise, I'm sure, for either of you, but I do want to give results. 70% of the votes in Indiana for Donald Trump, 80% of the votes in Kentucky also for Donald Trump. So I just wanted to get that in there. Go ahead, Gordon Giffen.
Yeah, I was just going to add that your previous panel and many have been talking for weeks now that somehow Harris was going to have dramatic erosion in the African-American vote on Election Day or in the early vote. I think when all of the votes are tabulated, you're going to find that she does extraordinarily well in the African-American community. She's doing very well in Georgia right now, where roughly 30% of the electorate is African-American. I think you'll find that she will be performing in the same dimension as previous candidates, Democratic candidates for president. So the idea that somehow Donald Trump was going to get a meaningful percentage of the African-American vote, I think, was a myth.
David Wilkins, if I can, I wonder what you make of the FBI has announced that they believe Russia is behind a series of bomb threats at polling stations in a number of states. We've also seen districts attorneys and police chiefs all across the country sort of raising the security level and warning people against meddling with the vote count. You know, the stop the steal sort of movement that does exist in this country right now. You have any concerns on how this result, one way or another, will be received by the broader American public and trusted by the broader American public?
Well, I think it concerns all of us. I mean, you know, we need democracy to work. I think democracy in the United States will work. I think it will survive. I think it will win out in the end. But we've got a lot of bad actors that want to cause us problems, and we have to take it seriously. So. It's not something I'm proud of to see our elections being meddled with, but it's something we need to protect and ensure that it doesn't have any effect on the outcome of the election.
What up? If you guys have
Gordon,
a different
your
coverage
thoughts on
thing,
that.
just let me know. By the way,
Well,
we don't have to
agree
watch
with
this.
David.
I just don't know.
7 different bomb threats.
There's any other
at,
ones?
Different voting locations.
Results here, and I want to start here with the blue wall. So remember, that's
Let's check
Pennsylvania,
the blue
that's
wall,
Michigan,
boys.
that's Wisconsin. Favorability, unfavorability. Again, favorable. Both candidates here are below 50%. This largely tracks to a degree to what we saw nationally. Sunbelt, very similar story here too. I want to get to the fact that polls are starting to close now. Looking at my watch, in just about 45 minutes in some of those key battlegrounds. We're going to start on the East Coast. We're going to start with Georgia, and you can see Indiana, Kentucky, Vermont, Virginia, South Carolina as well. But it's Georgia that we're going to be watching for, that you should be watching for
Georgia,
as well.
boys.
30 minutes later, you've got North Carolina. This is one that is so fascinating here. Remember, former President Trump won this state twice, but it looks like it is, based on public polling, a very close race. And then at 8 o'clock, buckle up, because that's when it hits, right? Pennsylvania, the all-important battleground here, along
Where are the
with a
polls
slew
on
of other
Come?
states, including
Is
some
it
of
an
the key Senate races,
all-time
for
high?
example, like in Maryland. Ohio also
Hold on, I
has
think I
one.
have
That'll be
those
closed by
numbers
8 p.m. too. Polls close there at 7:30. We've got a lot to get to tonight, and we're going to continue our rolling coverage. We're going to take you live to 3 of these critical swing states in just a couple of minutes, checking in with our teams in Georgia, Michigan, and Wisconsin as our special coverage of Decision 2024 continues.
%99% pro-cum, 1% anti-cum.
Voting in the southern portion of DeKalb County outside of Atlanta.
If North Carolina votes blue, you'll donate $20.
No bombs.
Guys, what should
So
I do
the
if
fact
Trump
that
wins?
It may be happening as a result of some foreign power intervening.
What locations are we talking about? All the pro-cums.
I do
cry.
think that
I'm not
we
gonna
may be
cry.
turning
No.
a page here, not to take the
Hydrate.
line from Vice
Storm
President
the
Harris,
cap.
but I am very hopeful that the outcome of this
Yasarian,
election
you're not
will
allowed to be funny.
sufficiently,
Get a
clear
Brazilian.
that we will
Play
be able
Kingdom
to
Hearts
move
2.
on as a country. And
Total
that we-
anarchy
while
may not be far
people on the
behind.
losing side, whichever
Spread
it
your
is, will
cheeks
be
and show your
frustrated,
asshole.
and some will have public declarations.
Apply
about
for
their
your permit.
frustration.
Own your wife.
our society is tired of all of this. Now.
Maybe
We've
Faye and
been
I will
going
look
through
to
it
move
for
outside the United States.
6-8 years. And
where can we
think
live?
we're
Like
all
Cambodia
ready
or something?
After this election, to join hands and
Speedrun
say
X2 for the next 4
whoever
years.
wins is the new president. And
I second a Brazilian wax.
And respect
Faye,
for each other.
Faye, would you be okay with me getting a Brazilian wax if Trump wins?
We're going to come out of all of this, and I believe and trust that
this guy's not even wearing a tie. That's how you know he's rich.
The Electoral College is going to be
sufficiently
significant on the Harris side.
MD Battle Frog, but somehow it will be a monthly subscription fee. For the wife.
Okay, so Gordon Giffen,
the wife
you
permit.
are obviously predicting.
It includes the asshole. I'm sorry, wait, is that a part of the Brazilian?
Where are you on this?
Run, Pringles, run. When a woman gets a Brazilian wax, do they wax their asshole
I think
too?
Donald Trump's going to get reelected, or be reelected, President of the United States. And I agree, Gordon and I disagree on the outcome, but we agree.
President of the United States.
About moving forward.
We agree about moving forward.
Unite, regardless
it's included as far as you know. I did not know that.
And I'm hopeful
I don't have,
that we'll do
like
that regardless of who wins. We
the
just
stink.
have to disagree.
You're not allowed to be funny either.
You know, our ambassadors panel, you're split down the middle, just
my
like
buddy
the
had to get one for losing a fantasy football. He said it was wonderful for wiping. Dude,
Giffen
I don't have
David
any
Wilkins,
asshole hair.
Ambassadors to Canada. Gentlemen, it's always good to speak with you. Thanks for being with us.
I feel like I'm like one of the only people.
Thank you.
He seems like.
I mean, what
we're having for the two candidates, it's fascinating.
Prove
there is
it.
no lukewarm reaction in this election. We didn't meet anyone who said it doesn't matter who you vote for.
What is Rudy doing talking to this one? Because I don't know, man.
And vote. Everyone we met said they were going to vote.
I don't blame Rudy though.
Evenly divided as we're
Joe,
seeing in the
asshole.
polls,
you know, PD, somebody got banned by Twitch, not by us, not by the channel, but by actual Twitch for 7 days for saying that exact same phrase.
About the democratic process and recognizes their not only rights but obligations as citizens to take part in that election. And there's also almost universal concern about what could happen in terms of the results of that election. So, in other words, Democrats fear what would happen if Trump won to the nation, and Republicans fear what would happen if Kamala Harris won the election. So there's fear, there is pride.
Whatever you do, don't say that. I think it's like auto generated by
John. I mean, how soon do you think
Twitch for like
well,
the pool streamers, the titty streamers, you know?
Where the state
and I think like
time with a number of Republicans.
It's just like Twitch was like, all right, anyone who says show butthole is banned.
This is where they're
going
to have the watch party for that.
I think they said
watching as the results come in.
The person got
remember,
banned
as you referred to, the razor thin, that 0.2%.
They jokingly said show butthole and they got banned for 7 days.
4 years ago, and Donald Trump, of course, accusing state officials, Republican state officials.
I was already getting that. I know. This is a Twitch thing, not a me thing.
Former president. So the state in the person of the governor and the secretary of state, who are Republicans.
Did you ever ban the word liberal?
Key, not only in the last
chat?
few months, but in years leading up to this election, in terms of arguing that their election process will be unassailable. It will be accurate, it will be robust, and it will be quick. We've had more than half, well more than half, of the eligible voters in this state already cast ballots in early voting, so those ballots can be counted even before the polls close, and we're going to see that. In fact, I can tell you that Raffensperger has come out, the Secretary of State, and said with the polls closing in just about 40 minutes, he expects to have results by 8 p.m., which would be the earliest available results of any of the swing states. So as your guests were talking about, we may see something definitive in terms of a wave.
You blocked love language. She
one
did
way
it.
or the other for either Harris or Trump beginning here in Georgia. So expect to get those results early, and the state saying accurately. Now, we can tell you
it wouldn't work on you. No,
normally we don't really report on bomb scares unless they have a palpable effect, and here they seem to have done that in terms
CNBC
of
loves their old people.
extending their hours, but the rest.
And already a big headline coming out of there.
Got
the
some
city
lookers
of Milwaukee now says it will recount all of its absentee ballots. I want to bring in Shaquille Brewster, who's live for us in Milwaukee. Shaq, explain this. Why is this?
Yeah, Hallie, this is something that's not happening at polling locations, but instead happening downtown, where in Milwaukee they gather early, all of that early vote, people who voted early in
known
person
for
and
having
those
the best
mail-in
beer.
ballots, and they count them all at once, all in one
Politics
location.
love their
And
old people.
what they found is that the
And I'm
13
getting
high-speed tabulators there, while they were sealed, they weren't
I was a Bernie
locked
Sanders
properly.
delegate
So
in 2016.
The clerk there went around, got the
Where am I
Republican
now?
observer, got the Democratic observer, and went through and relocked those tabulators.
Handpot.
They're saying
Don't
out of
even
an
get me
abundance
started
of
on
caution
handpot
and to
politics.
eliminate
Don't even get
any
me
doubt
started
and in
on
order to be
handpot
fully
politics.
transparent, they went through and emptied.
All right, Shaq's audio just went down. We're going to work to get that back up. As we do, I want to take you to another battleground state, and we'll get back to Shaq in a second, and that is the state of
those
Georgia.
eyes,
Polls are
something
gonna
about
close
those
there
eyes.
in just about 40
Either she's had like
minutes
an
from
eye
now.
job,
Remember, this was a
or
very
like she's
close
on like a lot of
razor-thin margin
stimulants,
back
or
in
both.
2020 with former President Trump's
Milwaukee
loss and
stopped
became
selling
ground zero
beers
for alleged
in
election
stores at like
interference.
9
Again, no
p.m.
evidence to
Force
support
you
that. We're asking
into
voters there, how
bars.
confident are you that this year's election is being conducted
I think that,
fairly
well, I was trying to make
and
a joke
accurately?
that there's that beer called
17% say not
Milwaukee's Best,
confident,
which
but
is like
a
terrible.
majority, by far, 81% say they feel good about the
Did an
elections.
eye
there.
job.
Blaine
Is that
Alexander
like an
live for
Eskimo,
us.
like
You see her there. Blaine, give us a
Eskimo
gut check
kiss,
on where
as
things
they're called?
stand.
Coffee out of her noodle.
Is
Dude,
right now
I
I'm
need
standing
coffee.
in the Fulton
I'm gonna
County
get some coffee.
Elections Hub.
Not right
We talked
now,
about
but I
polls
will drink
closing
coffee.
here in Georgia in about 40 minutes. Once that happens, the activity here is
Sound
going to start
system.
to pick
Hit
up.
me up
Let me
with
show
Fox
you a little bit of what's happening
News.
over my shoulder
Here we
right
go,
back there.
boys.
Those machines.
Buckle up. Oh, we'll be right back.
That's where we are going to see the tab. Georgia. Plenty of times. It was kind of ground
Guys,
zero
we're
for
gonna
all
dip
of
our
those
toes in the
claims
Fox
during
News.
2020.
We're gonna do
I
some
think what's
crazy
interesting, Hallie,
shit
about this location,
when we go over
this
there.
building didn't exist.
We'll
back
probably
in
hear about
2020. This
the
is
they're
something that
eating
was
the
built
dogs.
New since the election last time. It's kind of a way
Time
to
for
get all of
bullshit.
the operations here under one roof, a way to streamline this process here in Fulton County. It's also a place that allows
Milwaukee's
members of the public to
doable.
come
Dude,
in and
I
observe
stole
this process. We've
Milwaukee's
already
best
seen
beer
some
in
people
high
who are
school.
coming in to watch this
And
tabulation.
as a high school drinker, I knew it was
kind
shit.
of here amongst the general population with us
fucking
members of the
awful.
media. So that's what's happening
The
here.
wine.
Now, just for a big picture of what's kind of happening around the state,
Put
you
on
know
the
about those record early
InfoWars.
voting numbers. More than 4 million people cast a ballot. That led to
Goddamn,
very short
Felix.
lines today. In
Fuck
fact, I gotta
that.
say that between
They're
me
turning
and
the
my amazing
frogs
producer Charlie
gay.
Guile, we went around to about 15 or so different polling locations throughout a couple of counties. Every single place we saw almost no line. I talked to some people. They told me most of them said that
She
their
has really
wait
nice
was
hair.
as short as about 5 minutes or so. Some people in the 15-minute range.
Is that like a
early in
wig,
the
or do you
morning.
think that's
But
real?
That really kind of gives you a sense that early voting and those absentee ballots, those are the results that are going to have to be tabulated starting around 8 o'clock because
Try
that's an hour
OAN?
after polls close.
What is that?
That's state law.
We need to see if he finally turns
because the
into
bulk of those
tomato.
votes were cast early, that's where we're going to start to see a lot of those results come in relatively quickly, Hallie.
As you're talking with voters,
Probably
who've been in
real.
line,
It's
voters who've been out
incredibly.
there, living and
That's
working
really
in
nice
Georgia,
hair.
of course,
I like
over
her
the course,
hair.
and not just today, but over
Oops.
the course of the last couple.
Oh God.
Votes counted. We'll see whether or not Trump can maintain this very, very wide margin. Indiana went for him in 2020 and 2016.
They're already
All right,
counting.
Moving on. We're going to stay, though, in Indiana. Remember, there is a Senate race there. Remember, the senator right now, the Republican.
There's like
Mike
one
Braun,
rule of
opted
black
to
hair.
run for
I don't know
governor
these
instead of that
rules.
race. But his chosen replacement, Jim Banks, the current congressman in Indiana, the Republican, over his
I was just
Democratic
wondering. It
challenger,
looked like
Valerie
nice
McCray
hair.
right now. You can see there he's up 72.
People spend
to
lots of money to get hair
26.
like that. It looks
Still
really
early,
nice.
2%
I
of
like their
estimated
hair.
votes counted, but that is a very, very wide margin there. So wanted
If
to
Kamala
stay in
wins,
Indiana. We
I
are
hope
getting
we get
some of
more
these results
Rule
in as
34
well. Also,
for
let's move
Green
not too
Stash
far
Productions.
there in Kentucky,
Welcome
the
in.
bluegrass state. You see there 8 electoral votes there in Kentucky.
Thank you,
around
Blue
2%
Pill.
of estimated votes counted. Trump over Harris, really 2-1. But like I said, it is still early, but Kentucky always ruby red here.
Oh,
Let's
you
bring in the
hope you get that
conversation,
first-time
Austin
homebuyer
Westfall
tax
there
credit?
in the Live Now
Hell
newsroom. Austin, so we do have
Dude,
some
she's
of
gonna
these
give away
results pouring in,
$50K
only in
to
Indiana and Kentucky,
start
but
new
some people
business.
have been
Maybe I'll
watching
open
these
up a
races.
small business.
Yeah, let's focus in
She's
on
gonna give us
Indiana here.
$50,000.
So, Indiana has voted red 13 out of the past 14 elections. They voted for Obama one time. First off, let's just illustrate here that still no races have been called, but you're starting to see some of these colors shading in Indiana. Indiana, Kentucky. These are light shades of red. That's
certain
to indicate
LLC.
that these
I'm
states
on it.
Are leaning this direction. This is another feature of the maps that we're going to be working with all night tonight here. We can focus
look at them
on
zoom
some
in
of these counties. I'll focus in on Fort Wayne.
Fort Wayne,
of just showing
a classic.
What kind of information we're going to be seeing throughout the night. Are any of these counties bellwethers for the night? No,
this guy looks like a goon
for the night, but you can see Trump. So
not that I'm like a good-looking guy, but this guy looks like a fucking goon. Does he not? Can you guys see him with the...
so far? So those are some of the numbers that we're seeing
looks like a
at
goon.
the county level in the presidential race. Let's pull up the House once again because we're starting to see a little bit more shading coming in some of these races. Again, none of these are expected
but you hope other people get it. Your business is doing fine. That's good. That's great. Yeah. If Kamala Harris is going to give away money for people to start their own businesses, I'm in.
Because those are uncontested races that were called immediately, or they are leaning red in some of these unsurprisingly
he's got that 50s haircut.
Yeah,
kinda,
also,
right?
Of course, we mentioned
I guess
the
everyone on
gubernatorial
Fox
contest
News
there,
does.
in Indiana, in the Hoosier State. I mentioned Mike Braun.
Everyone's got that
he's
50s
currently
haircut.
the Republican senator from Indiana. He wanted to do and try
We're
his
getting a lot of
hand,
Indiana
at the governor's
news, which
mansion there.
I'm
We're
sure
getting
it's
results.
important to Indiana. We'll come back to you, Indiana.
And
We got
potentially
Iowa.
Beyond. I'll be there too with exit
How's
poll data
Iowa
joined by
treating
Chuck
us?
Todd, Kristen Welker, and Tom Yamas. See you in a
Never
minute.
mind. We'll see you in a second.
More
More old people.
That is fairly and expeditiously reported. That doesn't mean we're going to have a result.
The
tonight.
Hoosier.
We are, in many places, we will be unlikely to have a complete result tonight. A higher premium on getting the right result reported than to getting a result reported quickly or too quickly. And I do think a big
like having
the
standard journalistic practices and
United
integrity.
States will be
You think that's
that the
important as
United
opposed to
States
just
once
sensationalism?
again,
Okay, I can agree with that.
Countless times in its 250th year history has provided
The ambassador to
for
Canada,
the exercise by
David
its people
Cohen. Why does that
of
name
their
sound
right to
familiar?
vote, and to preserve the most enduring,
Basic human
and important
dignity or
democracy
decency?
that exists in the world. And
Yeah,
I think
exactly,
that
man.
Ultimately,
People
it will
were
be
super pissed
democracy
about
that
my
is the
student
winner,
loans getting forgiven.
in the elections that take place in the United States.
Dude, the whole thing about the loans that were forgiven was that the people who got anything forgiven had already paid their loan back. The only thing they owed was interest.
Western democracies right now with Russia and others.
That's the issue, right?
Trust this process and trust its results, especially with sort of the history of what happened after.
It's like you take a $30,000 loan, you pay $300,000 back, you still owe $40,000 left on it. That's obviously no gross exaggeration, but that's basically what's happening, right? It's like you take out a loan for $10,000, you end up paying $45,000 back in interest and other payments, and you're like, you still owe the principal. It's fucking bullshit. It wasn't like it was just like, oh, you got a $40,000 loan for free. They had already paid back their interest, like the loan itself plus interest.
You're fine.
Thank you for the gift sub to MD Battle Cutie. Thank you so much.
It was only 24 years ago.
You don't have to do that. Thank you.
And the country didn't fall apart.
You're all
The
for zero
democracy didn't
tuition,
fall
but a lot of
apart.
people get mad
Violence
that they
didn't
paid
spill out
more.
into the streets.
But even then,
The
sometimes they
system
didn't. Yeah,
worked.
exactly.
And at the end of the day,
Like my
when the
girlfriend
system
still
worked,
has
and
loans
victor was
from like
declared,
20
America
years
came
ago.
back together,
And she's
at the
already
end-
paid
and at
off
the
what
end of the
she had
road,
got
the
loaned out.
democracy of the
It's just
United
interest.
States was stronger than it was.
How we doing here? Oh, this is just the Dow Jones. All right, Fox
Rhett
News,
Buttle
how we doing?
joins me. Rhett, I wanted to ask too, and thanks for being with us. Happy election night. Rhett, just your
Look at this guy's
response
eyes.
and reaction to what we just brought our viewers happening in
Talk
Philadelphia.
about
here. Do
a
you think that's
villain
somewhat of a
face.
bellwether of how the night's going to go as far as
Like
rhetoric, as far as messaging?
That furrowed brow,
Well, I
like
hope
you're
so,
doing that
but I think,
intentionally.
we are expecting that, President Trump will, as he has always done,
That's not like a
put out,
friendly face.
potentially
You're not there to
incorrect
like
things that
make
are
friends
happening.
when you make that
But at
face.
this stage of the game, it's really important to know that this has been a very safe and
this
accessible
thing-
election.
he
Everyone's
looks
votes have been very
exactly
secure.
like that.
America has the most safe and secure
thing,
election
look at
system
him.
in the world.
That's him.
We saw that last cycle.
That's the guy.
And, in previous cycles where the Trump administration had brought forward, allegations of fraud fraud, all of those.
He's got that hair care routine. Petey, that's him.
Independent judges. So we may continue to see some of those. I think it's helpful right now. We need to make sure that the polls are open. People continue to get to the polls. The most important thing is that people be able to know that their vote is safe and secure.
He looks like a dick.
To everyone.
He just like doesn't look like he's your friend.
Campaign stands right now. Last night on
I'll kick you in the nuts.
Senior
Spin
Harris
on
campaign
you.
advisor David Plouffe said this to Aaron Burnett, that he believes they can win
Puerto Rican
all 7
tuition's
battlegrounds.
very cheap, like 2K
He says
a
they
year.
can,
For
not that they
engineering,
will.
that's
He
already
believes
US
that, though.
accredited.
Is that feasible right now? Why is this
But
race so
MIT's
close between
better.
Harris and Trump?
Yeah, well, the thing about
look, we always knew that this would
the
be
thing
a close
about that,
election.
Perico, is like you're not when you go to college, you're not only
But the
paying
vice
for the
president has
education.
said over and
You're
over
absolutely
she
right.
is
Like, your
asking for every
education compared to like
American's vote, and
somebody
she's
at
leaving no
MIT or
stone
like
unturned.
another like
Yesterday she
prestigious
was,
school
crossing
is
Pennsylvania
probably
from the top of the
equitable.
bottom
I
of
would
the
say
state,
maybe you're not
talking to
learning from
voters
like
about her
as
plan to lower
quality
cost and
teachers or
what she'll
whatever.
do as president of
But
the
like
United States
essentially
to
the
bring,
education you're getting is
down the
somewhat
cost
the
of
same,
groceries
or pretty
to
much
make,
the same.
The cost of housing more
You're paying
affordable, and I think
for
that is a message that is really resonating.
You know what I mean? You're paying
not
for
just in
I went to
Pennsylvania,
MIT.
but in places like
Now
Nevada,
that I've
and
graduated
Wisconsin.
from
And
MIT,
so,
pay me
I
a
think the
whole shit
campaign
ton
is
of
really
money.
focused on
That's what
bringing
you're
the
paying.
message to working families about how
Trump
they
should
can
win.
make
What's
their
up,
lives better.
Vinny?
And I
We'll
think
see.
that's
I
what
mean,
we
I
heard
don't
David
know.
Plouffe talk
I
about last night.
personally
All of
don't
these
think
states
so,
are
but you
within the
know,
realm
if
of
the
possible.
majority of America says he should be president,
So I want to talk also,
who am I to
though,
say no to
about
that? You know what I
this
mean?
Narrative that has been front and center throughout the
Hello,
course of
what are we
the
watching?
campaign
What's up?
cycle.
We're watching right
How
now. We're on
Harris,
Fox News,
has had to redefine
learning
herself,
about
especially in relation
the battleground
to President
states.
Joe Biden. Joe Biden withdrew from the ticket in July, and Harris
Times
allegedly,
two. Thank
you
you,
can argue,
Pillow.
charted her own course or did not chart her own course. Do you see any Biden drag in some of these early exit polls right now? That has been a key feature, how she would distinguish herself from Biden. We know this race is going to be decided among independents and among some of these
Who I
late-breaking
prefer?
undecided
So I
voters.
lean
Has she
left
done
on.
a good enough job
I voted
of
for Kamala
distinguishing
Harris.
herself from Biden?
I don't.
Well, look, I think the vice president is very proud
I
of the
lean
things that she
heavier
accomplished
left
as
than
part of
she
the
does.
Biden-Harris administration, which are mostly
I am,
bipartisan things, the bipartisan infrastructure law, the bipartisan
I don't
Chips and
like
Sciences
her
Act.
in that
All
she's
of
like
those are
middle of the
investments in
road.
Americans, working families, things
Democrat,
like roads
like,
and bridges that
party
create jobs.
quo, like
but the
status
vice president
quo,
has also really
party
talked
Democrat
about what is
bullshit.
important
Same
to
with
her,
Joe Biden.
right? And so
I
she's
don't
put
like
plans
that.
together
I
focused
want
on working
reform.
families
I
and small
want
businesses. She's
actual
made access
policy to
capital
help and
tax
benefit
credits for small
Americans,
employers and Main
not
Street,
what
the
we're
hallmark
currently
of her
getting.
campaign.
If
She's
I have to
focused
pick
on
between
bringing down
Kamala
the
Harris
cost of
and Donald
housing
Trump, I'm
and
picking Kamala
groceries
Harris
for
every
families.
time.
Those are things that are plans and that are really unique to the vice president. I think are really identifying. And I also just think she's been very focused on building a broad coalition. So
that's
in
just
addition
me
to
and my
really
vote.
working
And
to,
if
talk
the
to the
majority of
African-American
America says they
community,
want
the
Donald Trump
UFO
as
community,
president,
we're really encouraged by the numbers we're seeing out
that a
of
bingo? Yeah, we're doing bingo.
With the Puerto Rican community, for example, and
We're
young
doing bingo.
voters, on college campus coming out to support the vice president. I
JD
think all of
Vance
that
has
is a really
smoky
unique sign to the
eyeliner,
strength of the
we get
coalition
to
that the
we get
vice
to mark
president
off
brings
the
to this
middle one.
conversation.
So, Red, I got to ask also, because issues are front and center in this campaign, including reproductive rights and abortion here. Is the Dobbs
country becomes
decision
California
from 2
dun,
years
dun,
ago,
dun.
is that fading or is that ramping up amongst the base of the Democratic Party here? Will we see any effect, especially amongst this key voting demographic, that's suburban women and young
Your
women
left
here?
is
Seems
right
like the
for
Harris
you in
campaign has
Quebec.
put
I know, dude.
a lot of
Exactly.
their
And like
eggs into that voting
you know,
constituency
I get
here.
that.
Will it matter?
I'm not a Democrat. I'm a progressive.
Look, Dobbs is very
I vote
important,
democratically.
And women's
I
right
have
to
my
choose is
entire
a key
life,
part of this campaign.
but I'm a
the vice president
progressive.
has been clear. But there's a broader narrative here, right? This is about freedom. Do you want a candidate that supports freedom? If so,
Election
do you want to
interference
support
should be in the
Kamala
middle
Harris?
square.
Do you want a
JD
candidate
Vance
that will
having
take us forward
eyeliner
and
is a
continue to grow
given,
the
guy. I don't
economy?
understand why you
If
guys
so,
don't
you
think
want Kamala Harris. Do you want a
JD
candidate
Vance
who's
with his
more
like
focused on
smoky
bringing the country
eyeliner
together,
and
reaching
yeah,
across
he's
the aisle with
absolutely
people like Liz Cheney, for example? Then you want Kamala Harris.
He got that
I
Robert
think all
Pattinson
Donald Trump has offered is
makeup.
tax breaks for his, buddies who run really large businesses, and a lot of divisiveness. And
a lot of divisiveness.
Mentioned that we don't have full information and people are still voting. But let's go back to this most important issue. I think some eyebrows were raised when state of democracy becomes the top issue. Some people think, oh, does that favor the Democrats? Is that January 6th, that kind of thing? It means different different things to different people.
Yeah, and we're going to be completely transparent tonight. It was surprising to us
Kaiser
as
is
well
30%
because you think
Canadian.
maybe the top issue would have been the economy, abortion, or immigration. State
And
of
20%
democracy, but we
Brazil.
have to understand here,
And
we can't dig too deep into
30% meant Germany.
Just yet, because people are still voting. We'll have more that we can break down in the hours ahead.
I feel like
But
Germany's a way more
essentially, that was the
significant
question. So
population of Kaiser than
democracy?
Canada.
All Americans like democracy. So whether you love Trump or you love Vice President Kamala Harris, that might be your top issue. It doesn't tell us a whole lot, but what it does tell us is that the electorate is motivated, and they came out to vote today.
Yeah, it may mean
The
what's the state of the country
democracy.
and how
What
important
a
do you think this
meaningless
election is?
like,
and many people feel there
phrase.
are very high stakes, Lester. Let's get right to it. Peter Alexander
You
at
see
the
that
Harris
Trump got
headquarters in
Melania
Washington,
stunt
D.C.
double
Campaign
today?
officials telling him they're
She ever
feeling
took off her
confident
sunglasses?
about
I did
the
not
young
see that.
voter turnout so far. What are you hearing, Peter?
Where did they get these ridiculous metrics? It's all
Yeah, that's
bullshit.
exactly right. As we wait for Kamala Harris to arrive here a little bit later this evening, this is her alma mater.
This is one of the most divisive elections in our lifetime. Dude, so far, you thought that a black man getting elected president would be divisive.
To the turnout among young voters, they're pointing to that. Take, for example, they say what's
The
happening
state
in
of
Pennsylvania
democracy
is a good
is on
indication
the
of
line.
heavy turnout in their favor, particularly at schools
I
like
feel like Harris will
Lafayette
come
and
out,
Lehigh, the campus
okay,
of
but the
Lehigh
constant
University.
50-50
They
coin
note
flip
at
bullshit
times
from the
today the
media is
line was up to
nerve-wracking.
7 hours
It's just a
long.
drum
The
up
campaign saying
drama.
it's sending
You're
additional
absolutely
support.
right.
That
I don't
support
think
coming in the form of some
it's as
celebrity
close as the
assistance.
media is
Some of the
making
stars of the Avengers film series.
I'm learning how to give abortions if Trump wins. Dude, Elfman Magic, you want to make a shit ton of money.
To help keep those individuals
Yo, Anonymous, thanks for the gift sub. Thank you so much.
State election officials are sending additional
Coward!
Polling stations there so they can try to get through this line a little bit more quickly. One thing they feel good about. Another thing that they're feeling particularly good about
Have the
tonight
balls
are the
to do it to my
favorability
face.
numbers right now, Savannah and Lester.
Chad,
the numbers,
if you're
according
gonna
to early
fucking
exit
rub
polls, show
Donald
that
Trump's
Kamala
dick
Harris
on my
is at
face,
48%
have the
in
fucking
terms of
balls to
favorability. Compare
stand
that
up
to
and say, I did
44%
it.
For former President
Have
Trump,
the
but
fucking
notably,
balls
Joe
to do
Biden,
that.
the current
Don't
president,
stand
is
behind
at
your
41%.
fucking
That
curtains
means
in the
that Kamala
shadows
Harris
like
is
some sort of
outperforming
pussy.
the man
Come out
along
here and
whom,
tell me who you
she
are.
ran in 2020, with whom she served for the last 4 years. There had been some
Melania,
real concerns that could have been an albatross.
I beat
for her, given so
Melania
many
for the
Americans
first
had indicated
time
they
this
thought the
year.
country
I feel
was going in the wrong
embarrassed to say
direction.
that.
Things we'll be watching over the course of this
Melania, when Elden Ring first came out, I quit fighting Melania. I quit. I just quit. I was like, I'm done. I'm not having fun. I didn't beat Melania until this year.
About widespread cheating. What is he saying?
That was my first time, and I smashed her. And then,
that's right, Lester.
And then I fought her again and again and again, and had a
whole spin. Their
I had so much fun
at the
fighting
moment
her.
right now. Listen, they
That
came
fight
here
sucks.
tonight expecting to throw a party. I'm on the floor of the Palm Beach Convention Center, an absolutely massive ballroom that they have.
If you were
booked out,
here, you would
ready
have
to
typed
throw
coward
a
faster
huge
than me.
victory party, something that didn't
Violet
really happen
would
in
never get
2016,
anonymously.
a race
That's right.
that's victory surprised even
If he
Donald
could
Trump,
read, he'd
and of
be
course, didn't
really
happen
upset
in
right now.
2020 when they lost. I just got off the phone with the
Melania's
senior
a nice
Trump
boss
campaign
fight. It's just
advisor who told
hard
me
to
they
take
are
the actual time to learn
cautiously
it.
confident
Yeah.
in what they've been seeing across the battleground states.
You're terrible
so
to Elden
far
Ring,
today,
but
and that the
Melania
former
was the
president
one
is
fight
trying
that
to
you
run
never
through the
trouble
tape,
with. Wow,
making
that's good.
calls to radio
I struggled with her
stations
when
in
she first came out.
Pennsylvania and
I
Wisconsin,
fought her for like
urging
6 or
his
7
supporters to
hours,
go
and I was like,
vote,
you know what?
stay in line if they're
I'm not
already
having
there,
fun. I'll
and
do
trying to
something
focus
else.
on
I'll
an
beat the game.
economic message,
You know what
something
my
that
favorite
they've
boss
always
fight in that
felt
game is? There's
better
two.
for them on
Moog.
sort of the broad spectrum
This
of
is
issues
pre-DLC.
in this race.
Moog
All of that said, the
and
former president's social
Placidusex.
media posts
And
seem to
also, I guess if you
undermine
count the
confidence he is
second half of the
projecting.
Horaloo
Just a short
fight.
time ago,
Or I guess like the
posting
Horaloo
without
section
any
of the fight.
particular evidence that we could find
Radigan was
about
alright.
massive cheating, in his words, in Detroit and Philadelphia.
He's
Obviously
already
places
saying
where
that people are
Democratic
cheating.
turnout is expected to be very high, and ironically, places,
Moog
at least in the
fights.
case
I
of
love
Detroit,
the
where he
Moog
actually
fight,
performed
dude. The
better
Moog
in
fight's so
2020
cool.
in a loss
Moog
than
is
he
number
did
one
in
for you.
2016
He's
in a
cheating!
win. Trump has
Placidusex is
said
fun,
for the
but you never
duration
beat
of
it.
this
Dude, I
campaign,
love
especially in
Placidusex
its
fight.
closing
It's
days,
so cool.
that he believes the only
When he
way
starts
he
like
could
zipping
lose
around
is
and
if there
like,
is some kind of cheating out across these battleground states.
Pre-DLC,
We'll be
your
watching to see
favorite
what else
boss
he has
fight
to
was
say about
Bargain.
it.
That's a good one too.
You're fine.
Yo, TV Nerd, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you for standing up and at least saying
in
it.
Philadelphia, where they've actually added 2 extra voting
Stop the
machines at
count,
one polling
Bierman.
station because of
Stop
the huge crowds. Jacob.
Yeah, Lester, good evening to you. That's absolutely right. We have been here all day long. We've been
All
watching the line
day.
at Temple University.
Polls
As a
closed
matter
in
of fact,
2 hours
it used
and
to
20
stretch
minutes,
all the way
but
down to the
also
next avenue over
20
here.
minutes.
Now the line, which was about 2.5 2.5 hours long, is
I feel like the
quickly
Margaret
moving
Morgott
inside ahead of the 8
fight
o'clock
is perfectly polished.
poll closing
Yeah,
time
it's
here at
really,
Temple
really,
University. This is one of
really good.
1,703 different
Absolutely.
election divisions all across the city of Philadelphia. That's the
Stop the
same
count. Trump supporters haven't
jurisdiction
gotten
as
to
the
the
county of Philadelphia. 700
the
polling
numbers with
places,
commas
about
yet.
500,000 people were
Unrelated.
expected
Have
to
you seen the
in person today.
Kirsten
Some of those
Dunst
students who have
Civil
been
War
waiting
movie?
2.5
I have
hours.
not. Is that the one that came out
right
recently?
now? As you can see, they're coming out at a pace that we haven't seen
On,
all
like,
day.
Hulu
After
or
they
something?
added those two machines you referenced, it is, as you said, a
If you're outside
positive
the
sign
US, it
for the
impacts
Harris
you
campaign.
too.
But of course,
Yeah,
until all the
we are
ballots are
sorry
cast
about
and
that.
counted, we won't know that for sure. Lester.
Morgott needed more HP.
All right, Jacob, thanks.
All right,
Is
well,
that
right
the
over here at
Morgott is the
big
one
board,
that makes the
270,
poison like
we
appear in the
mentioned it
middle?
is the magic number tonight. That
I
is
think
what it will
a
take to
lot
win the White House.
of
Each campaign
the
says they have
Elden Ring
multiple
fights
paths to get
would
to
have
that magic
improved
number. So let's
with
get
a
back to
second
Tom Giannis
health
at the
bar.
big board because this
I
is the
do
big
kind of
picture.
believe that. I
Here's
think
the map, the
Mesmer
gray areas
needed a
are the
second health
battleground
bar.
states, and
I
there
think
are various ways to get to
like
that magic
Morgott
number of
needed a
270.
second
And
health
this is how we
bar.
ended up at the end of election
There was
week
like
in
another fight
2020.
or something
As you
too, where
mentioned,
I was
those
like, man, I
battleground
think this
states,
was
we haven't
bad.
coded them in yet.
Malekith
Biden, he won 6 of those 7
needed a
battleground
second
states.
health
so
bar.
the easiest path for the vice president is to
I
hold
feel like
the blue
if you
wall.
gave those bosses a
Pennsylvania,
full
Michigan,
second health
and
bar, they'd be
Wisconsin.
so
If she
much
does that,
cooler.
Savannah, she gets to 270, she's going to the White House.
Morgott was
but if
the
she's having a
last.
terrible
Gotcha,
night
yeah.
tonight, and there's an emergency, she doesn't win Wisconsin, Michigan, or Pennsylvania, the blue
Malekith
wall
is
collapses.
such a cool fight.
She
Yeah.
has an emergency route through the
I
Sun
did like
Belt where
Liza
she can
P.
win
I did. I
Nevada,
need to go back
win
and play that.
Arizona.
I played it
Remember,
once
Biden
when it
won
first
those.
came out,
Keep
and I
Georgia
actually
and
really
flip
enjoyed
North
it. I think it
Carolina.
did.
She gets to 275.
I think
But
here's
if this
the
is
biggest
path for the
compliment I
Democrats,
can
they're gonna
give
have a
it.
few
Also, I
heart
don't
attacks.
Well, yeah, I was
Illy. I
gonna say
don't
that's a
really
much
Illy
tougher
Andrill. I don't know how
path,
to
and
pronounce
polls
her name.
bear that out. Let's
Here's
talk
the
about Donald Trump path.
biggest
Okay, just
compliment
think
I
about
can
the east
give.
side. This is the easiest way to understand Trump's path. If he flips Georgia back to red,
Liza
holds
P.
North Carolina, and then turns Pennsylvania red, he's
when
going
I
to
was
the White
playing
House
it,
again.
it
But if
was
he can't
tough
win
for me to
Pennsylvania,
remind
he has to
myself
win
that it
somewhere else in
wasn't
the
a
Midwest.
FromSoft
Donald
game.
Trump tonight
I think they
cannot get to the
copied
White House unless he makes a crack in the blue
FromSoft
wall.
so
if he wins
well
Michigan, he holds North
that
Carolina.
it was
he flips
actually
Georgia.
difficult
He can
for
do it
me
with
to be
just
like,
Nevada
oh yeah,
and those 6
FromSoft
electoral
didn't
votes.
make this.
But if he can't win Michigan and the blue
You know what
wall
I mean?
comes down to Wisconsin, he has to win down
That
in
to me
Arizona
is like the
to get those
biggest
11
compliment you
electoral
can give
votes.
any
And that's what we're
Souls
going to be
like.
doing tonight, counting up electoral
Liza's a
votes.
masterpiece. The bosses are so
Maybe
much more
tomorrow,
fun than
maybe
Elden
next
Ring.
week. We shall see.
I think
Lester, let's go to you.
You two are terribly optimistic.
I remember the
Thank you. Let's
bosses.
bring in Kristen
I didn't
Welker
like
now,
the hand
moderator
of
of Meet the
Menace thing or
President.
whatever.
Kristen,
I
what are
did
you
not
looking
like
for
that
tonight?
fight.
Some early indications that suggest
And
one
like
or
the
more of
gank
those
fights
paths we just talked about
were
are real.
Cool.
Absolutely,
like the one
Lester.
like,
Looking
when
for
it's
a
like
couple
that,
of
the
things.
three,
First of all,
four
let's
people
talk
in
about the
it. They were
historic
cool.
gender gap.
I'm trying to remember
that
some of the
could
bosses.
be one of the big
The,
stories of this election. We've
there was
seen
the
it in
furnace
polling
thing or
leading up
whatever.
to tonight.
Some of them were
Vice
cool.
President
Some of them were
Kamala
cool.
Harris has a
The
significant
big like
lead
zombie
with women
guy or like
voters. Former
Hulk
President
guy.
Donald Trump has a real lead
Or him
with
just
male
being kinda
voters.
like
So we'll
whatever.
be watching those early
The Black
returns
Rabbit
to
family.
see
Yeah,
how that
yeah.
bears out, to see how the split
Yeah, I
actually
would say
falls.
like the way
Abortion
that
on
they
the
like kind of
ballot in
like
10 different
disengage with
states,
you
so
while
that
you're
would be
fighting one
notable,
was
could
definitely
potentially
nice.
drive up turnout. Early bellwethers,
The
Lester,
imperfect
Virginia
something.
in particular.
Which one
there's
was
a
that?
key race for
Don't remember
Congress
that.
there. Virginia 7, Eugene Vindman running against Derek Anderson.
They kept the
This
FromSoft polish.
was a
Yeah, I
Democratic
agree.
held seat. Do Democrats continue to
I
hold
felt like
on
the
to this
last
seat,
level
or do they
of
lose it to
the
Republicans?
Liza
If they
P
lose
was
to
very
Republicans,
strange.
that could spell trouble for Democrats early on in the evening. And then this is a really fascinating one, Lester. Split ticket voters.
Split
in
tickets.
1988, you had 17 states that voted opposite parties for president and Senate. In 2020, down to one state, Maine. What do we see tonight? It's
what
really
do we
been
see
dwindling
tonight?
over the years.
All right. Thank you, Kristen. Let's go over to Savannah now.
Poll
Breaking Brick
closings are
Brother's
about
sword.
to start
Oh,
at 7
yeah,
o'clock
you
Eastern
could do that. I
time,
forgot about
including in the
that. That was
battleground
cool.
of Georgia. And if you've ever wondered how we're able to
Oh,
call
you know
some
what
of
the
these
best
races
fight in
so
that game is,
quickly,
though?
Stay put. We're going to take you inside. We'll show you
I don't
how we
remember
do
how to
it
pronounce
right
it.
after the break.
The dude at the top of the tower. The dude at the top of the tower. I think it was a girl puppet or something, and she had like lightning, and she would like jump up in the air, and you could like reflect the lightning back. Yeah, that's Lasiax or whatever. Yeah. That fight was super cool. That fight was the best fight of the game, in my opinion. That game was fucking... I mean, that fight was cool as shit.
The familiar relationships, the business relationships, the
you call it laxative?
Social ties, you know, speaking relatively the same language.
The complete, not the imperfect.
You know, the integration
oh, is that the one, the fight you're fighting? That fight, or describing? That fight was super cool.
The Canada-U.S. relationship will endure no matter who's president. It'll have different challenges. You know, President Trump is promised to impose tariffs. Kamala Harris was against the USMCA.
You're on the first boss.
promising mass deportation. We don't know what that would
he
look
hasn't
like,
even
but it would
played the
have
game.
real alarm bells for the Canada-U.S. border. Vice President Harris wants to have more of what Joe Biden did with protectionism and investments in the American economy that are on the
American
edge of
economy
being
over
anti-trade.
here.
So, you know, there will be tensions
said
and
look
stresses
cool.
and dynamics with either outcome.
Thomas
And
doesn't
I
play
know
Souls
that
games.
Canada
That's
has
right. I
built up
said
the
that.
capacity, the professionalism, and the diplomacy over time.
That's a
to
good
withstand
callback from
whatever
8
happens
hours
tonight.
ago.
Cameron, you were in the Prime Minister's office during the first.
What are these
Trump
red
presidency, so you
things
have
they're
sort of
wearing?
an up-close experience of what it was like to deal with that. James is right. There's going to be challenges no matter who wins. They seem probably a little bit more
I pay
volatile
attention.
and maybe
Boom.
larger if it is a Trump victory. What are you focusing on right now?
They're a poppy? Oh, is it like a,
I think
like
you're
a
right.
flower?
You're both right. James absolutely is correct.
Does it
in the
mean
fact that
something? I don't
our
remember the
relationship
meaning.
as
Got
nations
you.
And as people will endure well beyond the results of tonight's election and into the decades that come. I mean,
Former
as
head
a
of the
Canadian
communications
who's in
for the
US
Prime Minister
right now, you
Trudeau.
can certainly feel
Why?
The concern.
Why
and
are
the
these
despair
people
that a
weighing
lot of
in?
People are voicing
World War
around
II
this election,
tribute?
and
It's
I
for
think
World
that
War II
translates
vets.
north of the border too, because. I mean, the volatility that you
But
pointed to is just
World-
so much
but
more pronounced. When you
Remembrance
think of
Day
what
was
we
for
went
World War
through
I.
Those 4 years under Donald Trump. I mean, everything you heard the minister say.
Why is he down
is
here
very
at the lower? You
reassuring,
guys see this?
And it's
He's
of
like
course
down
what they
here.
have to say.
That was
and
weird.
it's true. They will.
Look at this guy. Who the fuck is this guy? This guy looks like an older Elon Musk. Who was that?
The Trump campaign do right, and what did the Harris campaign do right, and vice versa?
You're
What do you
watching
think they did
Canadian
wrong?
television. Oh, what?
Well,
We're
I think
watching
both
Canadian
campaigns
television.
really
I didn't even notice.
grounded
That's
out
what
to the end.
CNBC
They were
stands
in a lot
for?
of places. They kept hitting these high swing states.
What does MSNBC stand for
then? To try to secure votes there.
Papa Musk.
I think Donald Trump actually.
Bro,
remained
that's
somewhat
CBC.
disciplined
That's
down the stretch.
CBC?
And
Oh, it is CBC. Microsoft NBC? Microsoft owns news? I
in
feel like
the
that's
last few
scary.
days.
Look at the Pope. Look at him. We all just be more like the Pope. Look at him. Everyone make that face right now. We could just, if everyone acted like the Pope right now, I think it would be great. What is InfoWars reporting? Somebody send me a link for InfoWars and I'll watch it. We'll put it on here. I don't know how long we'll watch it. Are you gonna watch CNN? You guys let me know. You guys just send me like the links to it. I'll fucking watch whatever. Send it back over to Catalina and the Gen Z report. Not CNN. I don't know. If you send me a link, we'll check it out. Alex might actually explode into a red giant.
Listen to full episodes of Meet the Press wherever you get your podcasts.
HRU, PNUG, and Nugtaria News interpreters today. That's right.
Welcome back to NBC News election night coverage. Vote tabulation centers across the country hard at work right now.
Vote tabulation, boys.
Election workers coast to coast counting ballots as they roll in on this historic night. One place that's speeding up its
gonna
vote
lie,
count
things
system
looking
is
pretty
battleground
Ohio,
Michigan, with
folks.
50
On God,
electoral
for real,
votes up
for real,
grabs.
no cap.
Jesse Kirsch is in Detroit, where people are still registering to vote. Jesse.
I slammed my penis in the car door.
That's right, Lester.
You
Our colleague
slammed
Julia
your
Jester
penis
tells us
in the car
downtown
door.
Detroit, there are still people lining up to register to vote or to deal with the registration issue and a change of address. So people continue to be going through that process. We are outside of a polling location right now, which will still be
Might as well
open
put on Al
for a little
Jazeera
bit
as
more
well.
than an hour. Of course, if people are in line.
Is that like the
by 8
opposite of
p.m. Eastern Time,
InfoWars?
the expectation is they will still be able to cast their ballot. Once we have all of the votes in, we should be getting the
All right, what we
results
got here?
potentially faster
Biden,
compared to 2020, as you
50.
alluded to. The Secretary of State
Trump,
says that we could
47.
have unofficial full
Okay.
results here in Michigan by around noon tomorrow. This time around
How
for this
are you?
presidential election, this is the first one
Oh, yo,
where in
what's up?
Michigan,
How are you,
municipalities
dude?
can pre-process absentee
Even
ballots. They're
dead.
not
Fuck
releasing
it, let's
those
get
results,
my
but they
redneck
can
neighbor
get
who's on
those
welfare
votes
to come down and
ready to
explain
be
how Trump's
tabulated
economy's
and be
better.
announced to the public. And in Detroit, obviously a massive city, in this state. We are told by the Secretary of State that 95% of the absentee votes have been pre-processed already, and so that will potentially accelerate the timeline compared to 2020, where there was a vacuum of time.
What am I trying to say? What does that mean?
Misinformation and a lot of concern. So that's something that we're going to be watching for how that plays out. I got off the phone a short time ago with Congresswoman Haley Stevens from the Detroit area.
What does that mean?
She's a Democrat. She tells me that
I meant to tell you guys this. I probably won't be able to find it. I was driving to pick up Lindsay from the airport. I swear to God this happened. And I was listening to the radio. And there was like it had to have been a 3-minute long radio spot. It was long. It was a really long commercial for some sort of senator or something. And I kid you not, the guy's name was Seaman. And his name was like John Seaman or something. And instead of just being like, John thinks this, they kept saying, Senator Seaman believes in, and for 3 minutes, they were going on about Senator Seaman. And I was like, dude, who okays this? There's a Seaman and a he, she. No way. I worked with a guy named Jeff Seaman.
To show you how our team makes those calls.
It was 3 minutes of listening about Senator Seaman and how he works hard for the people around him and how they always get what they need with Senator Seaman.
They then report out their tallies, where our decision desk pulls them in and gets to work. John Lipinski runs the decision
You almost
desk.
got robbed outside of the Phoenix airport?
Tolerance for errors.
Dude, that's terrifying. That sounds like a pre-9/11, but it was probably post.
All the votes are counted.
Election night 2020.
Calls like this one in 2020 came just seconds after the polls closed at 7 p.m.
The president
I saw a billboard for a lawyer whose name was Lee
So when viewers
Mao.
tuned in 4 years ago, they saw we called Indiana with only 7% of the vote in.
didn't.
How's that possible?
We leveraged exit poll data and actual real vote returns.
No,
That
you
exit
did
poll
not.
data comes from workers spread out across the country asking
Harvey
in-person
Epstein
and
is an
mail-in
American
voters
politician
who
in
they
the state of
voted
New
for.
York.
But that real-time
He's a
vote
member of
count
the
is also put through
New York
advanced
State
computer
Assembly.
models, which are then analyzed by data
I
experts
swear to God,
and
Lee
political
Mao.
scientists at the decision desk.
That's like the kids who like died in the aircraft and it was like,
how big is the
we
difference between
too
the two
low
candidates,
and
how much vote has yet to be counted.
no fly
Think of it like a
here or
basketball
some
game.
shit. It's
If
like
a team
that's
is up
like
by
that.
20 points at halftime, they're favored to win. But there's still a good chance the trailing team can catch
Telemundo.
up in
Is
the
that
next
it?
half.
Are we gonna watch Telemundo?
But if a team is up by 20 points with only
A la Casa Blanca depende de su desempeño aquí.
Why is it
Pensilvania
like
es el premio mayor en el
160p?
campo de batalla electoral. Ambos candidatos cierran sus campañas con eventos en este estado péndulo porque sus 19 votos
Guys, we are an
electorales
inclusive
son
channel.
indispensables para
We
lograr la
believe in
victoria.
everyone
Y dos
getting their
paradas revelan la
information,
relevancia del electorado
regardless
hispano.
of
La
regardless of
vicepresidenta
language.
dirigió un mensaje desde Allentown,
Post
donde el
9/11 on the main road
54%
that
de la
runs along
población
it.
es hispana.
Dude walked up and had windows down. He said, "Hey, bruh, we got a ride." I said, "No," and the dude reached into his waistband.
We have got to finish strong.
Silvia dice que ya votó por ella.
Dude, that's
Motivada por
fucking
revertir las
terrifying.
restricciones al aborto.
Phoenix has a huge crime problem.
No lo quiero ni para mí ni para
Who else is
En Reading, donde 2 de cada 3 residentes son hispanos,
drinking
el
a
expresidente
bunch
una vez
tonight?
más
Nah, I
catalogó
don't
a los
drink, so not me.
inmigrantes
But
recién
you drink
llegados
for
como
me,
criminales.
Neptunian, as long as
Pero
you're
la
safe and
amenaza de un
appropriate.
elevado arancel a
English
las
only, no
importaciones de
jajas.
México
Okay,
durante
calm
su
down.
primer evento del día se llevó
We appreciate the jajas.
Right before they get that information.
By the way, they're siloed off. They're not even here in
That's
New York.
amazing.
They're
Look at the
in
same
Philadelphia,
combination
so
on my
they are
luggage.
doing their work, and they tell us when they're
Thank
ready
you for
to
the
make the call.
22 months.
We are about to see some of their work in action. We're coming up with the first poll is about to close.
Juju!
Our decision desk is standing
I'm drinking
by
a lot,
to
but
make
not
its
alcohol.
first projections of the evening. as we begin to answer
Iliandro,
the
I
question,
have
who
been
will be the
clean
next
and
president
sober
of the
for,
United States?
well,
Stay
actually
with us
today,
for our
holy
live
shit,
election night
November
coverage on
11th.
NBC.
It's been 12 and a half years today, which is not really like in a moment or anything, but it's my 6-month anniversary for my sobriety.
Commercial break of
And 12
this
years.
hour. We got a lot more in store.
Let's
Many
see
states'
Angry
polls
Eyebrow
are
Guy. What does he
closing
have to
in just
say?
about 7 minutes times, and some of those battleground states we're watching, including Georgia.
It's
and
11-5,
North
not
Carolina. We'll see you
11-11.
in 2 minutes.
It's November 5th. I've been sober for 29 years. You just never drank? Oh, nice, dude. Hell yeah. I drank a lot, Egg Chi. Clean and sober for 3 days. Going strong. Yo, hell yeah, dude. Alright. Fuck this guy. We'll go back to Telemundo. What does Canada have to say about our elections?
Save Trump, and motivated women voters will save Kamala Harris.
Oh, dude, don't feel bad at all. Like I said, drink for me, dude.
Well, it's deeply concerning, and I think both parties,
big deal.
Especially the Democrats,
they're gonna find out that you're Trash Island. People are gonna vote real soon.
beyond
Yo, let's go.
and build
Trash Island,
new coalitions of
i.e.
people who can
Puerto
agree on
Rico,
issues
which has
and
beautiful
see
food,
a vision
beautiful
and value
people,
beyond,
beautiful culture.
the way that it's been laid out.
Let's get
this
them
election.
in the United
the way
States.
The government has to approach
You're 3
the
months sober
results,
tonight.
especially
Yo! Guys, can we get some shout out for fucking Nikki
Trump
Snoke
win is going to
and a
take
goddamn
an
3 months
enormous
sobriety?
amount
Dude,
of
3
effort
months
and
for me
work
was
on a
such a
daily
big
basis
deal.
From the government,
I just
from
got
the
out of
Prime Minister
treatment,
himself, from his
and
team, from the entire cabinet, and basically
I don't know,
everyone
like
we can
it's
build a
I hit
coalition
like triple
with,
digits right after, right? It was like
across
90
party
days
lines,
is 3 months,
just
and
like
you
they
get like
did the
100
first
days, and you're like, holy shit, I've been sober 100 days. That's fucking crazy. I don't know, it just felt like a big deal to me. So,
manifest itself in a very public way.
Congrats,
man. Still had the brash expressions from the president and from his administration.
yeah.
But there was
What
so
Mike
much
Smoke said,
work
like
going
I
on
don't
behind the scenes to try and
the whole
remind
like sobriety
Americans
thing, like
who, for the
people who drink or like enjoy drinking, or maybe even like admittedly have a problem with drinking, like there's nothing wrong with you guys for doing that. Sometimes I don't like to engage when you guys are doing that because it's just like sometimes it's just too much for me to like engage with it. But it's not like bad that you're doing it. You know what I mean? Like it's about preservation of my sobriety. It's nothing to do with like how you are as a person. So
but they're gonna have to double.
But like, ultimately, I have to be good with other people and other places and things, including alcohol and people drinking it. So like, it has nothing to do with you guys. Or drugs, I should say, for that matter, too.
That's a whole other thing. Some of them are writing letters and saying things about the former boss.
Social rituals. Yo, Giselle? Or Gazelle? Geisel? Absolutely. I thought, dude, I remember I was like 7 days sober or something. Less than that.
Yeah, I mean, listen,
I just got out of detox. I had delirium tremens and
building on
all that shit. And I get out of detox and I'm like sitting in my room at treatment and I'm like,
she does it extremely well.
I gotta be sober the rest of my life.
Of Kamala Harris is something to watch out
this
for.
fucking sucks. No way, dude. I was like, and believe me, I've shared my story before. If you're new here, you've never heard it, so you don't know. But very short story. I was ready to die, you know. And even then, it's like, man, fucking sobriety. That sounds terrible. You know what I mean? It's like it's totally warped thinking. But I found, you know, what I learned staying sober and hanging out with sober people, especially in the beginning, hanging out with sober people, going to coffee with them, going to chain smoking cigarettes in the parking lot, like just doing whatever. With like playing sober softball, it made me realize that there was like fun in life. That not everything fucking sucked. And people were actually like kind. You know what I mean? It was huge. That was huge for me. Just like hanging around people who were sober, who had more time than me, who told me that they could, like, since they did it, I could do it. Just shit like that, you know, like super simple shit.
Before Canada, but it doesn't mean that Canada escapes.
Yeah, Donnie, I was throwing up blood, and it was not good. I was not in a good spot.
Watch those early voters, those mail-in ballots.
Everyone being intoxicated is intoxicating. Yeah, like there are like things like
voters,
personally for me, like I'm in a spot today like where I could go around, like I can be around alcohol. My girlfriend could drink. People could drink right in front of me. And like there's really no effect. It doesn't make me want to drink. You know what I mean? Or like crave it or anything. I will say cigarettes still kind of like have that pull. It's only been like 5 or 6 years since cigarettes.
I've already voted.
But or 5 years
and
for cigarettes.
Far
but
more likely to be
alcohol, like
voters.
I don't really have that when I'm around it.
Those women who have to be organized.
That was like the one thing that I never really agreed with treatment. It was like you gotta lose all your friends. You can't like do any of the stuff that you wanted to do or used to do because you'll drink or do drugs again. And like that has not been true for me.
How tight things are.
I totally understand like the concept behind it and the idea behind it, but for me personally, like I was like 4 years sober. I was golfing with an old drinking buddy. He was like chugging beers, taking mini shots of alcohol, and fucking doing cocaine right in front of me. And like I was like, whatever, dude. If you ever need help, I'm here. You know what I mean? Like
it is so interesting. You know, we've talked to Republicans who say, look, a big turnout today.
Everybody's different. Everybody reacts
200,000, I
differently,
think, in 2016, and then Biden barely eked by.
The guy was
So what
going
do you
hard,
expect
yeah.
tonight? Well,
I mean, that's what we used to do. I mean, him and I, like, that guy, I was a deadbeat. I was doing nothing with my life, and that guy, like, just happened to land a really good job, and I was his only friend. So the dude was pulling in, like, he would show me his checks, like, literally, like, $30,000 or $40,000 a month. Like, just like, that was his paycheck.
All right, we
and
have an election
he was like,
alert
what do
now
I
as
spend
we,
my money on? And I was
approach
like,
the top
dude,
of the
let's
hour and
just do a whole bunch of
are about to
cocaine
start
together.
getting
And, like,
interesting.
that's literally what we did. We would just do tons of cocaine and, like, try to hook up with girls. That was it. That was what I did for, like, 3 years.
All right, 7 o'clock in the East, and we will not waste any time.
Georgia's
This
closed.
is the
Let's go,
moment
boys.
Where we move from those months of speculation
Hookers and
to
cocaine
actual
class. Dude, I mean,
results.
it was not
That's
it was
right.
not
The polls
healthy.
have just closed in 6 states, and NBC
we're
News
lucky
is
we're
ready to
alive.
make our first projections.
Here we go.
of the night. Here we
Projections,
go. We'll start with the
boys.
state of
Indiana, Kentucky, red.
NBC News projects
Oh my
that Donald
God.
Trump will
Shocker.
win in Kentucky tonight. Let's move to Vermont. NBC News projects that Vermont will go in
Vermont.
the Kamala Harris
Kamala.
column this evening. This is where it brings us on the road to 270 right now. The
All
early
right.
start, Donald Trump out in front with
Why
8
is it so blurry
electoral
in the
votes, 3 for Harris. A long way to
I
go
feel
to get that
like
270, but
I
that's
don't
where
have my
we are right
glasses
now.
on or
Well,
something.
polls closed in a
What is
handful of
that?
states, and these are the ones we haven't called yet. Indiana,
We're halfway
North Carolina,
there.
Virginia, and that all-important state of Georgia. And here's how we're projecting it right now. Too early to call. If tonight, but
we
it's
got
not
it.
coming this exact moment. So we
Mark
will
it
continue
off,
to watch.
boys.
We don't have any results yet to show you out of Georgia. It is simply too early to call. But Georgia is one of the faster states to count. So as I go over to Tom Yamos, who's starting to pull up the big board there and looking
Mark it
into
off.
Some of the states that we're looking at. See, you've got Kentucky up on your map. Why is that?
This is the
Am I in the
earliest-
Trump
this is
train?
the
No,
earliest
I'm
data
not.
we're
I
having so
lean
far.
left.
We have called,
I voted for
Kentucky
Harris.
for
I'm
former
not a
President Trump so
Republican
far. I'm
by
just trying to get a
any
lay of the
sense
land
of
to
the
see,
word.
you know, how
I
is it
grew
looking
up
compared
in
to
a Republican
2020.
household.
Again, a lot of that vote is still out, but we were able
My
to make the
parents
projection
and
as we
family,
explained
not
to you.
religious
I
at
also wanna
all,
talk
but just
about
like upper
Indiana,
middle
because we're getting
class,
some vote data
white.
here. Still too early to
Not really
call.
came from
Remember,
money,
only 14%
but so much
of
like kind of
that vote
made
is in
money
right now.
and like
we
kind
also
of
have
new
this
money
great feature on our
and
board where we
vote
can show you where the remaining vote is.
primarily
So
to keep
obviously,
their
the
money.
bigger the bubble is
You know what I
around
mean?
those counties,
So-
that's how many votes are still outstanding. So here in the Indianapolis
It's
region,
the
still a
same.
ton of
It's
votes
the same.
waiting there. This is a state that Republicans
I
have
understand
really
the
done
semantics, but
very,
we're gonna
very
mark
well
it
in
off, 'cause I like
elections
marking
past.
it yellow.
If you go back here, Trump in 2020 won by about
3 out of
16
8,
points.
it's
Before that,
over.
it was even higher against Hillary Clinton.
Shut it down, boys.
This is a
Stop-
state that Republicans
stop
are
the
going to
count.
safely in the win column, most likely. One of the places
Stop
we
the
can start
count
to
right
get
now,
data from
boys.
is Hamilton County.
8 to
with
3.
60% of the vote
Done.
in. This is not a great
Put 'em
sign
in.
for Trump right now, but again, I want to be very clear. It's only 60% of the vote in, and this
Give
is
it
what
the
I'm talking
golden
about.
shower,
52% is what he
Noel
won in 2020. She's on top right now.
Trump is winning
with about
Kentucky by a
50% of the vote. There's
Harris-
about
Harris could
1,300
come
vote
back.
difference right now. Again, still very early, but this is the first data we're getting tonight, so we're kind of parsing what we can so far. There are big areas
my
like
God.
South Bend,
R.B.
Pete Buttigieg,
Pimlico
who's the mayor
is
there, obviously,
in
where
love
Notre
with
Dame is as well,
elections.
and the big
You can
city
tell.
of Indianapolis, Evansville.
I wonder
there's a
how
university
often
down
R.B.
there.
says
A lot
parse
of
at
if we look at the
work.
map in 2020, these are mostly rural counties, red counties where Trump can really run up the vote. But again, in some of these smaller counties, he wants to be 60, 70% to make sure he can overcome what she's going to get in Indianapolis. But still very early tonight, Savannah. We're going to get a lot of data as it's coming in, hot and heavy throughout the night. But right now,
Hot and
still
heavy,
very, very early.
boys.
This is when we get
Deep
the tea
and dirty
leaves
and
out.
hot and
The tea
heavy.
leaves portion of the night, and you know, you have a red state. You know that Indiana's that Trump will
Georgia's
prevail.
gonna
most
count
likely.
red
Same thing with
or go
Kentucky,
red
but
until they
sometimes
count
we can look
Cobb,
into
Fulton,
those
and
counties,
Douglas.
and
Is,
particularly the suburbs,
is that
because that
Atlanta?
is where we are starting to see a trend. Did I read your mind? You're giving me
I am
we're
shocked
mind-melding because I'm looking
that
at
Kentucky
Hamilton County
went
and I'm going,
red.
okay, people
Shocked,
are
I
probably
tell
going,
you.
wait a second, Hamilton County, was I supposed to know about that one? Was that one of the big ones? Here's why it's so interesting. It's because of the tea leaves, Savannah, and because of the trend lines as well, right? This is a county where Republican margins have been shrinking over time. Democrats have been making inroads. It is a suburban county.
Metro
it is
got
something
you.
similar that we see in places like Georgia,
So
right? In some of these
Hamilton
places in
is
Pennsylvania and elsewhere, and that is what's so interesting about
Kamala
Hamilton.
Harris
Let's not over-index
bound?
on it. It's early, so that's why we're interested in it, because it's at least some data that's coming into us, but that's part of the story here.
You can see the importance of some of these places by how many times the candidates have visited
Hamilton is a
Donald
musical.
Trump 8
It
trips to Georgia, 7 for Kamala Harris.
Because of the tea leaves.
We cover it
She
every
did
night,
say that.
them in this state and that state, but when you see it laid out, it's quite amazing.
It really
Guys,
is.
1% of the vote in.
The state of Georgia, we'll
Trump
be looking
crushing
at
it.
Atlanta
With
suburbs.
1% of the vote in,
What types of
Trump
margins
is
do we
up
see there? That's
300,000
how President Biden wound up eking out a
votes.
victory. And then the exurbs. That's where Donald
call it.
Trump
Stop
does
the count.
well. Forsyth, Cherokee. Can he run up the margins there? If he's going to win the state of Georgia, he'll do it in those territories.
Let's take it a step out because these are themes that will run throughout the night.
Dude, do I have
Kamala
that?
Harris has to get the turnout up in the
Eerily
cities. She has to get her margins
Androl.
even higher in the suburbs, and why
I
she
may
has
have
to make
that.
up for
I
the
think I
rural
honestly
vote
think I have that
is
disease
expected
where I
for
can't
Donald
tell
Trump,
people's
and he
faces
has been
apart.
very good in past elections.
I don't
at
know how you
finding these
test
voters
that.
Who aren't traditional
I
voters
think
who
I
come and
have.
vote
I
for
think
the
I
first
have that
time.
disease.
Absolutely.
Because
That's where
every
the
time
ground
I'm like,
game
that
is
guy looks
so
like somebody.
significant, and tonight will be
Everyone.
to some
Since I was a
extent
kid,
a test
everyone's
not
like,
only
no,
of
they
their
don't.
campaigns, but of the ground games. Was the Trump campaign able to get out some of those voters who don't typically go out and vote? One note about Pennsylvania, one of the biggest states we're going to be
Pennsylvania,
watching
let's hear
throughout
it.
the course of the night. Joe Biden won it, not just by running up the margin in the Philadelphia county, but in the suburbs of Philadelphia.
The
Those
burbs.
collar counties
Can't
that make
forget
all
the
difference. Howie and I
burbs.
are both in Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
That's our Bucks County in the
What's
House.
the reason for
What
that?
do the exit polls tell you?
Okay, so let me disengage myself from the chair.
Generally
here.
how it
We're
goes.
going to start to get into some of the vote breaks here in Georgia.
Seems
And
like the
here's
big
what's
cities
really
are
interesting.
blue
We've
and
talked
everything
about
else
people
is
who
red.
identify as
Yep,
independents.
that's typically how
this
it
is
goes.
a category, right, of voter that Vice President Harris really
it's-
extended an
I would
olive branch to.
say
She wanted
there's
to
like a
win them
lot
over.
of
But look at
different
this. Based on our
factors.
exit poll data, it is Donald
There's a
Trump
lot
winning
of
independents.
Yo, Stephness,
nearly
what's
a
up? Are
double-digit
we
margin
speedrunning
over
elections?
Vice
We
President
are.
Harris
I like
in
your
the state of
little
Georgia.
Evie.
Here's your grain of salt caveat. These are early numbers.
Barely
They may shift a
started,
little
and
bit
I'm
throughout
already
the
starting
night,
to
but this
panic.
is really
Everyone calm
interesting here.
down.
And if you're
Eat your
wondering, well, how does this
Lunchables.
compare
We're
to
going to be
2020?
okay.
Let me pull that
Doesn't
up here
matter
because
who
he
wins or
is
loses as long as we have
overperforming. Donald
fun.
Trump is overperforming his numbers with
The reason
independent
for it,
voters
I mean,
in Georgia
this is
this
probably
cycle
overly
than he
simplified,
did
but you can
last
look at
cycle,
education. There's
by
a direct
significant margin, by
correlation
about 10
between
points as well.
education and
the
how
other piece
people
of this
vote.
too, let's
Typically,
look at the
like
gender
generally,
gap in Georgia.
the more
gender
educated
gap,
you are,
it exists here, folks.
the
We are
higher
seeing, we'll pull up this
probability
board in a
that
second
you
here.
will vote left-leaning.
Kamala Harris
And most
winning with
educated
women,
people
Donald
live
Trump
in
winning
cities.
with men. And
So
I'll tell you,
there's
as I
like
walk back
a
over to the
direct
table here,
correlation there.
that is something
And
else
that's not
we'll be
saying they're
watching here
smarter.
throughout the
It just
night.
means
She's
they
gotta
have
do
more
really
education.
well with women.
That's
He
all
wants
I'm
to do
saying.
really well with men. And in my conversations with campaign sources
There
just in the last
is
couple of
a
hours, they're
correlation
looking at that as well.
between
We've called this election perhaps the
gun
battle of the
rights
sexes election,
and,
so we'll see how that plays out. I think
like
we've got a
outside
winner
of
to
urban
announce.
centers.
A
So
key
within
projection
urban
in the
centers,
state of
most people
Indiana.
who
And
experience
no
guns
surprise here, Donald Trump
experience
will
them
win
in like a
that
negative
state
way, like
again.
robbing
Here's
and
the
like
data that's
crime
just
and
coming
stuff
in,
like
see if we can
that.
get some
Whereas in
numbers.
the country,
And
it's a
you
lot
now know
more
because we've taken you inside the decision
recreational
desk. How is it that we
and
can project this
it's
with
not
just
like a total
15% of the vote
one-to-one,
counted? It is
like
because we're
old people in the
confident
country
that the margin is
recreationally use guns
sufficient
and
to
people in
make
cities don't,
that
or vice
call. So
versa.
let's go to the
gun laws
270
are
map. We're
seen
going to see this
pretty
a lot. We'll start
in
to
cities
fill
like
in
the more gun
some
laws
of the
they have,
gray.
hopefully like less
Indiana,
crime they'll
red
have.
for Donald
Country
Trump.
people
Let me
want
go
their
right
rights to
over
guns, so there's like that
Tom
sort
Yamas,
of
who's
play
actually
too.
looking at Florida. So Florida that poll close. Or is it about to poll close?
I don't know, man.
We have some voting
I honestly
data.
don't know. Like, I'm
And
sure
we
there's
have
like a
an
lot of
Osceola County.
studies
I want
as
to
to
show
why
this why this
rural
is
people
important. So
vote
here in Florida, we have the I-4 corridor, right?
Republican.
And this is kind of the central part of the state. It
But
cuts
I think
right
like
through here.
ultimately it
When
comes
you
down to
think about
education.
Florida, you can think about it in 3 parts. The Panhandle, it's very red. That's Trump country in a lot of those counties. South Florida, usually reliably
Crazy
Democratic, but
people
Republicans have made
interact
some
with other
inroads.
people
And
unlike
it's this
themselves. So
I-4
that's actually a
corridor
good
that is
point
really
too,
swing
right?
region.
Like
It's also
a
the
more
area
like
where you find a large
more
number of
denser
Puerto Rican
area
voters
with like
as well.
different
So when we
like
come to
diverse
Osceola, I want
cultures
to
and
highlight this because we have
people
71% of
create
the
a
vote
more
in. This
tolerant
is usually a reliably blue county
area
for
typically,
Democrats.
right? Like,
Again, not all of the vote is
oh
in.
man,
It is
like
still
you know,
early, but
I
you
would
can
say
see
on
Harris
average,
is
people are more
underperforming
tolerant
in what is historically a
of
blue county for
people who
Democrats.
don't look like
56
them
for Joe
when they
Biden in
interact with them
2020,
and see them as neighbors.
For Harris right now.
But when you're surrounded by people who all look like you and think like you and act like you, and you see somebody else who doesn't,
in a county that he usually does very well in, Volusia County on the East Coast here, 56% in 2020 with 70% of the vote in. He's now at 59%. So he's overperforming. Again, still a lot of vote out. Still a lot to do here and kind of see where the vote is going. But those are good signs for the president. Listen, Florida has been trending red. Trump won it in 2016. He won it in 2020. Actually, in 2016, when that political earthquake happened, it really happened.
Yo, what's up? Let's go.
Calling Florida
Trump will win.
30
we'll
electoral
see, man.
votes.
We'll absolutely
the map
see. Who
gets
knows?
very, very hard for Trump if he doesn't win Florida.
Trump up
Without
19
Florida,
to
his sort of
3 right now,
strategy in the
boys.
blue wall and everywhere else kind of collapses. He needed this in the win column.
To win
Still very
North
early
Carolina.
Right now, statewide, only 18% of the vote is in. We can find out where that remaining vote is tonight. So you can see in the major
You're
cities.
liking it? I
Tampa,
like
we're
it
still
too.
gonna find
We'll
out
see
how
what
that
we hit
hurricane,
here.
both Milton and Helene, affected voters there. Pinellas County, just to the west of that, a big swing
Indiana.
county.
No, I just read it.
Orlando, that's a hub for
It said
Democrats.
North Carolina.
Duval County, we actually have some votes.
Oh, wait, no,
in Duval
Indiana,
County.
you're
I want
right.
to take a look at
Sorry.
this. This is Governor Ron DeSantis' old district when he was a representative. This has been a swing county. Biden won it, but Trump won it in 2016. Look, Harris is doing pretty well. In 2020, Biden was at 51. She's now at 50%. 66% of the vote is still out.
They never have or
This is
will
a county
interact
that
with.
Republicans
That's
had hoped to
definitely
flip.
absolutely
We're going to have to wait and see. But again,
part of
that
it.
vote's trickling in, but we can
Absolutely.
start to kind of read those tea leaves.
Glasgow,
Savannah
what's
Lester,
up, dude? Do
and
you
kind
think
of
the
see where the
election will
vote's
get called
going.
tonight?
Again,
Probably
still very
not.
early, but
I
this
think
is going to be.
there's a high
This has
chance
to be a win
that
for
it
Trump.
might even
If
go
not, it's gonna
like
be a very long
a
night
week.
for Republicans.
And a rapid pace
You know what I
there
mean?
as
It
well.
really
Count. We're
depends.
seeing
Like,
that in
'cause
some places
it's
tonight.
expected.
We anticipate, of course, as
It's
Tom was
expected.
saying,
From what
that
I've heard,
Florida is
Pennsylvania
a
will
good
need to be
state
recounted.
for
There's like a
Donald
law
Trump.
that's like,
It
if
is
it's within
also
a certain
the first
margin,
test of Trump's
you
strength.
have to
So
do a
that is why
recount.
all of those areas that Tom
And
is just laying out. These are
that's
again,
true, but
very
usually
early
there's like a
data so
media
far,
consensus
but
is what I think they're asking for in the Battle
nonetheless,
Frog.
because
Like
it
kind of
will
like,
help us
oh, it
once
looks
we
like
get in more
Joe Biden
understand
won. Like
how strong
it's
he
not
is.
ratified
factor
yet
for
or
those who
verified,
remain, the
but
hanging
it ends
chads
up
of
kind of being
2000.
true because
Florida,
of just
in the wake of that
statistics.
debacle, has some of
I
the
don't think we'll even
fastest
get that.
vote
You know what I
counting
mean?
in the country. So
I think at the
tell
end of the
you,
night,
we'll not
people are going to be
waiting
like,
for Florida
we'll
for
see what
very
the
long.
recount
Tonight,
says.
they really get that vote counted
Within
very,
a 0.5%,
very quickly. They
yeah.
have the modern machines. They're allowed to pre-process
Last
the
election
ballots.
on Saturday.
So
Yeah,
we
I
won't have
will-
to wait too long for that.
At this
You're
point, are we
right, but
seeing
after the
anything unexpected,
the night,
So
it was
far, I do think the independent numbers are going to
like,
be really interesting to watch throughout the
Arizona
course
was
of the night,
blue,
especially in what we saw in
Nevada
those
was
early
blue.
national exit polls. That
There's a couple
lot of
others that were
people
blue,
were
and the
identifying
Republicans
not as
were like,
Republican, not as
no,
Democrat,
that's not
but as
right. We want a
independent. So
recount.
that's a storyline to
And it
watch.
took a
I'll
while
tell you
to
another
figure
trend
that
as we're
out.
talking about Florida. Osceola
Which I'm sure
County
will happen
has a
again.
large Puerto Rican population, the biggest of any county, I believe, in Florida. And this
Joe
is something
Biden
that
won?
I've heard in my conversations.
Sleepy
with
Joe has already
Democratic,
walked out twice
campaign
saying, like,
officials
did
and
I
those
win
close
yet?
to the campaign, that they feel like that is a part of the Latino population that they
Sleepy
can
Joe
really
is
try to
already, he
move
came
the
out,
needle
he
with
got
here
his
after
nightcap
those
on, he's like,
controversial
yo,
comments by
did
opener
I
for
win
former
it? I
President
thought I
Well,
won.
actually, let's go over to Tom on that. I should say the polls close at 8 o'clock in Florida, but you do get some information for 7 o'clock poll
Right.
close timings. I think that's part of the confusion here. But we're talking about this Osceola County. It's a third
Split
Puerto
poll
Rican.
close, right, yeah.
Right. So it's interesting because you
He's
have
too
the
orange
Latinos
for
down in
2024?
Miami-Dade. I know.
Yep.
Go ahead and give your shout out. Miami-Dade is the greatest.
Just the greatest county, greatest
Yes,
people.
yes.
I mean, I could keep going.
But obviously, this isn't, Latinos come from different backgrounds
Yes.
and have different
Yes.
voting patterns here.
Yeah, it is not monolithic, just like really every minority group. It is not monolithic. The Puerto Ricans have tended to vote more Democratic. Cuban Americans, Venezuelan Americans have trended lately more towards the Republican side. But I do want to remind you, too, during the Obama years, Obama was able to pull back some of that Cuban American
So
vote.
Trump never lost
It has changed in
2020.
recent
That
years.
means he's
We're getting
sat
more
his
data.
2
As you
terms,
mentioned,
and
Florida's
therefore
very
disqualified,
fast in putting in their data out. So we were talking about Osceola again, their big Puerto Rican population. The same with
Our
Orange.
election's on
This is
October 19th.
Orlando.
Our final
This is
recount
a big Democratic
is this
stronghold
Thursday or
here.
Friday. God
Again,
damn.
60% in. Look, I don't want to draw too many inferences from this, but you have Biden
Are there
at
ground
61.
rules? Like, being
Harris
British,
is
I
at
don't have a lot of
58.
questions.
You could say she's
Or I have
sort
a lot of questions.
underperforming,
I'd
but I
love
also
to
wanna
hear
say
your
it's only 60% in. A bigger
questions.
number that's
Absolutely.
coming in that I think is more important, guys, I want to talk about right now is Broward
Yeah,
County.
no, please,
This is
step
just
this,
north
ask
of
anything. Like,
Miami-Dade.
you know,
Think about Fort
if anybody
Lauderdale,
gives
think
you
about
fucking
Sunrise,
shit,
all those
I'll
areas,
bob
and those
them.
big cities that have been growing over the years,
With,
especially post-pandemic.
ask away.
This needs
Just
to
so
be
you
a
know,
place where
I
Democrats
lean left.
really drive up the vote, right?
I
Hillary
voted.
Clinton won
I
big
voted
here,
for Harris.
66%.
I
Biden did the
voted
same at
for
64. Tonight,
Biden before
Harris is
that.
at 60.
Clinton before that.
Again, I always point to
Obama
this
for
number.
his first
All the
two.
votes not in.
That's my
But
voting
if you were to
record
call it right now, she
publicly.
is slightly underperforming. We'll wait for that
I
other
pretty
vote
much
to come
vote.
in. Guys,
I
over to
always
you.
try to
Tom,
vote for
thanks
what
very
helps
much. We are
everyone,
just
not
minutes
just what
away
helps
from
me.
polls closing in
That's what I try to
Ohio
keep in
and
mind when I
battleground
vote.
North Carolina.
Which is
We're
why I
standing
tend
by
to
to
vote
make some new
democratically.
calls in the race for the White House. Stay with us.
Just because I vote democratically doesn't mean that I support the Democratic Party. I would rather see like more progressiveness and more social social and economic, like socialist programs being used. I supported Bernie Sanders in his primaries in. I was a delegate for Bernie Sanders in
I don't think Trump's
2016.
65% of the popular vote. And if it doesn't go their
I've
way,
always been
what's the reaction
left-leaning.
going to be? So that's, I guess, part two of the big question that's been hanging over this election. What does
So
Donald Trump
that's
say?
just my perspective.
More
Again, if
importantly,
you don't think that way or don't like, you know, if you vote right or like whatever, that's fine. You're not bad. I don't think you're specifically like a bad
that
person.
Would have been $100
unless
that goes a long way when you
you
get back
vote
to Ottawa.
right
All
because you don't like groups of people. If you're like, I vote Republican because I don't like these groups of people, to me you're a bad person.
Okay,
but if you're like, I vote Republican because it benefits me financially, I would say, okay, I think you're maybe a little bit misinformed, maybe a little bit selfish, but you're not like a bad person. You know what I mean?
We're only a few minutes away from polls closing in West Virginia, Ohio, and battleground.
Give me
North
real
Carolina
progress.
at
Yeah, I
7:30
agree.
Eastern. While
I
we
agree.
wait for
That's
those
what
results,
I want.
we're gonna turn back here to
Actual social
Washington,
reforms.
DC.
I want
Lindy Lee is the
healthcare for
Democratic
everybody.
strategist.
I want
she served as the women's co-chair and Mid-Atlantic Regional
education for everybody and all that. You know, all the stuff that like doesn't hurt anybody.
Now. So Lindy, welcome back. It's good to speak with you here on Power and Politics.
Thank you so much for having
Misinformed
me.
and selfish. Yeah, I mean, if you're voting for like your own benefit, like I would say that's kind of selfish, especially as like an American.
Last time we spoke,
you know what I mean?
You were raising
now, it's your right to do it.
I believe it was
absolutely.
for Kamala Harris.
But I would make that argument. I would say like, man, like my parents vote that way. At the end of the day, they vote that's only good for them and their family.
What you're hearing from the campaign with the early
and
voting
like that's
numbers,
you're allowed to vote like that. You're 100% allowed to like and like that. I understand that perspective. It's like, hey, this is gonna help me and my family. I sit there and say like, man, that's great, but like, what helps everybody?
The black vote and black voters are trending in Atlanta in these urban areas in these swing states. So I think that there is a question.
Like surely that's rule number one. If you break the law, maybe you shouldn't be allowed to run the country.
Hidden Harris vote. But again,
yeah, there's no actual
answers about
law for that. I didn't vote. Yo. Then you're not allowed to complain.
I'll just mention that there is
kind
something that we're kind of watching.
There's
here. This really coalition of 9 counties that we talk about when we're looking at an area like the Atlanta Metro.
I think the whole like idea around that, Honest Thomas, is like
county just to the
I think people just kind of assumed wrongfully, obviously. If you're convicted of a crime,
as far as last elections go,
you probably wouldn't get elected.
Forsyth counties,
but
those are just
that is
north
obviously
of the
not
Atlanta
the case.
Metro. So there are 9 solidly blue counties that we talk about when it comes to the Atlanta Metro. There are a few that could be
Oh, you're Canadian. I thought you were from Michigan. I'm sorry.
Watch as the election progresses.
Did you vote in the Canadian elections?
One of my questions for you here as we continue on with the evening is how significantly could issues impact turnout in these races? I'm talking issues like abortion, issues like
treasonous language.
Oh, abortion is huge. The Harris campaign has poured a lot of resources into campaigning on abortion. We saw in 2022 and in 2023, after the Roe v. Wade was overturned, this is a hugely animating issue for women voters. So
I took
the Harris campaign is
9 years
on
of
there
French
being
dog.
a high turnout for women who are supportive of a Democratic ticket because of that issue. I saw an NBC exit poll clocked the top issue for voters, and this is just one exit poll. You should take it with a grain of salt. Was democracy and protecting democracy. That's another huge issue. That
Did she just report that another agency reported something?
Particularly as it relates to January 6th with Liz Cheney. For Republicans, the top motivating issues are the economy and immigration. And I'll tell you, I was in Pennsylvania this past week talking to Republicans actually at an Eagles tailgate. And
they said it. No, they never. Did they say Roe v. Wade?
How, excited they were to vote for Trump because of his positions on the economy, non-immigration.
Yeah, we're taking a live look right now inside this ballot counting process.
We need Michigan blue. Oh my God, this could actually happen. We need Michigan blue. Ted Cruz to be no longer a part of the United States Senate, and Trump saying that it's rigged. We could see that. That could happen. That could actually happen.
At the app, but the line extends all the way down, and you're seeing
America was never a democracy.
Turning out. We were just talking about that gender
it was
gap,
a
and we've been talking to a lot of the students,
republic or something, right? Like it's an indirect democracy.
They've been driven to the polls by the issue of abortion and the issue of how they think Donald Trump treats women.
Constitutional
and then
republic.
You see a lot of males in this line, young guys.
Dad, I'm going on a cruise.
Many of them wearing those MAGA hats
they did say Roe v.
given
Wade
out along this line from organizers here
He already tweeted that Pennsylvania was cheating. Yeah, he also filed a lawsuit yesterday, right?
The economy, because
like I've said,
of,
I stay nonpartisan and vote
identity,
who I believe in to be a
and they've
lesser piece
also
of shit.
said, interestingly enough,
and who has the best interest of the country and the people. Can live with myself voting for a convicted felon
here in this line.
I mean,
and Joe Rogan, that Joe Rogan podcast, the appearance, we were talking to
Trump already filed lawsuits in Georgia. Yeah, I heard about that.
They were open to the possibility of voting for
Craig?
Kamala Harris. But
Damn
when
you,
the decision was made not to sit down with Joe Rogan, that influenced their vote. So it wasn't necessarily economy for them, but it was the idea that that Harris was not going to sit down, not going to show what they said was her true personality, and so that's why they decided to vote for Trump. Savannah?
All right, Gotti, thank you.
Both candidates have been courting Latino voters, a huge voting bloc.
You vote why you vote or how you want to vote, but if your idea of like, well, my president wouldn't sit down with Joe Rogan.
Drill down on that a little bit. And the reason we're talking about Georgia here is
that's
because
your
that is
reason?
a state where the polls have closed, so we can report out some of this exit poll data.
There's so many
Again,
better
600
reasons to not vote for
all
someone.
across the country.
There's so
it's
many
early vote. It's
there's so many
mail-in
more
vote,
like
it's in-person day
actual
of, but it is
constructive
early, right?
reasons
So
why to
numbers
not
could
vote
shift
for
a
someone
bit,
to be
but what we're
president of the
seeing in
United States.
Georgia on the
Not
Latino
sitting
vote
down
is
with Joe
interesting.
Rogan should not
It
be
is,
one of them.
Kamala Harris, who is winning the Latino vote 56% to Donald Trump at 42%. But interestingly, if you look at the comparisons, former President Trump is doing
Popples,
slightly
get in
better
here,
with
dog.
Latinos in Georgia than he did in 2020. He is slightly
Anyone remember when he
overperforming
was
with that
recorded
demographic group.
calling
and
Georgia,
Jose, you know,
asking
and
for
Savannah
more
and Lester
votes
and
than he
Kristen,
got?
this is something the Trump campaign
That does
talks a
sound
lot
familiar.
about. They think that Donald Trump is going to do better than he did in 2020 with these demographic groups, including Black and Latino voters.
Well, let us bring Jose Diaz-Balart, our colleague, into this conversation because, you know, this effort to try to win over more Latino voters on behalf of the Trump campaign, it's never been about can we win the Latino vote. It's can we cut into her margins enough to make a difference. And
She offered Rogan an hour. He wanted to do
that strategy
3.
pay off?
Seven, I think the course set for the
Yeah,
future of
I heard
America
all about
tonight
that.
will have been chartered by Latino America.
Sit down.
And we're
You're
not
surrounded
talking
by
just
morons.
about
No,
places like Nevada and
admittedly,
Arizona,
I am a
where
moron as well.
25% of the population, the eligible population to vote is Latino.
I don't
We're
claim
talking
to be
about
smart.
Georgia, for example.
I'm not. I will tell you right now.
400,000 eligible voters are Latinos. We're talking about Pennsylvania. More than 500,000 eligible voters are Latino.
Stop the count and drain the
you know, Tom
swamp.
was just
So what do we
talking
get?
about
What do we
Florida,
get this year, Steph? This is a good.
3.3
Oh, that should have been on the fucking
Latinos
bingo.
are eligible to vote there. I think that it's a situation
I
where
don't know.
it's
That's a
the
good one.
Latino
We'll have to figure that
population,
out.
but 36 million
Your mom was
strong,
begging your brothers
is
to vote.
participating
Good
maybe
for your
in
mom,
historic
man.
numbers.
My family has always
tonight.
been very
in the American
has stressed the
democratic
importance
experiment.
of
Our
voting.
American
has always stressed the
what's
importance.
driving that?
I think what's driving that is that there is no Latino vote. There are Latino voters, each with their own individual American dream, with vicissitudes and barriers into what they see as the best future for their children and for themselves. And so I think that what we're going to see in Pennsylvania tonight will have a direct
He's been tweeting
impact
something very close to
on
Chumbawamba
what Latinos
lyrics.
come out to say tonight. And in Arizona and Nevada, yes, but also
Do you think voting
in
fraud
Georgia
is a
and in
big
North
issue
Carolina.
in recent elections?
It's early on, but we're starting to see this
from
flesh out
the
a little
things
bit.
that
Jose,
I've
stand by with
seen,
us. We're
no.
moments away now
Cola,
from another
I have
round
not-
of poll closing. Some
Like,
big
I might be
states
wrong.
at stake,
Might be
including
wrong.
that former
From what I've
battleground,
seen, it's
Ohio,
been
and
like
one of the
very
newest battlegrounds,
marginal.
North
I live
Carolina.
in Maricopa County, Cola, and there was a Republican guy going around burning voter drop boxes, lighting them on fire. That's the only voter fraud that I don't even know if that counts as voter fraud, but voter interference that I've seen happen this year. Other than that guy on Reddit who said he opened up other people's mail and voted for Trump as a landlord. Other than those two instances, I have not seen or heard of any. That doesn't mean it's not happening, but I think statistically, it's like what, less than 1%. So, but does that give the right for some Republican to fucking light them on fire? Like, Cola? I don't think it does, right?
Called there in the state. Now, this isn't the first time that we're seeing those happen across the social media platform again today, that we're getting those updates that they're happening at those polling locations. I do want to show you right now a full look
It's like
at
a 1/10 of 1%.
This is what the DeKalb County Police
I don't know
Department
the statistics
has
on
now
it, but I know
tweeted
that's
out as
like
well. So they let it know
super
that
fucking
DeKalb
low.
County has now responded to multiple bomb threats. Those locations.
It was like that.
are also
I
being
forgot who said it
listed
earlier
there.
today, but it was like that same person who was like, people are using, you know, abortions as like contraceptive, and like it's not true. It's like I mean, it's happening, but it's so small of percentage. It's like not really a problem. You know what I mean? Like it's not really an issue.
that there
it's
were
very
no bombs.
easy to
But
commit
right
voter
now, as you can
fraud.
see on your screen, those locations
Are you talking about
have
because there's
now
no
reopened.
voter IDs?
County
What state
officials,
am I
though,
in?
say
I
that
live
they're
in
also
Arizona
seeking
State.
a court order to
I
extend
was,
voting. This is very routine in Georgia when a polling place
from,
is disrupted. Earlier today, again, polling places in
Washington
Fulton
State
and
originally.
Gwinnett County
Seattle
were
area.
also targeted. The
We
Secretary
moved here
of
2
State
years
did
ago.
point out that he believes that had to do with Russian
Cole is a horrible
interference.
troll.
Those threats, though, did turn
No, it's not.
out to
Mail-in
be
votes are so
false.
easy to
Again, we're
manipulate.
continuing here on Live Now from Vox to track some of the latest
Don't-
updates
hey,
that
don't
we're
feed-
having
just don't feed
here in
them.
our
Guys,
studio
just don't
with
feed-
some
hey,
of those
guys,
updates
guys.
again
No,
from
no, no,
Georgia
just don't
as we're
feed 'em.
looking at
We'll-
those
we
bomb
can ban
threats,
him if he
whether or
gets
not
out
they
of
were
whack or
credible
whatever.
or not.
He's not doing
But we
anything
do know
wrong
that
right
now
now.
they are seeking to keep
But
some of those polling
don't feed 'em.
locations
Like,
in
this
DeKalb
sort of like
County,
bullshit.
one of those
You see it on
counties that
Reddit all
was
the time and stuff.
really
People just
looked
want to
at in the
argue.
2020 election, open a
I'm not here
bit
to argue.
longer so voters can make
This
sure
guy-
that
he's
their
not gonna
voice
change
is
my
heard.
mind.
All right,
I'm not gonna
Christina
change his
Evans there.
mind.
Thanks so much.
We
do
can
have
both
officials
exist
there in
and
Fulton
be
County
okay.
stepping up right now.
You know what I
Christina
mean?
will check in just
But
a
if he
moment
keeps
here.
trying to poke the
Let's
bear,
listen,
trying to be an
as
asshole,
some of these officials take to the
he can
podium
get fucking
here.
kicked out of here and kick rocks.
Let's watch. All right, here we have it.
That's
This is in Fulton County, Georgia. Let's listen.
Thank you so much for being here on election night 2024. We are here in the Fulton County Election Hub.
I think someone campaigning to be president of the United States has better things to do than to go out of their way to shoot shit with the podcast.
My name is Jessica Corbett, and I'm the
However,
Director of External
American
Affairs
public is
for
pretty
Fulton
fucking stupid.
County. And just want to thank all the journalists
And she's
who are
also
here
currently
from all over the world
the
covering
current vice
this
president
election.
and campaigning to
You
be
are
president.
about to hear from
that
several
makes her, like, a little
officials
busy.
here who've been part of our team today. You'll first hear from Fulton County Chairman Rob Pitts, followed by
I grew up in the
our
mountains.
Fulton
You
County
like poking bears?
Election Board Chair.
His last words were,
we happen
"Vote
to
Trump
be
for
joined
me."
tonight by our State
Who?
Election Board Chair. You will also hear from our Director of Elections for Fulton County, Nadine Williams.
Your mother
as
mailed in
well
your vote
as
without even
Fulton County
asking?
Police Chief and Fulton County Manager. So I'll kick it over to Chairman Pitts.
Hello.
Well, thank you so much, Jessica, and thank you all for being here with us again. I told you in the beginning that we were ready, and the results of today's election
You have to not live with your mom to
beyond
be
a shadow of a
here.
doubt that Fulton County, Georgia, was ready for the 2024 election.
Dr. Cox, you're quickly going
We
to earn a
had
monster here with clips like that.
177 precincts, 1,800 well-trained professional poll workers who did an
She didn't spend a
outstanding
day.
job today.
She has like 3 lines that she
In this
read on a cue
magnificent
card.
facility here, which I think is
Nobody's
due in large
locking up
part because
anybody's
If you
mouth.
recall,
All-
those of you who were
you
with
know,
us in 2020,
we can-
we
I don't
were
think the most
scattered all
productive
over the
thing we
county,
can do with our time
different
is
locations.
argue
But because of the $30 million
legitimacy
investment that Fulton
of
County Board of Commissioners made,
mail-in voting.
this facility
I don't think it's
has
very
allowed
productive
us
of us
to
to do.
consolidate
I will
all of
say
our operations
that
under
there
one roof.
is a mechanism
And the
to
result of
prevent
that has
that,
been an
right? There's
outstanding
mechanisms to prevent
2024 election.
fraudulent
I
mail-in
had the
voting.
privilege of personally visiting 31 of the
And I think they work pretty well.
177 precincts today, and I can report to
I don't
that
work in the
saw
voting industry.
No
I don't know.
unusual
I
problems.
don't know everything about
no
it, but
major
from my understanding, it
problems
seems to work pretty
whatsoever. Our workers were courteous. They were
Super Ed doesn't have a
professional,
sword.
and they were
He,
well trained and took care of business. Now we all
I love a
aware
man with a sword. Oh,
that
trust
there
me, he
were,
does.
Several bomb threats.
I don't have a
Those
sword
threats
either.
were handled
People
professionally
run.
by our chief, and you'll hear from him in a few minutes. As a result of that, 5 of the 177 precincts will be staying open a little later, anywhere from a little later, meaning after 7 p.m., anywhere from 10 minutes to 45 minutes, based upon the time that they were closed. So I am personally well pleased, thrilled with the results of today's election, and I will give Fulton County, Georgia, an A for the great work that we've done.
What has he done?
I'd like for you to hear from the chair of our Board of Registrations and Elections, Ms. Sherry Allen.
Me, Minnesotans don't count because we're such a small state.
Yesterday I said that you
Isn't
were
it
gonna see
a
the
swing
best
state?
run
Isn't it like a really important state for the
and
election
I
to
think
lose?
you have. We did have
Hell, 10 minutes late, how generous.
activity, but there weren't waiting lines. Things were resolved fast for voters. I personally went out to
Not
sites
consequences,
when there
yo,
were
Cecily, what's up, dude?
problems and resolved them, talked to
Wow,
managers.
Chappie?
I went
Sorry,
to
what did Chappie say? I
all
missed
of
it.
the poll workers, all of the poll managers.
My cousin recently got charged for January 6th. They got footage of him in there for 6 minutes. So he wants Trump to win so he doesn't lose his license to practice law. Holy shit.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
He grew up never doing anything wrong.
The chair of the state election board, John Revere.
Poll workers, back to the strippers.
Well, I really don't do interviews, so I guess I'm going to
AI
do all
for
of them at once
MLK? I
tonight.
did not see that.
My name
Wisconsin
is John Freeman,
swing.
Chairman
I
of the State
heard
Election
that.
Board. I want to talk about the great
No,
things
wait,
that
isn't
I've
it
seen, because over the
Wisconsin?
last
Or
couple
is it?
weeks, I've
Okay,
had a
maybe
chance
it's
to
not.
go across Georgia, from
I don't
South
know now.
Georgia to North Georgia, and talk to election superintendents across the state.
You're a
and
Republican. I only live
visit
in
over
Minnesota
20
because of
polling
jobs.
locations.
All right, hey, more power
and
to you.
every one that I've been to,
I
all
honestly
I've seen is good things. I've seen
don't
some
really care what people
extremely
are.
dedicated poll workers, extremely dedicated
And that's not like a-
superintendents and
it's
poll
not like a-
managers. And
you know,
I am
we're all what we believe in,
really
that's okay.
optimistic that this may be the best election Georgia's ever
I
held.
missed the latest Gen Z news.
Chairman
No,
Allen
we
has
are up to
invited me
date. We're still waiting for him to
see
get
many,
back.
polling locations in Fulton County. We went all the way from the north to the south, saw about 9 polling locations, and every one of them ran efficiently and effectively. The voters were happy.
Zillennials.
The poll managers were happy.
If you
poll
lean left,
workers
there's
were
a reason
happy,
why you're
and
watching
when I see
Fox.
that
We
happening,
are just bouncing around between like
it
three
makes you
different.
feel good. And the one
Three different election things. So it's just like kind of what's up. Actually, 4 if you count the Spanish one, which doesn't seem to be on anywhere.
From former President Trump, the 10% tariff in
But
particular.
like, I'm not
nobody's
adverse to
quite sure
watching
exactly how that's going to land, but it looks
Republican
like Canada wouldn't be
news.
protected from that. I mean, what are your big concerns?
You know, I
on
think
the
like
trade front there?
everything that
Anytime
you
someone
like
mentions tariffs
learn,
with Canada, anytime someone mentions buy America, buy
particularly
America, it's obviously
politically,
of concern to anyone in Canada. Because we're
if
so
you learn how to like
integrated as a
ingest
common
it,
market,
meaning like
we just have to
understand that
keep
like there's a
making the
purpose to
argument
why
that
they're
we are
telling you
together,
things,
we
and
build
there's a
things, we
reason
solve
why they're telling
challenges
you it
together.
in a certain
Obviously,
way.
from an energy point of view, we're a North American energy.
Once you can like see
not
through that,
only
it's all
independent,
bullshit.
but
You
we're
know what I mean?
dominant. And we can actually work together to displace oil and gas from states like Russia, Venezuela, and
Just because
others
you're Republican
that
doesn't mean
actually
you'll vote for an
seeking
orange
to cause
troll.
harm
That's
to
what
other
my
nations
parents
around
say.
the world. So we
They're
can,
like,
in fact, work
I don't want to
on
be a
areas that are
Republican
very much of
anymore because
concern
like
to
I don't
US
like Donald
policymakers.
Trump.
The
But I
Buy
won't
American
vote liberal.
approach that we saw with President
I was like,
Biden
all right,
early evolved
family.
into Buy North American, at least when it came to the auto sector, which I think was a tremendous relief.
And the
to-
inflation
I
reduction.
rarely
And
watch the
inflation
news,
reduction.
Cole.
Senator
This
Manchin
is
on that
like
great support for that.
I rarely
And-
ingest
but that could
any
go
sort of
should
news.
Trump win.
to be honest.
And the other challenge is
Doug said he
tax
wouldn't
cuts
kill a man,
and
killing him. That's pretty
deregulation
left.
in a lot of ways.
What I said was I don't have the fucking guts to. I don't have like whatever is in normal people.
All right, today in Gen News, we're eating fucking tacos.
Tacos.
You raise a very good point about competitiveness and attracting investment. Obviously, we want to work together as North America, but through the Inflation Reduction Act, as you know, there's massive.
Hey, I'm back, and I
incentives
brought
for
Stu.
energy
Hi
of all
from
types
us.
and
Yo,
types.
hello,
And
Stu.
the
Good
US
to
is
see you, man.
working in the
We
Senate right
are.
now. They actually have a permitting reform legislation that may
We're
pass
seeing how
before
the elections
inauguration.
hand out. I'm assuming you voted. Also, Lil Paco was spreading potential lies about you. She said you drive like a grandpa.
Need a net pickup of 2 seats. They just got 1.
They just got 1, so it is significant. We are looking
You're not liberal,
at,
but I
this
figure
was
if I don't
expected,
vote
as
for the
you
troll,
say,
then you can't be
Governor
blamed if
Jim
shit goes
Justice
wrong.
winning that seat. So they now
people who
turn
voted
to
for
the
a good
state of
plan?
Montana.
Yeah,
They turn to
I
the
mean, I
state
don't
of
care.
Ohio. Sherrod Brown.
I think it's
looking for
important
a 4th term
even
there.
if like you
He has
abstain
gotten
from
a
voting,
pretty
let's say
fierce
for like the
challenge from,
presidential election,
Trump-backed
you can
former
still vote
car
on like city
dealer
ordinances
Bernie
or sorry,
Moreno.
like county
So we'll see
and
how that pans
state.
out. But one
what
of
are
the
they called?
things, just zooming out a little bit,
They
a
begin with a
lot
P.
of
I can't
these
remember.
Senate races
You know, you can still vote for like
have
local
gotten a lot
things,
closer
right?
in
So you
recent
could
weeks.
technically
Democrats who
abstain
felt
or vote like
somewhat
third party.
comfortable
Like
as
there's
we've
other
gotten
things you
closer
can
to
do.
Election day have seen that margin really narrow.
But like if you
Again,
just
this
don't want to
brings
vote
us
or
back to this
participate at all,
discussion of
that's
split
your
ticket
right as an
voters. In
American.
1988,
Okay, so you did vote, you just didn't vote for the national
different
election.
people
That's
vote
totally
for
fair. Like, that's
president
fine.
versus
Whatever.
Senate.
As
That
long as
was
you
down to
voted,
one
you know what I mean?
state
As long as you
last year, the state of
participated in
Maine,
the
when
political
Susan Collins won,
discourse,
but the
or,
state
like,
went for
voting,
Joe
you know,
Biden.
like,
So we'll have to watch
it's your right as
that
an
very
American to go out there
closely,
and
but
vote.
again, we were expecting that result.
Whether or not like you
Ticket splitting
actually
has
vote
become more
for
rare in the
president,
Trump era.
or if
However,
you
it's
just participate in
making a
local
comeback in some of
elections or
these
like
Senate
whatever,
races
however
where
you
people
participate,
might
as long
vote
as
for
you're
a different party
participating.
for president
Senate than they do for the Senate.
That's
totally one of the things we'll be watching closely.
And Howie, you
just got his ARP card in the mail.
That's right. So now that North Carolina polls have closed, I
He's
want
had
to
some
talk you through
pizza
some of what we're
pocket
seeing
taco
from these
flavored?
exit polls numbers. And it is interesting here, right? First, we're going to take a look at the non-white vote in North Carolina. These are the black voters, including Latino voters that Tom was talking about.
I understand that argument and the Battle Frog. However, it's like their right as an American, and like whether or not I personally
but take a look at Donald Trump here. He's got that 25% slice of the pie. Let me show you the comparison. He is outperforming where he was 4 years ago with non-white voters in North Carolina. He was at 19% in 2020. However, two things are also true here. Let me show you white voters here.
You're an American.
We can take a look at the comparison
it's your right to
you can see that it was former President Trump winning with white voters at 61%.
Would I do that? No.
Kamala Harris at 39%. But again, take a look at the comparisons to 2020.
Okay.
She is actually
but I understand what you're saying, though.
Where President Biden was back in 2020.
I totally
She's doing better with white voters in North Carolina. So you might look at that and you might go, as we take a walk.
Big question. My girlfriend. Hold on. Tyrone, my girlfriend just went out of the country. Well, no, so she flew out of the state. She just left. She just came back, like literally yesterday. She was gone for 4 days. She told me she was visiting her mom. She told me she was visiting her mom because her mom was sick. When she got back, she was crying. And she's like, I have to actually tell you the truth. I flew to Indiana and I met with Tyrone Bigsby, and then I flew to England and met Super Hentai. And I was hurt. I'll have a Gatorade, please.
I told you more than 50% of the vote from Georgia is going to come around the Atlanta metro region. Let's take a look at some of these counties.
I don't really know how the coloring works. It's just like
they were like Douglas County.
Decided.
Look at her number, 65%. Biden was at 61. So this means she's overperforming in the
Remember
exact
to use inches
counties
for Tyrone and centimeters for
Let's look at another
Super
county
Hentai.
here. Right now we have Gwinnett. We don't have any vote just yet in. Rockdale County, this is another big one. She's at 75%. Biden was at 69. So she's overperforming right now in some of these counties in the Atlanta metro region. Again, guys, this is where she has to
What were
drive
the
up
three
the vote.
counties you
if
said?
She can expand the map,
Fulton?
scale the Democratic vote there.
I don't know if I believe
Georgia.
still here.
Remember,
You
this
said
was
like
such a close
Fulton
race 4
or
years ago.
Fulton or
Any
something?
votes they can find in that Atlanta region is
He was
going
like,
to help
there's
them.
3
Guys?
counties. That's
All right,
when
Tom,
Georgia will
thank
be
you so
called.
much. We've got guests over at our insiders desk today, and
Yeah.
we also want to ask them what they're thinking of some of these early returns. We're starting to
Fulton,
see
Cobb,
some
and
themes come out. We've got
Declan.
Cornell
Thank
Belcher,
you.
we've got Mark Lauder. Cornell, I'll ask you what you think about what Tom just talked about. You had
Overperforming
the story in
and more
Miami-Dade
Republicans early
where
voted.
it's potentially
Wow.
a
Douglas, thank
big
you.
victory in that county. Signs perhaps that that outreach to the Hispanic vote
We're
is
going to
working
reach out
for
to
Donald
Catalina
Trump.
here in
And
just
yet
a
in
few
Georgia,
minutes
you're
to see what
starting
the
to
Gen
see
Zs
some
are
of that
reporting
suburban
around the
vote
country.
really being
Catalina,
ramped
let us
up
know
for
what you
Kamala
think.
Harris.
No, I think that's right. Look,
Thank you,
Florida
Duluth.
is I think Democrats are going to look back at
This
how
guy's
we've not
got some
invested
swagger.
in Florida since
Look at this guy.
Since the campaign I worked on, the Obama campaign. We've not invested and worked Florida well. And Florida's like a country. It's a really big, expensive state. I think we've taken those resources and we moved them more to battleground states like
chicken and
Georgia
rice.
and North Carolina, where you see a sort of a difference.
good.
But Florida, you know, it's a state that Democrats did not invest a lot of money in, did not run a lot of advertising in, and it shows.
Let me bring in Mark Lauder, Director of Strategic Communications of the Trump 2020 re-election.
You got
campaign,
similar
former
hair,
spokesperson
Earl.
for Vice President
dollar. I thought you did
Pence.
the
Mark,
first
give
one.
us your view as we wait for
Old boxing guy,
in
Colonel
North
Sanders.
Carolina. What is the Harris camp right now thinking?
Right now, they're looking at turnout, I think, and really for both sides.
Sabuto.
It's gonna be all about turnout. Do you
French
get your
Canada.
voters out? I've seen some, I've heard anecdotally from some of my colleagues on the campaign that turnout is not where it needs to be in the
North
urban
Carolina,
areas
2%
for Kamala
in.
Harris. It's overperforming in some of the rural areas, including the hurricane impacted areas. So I think that's a good sign for President Trump, but we're going to have to see how that plays out. Another thing
So
I'm
we're
watching,
in
and I
up
know
with
Tom
the
alluded to it
Cobb.
with Miami-Dade.
We're not in the
but I also
Cobb,
looked
I
at Hillsborough
believe here.
County,
So
Tampa
everybody just
Bay, and
tighten down,
Florida.
buckle up
It
your
was
seats,
both
and
Hillary
show them
and Biden,
titties.
both +7. Right now, it's only Kamala +1.
Ganalina, thank you so much for
this
the
particular
Gen Z Titty Report.
Thank you. We'll be back.
We'll be back to you in
early and
about 30
often as we go
minutes
along here.
for an update.
And we will take a break.
Let us know if the titties have
more on the make or break
increased,
state of Pennsylvania,
if they're
as the
firmer
polls
or
get ready
softer
to
than they
close
were
there.
before. We'll get back to you. Thank you so much for your reporting. How we doing?
There was Senator Joe Manchin. He was an independent. We knew Jim
Virginia
Justice, the
looking
Republican,
blue?
had
Oh,
a
shit.
Huge advantage
Was that on the map?
Over the
Was that
mayor of
expected?
Wheeling, West Virginia. This was not going to be surprising at all. And as soon as some of these numbers
Or is
do
this for
start coming
senator
in,
stuff?
most assuredly, they're going to be heavily lopsided in Jim Justice's favor. In the meantime, let's look at the wider senatorial map here, because this is the balance of power. There's still a lot of empty notches to fill in.
Republicans seem to be very
As we've been
fixated
mentioning,
on
the Democrats have
senatorial.
a lot more seats to defend, but
This
the
kind of like
Republicans
tips your hand
so
as to like
far,
what the Republicans
with
are looking
one
for.
flip, that's what this candy cane, I'm going to call it a candy cane. Let's
They
zoom
really
in on
want
it. It's basically
super
pinstripe
majority.
there. That means that a seat has flipped. That seat went from independent to Republican. We're going to be watching out for more of those types of races as the night progresses.
All right, to your point, no surprises here. This was projected, but you're right. We got a seat flip there in West Virginia for Senate Republicans.
Requiring government to
this
hold.
seat there. And so Joe Manchin, to your point, retiring, not seeking re-election, and all intents and purposes, many expected this race to go this way as well. But Jim Justice is vacating, Austin, the governor's mansion. Just briefly here, who will replace him there?
This soup is really
in
good.
Charleston, West Virginia? You see there the governor's
Lawrenceburg
race in
old
West
friends
Virginia.
retired. Texas has a
Pat
huge
Morrissey
influx of younger
besting his
people.
Democratic rival there, Steve Williams, to take the governor's mansion there in West Virginia. Pat Morrissey, Austin, he's, I believe, the current Republican Attorney General in West Virginia. So it just
Chicken
seems
and
kind
wild
of like
rice.
musical chairs in West Virginia politics tonight. Justice to Washington.
Electoral college
Morrissey
tie. So
to the
there's
capital
a
of West
mathematical possibility
ultimately, what I'm going
that
to say about
both
this race,
Kamala
again,
Harris
we're working with
and
the AP's figures
Donald
all
Trump
night, and I've
get
got the results up
269
here. And again, we're
electoral
looking at all
votes.
zeros, but that just gives you some sense of how reliably red some of these states are. The West Virginias, the Kentuckys. As
You
soon
need
as we start
270
see
to
some
win.
more calls in places like Kansas and Oklahoma, we may see similar things. You might be wondering, how can they call a race with 0% of the results in? My guess is they're going to be filling these in very shortly, and Pat Morrissey is going to have a sizable lead.
That sounds a
over
little
Steve Williams.
suspicious.
Pat Morrissey headed to the governor's mansion.
All right, Austin, thanks so much. Wanted to definitely get in all of those race calls there. So we still have officials speaking in
Veep is a very
Fulton
funny
County,
episode about
Georgia.
that.
We also have some of these live vantage points as well. That's at a polling place in Maricopa County, Arizona, I believe. It's
where I live.
5:40 there, Mountain Time.
Do I notice anyone? Look at this guy. Somebody watch out for this guy. Out of all these people, if I was gonna be like, that's the weird one, it's this guy. That's him.
We also have.
Ah, he actually seemed fine. It was just the still. That was my bad. He actually seemed
Faith
okay.
and confidence in the Supreme Court. Is this plan to
Leave
ban price
Hunchback
gouging
out of
anything
this.
more
You're right.
than a
He was
gimmick?
actually
If
seemed
it's
okay
Sunday,
when I
it's
unpaused
Meet
it.
the Press.
Judging on appearance, are you a cop? Hey, I do live in Arizona. There was a proposition for that.
We're
Where
back
like,
with our election night coverage, and with Tom
if anyone
Ellis at the
looked
big board
like
talking
an
about the
illegal,
road to 270, waiting for North Carolina right
whatever
now.
that
Polls closed
means.
there. But how important
If
is
anyone
that
looked
to
like an
either
illegal,
candidate
a
in
cop
terms
could
of
pull them over.
making their path to 270 easier
Let's
or
start,
tougher?
Yeah,
I
let's start
voted
with
no.
former President Trump, because he really needs to hold North Carolina. It was the only battleground state he won in 2020. So let's give him North Carolina. If he holds North Carolina, he flips Georgia and Pennsylvania, he gets to 270. That's his easiest path. But Lester, if he can't win North Carolina, his whole map changes. And why do I say that? Because he can no longer win just 3 states. He has to win 4. He can do it by winning Pennsylvania and Georgia and keeping the blue wall, or I should say tearing down the blue wall, Michigan and Wisconsin. If he can't go there, he has to go out west and win both Nevada and Arizona. That puts him over the top. But again, without North Carolina, for his scenario, he needs 4 states.
Harris has put a lot of money and time and people on the ground in North Carolina. What does it do for her?
Well, look, if she wins these 16 electoral votes, it eases some pressure off her, right? Because her easiest path is the blue wall. If she can win Pennsylvania and North Carolina, look how close she is. She only needs 9 more electoral votes. Pretty much any other state, with the exception of Nevada, gets her there if she's able to win there. So if she can take North Carolina, the Trump team gets much more nervous.
The night is young, Faye. The night
Democrats
is young.
become much more optimistic.
I can't believe he didn't put blue wall. Dude, that's my fault. Juan Pequeno begged
pick
for
off
it.
a state out
He
west
begged for it, and I listened to him. I was like, oh yeah, it's a good one. And I just never put it on there. Yo, Iliandro, thank you so much for hanging out, man. We'll be here. Don't you dare dox us. I didn't dox.
And it's a possible issue with absentee ballot counting. Hey, Shaq, what do you know?
Maricopa County is huge. Okay.
Hi there, Savannah. I want to first start with what we're seeing at these polling locations, because the locations are open for about another hour. I want to let you go inside. I can't go inside and report, so I'll let our camera go inside there now, where we've seen a steady flow of people. At this location, there was a line that went on for more than an hour this morning. You see things have slowed down a bit. The reports from around the state is that the vote process is going smoothly, but where we are seeing hiccups is with the vote counting. We just learned from the clerk in Milwaukee downtown, where they are counting all of the absentee ballots and early votes at once, that the city of Milwaukee had to restart the processing or counting of those absentee ballots.
And stupid people on both sides.
While the ballot tabulators were sealed,
what does that have to do with anything?
The door wasn't properly closed on them, and after going through with the bipartisan team and making sure that nothing was tampered with, the city, out of an abundance of caution, decided to restart counting all of those absentee ballots. What this means is that as we expect results from this battleground state of Wisconsin, you're going to have to wait a little bit longer. The clerk said in the past that they weren't expecting results from the city to come until after midnight Central Time. We now believe that timeline has shifted 2 to 3 hours later into the night. There's more than 100,000 ballots that those clerks are going to have to work through. So,
you know what I mean?
The vote is still ongoing right now. But
maybe it's just like the way I'm reading your comments, but they do seem like a little
aggressive. All right, Shaq, Rooster in Milwaukee. We're used to waiting for Milwaukee.
And hey man, I'm not here to fight you. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm not here to be like Republicans are bad or like people who don't vote are bad. I'm not here to do any of that.
Conventional wisdom here, and
I'm just here to watch the election, hang out, have a good time, see how people are thinking and doing.
Specifically as it relates to these age groups, we know, right, the Biden coalition in 2020 that propelled him to the White House involved young voters, right? And for our purposes, young is 18 to 29. In North Carolina, I want to show you here, you can see that for older voters, and I'm talking senior vote here,
Trump is a felon
Trump
and a
won
rapist.
Those older voters. That is not unexpected. His campaign has long thought that he would do well with seniors. But here's what's interesting. Look at Vice President Harris. She's got 47% of the senior vote. She's doing better than President Biden did with seniors.
It all started with golf or golf comments towards Republicans.
He was 4 years ago. Then you
Dude,
look at
stop
that
drinking.
vote, right? Again, not unexpected that Vice President Harris would have a
fucking love politics, baby. Let's go.
We are waiting for more numbers to come in, more of these
Thank you for the Gen Z update.
But still interesting. But again, look at 48% for former President Trump.
Yeah,
he is outperforming
Trump is
among young voters in North Carolina.
civilly
so you
convicted
have that kind
rapist.
of conventional wisdom. They're overall sort of winning the groups, at least to a degree that we thought they'd win. But each of them are overperforming on the sort of flip end of that.
Right, well, Savannah
It
Sellers
would be
is
nice if we
here
had
to talk about a
legit third
huge
parties, but
role
we
that
don't.
the
Yeah,
youth
I agree.
vote could play in the outcome of this
Man to be
election. What have you been
21.
seeing? You've been tracking a lot of the
He's
polls leading
25
up
or
to tonight.
something.
Yeah, I absolutely have. And first I want to dig in a little further on North Carolina and what Hallie just said, because if we dig even deeper in and we talk about gender in that under 30, it's similar to the
No,
trends that we've
you're
been
good, man.
discussing. Trump
I'm
has
just picking it
improved
up.
What he did with
I'm
young
just
men
trying to read it and keep
60%
up.
in our NBC
You guys
News
are
exit
fine.
poll
I'm
there.
just trying to
So
let
they
you know right
support him.
now,
That
like,
is up from
there's
42% that
absolutely
voted
dumb
for him
people
in
on both
2020.
sides.
Whereas with
I
Harris,
don't think,
she's
like, because
performing
of
even
that,
better
I think it's
than
like a
Biden did
you know, it's
with
like a
women.
calculation.
65% saying that they support Harris in this exit poll.
Like here, let's see if I can like do this correctly. See if I can do this. Let's say there's like a political like equation, right? And there's like dumb people. I'm dumb because I can't even spell it. Dumb people, right? And then there's like times what's it called? Like smart people. Right? And then there's like times social programs. Right? Divided by like abortion rights, right? This would be like the Republic or the Democratic Party. And then on the other side of this equation, right? On the other side, I can scroll over here. There's like dumb people times smart people times gun deregulation divided by, like, I don't know, removal of abortion rights or, like, whatever. The whole thing, like, there's dumb people on both sides. The whole, like, there's dumb people on both sides thing. It's like, well, they cancel out. Like, boom. Dumb people. They cancel out. Or I'll make this red so you can see it. The dumb people, yeah, on the liberal side, the dumb people on the Republican side, they cancel out. The smart people, they cancel out. Boom. So what are we left with? Social programs, abortion rights versus gun deregulation and regression of abortion rights. Like that, you know what I mean? There you go. Like, we don't even need to talk about how there's dumb people on both sides because it just cancels out. It's like a math problem.
Elon Musk to other outside groups, and they were quite bullish heading into tonight, saying, look, we feel good about this decision.
And remember, the Harris campaign was concerned about black men as well.
That's
I mean, they brought in
as a PhD,
President
Bob
Obama
Nugg's equation is
to
mathematically accurate.
Any evidence right now how that appeal has translated?
Yo, there's more people who are dumb
that she has talked about on the campaign trail. I sat down with the vice president not too long ago, and she feels like she needed to earn every single one of those black male
I don't think it helps
votes
with the
just
actual
as much
discourse,
as Joe Biden would have. That's
like
why you
saying,
saw
like,
her. We talk about podcasts.
Like, I don't like MAGA. I don't like MAGA. I don't like people who vote to put other people down, right? Like there's a group of people who are like, I don't like these groups of people. I don't like X, Y, and Z groups, whatever they are. I don't like that. I don't like that people vote to put other people down. So, like, personally, and when MAGA stands for that, I don't appreciate that. But if somebody votes, I've talked about this earlier, but like if people vote for like their own self-betterment and they think that voting for Donald Trump is good for them, again, I just like am curious, to me, it seems like they're maybe a little misguided and then also maybe just a tad selfish. But I don't think they're like bad or stupid, and I don't think it's like helpful to like call them that. But I'm also like, you know, I understand where you guys are coming from too. I don't know. It's complicated, man. Like,
there, Harris up over Trump 55 to 44. But
we're all
only
equally
10%
dumb.
of
I'm not
votes
smart,
counted. You know,
so like I'm probably not saying anything that makes sense.
We were discussing earlier today the campaign's key focus or lack of focus.
We need MAGA to own the libs.
On New Hampshire in
Dude,
the
I
last
don't
couple of
understand
weeks
that,
here. Bill, have you noticed that? Should we be paying attention to New Hampshire at the presidential level right now?
This is chicken wild rice. It's been really
but
good.
I think that was more bravado than serious play. But of course, you know, the Trump campaign might be a little delusional at times and do things that they think they have a shot at, when they really don't.
Again,
there's no evidence in those numbers there that this is
to me when I vote.
Tighter,
there's two things I think about:
to actually make
what's good for me and my family, and what's good for everybody, right? And if I'm typically gonna pick stuff, I'm gonna pick. For me, personally, I usually pick what's best for everybody. Which also, most of the time, coincides with being good for me. But not always. Like, I voted to increase taxes in our county to pay for school needs for people. Like, that, like, although I'm paying more taxes, which would be bad for me and my family, it's good because I'm helping other people, like, get an education. And to me, that's worth it, right? And, like, I don't make a lot of money. But, like, to me, it's still worth it to do that. So, like, I don't know. That's, like, a little microcosm of how I vote. I think a lot of people just vote purely on what is best for me and my family. And, like, I think that's okay. It's just not how I vote.
A week ago. So he's
Can we
always
watch this?
tried to
Absolutely.
Give
week shows a tight race in a handful of hotly contested swing states. Joining me now to break down the numbers is ONN's Jason Copeland at the Big Map.
Thanks, Dwight. We're seeing some really interesting trends in a lot of key battleground states. Let's start with Pennsylvania with its coveted 19 electoral votes. And I want to focus for a moment on Erie County up here. This is a crucial swing county. It goes Trump in 2016, narrowly back to Biden in 2020.
Paying, okay?
Now I want to go even further than that. This right here, this is Mill Creek Township District.
You always do. You never
Thank you for the 5 gift subs, McSlap.
Fuck you, you're not paying. I'm
Local
paying.
elections are very important. Dude, I voted every single judge out of my area. Dude,
Polls are showing momentum toward Harris in areas like this, but to really understand what's going on, let's go even closer, zoom in a little bit more, right here, right here. This is 114 Hilltop Lane. Now, I want to take us inside the bedroom here. Bear with me. There we go. So this is Nick Camden, 37-year-old registered independent. He goes Hillary in 2016, Trump in 2020. Which way is he going to go in 2024? Really hard to say at this point. It's pretty early, but we know it's going to be close.
And Jason, what are you seeing inside this person that might indicate movement one way or another?
So this is just a very ordinary Rust Belt body, small town values, predominantly white. It's got the lungs, it's got the vascular system, the heart, but I actually want to show you what's in here. This is the neocortex and the amygdala. These are areas of the brain responsible for regulating emotion and memory. So let's play out a couple of scenarios here. If, for example, this man remembers his grandmother and the time she took him to an Al Gore rally in 1999, feels good about that, that's a win for the Democrats. On the other hand, take a look at this. This is the area of the brain that's
White people are trying to take my job.
And we've seen it light up when Nick goes out for beers with his Trump-supporting coworkers. So we're looking at really a thin margin here. I want to show you something, actually. Let's come back out.
Anyways, let's get back to my retirement. As the young kids say, keep it true 100, no cap, for real, for real.
Election, obviously, pass the DNA to what we're calling the source, the origin of life, existence itself.
Yeah, just be better.
Where all of humanity's answers can be found.
And can we zoom in further than that?
No.
Why not?
Because I'm scared. But what we can do is we can actually zoom out here, out of the DNA, out of Nick Camden, out of Erie, Pennsylvania, out of the solar system to the edges of our cosmos, where we see ultimately how meaningless this whole race really is and how insignificant all of our tiny little lives really are.
That is.
I agree. However, it's still important that we pay attention.
President Harris loses this state.
Pennsylvania, it all comes down
Pennsylvania.
to
Her path to 270.
Let's check out his penis. I wish I had a penis like Dave Johnson, or whatever his name was. Nefarious. I wish I had a penis like Dave.
We're standing by
Dave
for
Johnson.
the first vote count and new exit poll information from this critical battleground as our decision desk gets
It's hard
ready
to
make
tell
new
if
calls
it's the Onion
on the road
nowadays,
to
too.
270. All right, getting ready for Pennsylvania.
Patrick Mahomes.
Stephanie Gosk is in Philadelphia. Stephanie, this is where.
Dude, I think
the
we're
Harris
like maybe
campaign really
3 generations away from professional sports athletes running for president.
Yeah, they really do. Well, it's calming down here.
We might be like 3
down.
generations
This is
away
kind of
from its
working-class,
like.
diverse community.
John Smith,
People
quarterback
still
for the
getting in
Denver
under the wire in
Broncos,
these
runs
last
for
few minutes, but the big question,
office.
Savannah, afterwards is me.
And there's,
how
I
long
vote
is
for
it
John
going to
Smith. He
take
can
to
throw
call
a
the state of
touchdown.
Pennsylvania? 4 years ago, it took until Saturday. I was on the phone with the former Secretary of the Commonwealth.
streamers will be covering
talking
the
about
next
the challenges
election
they
live.
faced back then. 2.6 million
Pro wrestling, like
mail-in
Idiocracy,
ballots. That
man,
was
yeah.
what slowed
I
the
love John
process
Smith.
down, and it was a new process.
Yo,
for people
little
in this
coffee
state.
kitten, hello.
4 years later,
yeah.
they haven't changed the laws, but things are a bit
Command
better.
show.
There are fewer mail-in ballots, just under 2 million. They have new machines to process them, and more people.
All right,
but
Biden
the optimistic
was up
outlook
50%
from election officials we have
in
spoken to
2020.
is that the
2016
majority
Trump
of those
won.
mail-in ballots won't be
48,
fully
0.6
processed
to
until
47.9.
Wednesday night into Thursday morning.
Pennsylvania
And if this
closes
race is
in
as tight as it
3
was 4 years
minutes,
ago, when
chat.
Joe Biden won by
Oh,
about
dude,
80,000
this is
votes,
huge. This is the
those
big
mail-in
one.
ballots will be
Pennsylvania,
crucial
I think it's
to make the call
Ohio,
here, so
I
we're
think
still
it's
talking days,
Michigan.
Savannah.
I think
and
it's
some of these big jurisdictions
Illinois.
like
I think it's
Stephanie,
thrown
now
in
they
there.
have
Why
election
not?
workers who
Maybe
are
even
prepared to
Tennessee.
work all
We're
night
gonna
and
see.
count
We're gonna see
all
some
night, so
shit
it
here,
goes
is
a
JoJo.
little bit quicker. We'll check back with you a bunch.
Mail-
We've got
a lot of
Tom
mail-in
Thomas over at
ballots
the
will be
big board, and you're
processed
still getting
until
vote in
Thursday.
from Georgia and North Carolina. Two big pieces of the puzzle.
Yeah, and I want to talk about Georgia right now because North Carolina, there's still only about 2%
How we doing?
2% of votes in. Let's look at Georgia because I think what is happening here, when we talk about Kamala Harris and her
Again,
chances, she's overperforming
told us
Biden
it's
in
going to
some of these
look
counties
red
around the
until
Atlanta
those
metro
3
area. I'm gonna move
counties
the map
come in.
over this way.
Douglas,
So I'm going to bounce
huge,
around.
65.9.
Here on this side, the right side, this
Okay.
is where Biden was at 2020.
She's up
Here's where
4
Harris is tonight,
points
76% in.
over
You can see she's
Biden.
overperforming there.
She's up
We come to
4
this other
points.
county, Clayton County. Again, these are the
About
suburbs of
equitable
Atlanta,
here.
those ring counties
She's
around
up like
Atlanta.
0.5,
84% for Biden,
0.3,
85 for her.
4.
So she's holding that high water mark. We move over to Rockdale. Look at this.
That's
69%
huge.
for Biden, 75%
Whoa.
tonight for Harris. They're looking at these numbers tonight. Again, there's still a lot of vote out, but they're looking at these numbers tonight and they're telling themselves this is the kind of rhythm they want for the rest of Georgia throughout the night. Only 25% of the vote is in. Trump is way on top, but again, 25% of the vote is in. Remember, we can show you guys where the vote is out. These giant bubbles, the bigger the bubble, that's how many votes still have to be counted. So you can see a lot of the rural counties.
Right there, Neptune.
A lot of them are coming
Neptune,
in. There's
Neon,
still
those
some of the
3
rural
right
counties that are
there.
out, but the big area, remember, 50% of the
playing more
vote
rice
is going to
soup
come
and
around the
bread.
Atlanta
Lindsay,
metro
I'm
region.
so stuffed
Let's
from
also
what
talk
you
about
gave me, but it was
Pennsylvania, guys, because
so
we're getting
good.
close
Yeah, let's
to
put
getting
it
some
away,
information in
and I may need
Pennsylvania.
it tomorrow.
And remember, this 2020.
I
Joe
have
Biden wins the state.
a
It is
one-on-one
gonna be the
interview
keystone
with
state and the key to the
Twitch
election
tomorrow
tonight.
at 7 in the
Trump won
morning.
it in
Not for a job or
2016,
anything,
the difference about
but for like
40,000
streaming
votes.
related stuff.
In 2020,
We'll see how that
he wins
goes.
by about 80,000 votes. Biden does.
forgot about that.
The interesting that has happened, and we've learned a lot
I'm
about
finishing your
Philadelphia,
ballot
the
right
counties
now.
around Philadelphia,
Yippee!
places like Chester, places like Montgomery County. Those people
Getting
know
fired?
Munco.
Dude,
Talked
I
to
had
Harry
that
about
call.
as well
When
as,
I got laid off, it was like a 15-minute
Crystal
thing just got
Welk as well.
thrown on my
Delaware County,
calendar.
Delco,
And then I show up to it, and it's
Philadelphia
HR and my
County. This area
manager.
right here,
They're
this
like,
makes up
yeah,
about 30%
we're
of the vote for
downsizing.
Pennsylvania. We're going to
I was
be
like,
watching
oh
what
my
happens
God.
here. What's interesting that happened
Well,
here
this
in
sucks.
2020, so Biden actually underperformed Clinton, but he
Tell
overperformed
Twitch that they
in
suck
those
in your
suburbs.
stead.
So
I
we're
will
watching
do
what
so.
happens there. You also have these swing counties here, the Lehigh Valley,
He can't
Monroe
deny
County,
Will.
Poconos, Northampton,
can't talk
and
about
Lehigh.
cum on
Lots of
stream
Hispanics
so
there. We're
often.
going to see what happens.
You have to
And
make
we're
it
so
sound like the
honored to
other
have
way.
both Kristen and Hallie, people who know about Wawa. They know about how
You just had an obscure impromptu meeting with HR? Dude. Shit.
the best.
Didn't that thing
Always.
just get
Tommy
approved?
forgot
Like your
to
big
ask me.
thing,
Cheesesteak,
Cecily
wit
Tesla?
or wit out?
Wit.
Okay.
They're going to ask me why I have so many
Okay.
tears.
All right. Well,
You
we
have
a lot
like
of time.
40
This is
average
Philly talk. We
viewers.
won't leave Pittsburgh
You
out, but we
average
got, we're coming up on a poll close.
150 to
21 seconds
250
until
like
the top
normal
of the hour,
subs
another
a
poll
month.
close, and we're
But
gonna
somehow
hear
your
from
sub
about
count is like
17 states here
500 to
coming up at the
600.
top of
What
the
is
hour.
going
There's
on?
a election alert as we stand by, and the drama building now because
The
we've
drama.
been
Stop.
talking about we're gonna
News,
see
you have a
Pennsylvania.
responsibility to
Those
not
other
create
states that
hysteria.
the poll closings are about to occur in.
Stop with
about
the
1
drama
second,
of the
and we'll be
election
able to
and
get
just
some
present the
characterizations
election.
for you here in just a moment. Look at those 8 o'clock
Are we sub
poll closings.
spamming?
Here's
No,
an
not
NBC
now.
News projection. State of Florida, NBC News projects that Donald Trump will
Donald
win Florida
Trump
and take its 30
getting
electoral
Florida's
votes. The state
Massachusetts.
of Massachusetts, Kamala Harris is projected winner tonight with 11 electoral votes.
What are you doing? Thank you for the
Donald
gift
Trump
subs.
is winner in Tennessee tonight.
I create level 4.
Electoral votes there.
Get to a level
In the
4.
state of Maryland,
Tier
NBC News projects that
3s?
will go in the Kamala
What are you
Harris
tier
column.
3s? What are you
We'll
doing?
move on to the state of Missouri.
How am I
NBC
supposed to
News
explain that
projects
to the
Donald
Twitch rep
Trump
tomorrow?
is the victor in Missouri when all the votes are counted. Here's what
Dude,
Alabama looks
holy
like. That
shit.
will
Thank you
also
so
go
much, dude.
to Donald Trump. State of Oklahoma, this will be projected to go to Donald Trump.
Oklahoma,
And in DC, District
Donald
of Columbia,
Trump.
3 electoral
District of
votes at
Columbia,
stake. NBC
Kamala
News projects that
Harris.
Kamala Harris will win there. So where
Kamala
does it
Harris.
leave us now on the road to 270?
Oklahoma,
Here
my
it is,
state.
90 for Trump right
You,
now,
are you in
27 for
Oklahoma
Harris,
City?
270, of course, the
I want
magic
Twitch to
number and
really
the
make
keys
your
to the
embezzling.
White House.
But we await calls in those all-important battlegrounds, and
Thank you, man.
there
I
are still
super
outstanding
appreciate
states.
that,
Just
man.
as
Thank you so
polls
much.
closed at 8 o'clock, we will wait for New Jersey, Illinois,
Money laundering,
Connecticut,
no,
and of
that's
course
right.
Pennsylvania.
I
as
pay
well.
too
Let's
much in
show you,
taxes, and
what
I
we
don't even
can
make that
right
much.
now in Pennsylvania. No surprise here; it is too early to call.
Ask for an
North
open
Carolina,
Twitch
same
chat
story.
jury.
They do count
What does
fast
that
there,
mean?
but not fast enough to call it. It's still too early to call. Just
Stillwater?
5% of the vote in, and in
Are you
Georgia, we're
winning?
seeing a lot more of the vote, but still too early to make a projection. Let's go to Tom. Tom, who's starting to look at some of the numbers.
3 months, 41 months. I'll play Pokemon. Someday we'll play Pokemon
across
together.
the country. I know a lot of you guys know
Cessna Tier 3 to beef
30%
missile.
of the vote is going to come from these northern suburbs. It's a good barometer to know also how Harris is doing with suburban women. So let's go to 2020 to compare here. So Prince William County, it looks like Harris is slightly down with 75% of the vote in. This one stood out to me. 95% of the vote is in Loudoun County right now. Biden was at 61%.
He'll
Harris
always
is now
have
at
VIP
56%. Again, there's a difference of about 35,000 votes. 95% is in.
It's
and we can
travesty,
see
I
how
tell
much
you.
of
It
the
is a
vote
travesty,
is left.
but he's
Only
back
about
now.
3,600
It's good.
votes
Thank you
remain
so much,
in Loudoun
dude.
County. So
Insane.
she's underperforming a little bit there.
Again, I don't want to
As
tempt
we
you
keep
guys,
going
but when
here,
we get to level
Fairfax County,
15, I will show my
45%, and
butthole.
she's at 68%. Let's see how Biden was doing there. 69, about the same. Something else that's interesting that's happening in Virginia Beach. This is a swing county.
Beach.
Trump won it in 2016. Biden was able to flip it. Tonight, Trump is on top.
Yeah, on
but
top
only
right
about
now.
20% of the vote is
Yeah,
in.
interesting.
A lot of the western part of the state.
But I'm
as
only
we
here
know,
for
is
the
gonna be
butthole.
more
Java,
rural.
I've
Some of
known
that
since
coal mining country. It's going to
since you've
resemble
come
West
into the
Virginia.
chat
We
and
have some of the vote in
I don't even
kind
know,
of like over
6
here,
months ago,
Wise
whenever
County.
it was.
This is a good Trump barometer.
I
He's
just
at
knew you were here to
78%. He was
smell
at
my butthole.
80% in 2020, but 41% of the vote is out.
Does
He's
my butthole look like
underperforming
Trump's
slightly.
mouth? Actually,
I guess the thing that
dude?
sticks out to me, which it's too early to know if it's a red flag, but Loudoun County,
I mean,
again,
probably-
you know, this is a
actually,
place where
probably,
Democrats want
yes.
to run up those votes in Virginia. Not that Virginia is in danger for Democrats because they were able to run up the score in 2020, but Trump in 2016 got close. He got within 5 points. A number like this, it's going to worry them a little bit, but I know you guys know much more about that area than I do.
Well, actually, we're honored to have a resident of the Commonwealth of
But
Virginia
over level
with us,
59
Chuck
trade
Todd. So, I
extortion.
mean, you
We're
look
gonna
at
ask
that,
you to
know
lower the
those
bar.
suburban collar counties around
We want
Washington,
level
D.C.
5
very well.
buttholes.
Is that a warning light if Kamala Harris is not performing
Yo,
as well
I'll
as
be
Biden
around,
did in
MD.
some
Thanks
of
for hanging
those
out, man. I
suburban,
appreciate it.
exurban counties?
It could be if we're going to see that if it's moving. You know,
they
Virginia
really
is sort of
were
the gateway
nice with
now to
this
the
photo.
north rather
Trump's
than
photo?
being,
Yeah.
I always joke, it's sort of seceded from the Confederacy, right? It is the one southern state that has been consistently a Democratic state, not even a swing state anymore. So if that is
I
consistent.
wonder why that is. Is that just because of all like the defense contracts and stuff
though,
from
with
DC?
the Northern Virginia vote.
And is it also like people who live in like
that 5%
Maryland and like other like New York even, and they like
people realize so
or New Jersey and they like
so
they like commute?
That's
is
a
that
wait
why?
and see.
Is that why
the bigger
Virginia is
thing
like
that I've taken away
historically
so far is
Democratic?
we are seeing we're in the middle. We've been in the middle
Commuter
of a political
vote?
realignment
Yeah,
for a decade,
okay.
and every one of these presidential elections,
DC
we're like,
Metro's
hey,
big.
look at
Got
this.
you.
The
Yeah, I
fact
don't live
of the
around
matter
there,
is
so
Donald Trump's
I've never really been
makeup
around
of his
Arlington and
electorate
Alexandria?
this time
Okay,
is much
yeah.
different than it was in 2016 or 2020, and I think we're seeing it both break on ethnicity and geographically. So it looks like
This guy
that
kinda
Donald
looks like
Trump's
a
gonna be
beaver.
stronger in the Southeast. Why? Because he is doing better with Hispanics.
That's right.
And there is a larger population of Hispanics in the Southeast and the Southwest than any other part of this country. The exit polls indicate that she is going to do better with older white women. I've been messing around with Indiana. Indiana's not going to, it's a red state. Donald Trump's underperforming about a point or two in almost, even in the rural counties. Indiana's a very white state. That's a tea leaf.
Yeah,
I just throw it out there. It's a tea leaf.
where
They
are
obviously
going?
border.
Where those voters
What
go.
the? I should have
She's
put tea
performing a
leaf on
couple
the
of points better.
fucking
These-
card.
So
What
clearly,
the fuck
there
is
are
a
some
tea leaf?
older whites, and we could really see this country divided
The guy looks like he's a
by
jacket
regions
with
where
elbow
she's stronger in
patches.
the north because she's improving with white voters.
He's been
and
messing
stronger
around with
in
the
South
state.
because
Oh my
he's improving
God.
with voters of color, in particular Hispanic voters. We're not seeing as much evidence among African American voters, but definitely Hispanic voters. It's not just Florida. I think Georgia, we're seeing it as well.
Well, we're seeing it nationally, too. When you look at some of the numbers here, he is +10 specifically with Latino men, according to our exit poll nationally, a demographic group that Joe Biden was +23 with 4 years ago. So it is definitely a shift, and it is definitely one of the headlines that we're watching as we're seeing these exit polls come in.
And we see
It's
that,
crazy
I
you
mean,
can call
the
an entire
Latino
group of
vote is
Hispanic
not just
people garbage
concentrated in
and
the
do better.
Southwest.
That's exactly right.
It's not
Well,
just
because
the
like, dude, if you're
Southeast, it's
from
also in
Cuba,
Pennsylvania.
you're not
There's a
Puerto
huge
Rican,
Latino
right?
population in Pennsylvania.
That's why
We have been
they
talking
can
about the ground game
compartmentalize
quite
it
a bit.
and say,
It's
like,
been
oh,
heavily
he just thinks
focused
the
in
Cubans are
Pennsylvania
bad.
on trying to
Or, sorry, not the
energize
Cubans. The
Latinos
Puerto Ricans are bad.
on both sides. Kamala Harris and former President Donald Trump really focusing on that in places like
Hispanics are pretty
Allentown,
racist
in
towards
places
each other.
like Reading, Pennsylvania, trying to make
I
sure
don't know anything about that,
they
but
are
I wouldn't be
getting them
shocked
out
if
to
that was
vote
true.
and flipping them if necessary.
And let's
to
not
their
forget
side.
Kamala Harris wrapped up her campaign last night in
It's funny
Philadelphia,
you saying in the
showing
Port
once
Albion,
again
they're still
demonstrating the
gonna
importance
vote
of
for
that state, as we are going to find out here in the
I wrote
hours
in
to come, and
Joseph
perhaps
R.
days.
Biden.
And Hallie, you've got some
I
more
want
from your
Sleepy
exit
Joe.
polls.
You know, it's interesting. Chuck's talking about the graceful removal from the chair. Thank you all for bearing with me. Chuck's talking about the realignment here and where people are
Used to be a Rupert,
politically. One of the things we're watching on that front is this
Nicaraguans
idea
hate
of
Guatemalans,
independent
etc.
voters. We know that they are going to be potentially a crucial voting bloc
That's so-
here.
that's so
Vice President
strange to
Harris
me.
had made
Not that, like,
overtures to this group in the closing weeks
all
of her
Hispanics
campaign.
should like each other, but
really
that it's
trying to
like like
win
so
them over, to get them over to her
divided by
side. Look at how they're
country.
breaking
You know what I mean?
nationally
Like,
here.
I don't know.
She is winning
This is weird to me.
independent voters nationally, 51%, Donald Trump 44%. Here's the thing. Nationally is not how you win or lose the White House. You win the White House in the battleground states. And look at the state of states, Pennsylvania, right? The most key battleground this year. In Pennsylvania, It's the opposite. It's former President Trump who is actually leading with independents over Vice President Harris in this really important state where the margins could be really close here. You can see it here. He's at 50%. She's at 44%. Again, that's in Pennsylvania. So you might ask, okay, well, how does that compare to how he did 4 years ago? He is overperforming generally with independents now in Pennsylvania. You see in 2020, 44%. He's doing a bit better now in 2024, 50%. And Savannah, Lester, Chuck, Chris, and I'll toss it back to you at the table. This could be really interesting as we watch this develop throughout the course of the night, not just in Pennsylvania, but in some of these other key battlegrounds as well, like Michigan and Wisconsin, which we'll get to later.
Actually, I think Chuck wanted to weigh in.
No, I just think we are seeing something else happen.
His name's Chuck.
You have a country that's really sour about our politics,
like
sour about the direction of the country. And we now have fewer people identifying with the two major parties, according to our exit poll. It's a huge development. Independents are the fastest growing flock. Now, it's very rational. If you don't like the direction of the country, you don't like what's happening, and you think there's a threat to democracy, do you have a lot of faith in the two major parties? But the lowest share of major party people identifying with the two major parties in at least 4 elections, it means these independent votes are going to be the whole ball game. They're going to decide who's president.
We are keeping a sharp eye on the state of Georgia. We can show you where things stand. But we've just
election alert.
Characterization here. Our characterization from the decision desk now is that this is too close to call. You can see about a 267,000 vote difference between the two, with 37% of the vote in. But again, the NBC News characterization at this point, too close to call in Georgia.
We've got a lot of contributors lined up to talk to you tonight. We've got Senator Claire McCaskill, I believe, over at our Insider's desk. And Senator, I wonder what you thought about that. What some are seeing is something of an alarm bell. This Loudoun County, suburban Washington, D.C., Northern Virginia, where it seems that Kamala Harris is underperforming. And as you well know, the suburbs in the battleground states are key to her victory.
Yeah, listen, this is the witching hour. You know, this is when it is very early. We have exit polls. And by the way, if exit polls were correct, I would be governor and John Kerry would have been president and Hillary Clinton would have been president. So I think we've got to take all of that with a big giant grain of salt and wait for the actual numbers to come in.
That's a fair fucking point.
Because,
she's like,
as we all know, these
I believe those exit polls. Look where I'm at.
Come in before urban locations. So I think she's going to be fine in the suburbs. I think, and I don't think the exit polls will actually reflect accurately what will happen with independent voters. I'm not saying she's going to dominate independent voters, but I'll be very surprised if there aren't a whole lot of women that call themselves independent.
Sabuto is a French Canadian.
For Donald Trump.
At what point in all this do you begin to let out a sigh of relief here? Never, probably.
Listen,
it kind of looks like Martha Stewart. America will never elect a woman. If Trump wins,
if by any chance she wins those 2 states, then I can breathe again. If she does not,
I know.
Then
Make
obviously
Quebec great
Pennsylvania
again.
becomes even bigger. And let's don't sleep on Nevada. I think that may be the closest margin in this race.
The very qualified candidate who has a vagina versus raving
literally
lunatic.
maybe 500 to 2,000 votes separating the two candidates. I think it's that close in Nevada.
Well, we're waiting polls to close there in less than an hour. Nevada and Arizona, those big western battlegrounds, but we do not expect results there, frankly, for days. So I guess Senator McCaskill will be holding her breath for a very, very long time. We've got Sarah Fagan here, too, a veteran of Republican campaigns. And again, with all the caveats, we are reading tea leaves right now, Sarah. What are you looking at? What are you noticing? And how do you see this shaking out?
And if
so
he
if
did
you look
anything,
at Florida, you look at Virginia,
versus like this
Donald
woman
Trump
who's
is
like
running about
general,
4 points better than he did in 2020.
Right,
but then contrast Georgia and North Carolina, where I should caveat that less of the vote is in. He's running 1 point ahead in Georgia. He's running a little behind in North Carolina, where he did in 2020. And that says to me, perhaps, that the Harris GOTV effort is quite strong, that she's pulling her votes out in places where the campaign organized. So she's holding that margin
Republican
closer.
strategist.
And the GOTV, for those of you just joining us on Political Nerd Fest,
He's just objectively
the
a
ground
terrible
game when we're
person.
talking about it. You know, this is about when you say you pull the bus up and you say, "Let's go. We're going to hold you by the hand and take you to the
If
polls."
Trump wins, he's
and
only beat
organizing is the
women.
key to any successful campaign.
Absolutely, and you have the Harris campaign.
Say that to
touting
his
the fact
base.
that, for example, they knocked on 3 million doors over the weekend.
That's all he
It
can
winds up
beat.
being numbers, though, until people actually go to the polls and vote. And
He
I do
shouldn't,
think
though.
just
I mean,
bouncing off
hopefully
something that
Harris Harris will
Chuck
win.
said
Who knows
earlier,
if she does?
It's just to zoom
I hope
out
she
for a
does,
moment.
personally.
Remember that one of the biggest issues
For not
of
my
this
personal
campaign was change.
security, but for
what
the
people really
security
want
of
is change.
person-
And so what
for
you
the
saw in
reasons
both
like,
of their
for
closing
everybody
arguments
else, you know?
was an attempt to argue they're the change candidate. And so what we are seeing, for example, with independents, I think is notable because I think the person who winds up winning this race will be the person who ultimately voters say that's the change candidate.
And like everything in this election year, it's complicated because you have a former
Absolutely.
president,
That's
so there's
right.
a certain
Sitting vice
incumbency
president.
there, and a sitting
Yes.
vice president, and there's certain incumbency there as
There's
well.
something baked into Donald Trump's call for a change here because he was already in the White House for 4 years. Same thing for Vice President Harris as you're looking at the popularity or favorability rating for President Biden, which is low. And so the question, is that going to be a drag on how she does? To your point on the get out the vote effort, this is why early vote was critical for both of these campaigns.
That's amazing. I've had the same combination on my luck.
Better to bank
We
those
did a
votes.
Gen
What
Z
if somebody
update.
gets sick?
He's probably
What if somebody's,
passed out.
kid has to stay out of school or
Dude
whatever?
is chugging
Get those
something.
votes in
I don't know
now
what
to
he's
get
doing.
them
Gen Z
locked and
update.
loaded.
Let me just change the conversation just for a moment because we do have another call to make, and it's an NBC News projection in the state of South Carolina. South Carolina will go to Donald Trump
Mr.
when all
Trump
the votes
takes
are counted
another.
later. And here's where the breakdown right now that Donald Trump, again, the projected winner. 24% of the vote in there, a vote difference of about 104,000. But again, Donald Trump
Crazy
will
you
pick
can
up
call it
South
that early.
Carolina. Here's where it leaves us
24,000.
on the road to 270. Donald Trump out in front with 99. Kamala Harris, 27.
We've got a few key battlegrounds where polls have closed. They're counting, but we don't have results yet. Still either too early to call or too close to call. Let's go to NBC's Garrett Haake. He's at Trump headquarters in West Palm Beach, Florida, at Mar-a-Lago. Tell us what the campaign is saying to you.
I just want to see what they're saying.
Favor, let's pull up.
They're pulling
right now,
Georgia
Trump
right
actually
now.
has a 14
They're trying to show
point
Georgia
lead
as red.
over Harris, and that's with 36% of the votes counted. So with just over a third of the votes counted so far, Trump maintains a 14% lead in one of the key battleground states. Let's check out another key battleground state. This is North Carolina, the Tar Heel state, where Harris is above right now. Harris has an 8-point lead over
Pink.
Donald Trump. We do know that those are the battlegrounds that we're tracking. Were Pennsylvania, and yeah, let's focus in on some of these other ones. So we're getting preliminary, very preliminary results, I will say. Pennsylvania, some consider this to be the biggest prize out of them all. The easiest path to victory for
Something's
both
weird
Trump
with the
and Harris
lighting in their
is
studio.
through Pennsylvania.
There's something
Only
weird about
5% of those votes
the
have
lighting
been tallied
in the
so
Fox
far. There's
studio.
still
It's like
a
too
lot to go.
white.
The
Or it's
early
like too
returns
pale.
are favoring
This
the
is
Democrats.
Fox News.
Harris has a 50-point lead up on Trump right now. Some say that there's
That's
something
University
called the
Blue for
mirage.
UNC.
Sometimes we see that
His one nostril
early
looks very
votes
large,
can be tabulated first.
but I think it's
Sometimes
just the
those can
shadow.
favor
I think you're
Democrats.
right.
They call
It
that
does
the
look-
blue
it does-
mirage in some cases. There's
does
also
kinda look like
some
it's growing.
states where a red mirage could be possible as well.
Yeah,
so
it's just
possible
something
that
weird
that's
about
what
the,
we're seeing in these
make him look
very
more
early
human.
minutes
Turn on, like,
in
some of the
Pennsylvania.
white
And while
balance
you
or
have
something,
me
you
here,
know what I
Andrew,
mean?
let's also take a look at Michigan. That's one of these other battlegrounds.
Yo, Nano Phoenix,
Only
what's up? We're
2%.
just
Can
looking.
only
We're just
stress,
seeing.
this is
It's been
very
interesting.
preliminary data. But
Who's
so
ahead?
far,
It's still too
Harris,
close to call.
with just about almost a 50-point lead over Trump right now. So, are there any bellwethers from any of this data, Andrew? Of course not. It's way too early. We're going to be waiting.
It's too close to call. What's a bellwether?
Democratic governor won in North Carolina. Doesn't that mean maybe that Vice President Harris is a lock? It does not. And just to throw that out there, this is a
The right
state
side of
that-
his
that
face and the left
Republicans
side of his
know how to
face
check
look
a
like two
Republican for
different
president
people.
and a Democrat for
Dude,
governor.
But
yeah,
this
there was
was
something
a
weird about
campaign
that.
on the
I bet
on
Facebook
Mark
is a
Robinson's
really cool
behalf.
place
It was
right now.
beset by problems.
Beset by problems because he was
I bet
determined
Twitter
that he
is
posted
too.
some highly
I don't have a
controversial
Facebook and I don't have a Twitter.
comments on
We're stuck here.
an adult website.
Fox
And
News is
so
far
the
too
backlash
white.
was massive. This result was expected. The question
It's like
is,
to
that
make
was, by
them
the way,
look
one of
whiter
the controversies. I'm
or
giving you the
something. I
biggest
don't-
one. The question is, will he
Twitter's
drag
full of
down
idiots. I've never
support
had
for
a
former
Twitter. I
President
never
Trump?
will have a
We
Twitter.
don't know
I'll
the
never
answer, but
interact
we
with
do
Twitter.
know that in
Even when
2020,
Twitter is
President Biden was not able to win this state because there was, in part, it's believed, a controversial
Bellwether,
Democratic
the
candidate
leading
for
sheep of
Senate,
a
and that
flock
did
with a bell on
sink
its
his
neck,
chances.
an indicator
now, just
or
to
predictor
zoom
of
out a little bit,
something.
the Democrat hasn't won the state of
Leslie
North
Tesla, thank
Carolina
you for the
since
knowledge. I
2008,
appreciate it.
when Barack Obama did it. Trump
Dude
added
called himself a
3
black
campaign
Nazi.
stops
Oh, I
in
heard
these
about that
closing
on
days of the
Pornhub.
race.
Spent the whole
Tells you
weekend there,
that's
3
right.
days straight in
Right?
North Carolina.
How
On
important this
Pornhub.
state is to his path.
Also a a sense that it might have been slipping away and trying to shore up that.
Wasn't it on Pornhub? No, or Facebook.
Very tight in 2022.
Now I don't know.
Trump won it, but
thought it was Pornhub, but
right
it might
up there
be
in terms of narrow margins.
Which
Absolutely.
and it's a good reminder that even
Pornhub,
if the electoral vote count
I saw
ultimately
it
has a pretty wide gap, these margins can be very tight.
It was
and those
another
electoral
weird
votes,
porn
listen,
site. Okay.
they all go to the winner.
It
right?
was
So
a
that's
porn
what matters
forum.
here in a state like North Carolina.
Well, we already talked to Garrett Haake,
People
who's
are
in
insane.
West Palm at Trump headquarters. Let's go over to Peter Alexander. He's at the
I can't
Harris
get in the
headquarters
Cornhub
in
unless I
Washington.
upload my license here in Oklahoma. Is that true? I know Texas.
Hey, Savannah,
is like
you know, you just heard from Garrett a moment ago
Gen Z
talking
passed
about
out,
how
didn't he?
Donald Trump's team seems to be satisfied that he is doing a bit better with those black and Latino voters right now. Similarly, the Harris campaign feels good that she is
can buy a gun
outperforming with
without
white
ID.
voters over Joe Biden's performance with them in some of our early exit poll indications
Same
in parts of the country
Kentucky.
right now. One thing they're keeping an eye on. Another thing I'm hearing from senior officials within the campaign as they get ready to start the program here is
Mark
that they're
Robinson
seeing
makes
really
Trump
good
look like a sane
enthusiasm among
person.
those youngest voters, those college students in particular right now. They're talking about long lines. You know what? Let me do this. They're starting the Star Spangled Banner. I'll give it back to you with respect to our country, then we'll come back in a moment.
All right, Peter, that is Harris headquarters in Washington, D.C. We've got Tom Yamas over at the big board.
1% in
Georgia,
for
right?
Massachusetts.
Because it is so close. A reminder here, we're
Already
talking
done.
about Democrats feeling a little hopeful in North Carolina, Republicans feeling a little better about Georgia. If they swap, right, if Democrats win North Carolina and Republicans win Georgia, they're both 16 electoral votes.
Oh, it's
we're
a
back
wash?
to square one where we were
It's
in
a fucking
2020.
wash?
Let's talk about
Oh
Georgia
my
tonight, because
God.
what we're seeing is both
It's
camps
a
are
goddamn
overperforming, so it's
wash?
gonna
Are
be
you
a nail-biter.
serious?
Remember, in 2020,
Come
it
on,
came down to about
Beyblade. You hadn't
12,000
voted,
votes,
right?
a little under that. Let's start in Atlanta, the metro region. Cobb County, we have 57% of the vote in. And let's see how Biden did, 56%. This is actually, Cobb County tells the story of the Atlanta metro region. Newt Gingrich represented Cobb County.
Oh
and
my
look how
God.
Democrats have been able to run up the score from
Holy
Romney in
shit,
2012.
Newt Gingrich
Clinton
came from
flips it,
fucking
and look how they're
Cobb
growing the
County?
margins. And
Fuck
tonight,
that guy.
that's exactly what Kamala Harris is doing. She's
Electoral
growing the
college
margins
needs to
in
go.
Cobb
I
County.
agree.
Let's go around. Let's see what we have in
I
Fulton.
fucking
Fulton,
agree, McSlapnut.
53%. Let's see how that compares to Biden, 72. She's holding her own around the Atlanta metro region. Let's see over here. Gwinnett, we only have about 1%
Grabbing
in,
all
not
the
really
stapes
worth the
by the
discussion there.
pussy.
Clayton County, 70% in, slightly overperforming Biden. That's pretty good. We'll keep moving. Henry County, 1% in. This is one of those swing counties we can talk about. You know, 1% in. I don't know how much we're going to be able to say there. Rockdale County, again, those Atlanta suburbs,
go for a Cobb
77%
South.
of the
That does
vote
sound
in.
good.
She's overperforming there. Okay,
Good-ish.
that's Harris. That's the Democrats. Let's go to these rural regions. Rabun, 95% in. Trump at 78 in 2020. He's at 78 right now. You can see he's holding his marks. Union County, a little bit lower, but again, he's around the 80% mark where he should be.
80%. How would you like to be one of those 1,000 people that lives there?
Let's go to Georgia's Black Belt, where they have
one of the
counties with
1,000
lots of
people that voted for
African-American
Harris.
voters.
There's like
Here in
10,000
Doherty,
people
this is
around
about
you who just hate
70% African-American here, slightly
The Fox map
overperforming
has you
Biden.
confused.
So again, guys, what I'm trying to say here is that right now, it's very...
That's not up. What confuses
the rural
you?
counties, in those African-American counties and around the Atlanta region, Democrats
Same
are
thing
hitting those
happened in
marks.
2020.
It's going to be very close. It's one of the reasons why
Trump
when we click
jumped
on Georgia
a
right here,
huge
it is
lead,
literally
and then
just too
the
close to call,
mail-ins and
guys.
the
All
absentees
right,
were
Tom,
counted
we got
by
a lot
Mitch
ahead
back.
here.
Yeah, you're
We're
right. I
going
do
to take a
remember
break, and then another state closing its polls. Which candidate will
They
it
had so
bring
much more
closer to
blue.
those crucial
I think they're just like
270
marking
electoral
off the
college
map
votes? We will be right back.
as it changes, whereas like other news networks are just like, it's gray for right now because we don't fucking know. But like 1% of the votes in and it's leading Harris, so we'll make it blue. Like I feel like that's what they're doing up here.
For Harris, it is really, really early.
Who is this
so
guy?
far.
What's
we have
with the
vantage
lighting?
points as well, though, inside of the Trump election night watch
Fox
party there in
News.
West
Maybe
Palm
it's just because
Beach.
like you
We
don't
also
think you have to try
vantage
because
points
all of your
outside,
viewers are
on
like
the
80
campus
years old.
of Howard University.
But holy shit,
in the
dog!
nation's
Like,
capital at the
let's get
Harris
some better
Walls
lighting.
ticket. So wanted to get all this in. I think that was a kind of a good pausing moment. Let's take a quick commercial break, you guys. Austin Westfall, Cameron Arcand, they'll join me on the back end here. We'll see everyone in 2 minutes.
Let's see what this has to say.
Mucho misterio, Rosario.
Sí, bueno,
How we
pero
doing?
interesantemente, si vemos a Pensilvania, en ciertos condados estamos viendo que Kamala está teniendo una mejor
Looks like a
participación,
vampire.
que es mayor a lo que había tenido
I don't speak
la
Spanish, so
vez
someone's going to
pasada,
tell me
cuando el presidente ganó,
what they're saying.
ganó. Entonces, yo creo que eso apunta a la participación
Punta,
otra
that
vez
means
de
vagina?
las mujeres, de los puertorriqueños primordialmente, y de los republicanos que han estado votando a favor de Kamala Harris.
Dan, me gustaría preguntarte sobre Michigan. Este es un estado de la pared azul sumamente importante, pero parece ser que el expresidente Donald Trump está mucho más competitivo de lo que se esperaba en Michigan.
Sí, mire, yo creo que lo de Michigan es muy importante porque es un bellwether, ¿verdad? Va a reflejar lo que está pensando el resto.
No way! He said bellwether! I just learned what that meant.
Quiero regresar al punto que estábamos abordando hace un poco con la inflación. Mire, en un artículo de Telemundo dice que
puta means whore. Ah, see, I was close, Giselle.
Los precios al consumo ha subido cerca de 21%. ¿Por qué
Pakistani. Oh, autocorrected
Paco. Porque yo creo que los demócratas hicieron un mal diagnóstico de la prioridad que tienen los latinos.
Dan, necesito poner una breve pausa en esto porque va a tomar tiempo poder elaborar para hacer este punto y nosotros tenemos que hacer una pausa.
Es rápida, quédese.
I'm assuming we're going to commercial here. We'll come back to you.
Wins and losses in this country, but let's go to the battlegrounds. Virginia is too early to call, just 33% of the vote.
Virginia was a battleground? I thought. What?
Ohio.
InfoWars. I'm so scared to click on that.
Can't stay awake past 4 o'clock in the afternoon.
Oh my God!
That's
just
a
for
big
context,
to me about the differences of opinion.
In general, this guy, right here, this guy, the Papa John's guy, literally said in a boardroom meeting. He said the N-word, and people were like, "You can't say that. You can't say the N-word." And this is actual verbatim. Literal response was, "Colonel Sanders said it."
The price is wrong, bitch.
Blue Pill Will, thank you for the 6 months to Distinct. What are you doing, dude? Thank you so much.
Face Obama by Jill Biden because even they're sick. Yeah, there she is. There you go. They're sick and tired of even themselves. I mean, these people, one of the things that I've always said, Alex, and I've said this on your great show before to your great audience, their arrogance and their attitude will be their downfall. And these people are terrible, and they're terribly arrogant. They have no soul. They have no faith. They do not believe in anything. They don't have the same belief system I have, and I'll speak for myself. But
what is
happening
here
time
down
where
here? It's a Zoom call?
Georgia,
oh, you guys can't see it.
Pennsylvania, and I think it was Michigan. I got a report from Jack Rasovic about an hour and a half ago. As men primarily, were coming out of work, the line started to form again.
Okay, I think I'm done with that.
We have a historic education gap potentially, and I want to bring.
We watched it. I can honestly say that's the first time I've ever seen
a veteran
anything
of the
from
Bush
InfoWars.
White House, George W. Bush, the political director there, and Senator.
Their tech support is as incompetent as the people talking. Dude, that was bad. The mouth was like the words were like 2 seconds ahead of their mouths and stuff. That was bad.
The gender gap, but I think the education
gap
Roger
is key
here
I have no idea
too.
who
When
that
you hear
is.
what Hallie says,
I think Papa John might be drunker than
We
Catalina.
have so many divides at this point. We have urban-rural. We have college-educated, non-college educated. But the big one this election are women and men. And yes, there is a difference between college-educated women and non-college educated women. But the support for Harris is so
It's snowing
big
right now. Dude, I
among
love watching
college-educated
snowfall.
women.
That's a reminder
And
this
the key
winter,
in this election,
everyone, I love to watch snowfall. It's one of my favorite things to do. I don't know why, it just reminds me of being a kid or like whatever. So if you have a video, if you take a video and doesn't dox you, and it's like snow falling or the snow is already fallen or like whatever, you're going for a walk in the snow, post it in the Discord. I love to look at that shit.
College-educated women
As somebody who lives in Arizona and I don't get to see
critical,
snow,
if not
I
the
miss it.
critical voting bloc in this election. And Hallie,
People
you
don't want to
pointed
drive in the
out
snow? Yeah,
that
that's fair.
according to the exit polls, it's 53% of the
Catalina
electorate.
passed out
in
in a
2020,
puddle
it
of
was
his own
52.
urine or vomit.
Now,
As
1
long as
point
he's
doesn't
safe,
seem like
it's
a lot,
okay.
but if Kamala Harris
It's great
drives
seeing the
up
contrast in the media.
her results among women. In these close contests like Georgia and Pennsylvania, like that could be a deciding factor.
You know, I can't believe we haven't actually talked about it yet tonight. Reproductive rights. This is the first presidential election post-Dobbs, the decision that overturned Roe versus Wade. We've seen the potency of that issue. Abortion rights measures have passed every time they've been on the ballot since the Dobbs decision, but we haven't yet had a presidential election.
Right.
Do you think that issue still has its potency and is a weak spot for Republicans?
I think it has its potency for sure. It definitely cuts both ways.
I got you covered with the snow
see
bits.
about
Yo,
10%
Marv's
of the
Ma,
electorate
hi.
on both sides of the issue.
I love
for
watching
whom
the
that
snow.
is the
I
most
love watching
important
snow fall.
issue. But there's no
In order to
question
post
among
videos in the
younger
chat,
voters,
or sorry, in the
especially
Discord,
younger
you
women,
might have to
that's
be subbed to
an
the
issue
channel,
that is
the
driving
Twitch
them
channel.
out.
Just so you know.
And
So if you try
the
to do it, you're like,
question
well, let me post it.
You
That's
know, really,
probably why.
is that the main issue they're voting on, or is that
Your
one
mom
of many
and
issues
aunt
they're
joined the
voting on?
panel.
Yeah, and I think, frankly, when we look at
Those
if
two-
Kamala
those
Harris
two over
wins
there?
the presidency,
Her
we're going
and
to
the
talk
other
a lot
one?
about how the women got her there, but I don't think we should ignore the fact that college students are playing a big role today.
No molesting,
the lines, the
nor
overperformance
no
at
molesting,
college
but if you
campuses
need to
right
check on
now,
them.
whether you're in
I'm
North
sure he's
Carolina or Pennsylvania or Wisconsin or Nevada, on the ground, I've talked to the team that's running the ground
It is
game
weird
in
that,
all of these
like,
states. They have
I don't know,
never
maybe it's just, like,
seen this kind
styles
of
or something,
response
but,
on
like,
college campuses. So
grandmas
when they have a
always
divide
look
there
like- there's,
between
like, four
kids in
different cookie
college
cutters
that are
of
voting
grandma.
age and kids who aren't in college that are voting
Is
know
it
what I mean?
playing out
In,
just
like, at
in
least
a
in,
few
like-
states or across all states?
in
My-
all of the states, they're seeing they're
like
exceeding
ethnic
their
background.
model
There's, like,
on how
four
many
different
people are voting
cookie
at these
cutter
college-
grandmas.
at places that are primarily college
Yeah,
campuses.
we can put up the Florida abortion ban. Remember, there are 10 states with abortion on the ballot tonight, and we can show you how Florida Amendment 4,
Hey!
which, by the way, requires a 60% to reach a 60% level. So right now, not there yet.
Oh.
We're not making a call, but that's.
It's been interesting
Wait,
to
what
see
does the
these
yes
ballot
mean?
measures. We
Right
have
to
one
abortion.
in Florida. You mentioned
60%.
there's
Hey!
abortions on the ballot literally in 10 states.
2% in, projecting Trump. I mean, they did the same thing with.
Some of the
They did the same thing with
Michigan, for example, had
Massachusetts. It was
abortion
1%
on the
in,
ballot
and they
2 years
gave it to
ago,
Harris. So I don't know
lifted
what the fuck
Democrats'
they did.
prospects in Michigan.
It's
Now,
just like
is there
historically,
a
like,
question in your
it's gonna
mind,
go
Senator
blue, like, so
McCaskill,
just-
whether or not people, Democrats who might have been motivated to go to the polls on
Kentucky
the
shut
abortion
down
issue
school choice
feel like,
amendment.
oh, well,
I was
it's
quite
already
happy. What's
taken
that?
care of. People are kind of in the middle thinking, I can vote for Trump even
4-9
because I think I've already
brown
taken care
grandma?
of this
What's
abortion
that?
question with regard to the ballot measure in a battleground like Michigan.
Sweet Sunday
I
school
don't know. I
teacher
think
grandma,
the
sunken
Republicans
pumpkin
done
mouth
such
grandma,
an amazing
Karen
job
haircut
of
grandma, and
publicizing
big
the
mama
deaths
style grandma. That's
to
kind of,
women
I mean, like,
because
those are the
of
grandma
Trump really
archetypes. I
extreme
would
abortion
absolutely
bans
agree
that
with
are
that.
in many, many
I had
states. And Texas isn't a battleground state, but there's a Senate race out there that I've got a half an eye on tonight.
One
And
Karen
I
haircut
think
grandma,
when you have women
and
dying
one
who
Sunday
wanna
school
have the
grandma,
children,
and one sunken
who are
pumpkin
suffering a
mouth
miscarriage and can't get the health care they need.
We
that
talking
takes
The
it to
View?
a different level.
I had
and
I
don't
had
think
3 of
we
the 4.
have
I never had a big
very
mama's
many of those
house.
stories out there in 2022 like we have in
Immobile chain
2024.
smoker
And
grandma.
I think the campaign
That was
has
one
certainly
of my
emphasized
grandmas
those
too.
stories
She was
and
the
the brave
Karen
women
haircut.
telling them.
And I also think that this
So they
is
would be
an
able to use
issue that
public
Republicans
school
have struggled
funds to
find
send
their
kids to
footing on.
private
Sarah and I have
schools.
talked
Wow.
about
Let me just
That's
pick up that
insane.
thought in a moment. We have an election alert now. This is a poll closing
Arkansas,
here
gotta
at
go
the
Trump, right?
8:30 hour in the east. Arkansas will be closing here momentarily. We'll perhaps get a characterization. That's the only one at 8:30 we're going to see. And here's the
Oklahoma,
projection. NBC
79%
News
Trump. Oklahoma
can
is
project
also 49%, 49 out of 50.
Donald Trump will win in the state of Arkansas.
You know who's
when all the
50?
votes are counted. 6
Fucking
electoral
Arizona,
votes. Here's where we are.
I
The
now
map
live.
270. At least Donald Trump with 99 electoral
You know who's
votes.
50?
27 for Harris. Again, the
Arizona
goal,
had a saying,
270.
thank God for
All right, let's go to
Mississippi.
the battlegrounds. Georgia.
We don't even have
President,
Mississippi
too close
anymore
to call
behind.
At this hour, 53% of the vote in, just too close to make a prediction there. Pennsylvania, too early to call. They're just getting started in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. And North Carolina, also too early to call. We do have more vote there, but we're just not in a position yet to call those races. However, Tom, as I go to you, these are some of the races. Georgia and North Carolina, these are fast counters. And we may be able
The
to
short
make
Hispanic
a call
Indian
by the middle of the
South
night or
American
in the
grandma
early
that doesn't speak
hours
great
this
English,
morning,
before
and that
she.
would be
Oh,
quite
okay, my buddy
well.
had that. She was from. Yo, Kaylee, let's do it. She was from Vietnam. She's from Vietnam, and she couldn't speak like a lick of English, or at least maybe chose not to. But every time I was over, she would cook massive amounts of food and just feed me and Elliot and I. She would just feed us incredible amounts of Vietnamese
That vote is still coming in, but we still see some troubling signs for Kamala Harris, at least increase in some of these counties.
As much as she could
Biden was at
force
61%. 95% of the vote is in. And I just want to highlight this.
Shenanigans
There's only
are
about
good. We're all
2,800
good.
votes remaining, so not a lot
Leandro,
of
good
votes
to
going
see
to
you,
come in.
man.
She's at 56%,
Kaylee's here.
57%.
Little Canadian
61% 40% was where Biden was. As we keep going around, my team flagged another
absolutely.
county. Fairfax County, she's doing
tiny
fine.
little girl,
Prince William,
grandma,
though, underperforming
hunched
here
over
as
a little
well.
bit.
80% of the vote is in. Biden was at 62. She's at 58. Again,
Brother,
these are
drop by
suburban
nice,
women,
dude.
highly educated, college
9
degrees, sort of your
plants at the
establishment
Canadian
Democrats.
Tire.
These and a growing area of Virginia as well. A lot of people move here for the jobs, to work in government
is
as
that
well.
like a marijuana
Again,
joke
it's still
or something?
very early. We're still waiting for all the votes to be called in
9
Virginia.
plants
An
at
area we
at
watched too is
Canadian
Chesterfield. This is
Tire.
just south of Richmond.
What is Canadian
African-Americans
Tire?
who originally lived in Richmond, moved out to places
Is that
like
like a tire?
Chesterfield
Is it like
and
a-
Henrico
like a-
as
for your
well.
car?
It's one of those swing
You bought
counties. Biden
plants?
won in 2020. Trump won it in 2016. So we're keeping an eye on
like
it.
a Home
and you
Depot.
see, this is where Biden was in
got you.
2020. This is
Okay.
where Kamala Harris
I
is
just
tonight,
found basements, so I
49.4.
bought a bunch
But there's
of
only
plants.
45%
Yo!
of the vote in. So still a
Kaylee,
lot of vote
we
to
would
be
like,
counted there. So
without
we're going to
doxing
stay and
yourself,
watch
pictures
that.
of your plants,
As we move
please.
further
My
west, we have some
girlfriend,
counties out here, rural counties. This is Wise County. This is Trump
Lindsay,
country.
she loves
Near
plants.
West Virginia, you
She'd
can
love to
see
see them.
94%
tire
in.
shop
He was
sell
at
plants? That's where I see-
80.4 in
I was
2020. He's at
confused there, too.
81.6. Again, how does he win states like Virginia? They're going to run up the votes in the
Yeah,
suburban
fuck your
areas,
landlord.
the Democrats. He
Fuck
runs
that
up the
guy.
votes in the rural areas. So that's going to be good there for the Republicans if they want to hold those marks. Virginia Beach,
Canadian
this is
Tire
another
is
area we're
not
going to
like
be
Home
watching.
Depot.
Again, an area that sometimes tends to swing.
what point
Trump
do we
was
start to get
48% in
worried?
2016. Biden was able to flip it 30% in. Again, still early. But Trump is ahead there.
No,
So,
I'm
we're
not
watching Virginia,
Canadian.
guys,
I'm
and we'll see what
Barsma.
happens.
You
We're
might
still waiting
forgot
for some
this.
of the vote to
I'm
come in here.
banned from
but
Canada
some signs that,
legally.
maybe Trump
I got
Democrats,
too
maybe
many
trouble
DUIs
Republicans as
in
well. We're gonna have to
America.
wait. Back to you
One
guys.
is enough, but I had 3 of
We do
them.
have a key
Canada
projection right
literally
now.
will
The
not
state
let
of
me
Delaware,
in.
their home state
Canada
is sitting
says
president.
you are a
Joe
Canadian
Biden
felon.
will
You are
vote
not
for
a real
Kamala
human.
Harris
You are
as
not allowed to
expected.
enter our
Here's how the
great
vote
nation of
shook
Canada.
out, just 48%.
So I don't
in,
get
but
to
this is an easy
experience
projection
Canadian
with the
Tire.
margins
I don't
as
get to
they are expected to be.
experience
So here's where we fill
insert
out our map.
Canadian
At
bagged
8:30
milk.
on the East Coast,
I don't get to have that.
Delaware,
Just marry
being added
me.
to the
I
tally
would if
for
you didn't
Kamala
say you
Harris.
faked every
Donald Trump leading in some of these big states in the
Sabudu,
South.
if you
which are
had
expected to
not
go
said you
his way,
faked
are
every
starting to report in. Speaking
I
of the
would
South,
have
we've got
married
NBC
you.
News correspondent Allison Barber.
I'll show
She's
you
in the
Canadian
key
Tire.
county of Gwinnett
Whips
County,
out
Georgia.
hog.
First vote starting to come in there. And what are you hearing? We've got both campaigns really laser focused on this area.
If Trump wins Pennsylvania. Kind
yeah,
of.
they care a lot about this county.
So
And let me just show you, because we've just started to see precincts.
There's a lot of
captains
states to
coming
look
in
at, Lindsay,
with
but
their
the ones
memory
we're going to
cards
look at
with
in
the votes that
particular,
happened in person on election
here are
day.
the
You
ones
see
that I'm calling out, okay? So, like, everything's going to kind of fall as they fall. California will probably be blue. Texas will be red. You know, Washington State will be blue. Oregon will be blue. Hawaii will be blue. Alaska will be red. Montana will be red. Like, those are going to fall how they are. Arizona is just... They close in 25 minutes, so we don't know. Arizona was in the polls. There was like a 3% lead by Donald Trump, but you never know. There's a 3% error or some shit. So like, it's just within the error. The ones you want to look for are Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Georgia. And I guess North Carolina is still. Those are 7 states. They're going to decide the election, probably. Maybe throw in Ohio, too. Throw in Ohio as well, because why not? So that's 8 states, all right? Arizona, Nevada, Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin. Wisconsin, everything I'd seen was a swing state. Everything I saw said it was a swing state. So I don't know, man.
Are the early votes, early in-person voting numbers in this county? Over
But
50%
I
of
think the
active
math
voters,
goes. Oh, yeah. So anyway, I think the math goes. If Harris can win Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, and take everything else that she's expected to get, she wins. I think that's the math. Technically. There's other routes to get there. Like, if she doesn't get Pennsylvania, but she gets Georgia and North Carolina, then it's like then it kind of washes out the same. But like, if she doesn't get Georgia, but only gets North Carolina and doesn't win Pennsylvania, then like Trump only needs to get Arizona and Nevada. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of the numbers, Mason. There's a lot going on. DUI entry in Canada. You can go back to Canada if you have a DUI conviction. Requiring a temporary resident permit entry waiver or becoming rehabilitated. Yes, I know about the rehabilitation. If the person has several DUIs, applying a TR or criminal rehabilitation may be onerous. That is me. That is me. It wasn't just the one. 3 is several. 3 is a lot. It was a long time ago, but it was
reach those voters,
a period of my
canvassing,
life.
directly targeting ads to them, and sending a lot of mailers in more
You
than a
apply
dozen
for it?
languages
Yeah,
to try to get them
so
out.
there was
So
somebody
far,
who I
we're
got
told, and
sober
you can
with.
see
They
the
were
scale of
sober.
everything here.
Getting sober with is they had been sober like 20 years already when I first got sober, and they had gone through this process. So they shared about it. They talked about it, and they talked about how it was like they had one DUI, and it was not only time consuming, it was expensive, and like they had to literally like get character references and be like, yes, I've seen so and so sober for 18 years and we know he's not going to drink again. It was not just like a hey, apply and we'll give it to you or not. It was like a very involved process. And I have no reason to go to Canada right now. I don't want to spend the money on it. I don't want to spend the time on it. If I need to go to Canada and I need to figure it out, I'll figure it out. I'm not going to spend the money or the time to do it.
Thank you. Gwinnett County, late rallies by Donald Trump there in that county and neighboring Cobb County. And you got to hand it to the election workers. They're so focused.
That's what I was thinking as I was watching that.
She walks right by and they don't.
You never got a single DUI, but you got
counting the votes.
pulled
It makes
over
you feel
and
good
drunk.
about democracy
These
at
are the
work.
heroes of the night.
Yes.
I drove drunk.
Storyline in Georgia about election
Hundreds
workers, of course, right? And the
times, if
threats
not
that election workers have
thousands of
faced in so many of these battleground states. And you look at Georgia, that is the home, of course, of Ruby Freeman and Shane Moss, who were two election workers who came under fire, faced death threats,
thousands
faced
might be a
severe
stretch. Like how many times
hardship
have I
in their
tried? I guess
lives
hundreds
because of those
easily.
election fraud lies from former President Trump.
Anywhere
so these
between
election workers, man, are they doing a civic
500
duty
and
for
1,000
everybody?
My favorite part of voting is when I
over
walk
the
in and see
course
the
of
smiley
4
faces.
years,
They've
I
got
probably
this great
drove
task in
drunk.
front of them, and it's
Well,
True. How good election worker.
like 2 years.
And it's
You know what I mean? Like literally,
tonight,
like
though, and
600
tomorrow morning, because they've brought on
700
more
days,
election
whatever
workers in
2 years
all of
is
these states
day
to make sure
form.
that they can count more
I probably
quickly.
drove
I do
that
think
drunk,
Ellison's
like
report was
literally.
fascinating. Gwinnett County, it went for Clinton by 6 points.
As a
for
Canadian,
Biden
you
by
can confirm that
18
Canada
points.
isn't worth that
So
process.
this
It's
is a
just like
county
it just
that
like
Democrats have been
I just
increasingly
can't. I would
eyeing,
love to
as
like
have
see people in Canada. I would love to go to
Talk about
Canada.
the
Like
gender
British
gap
Columbia
as I
was
go
so
to
it's
Senator
so
McCaskill
beautiful.
and
I've
Sarah
been there.
Fagan.
I grew up
I
going to
mentioned there
British
were Trump
British
rallies in
Columbia.
Gwinnett
I
County.
have
One of them
family
was
from
the
British
one where
Columbia.
Tucker
I have
Carlson,
family
the
from
former
Nova
Fox News
Scotia.
host,
Like I
talked
like
about
I love Canada.
you
I
know,
love
daddy's coming home and
Canadians.
going to give
I
little girl a spanking,
just,
like, you know,
like,
the sheriff's coming to
personally
town, which is the message
don't
that,
see the
you know, if you're trying
reason
to
to go
reach
through the
female voters,
time
I
to
don't
do
know
it when I
how
don't
the
plan
females
on
on this
going.
panel feel
If I
about
ever
that.
plan on going
But
there,
that's
I'll
where that
absolutely
happened.
do what I
Not
can to
good.
get in.
Don't feel good about that.
Legal.
I think most women don't feel good about that. But
Keep
you know, I
telling
come
them
from
it's
a
not
state that
worth
is
it, Vic.
very Trump heavy. So I certainly know that there are women out there that have bought what he's selling. I like to say I think there's about a third of the Trump voters that don't believe a word he says, but they really like the idea that their tax cut's going to stay in place, and they think their business interests are going to be better protected with less regulation. And then 2/3 of the Trump voters who believe every word he says and like it just fine.
Sarah, I want to get your thought on something
That's
at
so
work
shocking
right
to
now.
me.
And it was a bit of a mixed message in the campaign, the Donald Trump's campaign about
She looks like
early
a haunted
voting.
doll.
Yes, do it, don't do it. How do you think that is playing out tonight?
Give me that
if
new
you
child,
look at some of the early
new child
vote
tax
returns,
credit and housing
certainly
credit.
we
Hell
saw
yeah.
higher numbers of Republicans voting early. You know, it looks to me like a lot of those were election day voters previously who voted early. Okay, great
Hey
for
man,
the Trump
we
campaign. They
bailed
banked votes. They can
Europe
focus
out
on
of World
those
War
who haven't
II.
voted.
Fuck, they might have to
So
come
to
out
me,
here
what I'm
and
going to be
bail
looking
us
for
out.
is his share of the early vote higher
Tabernacle.
than it was
I don't
in
know what a
2020?
tabernacle is. I
Democrats
didn't grow
dominated
up
the
religious.
early vote
I don't
totals
know
in 2020. And, you know, Donald Trump in
how
most
it
of
even
these
relates,
states was doing 35,
but,
not even higher than 40%
I
in any
understand
of
it's
those
important.
states,
I
these
understand
target states
it's
we've
a
been talking about all night.
foundation
So does he
of,
do 42,
I think the Jewish
43,
faith
44?
or something.
In 2020, we were in the midst of a pandemic. Donald Trump was
Tabernacle
actively
is
telling
used
people
by
not
Quebec
to vote
people as
early
a
or
swear
not vote
word.
by mail, saying he was suspicious of it. To Lester's point, he changed that too.
They
Now
just
they're actively
they just appropriated
encouraging
Tabernacle?
Republican voters to go in and early vote, and Republican voters seem to have answered that call.
If your parent, oh, it's
huge
Catholic?
strategic blunder in 2020 to have done that, particularly in a close race. Had he not done that, perhaps he would have won. So
if your
I think
parents
he learned
own a
that
home,
lesson.
you won't qualify for the home
And also,
credit.
if you just look at the trends in early voting and the trends in
What if I
absentee
own
by
a home?
states,
do I qualify?
It's the prudent thing to do.
To be clear, the Republican apparatus absolutely made a big push this cycle to get voters out to vote early. Donald Trump himself was all over the
get a
map on
green
that.
card.
You see it at his
One of the
rallies.
hardest
He
things I ever
talks
had to
about
do
at
was
one
get a
rally, he would say
green
go out and
card
do it. At
to go to
another rally, he
Japan.
would cast doubt on the validity of ballots that were put in through the mail, etc. Some of that likely seeped down to some of his voters
Canadian
in some of these
appropriated
key
a lot of
battleground states,
Catholic
as we
words
heard
in order to
from
revolt
talking to
against the
voters in
church,
some of
like
these
100 years ago.
battlegrounds.
Really?
Remember that this is a
visa.
former
Sorry, yeah,
president who,
work visa.
over the summer, you look at
What's the difference?
let's say 20 rallies. At 5 of them, he cast doubt on the results of the election even before votes were counted. That ramped up in just the last month. At 14 of 20 rallies, he did the same thing. So he has not been super consistent on this.
Republican
Let's go to Tom
apparatus
Yamas
should have
right
been
now.
my hack
Tom,
name.
as we speak, North Carolina, Georgia,
A visa's temporary and a green card isn't.
Pennsylvania are
Gotcha.
counting votes right now.
Yeah,
Then,
and
it
we're
was
getting
a
ready
visa.
for poll
It was-
closings in places like Nebraska.
In America,
and
I think
Nebraska
to go to Japan
could be the key to it all. I
without
know what you're saying.
a work
Nebraska,
visa,
yes. So when you look at our
need,
beautiful map here, you see the maps.
you can
the
do that
states
for
that are red, the states
3
that are
months.
blue, and our battlegrounds here that aren't colored in.
So
and
I
then
just- I
Nebraska
had the
and
work
Maine, they
visa
have
for
this
a
kind of
year.
Where's Waldo effect. When we hit it, here's why. Nebraska and Maine, they both give out their electors a little differently. Their electoral votes. If you win the popular vote, you get 2 in Nebraska, and then they give them by congressional district as well. Trump is going to win 2 of the congressional districts most likely in the popular vote, but congressional district 2, CD2 in Nebraska,
Every
is a
winning
battleground
in history
district, and the
appropriated
entire
stuff.
election, I say, could come down to this. Let me explain why. So let's take you to Nebraska and show you where CD2 is.
Got
It's essentially
you.
the city of
Thank you,
Omaha, right? I'm going to
Shao.
draw it for you and then show you the congressional district. It's the city of Omaha, a little bit of Saunders,
No,
and
I think
a little
the
bit of
church
Sarpy as well. I
doing
should
what
say
it
all
does
of Saunders
made
as
them
well.
just like-
That's essentially the way it looks, right? I'm going to give
mean
you
like
the
covering
congressional
up
map
the
so we
molestation
can
of
cut it out a little
children?
more.
Yeah,
So
I would
this right
agree.
here, that's congressional district
pretty
2.
fucked up.
It's a swing district, as I said.
You're bad at that. No
2016,
worries, man.
Trump
You're
wins
good.
by 6,000 votes. In 2020, Biden wins by 20,000 votes. So why is it important? Because if we come down to that scenario where it's 269,
Oh, Tom.
Savannah, I gamed that out. It's going to come down to Nebraska too. So every vote does matter.
Oh, my
It matters
God.
so much that
It's
we
coming
spoke to people
down
in
to
Omaha,
Nebraska,
asking them about
Joe.
what this campaign was like. They say they've never seen
Nebraska.
anything like
I
it.
hope
They've
they
been
went out and
inundated
voted. I
with
hope
ads
everyone in Nebraska
saying on the
voted.
television,
If it's
on the
gonna
radio,
come
people
down,
calling
if
them
it's literally
unlike
gonna
anything
come
they've ever
down
seen
to-
before. Again, it likely won't come down to Nebraska too, but it might, and that's why every
Everyone
vote
in
matters.
Nebraska
Again, Omaha,
voting.
the biggest area of Nebraska, fastest
be
growing
so
area,
sad.
and tonight we'll be
Have
watching
you ever
it.
heard the
Tommy
residential
promised
schools
me you
we
would
have?
not
No,
raise the
I haven't.
specter of the
What is- what
269
about
to
that?
269.
It could happen. We're ready for it.
It could happen. The Constitution has
Catholic
some provisions for
native
it, but can we just
conversion
all agree?
schools.
Let's
Wait,
hope we don't
they
get
made
that.
Is that Chuck
Native
Todd's
Americans
No, some of
and
it.
Native
Is that Chuck
Canadians?
Todd's head exploding? Yes, perhaps it is. But it's interesting
Convert
to
to
see these are
Christianity or
such
Catholicism
contested races,
via
and
school?
it's actually nice to see. I think we've divided our country so much into
I don't-
red
I
and
don't
blue.
like
It's nice to
organized
see that
religion.
once you get
I don't like
on a
religion.
county by county level, all of these
Don't like
states
the Catholic Church
they're not
at
monolithic.
all.
There's more to it, and we still do live right next to each other. And Nebraska too is a very good example of that.
Indoctrination camps? Jesus.
But I would say you're right. We live right next to each other. But the folks that live in Omaha, I
Kidnap
guarantee
native
is some of the
children
folks
and
that live
force
out
them into
in a
Christian
very
education.
sparsely populated rural county don't relate to some of the same issues that the people in Omaha
People
think
are
are
so
important.
fucked
It's
up.
much more of an urban area.
There's also a hot Senate race there right now where the
There
Republican
is.
was expected. You would
It's
think
basically
would just cruise
conscription.
to
Jesus.
re-election there, but there's an independent candidate, Dan Osborne, who's really giving a run for her money for Deb Fischer.
Yeah, and I
Come
will
on,
say
Dan.
that one of the things about the urban-rural issue is when you think about the ground game, I don't think we talk about this enough. The ground game for the Republican Party is much harder. Going door to door in rural communities is a much different operation than going door to door in a densely populated area. It's not as efficient. It's more difficult. Frankly, a lot of folks out in the rural area don't want strangers knocking on their door. They're not used to having people they don't recognize coming up the driveway 2 miles down from their nearest neighbor. So it is harder for the Republican Party
Catalina's
to do
alive.
the GOTV, as you talked about earlier, than it is for the Republican
He
Party.
lives.
But it'll be interesting to see how this independent does in Nebraska. He's says he's going to be independent. He won't caucus with either party. He won't vote for either leader. He says his job would be to try to bring the two parties
Gen Z
together.
update
It's
on
probably
the
a winning
way.
message right now. I just don't know if Nebraska's pretty red.
All right, well, the drama is continuing to build.
Oh,
Three
I
big
voted,
battlegrounds
Kaylee.
closing
I
at the
voted
top of the
October
next hour.
19th.
Don't go away. We'll
I
be
voted for
right
Kamala,
back as we count
Kamala
down
Harris,
the road to
Tim
270.
Walz. Voted for a lot of propositions here. I voted for every judge in my state to be removed.
I think all presidential elections in the United States are important to the United States and to our friends and our allies. But the nature, two things, but first of all, to note that today is election day in the United States, and unlike Canada, where the next federal election day, there's basically going to be one election on the ballot, which is who the next prime minister is going to be. On election day in the United States, there are hundreds of elections that are being decided today.
Hundreds.
There are 34 United States senators being elected. There are 435 elections for members of the House of Representatives. There is the presidential election. There are 13 governors who are up for election. There are hundreds of mayors, city councils,
What are these numbers?
state legislatures.
You're talking about the 105 and the 27.
county
That's how many
commissioners,
electoral
judges,
college votes
all up for election.
each presidential
And it
candidate
is
has
the
received.
dispersion and the diversity.
Why are the numbers all different on different channels? So each channel, what is going on here?
You know, Anna, we were speaking earlier about the Senate and the balance of power in the Senate. We saw
I'm asking
the
why
race
it's leaning
being
so
called
heavily to Donald Trump. So a lot of the states that have already voted right now who are being counted is leaned Republican.
Does get back this month, there's going to be a vote.
Yeah, nothing
and
is
move
out of
forward
the
similarly
ordinary
with
right
the
now.
House Speaker. Move forward on who's going to be the best candidate for Republicans.
So it's like Arkansas.
Republicans
Okay,
and then
here's
as well
7
as
for Arkansas.
Democrats.
Here's
But
12
depending on
for
who takes
Kentucky.
control tonight,
Here's
if we know
13 for
tonight,
Tennessee. Like all just going to Trump,
we'll
right? All just going to
determine,
Trump.
you
All
know,
just going to Trump.
if
So
it's
like
going
kind
to
of boost
be
them up
House
early.
and Senate controlled
And
by
then
one party, by both.
you'll
if
see
the White House is going
Kamala
to be controlled
most
by a
likely
separate
roll
party.
in and like
But I think
Kamala,
Rick Scott
here's
is throwing his hat in. And
40
very
for
interestingly,
California.
is a state
Here's
of immigrants.
12
Even
for
with the situation at the southern border,
Washington State.
we've seen millions
Here's
of people released to the country
13
and choosing to
for
go to Florida,
New Mexico, and it will kind of like bounce it back a
specifically
little
South
bit.
Florida, Miami-Dade area. And so Rick Scott has certainly has a
Yeah,
firsthand
exactly,
understanding of, you know, not only how to help immigrants in his state, but this population that's technically illegal.
Vote by
in the
mail,
country.
yeah. I mean, I voted by mail.
And what that looks like. So I think he's got an interesting perspective.
Yeah.
Independent announced he was not running for re-election. This is expected. It is the first Republican pickup, so that makes this significant. We can call that Rick Scott has held on to his Senate seat in Florida handily. He first won this seat back in 2018. This was one of these races where reproductive rights was a big issue. Former Congresswoman Debbie McCarcel-Powell trying to make that the big focus of the race, but it was not enough to get her over the finish line. We're watching this very closely. The Senate race in Ohio, too early to call. Senator Sherrod Brown looking for a fourth term against former car dealer, Trump-backed businessman Bernie Moreno. So we'll watch that closely.
He's a car dealer?
Another big battleground. Senator Bob Casey with 67% of the vote. Dave McCormick with 30.4% of the vote. Too early to call with just 13% in.
Don't count out
Let's
Georgia,
take a
North
look
Carolina.
at the
Yeah,
big
exactly. I
picture
mean, Vibe
here.
Blades
Again,
lives
Republicans
in
have now
Georgia, and he
picked
was
up
been saying the
one
same thing.
seat
Dude.
for the Senate at this hour.
That was a nice
42
dig.
to
The car
33.
dealership thing?
Very
He's
quickly,
a
Holly,
huge
taking
piece
a
of
step
shit.
back, the Republicans need 2 seats, and this is a
Why
map
would you
that is
ever
very
trust a car
difficult
dealer?
for Democrats to hold on to their Senate races. They're on
They're
defense
like
in
the
a lot of these states.
sleaziest,
Yeah, and the
like
reason
other
for
than
that is
vacuum
likely
salesmen.
Montana.
I can't
This
think
is
of
the
a
other pickup that Republicans feel
sleazier
very
profession.
confident about. They think they'll be able to get. I will
Maybe
tell you that
Twitch
Ohio
streamer.
Senate race being too early
Other
to call
than
is
Twitch
interesting. I talked with
streamer
one Senate
and vacuum
Republican source who said
salesman, I can't think of a sleazier profession other than
right? They
used
would have
car
loved to have
salesman.
had that in the bag, these 2-seat pickups earlier in the night, Savannah. But we'll wait and see how this
He
one
lost
goes.
lawsuits for not paying his
coming
workers.
up at the top of the hour. We're going to have some
Oh,
major
real estate
battleground
mogul.
poll closings coming
That's a good
up.
mogul. That's a good one.
And we continue to
Michigan
cover,
and Wisconsin, Arizona, all coming up. So this is the drama beginning to clearly build right now. The votes are being counted, and again, we'll get those closings here very shortly.
The amendment to give women reproductive rights is failing. I heard it needs 60%. That's crazy, right?
All right, it is 8:51 in the East, and
Oh,
here's
guys,
where we
7
stand right
minutes,
down the road to
8 minutes.
270.
Arizona closes.
And it has been a night of big surprises so far, with more to come. We're now just minutes away.
Only having 2 parties is
from
fucking
additional closings.
Yeah, we are, and we see that map starting to fill out. So we will
like a good back
watch for
rack?
those next poll closings. It's in all corners of the country now, almost
that
at 9
can't
o'clock in the
reproduce
East Coast.
anymore
And
that
they're
are
some of
voting
the
on it.
biggest states to
Isn't
close.
that
Yes.
strange? To me, I like
At the
100%
top of
agree with
the
that.
hour, a
Can you
major
give
round of
birth?
poll
Yes or
closings,
no?
with the most
no.
battleground
Well, then you
states
have
of the
no
entire
right
night.
to have
15
any
states
input
and 163
on
electoral college
childbirth.
votes up for grabs.
To me, that just
3
makes sense.
critical
Like, I
swing
don't care if
states.
you're inputting
Will
the
Vice
batter
President
into the
Kamala
oven
Harris
or not.
hold on to the blue wall that
If you
cuts
don't have
through
an oven,
Wisconsin
you don't get to say how the oven cooks. That's
and
my
Michigan.
opinion.
We are not going
What about doctors? No,
Former
not even
President
doctors.
Trump breakthrough.
When I'm
like
talking
he
about
did in
when talking about
We are
the
going to win
legalization
Plus,
or
the first
legislation
Western
related
battleground,
to
Arizona, moments away from closing.
abortion.
A very
Now,
big
you should absolutely
hello,
consult your doctor when
Arizona.
you're
We love you.
getting an abortion.
Arizona, we need to fight this battle on every front.
We are standing by for our first vote count in from
But
these
if you're
make or
not-
break states. As our
No one but the
decision
person
desk
pregnant
gets ready
doesn't
to
fucking
make
say.
new
That's kind of
calls
where I'm
on the
at.
road
Donald
to
clip.
270.
We've got the right.
Many
We've got
votes
the
to be
left.
counted, battlegrounds
I really
want to
know what's going on
Michigan
in
has
between.
15
What is
electoral
in
votes
the
up
middle?
for grabs
The
You know what I
middle.
mean?
And Jesse
The-
Kirsch
the-
in
the
Detroit
long
for us today.
and
Jesse, the polls
girthy
are just
middle
about
part,
to close moments
Catalina. Some
away.
say it's
What do you
shaped
expect?
like
What are you
this.
hearing?
Some say it could go extend
Yeah, so
past
Savannah,
the left and the
statewide,
right.
they close
It
at
could
9 p.m. Eastern,
extend
but here in
past
Detroit, in the East
down
Coast
and
time zone,
deep.
the polls have been closed for almost
We
an hour.
don't
You can
know
see
what
this
it
ballot
says yet,
drop
but we're
box
going to
is
try to
sealed
find
off
out.
here.
We're going to see what
However,
they say. We're going to
despite
pull
all
it up. We're
that,
going to
we're
come
gonna
back
move
to our
down a block
Gen
here. This
Z
is the city
correspondent here,
elections
probably in
office.
about 30
And what
minutes
we've
to an
got
hour,
going
depending on
here
if
is
he
people who have been
passes
in
out
line
from his
well past when the
alcohol
polls
consumption.
officially closed to continue registering
We
to
gave
vote.
up
And
on the
inside,
jacket.
it appears we do still have some people in that line. We had people telling us they'd waited in line for around 4 hours. One young woman told us that she
There's
almost
two
got out of
groups
line
forming a
because
sphere
of
down there.
that
There's
duration,
two
dealing
groups
with logistics as well as
around
just
the middle.
waiting
There's
to be able to
two
register to vote,
smaller
but was
groups
ultimately able
that
to
are
do so. Someone else
almost
told us
hugging
that they got out
the
of line
base
because
of,
of the wait.
if we could call
If
this
people
the
got in
middle
line
shaft.
by 8 p.m. Eastern time and they closed
Two
the doors
bases
here at that time, people were going to be allowed to
cupping
go through the
the
registration
shaft
process,
right there.
and it seems people
We
are
don't know
still
how it's going to
going
play
through
with the
that at
shaft,
this
if they're
hour.
going to
This is a
align, if they're
traditional
going to
Democratic
misalign. We
stronghold,
don't know
the city
yet.
of Detroit.
What we do know is that they're
However,
there.
when we've spoken to
They're
GOP operatives in the
growing
state,
in size
they
and
tell
in
us that
color.
they see Vice President Harris's base as, quote, crumbling because of various headwinds. However, there are other potential headwinds that could send traditionally Republican voters toward the Vice
2 more
President.
hours
We
before
will
we
have a
get an update
clear
from the
answer
floor.
as those results start coming in at 9 p.m. Eastern. Savannah, back to you.
And we'll get a better idea about turnout, too, which is all
You're
important for the
complicit
Harris
in dead
campaign
women.
in Detroit,
I mean,
and also those collar counties. But we want to switch over.
don't
Let's go to
disagree with
Arizona.
that.
The Mountain
I
West
understand
polls
that,
closed.
100%.
Gotti Schwartz, they're
I need
outside
a
of polling
bowl.
place. Have you seen a lot of crowds?
Tempe.
Yeah, polls close in about 6 minutes here. This is the end of the line, and this is
They're
about
eating
a
pizza.
60 to 70-minute wait here. So you got the people that are at the end of the line right
They're-
now.
they're from the college, I'm sure.
Probably about 300 to 400 people in front of them. You're noticing a lot of MAGA hats here talking about the gender divide. Gender divide is very much in play here at Arizona State University, and there's been so much talk about low propensity voters. One of the things that we've been noticing here and talking to students about is the involvement of
I'll be
fraternities.
like shoulders
Normally,
one of these kids.
fraternities, they may not be organizing and may not be turning out to vote as much as you'd expect, but here at the ASU campus, it does seem like the fraternities have been involved in turning out the vote, and those that we've been talking to say that they are turning out for former President Donald Trump. We've also talked to a lot of other students that have been coming out for policy issues. There are several props. The issue of abortion is extremely important in turning out the vote. Immigration is also important. But I got to say, just eavesdropping what people have been talking about in line, it's been surprising how often the topic of the Joe Rogan podcast keeps coming up. We've talked to several
fucking
students
idiots,
who say
you kids.
that they
Who gives a shit if they go on to Joe Rogan? He's a failed comedy, comedic actor, failed fucking MMA fighter. The guy does nothing. Why the fuck does it matter?
The vice president of the United States would have appeared on that podcast. They
Joe
may have
Rogan
had their
fucking
votes
board.
skewed. It's really interesting because, you know, some people are talking about
never
policy,
been
others
fun.
are talking
No.
more about.
I didn't even know he was a
vibes.
comedian.
Well, I like the vibe of Trump.
I think the
or I
only
like
thing he
the
did
vibe of,
that was
Kamala
good
Harris, but
around
it's not
comedy
so
was didn't he punch
policy-specific,
Andy
but that's
Dick
just
or he
some of
punched
what we've
like
seen. We're almost
Carlos
to the end of the line.
Mencia? It was like
We
one
just
of those
wrap
things.
around this corner.
That's the
But
only thing
again,
positive
right
thing
now
I
we're
think
in
I
Maricopa
could
County.
think of in
This
relation to
is a
his
county
comedy.
with 2 point something million voters. ASU has 74,000
I know,
students
Ileandro, but
here, most
to
of them
me,
voting
I've
age.
never
So
understood
what we
celebrity
see here at
worship. I've
Arizona
never
is gonna
understood
be
it,
very
both in
important
sports,
this election.
in
Back to you guys.
All right,
entertainment,
Gotti, thank you so
anything.
much.
I've
Abortion on
never
the ballot
understood
in Arizona, also
celebrity
Florida.
worship
Lester,
or
I
like
got a key
hero
call
hero
here.
we do have
worship
a
in
call
general.
here in the
I've
state
never
of
understood
Florida
it.
that
I've never had it. I've never had that
abortion-
inclination in
that
me.
would
I've never been like, oh
constitutional
man,
right to an
what does
abortion
Barry
amendment had a
Bonds say about the
60%
election?
threshold.
I'm going to vote
It
because
will
Barry
not
Bonds
clear it,
said
so
that this,
amendment
or you know what I mean, or
right
whoever
to
it is.
abortion will go down in defeat.
I'm going to vote because
86% of the
Joe
vote in
Rogan
there. Let's,
had so-and-so on his channel, and he looked like he could
Just drop in
really...
here to say this. Okay, it was yes
blah, blah,
to
blah.
protect
Like,
in
it's
Florida,
so,
but you're
like,
seeing
stupid.
it needed a
I just don't understand it.
60% threshold, as you said, Lester. This would be the first ballot initiative that we've seen anywhere in the country since the overturning of Roe versus Wade that has failed. However,
What matters is he said no to Harris, and that
the other
irritated
ballot
people.
initiatives were not this high of a threshold here, and I see you want to jump in.
No, it's just the same number, right? It was
No, I
57,
agree,
58
man.
in Ohio, 57,
right.
58 in Kansas. I mean, I think we know what the number is.
Absolutely.
Ironically, I've talked to some Florida Republicans
Being around
who secretly
celebrities
had
is a
hoped
normal
this would
day for you.
pass,
Flips
because
hair.
now Florida elected officials in 2026, which is their big election year.
Right.
Yeah,
they will
it's
have
just
to
like
face
people
the
who
vote
can't
by
think for
6
themselves, so
weeks.
they're
And
told
then
how to
suddenly
vote. That's
that
it.
will sort
That's
of
how I see it.
upend just the state's
They're told
politics.
what to believe
But
Ron
there's clear
because they're
DeSantis
not smart enough to
actively
come up with their own
campaigned
fucking
against this
concept.
amendment 4, which is
And you say
57%
government
saying yes,
power,
but
it's going to create
but
an
still
interesting.
no
There's
win.
going to
It's
be
so fucked.
a
I'm so upset.
fascinating.
Lopak, I'm so
if the
fucking
Democratic
sorry.
Party ever
It's
wants
so
to have
weird
a
you need
chance
like
in Florida
60%.
again, they're going to get an
I don't
opportunity.
understand that.
Ironically, because this thing went down tonight.
Think about how complicated this was for former President Trump. I asked him about this. He said it went too far. And then he was asked about it repeatedly throughout the course of this campaign. Well, how are you going to vote on this? And he was shifting his positions in the weeks leading up to this very vote. So it sort of underscores the point that Trump's making. This is a very complicated
This issue has Republicans
Yes to
in knots,
abortion,
and Donald Trump
yes
in
to
knots,
weed,
and
yes
now it
to
lives
Trump.
to see another day
Florida's
in Florida.
fucking
And this is why the vice president and her team have been pushing on this issue. It is on the ballot as well in Arizona and Nevada. Trump orbit folks that I'm talking to think that there is a likelihood of perhaps ticket splitters in those states, people who will back these abortion ballot initiatives, but who will also back former President Trump. But you have seen the vice president hammer this in the state of Georgia. She went to the state of Texas, which nobody really thinks is going to flip blue on the presidential race, but she wanted to use it as a stage to highlight that state's controversial restrictive abortion law. She did it in Georgia with Amber Thurman, and in Florida she talks about it as a place that she is concerned about.
We don't have a ton of time, so we're coming up on a poll closing, but in Iowa, whose polls are going to close, there was a late
but not as
election
moist as
poll.
tacos
Iowa
anyways.
just had
Happy
a very
election day.
restrictive
I
abortion
hope your
ban
anxiety
passed,
isn't
and this
letting you
shock
poop.
poll on the eve of the
Cummies
election had
Ewoks.
Kamala Harris carrying a red state. So
I am
it's just a
pooping
very
just
potent
fine,
Not to
but I
overread into
thank
it, but
you
it
for
is
that.
an indicator perhaps, and the pollster there, Gold Standard pollster, thought perhaps the abortion issue was motivating these older white women, right? A demographic we've been watching tonight.
And Chuck, well, let's go to the election here, and we'll move right here as we get some more poll closings here. We can give a few more characterizations.
Here we go.
In
The
just 3
big
seconds,
meat and
all of these
potatoes.
states will see their polls closed.
Big meat,
and we'll
big
begin counting the
potatoes
votes.
here, boys.
Is, state of Texas, which we were just talking about. Donald Trump will win in the state of Texas when all the votes are counted. NBC News projects that Donald Trump will also win in North Dakota tonight.
Not a
South Dakota,
single
same
vote has been
story.
counted
That
in
will
this place,
also
by
go
the
into
way.
the Donald Trump column this evening.
Not a
We move to the
single
state
vote,
of
but they're like,
Wyoming
we
and
know.
3 electoral
Wyoming,
votes at
check.
stake. Donald Trump,
North
the
Dakota,
projected winner
check.
in Wyoming.
South Dakota,
Here's the map.
check.
The road to 270 now getting
Texas,
interesting.
check.
154 for Donald Trump, 30 for Kamala Harris.
All right, let's go to the uncalled races just from those 9 o'clock poll closings, including New York, Colorado, Minnesota. So we still await results there. But let's go to Michigan. That's the biggie at this hour. Polls closing in Michigan, and it is, wait for it, too early to call. We will be waiting
early
for
to call, too close to call.
Tonight. Arizona also too early to call. 7 o'clock in the Mountain West, 9 o'clock on the East Coast. Polls just closed there. Let's go to Wisconsin, the other of the
too early to
blue
call
states, along with Michigan and Pennsylvania. Too early to call. And speaking of Pennsylvania, too early to call. Starting to see more votes come in, but we could be waiting a bit for that. And same with North Carolina. They're counting more quickly, but it's still too early for us to make a projection. And in Georgia, it's not too early. It's just too close.
It's too
We're
close.
starting to see the vote come in. We've got 66% counted right now.
Too close.
And yet, despite the margin that you see there, we project.
How's Iowa looking? Where the fuck's Iowa?
Is right now, but where we expect the vote to come in, whether it's coming from a Republican stronghold or a Democratic stronghold. So when you see that